Chapter 14. Invasion. The spring rains were heavy that year. The business of war was hampered by the ever-present mud. It would stay wet and cold for nearly another month before the brief, hot summer came. Duke Bruchel of Yabon and Lord Boric stood looking over a table laden with maps. The rain hammered on the roof of the tent, the central part of the commander's pavilion. On either side of the tent, two others were attached, providing sleeping quarters for the two nobles. The tent was filled with smoke from lanterns and from Culgan's pipe. The magician had proven an able adviser to the dukes, and his magical aid helpful. He could detect trends in the weather, and his wizard sight could detect some of the Tsurani troops' movements, though not often. And, over the years, his reading of every book he encountered, including narratives of warfare, had made him a fair student of tactics and strategy. Bruchel pointed to the newest map on the table.
"They've taken this point here, and another here, and they hold this point."
He indicated another spot on the map.
"In spite of our every effort to dislodge them, they also seem to be moving along a line from here to here."
His finger swept down a line along the eastern face of the grey towers.
"There is a coordinated pattern here, but I'm damned if I can anticipate what is going next."
The old duke looked weary. The fighting had been going on sporadically for over 2 months now, and no distinct advantage could be seen on either side. Boric studied the map. Red spots marked known Tsurani strongholds, hand-dug earthen breastworks with a minimum of 200 men defending. There were also suspected reinforcement companies, their approximate location indicated with yellow spots. It was known that any position attacked was quick to get reinforcements, sometimes in a matter of minutes. Blue spots indicated the location of kingdom pickets, though most of Bruchel's forces were billeted around the hill upon which the commander's tent sat. Until the heavy foot soldiers and engineers from Illith and Tir Sog arrived to man and create permanent fortifications, the kingdom was fighting a principally mobile war, for most of the troops assembled were cavalry. The Duke of Criddy agreed with the other man's assessment.
"It seems their tactics remain the same.
Bring in a small force, dig in and hold. They prevent our troops from entering but refuse to follow when we withdraw. There's a pattern. But for the life of me, I can't see it either." A guard entered.
"My lords, an elf stands without, seeking entrance."
Bruchel said,
"Show him in."
The guard held aside the tent flap, and an elf entered. His red-brown hair was plastered to his head, and his cloak dripped water on the floor of the tent. He made a slight bow to the dukes.
"What news from Elvenda?"
Boric asked.
"My queen sends you greetings."
He quickly turned to the map. He pointed at the pass between the grey towers on the south and Stone Mountain on the north, the same pass Boric's forces now bottled up at its east end.
"The Outworlders move many soldiers through this pass. They have advanced to the edge of the elven forests, but seek not to enter. They have made it difficult to get through."
He grinned.
"I led several a merry chase for half a day. They run nearly as well as the dwarves, but they could not keep up in the forest."
He returned his attention to the map.
"There is word from Criddy that skirmishes have been fought by outriding patrols, but nothing close to the castle itself. There is no word of activity from the Grey Towers, Kars, or Tulan. They seem content to dig in along this pass. Your forces to the west will not be able to join you, for they could not break through now."
"How strong do the aliens appear to be?" asked Bruchel.
"It is not known, but I saw several thousand along this route."
His finger indicated a route along the northern edge of the pass, from the elven forests to the kingdom camp.
"The dwarves of Stone Mountain are left alone, so long as they do not venture south. The Outworlders deny them the pass also."
Boric asked the elf,
"Has there been any report of the Tsuranis having cavalry?"
"None. Every report refers only to infantry."
Culgan said,
"Father Tully's speculation on their being horseless seems to be borne out."
Bruchel took brush and ink in hand and entered the information on the map. Culgan stood looking over his shoulder.
Boric said to the elf, "After you've rested, carry my greetings to your mistress and my wish for her good health and prosperity. If you should send runners to the west, please carry the same message to my sons." The elf bowed. "As my lord wishes. I shall return to Elvendar at once." He turned and left the tent. Kalgan said, "I think I see it." He pointed to the new red spots on the map. They formed a rough half-circle through the pass.
The Tsurani are trying to hold this area here. That valley is the center of the circle. I would guess they are attempting to keep anyone from getting close.
Both the dukes looked puzzled. Boric said, "But to what purpose? There is nothing there of any value militarily. It's as if they're inviting us to bottle them up in that valley." Suddenly, Brukel gasped.
"It's a bridgehead. Think of it in terms of crossing a river. They have a foothold on this side of the rift, as the magician calls it. They have only as many supplies as their men can carry through. They don't have enough control of the area for foraging, so they need to expand the area under their control and build up supplies before they launch an offensive."
Brukel turned to the magician.
"Kalgan, what do you think? This is more in your province."
The magician looked at the map as if trying to divine information hidden in it.
"We know nothing of the magic involved. We don't know how fast they can pass supplies and men through, for no one has ever witnessed an appearance. They may require a large area, which this valley provides them, or they may have some limit on the amount of time available to pass troops through."
Duke Boric considered this. "Then there is only one thing to do. We must send a party into the valley to see what they're doing." Kalgan smiled.
"I will go too, if your grace permits. Your soldiers might not have the faintest idea of what they are seeing if it involves magic."
Brukel started to object, his gaze taking in the magician's ample size. Boric cut him off. "Don't let his look fool you. He rides like a trooper." He turned to Kalgan. "You had best take Pug, for if one should fall, then the other can carry the news." Kalgan looked unhappy at that, but saw the wisdom in it. The Duke of Yabon said,
"If we strike at the North Pass, then into this valley and draw their forces there, a small, fast company might break through here."
He pointed at a small pass that entered the south end of the valley from the east. Boric said, "It's a bold enough plan. We have danced with the Tsurani so long, holding a stable front, I doubt they will expect it." The magician suggested they retire for the rest of the evening, for it would be a long day on the morrow. He closed his eyes briefly, then informed the two leaders that the rain would stop and the next day would be sunny. Pug lay wrapped in a blanket trying to nap when Kalgan entered their tent. Meacham sat before the cook fire, preparing the evening meal and attempting to keep it from the greedy maw of Phantus. The fire-drake had sought out his master a week before, eliciting startled cries from the soldiers as he swooped over the tents. Only Meacham's commanding shouts had kept a bowman from putting a cloth-yard arrow into the playful drake. Kalgan had been pleased to see his pet, but at a loss to explain how the creature had found them. The drake had moved right into the magician's tent, content to sleep next to Pug and steal food from under Meacham's watchful eye. Pug sat up as the magician pulled off his sopping cloak.
"There is an expedition going deep within Tsurani-held territory to break the circle they've thrown up around a small valley and find out what they're up to. You and Meacham will be going with me on this trip. I would have my friends at my back and side."
Pug felt excited by the news. Meacham had spent long hours schooling him in the use of sword and shield, and the old dream of soldiering had returned. "I have kept my blade sharp, Kalgan." Meacham gave forth a snort that passed for laughter, and the magician threw him a black look.
"Good, Pug. But with any luck we'll not be fighting. We are to go in a smaller force attached to a larger one that will draw off the Tsurani. We will drive quickly into their territory and discover what they are hiding. We will then ride as fast as possible to bring back the news. I thank the gods they are without horses, or we could never hope to accomplish such a bold stroke. We shall ride through them before they know we have struck.
Perhaps we may take a prisoner, the boy said hopefully. It would be a change, said Meacham. The Tirani had proved to be fierce fighters, preferring to die rather than to be captured. Maybe then we'd discover why they've come to Midkemia, ventured Pug. Colgan looked thoughtful.
There is little we understand about these Tirani. Where is this place they come from? How do they cross between their world and ours? And, as you've pointed out, the most vexing question of all, why do they come? Why invade our lands?
Metal. Colgan and Pug looked over at Meacham, who was spooning up stew, keeping one eye on Fantas. They don't have any metal, and they want ours. When Colgan and Pug regarded him with blank expressions, he shook his head. I'd thought you puzzled it out by now, so I didn't think to bring it up. He put aside the bowls of stew, reached behind himself, and drew a bright red arrow out from under his bedding. Souvenir, he said, holding it out for inspection. Look at the head. It's the same stuff their swords are made from, some kind of wood, hardened like steel. I picked over a lot of things fetched in by the soldiers, and I haven't seen one thing these Tirani make with any metal in it. Colgan looked flabbergasted.
Of course. It's all so simple. They found a way to pass between their world and ours, sent through scouts, and found a land rich in metals they lack. So they sent in an invading army. It also explains why they marshal in a high valley of the mountains rather than in the lower forests. It gives them free access to the dwarven mines.
He jumped up.
I'd better inform the dukes at once. We must send word to the dwarves to be alert for incursions into the mines.
Pug sat thoughtfully as Colgan vanished through the tent entrance. After a moment he said, Meacham, why didn't they try trading? Meacham shook his head. The Tirani? From what I've seen, boy, it's a good bet trading never entered their minds. They are one very warlike bunch. Those bastards fight like 600 kinds of demons. If they had cavalry, they would have chased this whole lot back to Lamut, then probably burned the city down around them. But if we can wear them down, like a bulldog does, just keep hanging on until they tire, we might settle this after a time. Oh, look what happened to Kesh. Lost half of Bassania to the kingdom in the north because the Confederacy just plain wore the empire out, with one rebellion after another in the south. After a time, Pug gave up on Colgan's returning soon, ate supper alone, and made ready for bed. Meacham quit trying to keep the magician's meal away from the drake, and also turned in. In the dark, Pug lay staring up at the tent roof, listening to the sound of the rain and the drake's joyous chewing. Soon he drifted off into sleep, where he dreamed of a dark tunnel and a flickering light vanishing down it. The trees were thick, and the air hung heavy with mist as the column moved slowly through the forest. Outriders came and went every few minutes, checking for signs that the Tirani were preparing an ambush. The sun was lost high in the trees overhead, and the entire scene had a greyish-green quality to it, making it difficult to see more than a few yards ahead. At the head of the column rode a young captain of the Lamutian army, Vandross, son of the old Earl of Lamut. He was also one of the more level-headed and capable young officers in Brukel's army. They rode in pairs, with Pug sitting next to a soldier, behind Colgan and Meacham. The order to halt came down the line, and Pug reined in his horse and dismounted. Over a light gambeson, he wore a well-oiled suit of chainmail. Over that was a tabard of the Lamutian forces, with the grey wolf's head on a circle of blue in the centre. Heavy woolen trousers were tucked into his high boots. He had a shield on his left arm, and his sword hung from his belt. He felt truly a soldier. The only discordant note was his helm, which was a little too large and gave him a slightly comic appearance. Captain Vandross came back to where Kelewan stood waiting and dismounted. The scouts have spotted a camp about half a mile ahead. They think they were not seen by the guards. The captain pulled out a map. We're about here. I will lead my men and attack the enemy position. Cavalry from Zun will support us on either side. Lieutenant Garth will command the column you will ride with. You'll pass the enemy camp and continue on toward the mountains. We'll try to follow if we can, but if we haven't rejoined you by sundown, you must continue alone. Keep moving, if only at a slow walk. Push the horses, but try to keep them alive. On horseback, you can always outrun these aliens, but on foot, I wouldn't give you much chance of getting back. They run like fiends. Once in the mountains, move through the pass. Ride into the valley 1 hour after sunrise. The North Pass will be attacked at dawn, so if you get safely into the valley, you should, I hope, find little between you and the North Pass. Once in the valley, don't stop for anything. If a man falls, he is to be left. The mission is to get information back to the commanders. Now try to rest. It may be your last chance for some time. We attack in an hour. He walked his horse back to the head of the line. Kelewan, Meacham, and Pug sat without speaking. The magician wore no armour, because he claimed it would interfere with his magic. Pug was more inclined to believe it would interfere with his considerable girth. Meacham had a sword at his side like the others, but held a horsebow. He preferred archery to close fighting, though Pug knew from long hours of instruction at his hands that he was no stranger to the blade. The hour passed slowly, and Pug felt mounting excitement, for he was still possessed by boyish notions of glory. He had forgotten the terror of the fighting with the Dark Brothers before they reached the Grey Towers. Word was passed, and they remounted. They rode slowly at first, until the Tsurani were in sight. As the trees thinned, they picked up speed, and when they reached the clearing, they galloped the horses. Large breastworks of earth had been thrown up as a defence against the charge of horsemen. Pug could see the brightly coloured helmets of the Tsurani rushing to defend their camp. As the riders charged, the sounds of fighting could be heard echoing through the trees as the Zunese troops engaged other Tsurani camps. The ground shook under the horses as they rode straight at the camp, sounding like a rolling wave of thunder. The Tsurani soldiers stayed behind the earthworks, shooting arrows, most of which fell short. As the first element of the column hit the earthworks, the second element turned to the left, riding off at an angle past the camp. A few Tsurani soldiers were outside the breastworks here, and were ridden down like wheat before a scythe. 2 came close to hitting the riders with the great two-handed swords they wielded, but their blows went wide. Meacham, guiding his horse with his legs, dropped both with 2 quick arrows. Pug heard a horse scream among the sounds of the fighting behind, then suddenly found himself crashing through the brush as they entered the forest. They rode as hard as possible, cutting through the trees, ducking under low branches, the scene a passing kaleidoscope of greens and browns. The column rode for nearly half an hour, then slackened pace as the horses began to tire. Kelewan called to Lieutenant Garth, and they halted to check their position against the map. If they moved slowly for the balance of the day and night, they would reach the mouth of the pass near daybreak. Meacham peered over the heads of the lieutenant and Kelewan as they knelt on the ground. "I know this place. I hunted it as a boy when I lived near Hush." Pug was startled. This was the first time Meacham had ever mentioned anything about his past. Pug had supposed that Meacham was from Criddy, and was surprised to find he had been a youth in the Free Cities. But then he found it hard to imagine Meacham as a boy. The Franklin continued. "There is a way over the crest of the mountains, a path that leads between 2 smaller peaks. It's little more than a goat trail, but if we led the horses all night, we could be in the valley by sunrise. This way is difficult to find on this side if you don't know where to seek it. From the valley side, it's nearly impossible. I would bet the Tsurani know nothing about it." The lieutenant regarded Kelewan with a question in his eyes. The magician looked at Meacham, then said,
"It might be worth a try. We can mark our trail for Vandross. If we move slowly, he might catch up before we reach the valley.
"All right," said the lieutenant. "Our biggest advantage is mobility, so let's keep moving. Meacham, where will we come out?"
The large man leaned over the lieutenant's shoulder to point at a spot on the map near the south end of the valley. "Here. If we come out straight west for a half-mile or so, then swing north, we can cut down the heart of the valley." He motioned with his finger as he spoke. "This valley's mostly woods at the north and south end with a big meadow in the middle. That's where they'd be if they have a big camp. It's mostly open there, so if the aliens haven't come up with anything surprising, we should be able to ride right by them before they can organize to stop us. The dicey part will be getting through the northern woods if they've garrisoned soldiers there. But if we get through them, we'll be free to the North Pass."
"All agreed?" asked the lieutenant. When no one said anything, he gave orders for the men to walk their horses, and Meacham took lead as the guide. They reached the entrance to the pass, or what Pug thought Meacham had correctly called a goat trail, an hour before sundown. The lieutenant posted guards and ordered the horses unsaddled. Pug rubbed down his horse with handfuls of long grass, then staked it out. The 30 soldiers were busy tending to their horses and armour. Pug could feel the tension in the air. The run around the Tirani camp had set the soldiers on edge, and they were anxious for a fight. Meacham showed Pug how to muffle his sword and shield with rags torn from the soldiers' blankets. "We're not going to be using these bedrolls this night, and nothing will ring through the hills like the sounds of metal striking metal, boy, except maybe the clopping of hooves on the rock." Pug watched as he muffled the horse's hooves with leather stockings designed for just this purpose and carried in the saddlebags. Pug rested as the sun began to set. Through the short spring twilight, he waited until he heard the order to resaddle. The soldiers were beginning to pull their horses into a line when he finished. Meacham and the lieutenant were walking down the line, repeating instructions to the men. They would move in single file, Meacham taking the lead, the lieutenant second, down the line to the last soldier. They tied a series of ropes through the left stirrup of each horse, and each man gripped it tightly as he led his own horse. After everyone was in position, Meacham started off. The path rose steeply, and the horses had to scramble in places. In the darkness they moved slowly, taking great care not to stray from the path. Occasionally, Meacham stopped the line to check ahead. After several such stops, the trail crested through a deep, narrow pass and started downward. An hour later it widened, and they stopped to rest. 2 soldiers were sent ahead with Meacham to scout the way, while the rest of the tired line dropped to the ground to ease cramped legs. Pug realized the fatigue was as much the result of the tension created by the silent passage as of the climbing, but it didn't make his legs feel any better. After what seemed to be much too short a rest, they were moving again. Pug stumbled along, fatigue numbing his mind to the point where the world became an endless series of picking up one foot and placing it before the other. Several times the horse before him was literally towing him as he grasped the rope tied to its stirrup. Suddenly, Pug was aware that the line had stopped, and they were standing in a gap between 2 small hills, looking down at the valley floor. From here, it would take only a few minutes to ride down the slope. Kelewan walked back to where the boy stood next to his animal. The stout wizard seemed little troubled by the climb, and Pug wondered at the muscle that must lie hidden beneath the layers of fat.
"How are you feeling, Pug?"
"I'll live, I expect. But I think next time I'll ride, if it's all the same to you." They were keeping their voices low, but the magician gave out with a soft chuckle anyway.
"I understand completely. We'll be staying here until first light. That will be slightly less than 2 hours. I suggest you get some sleep. We have a great deal of hard riding ahead."
Pug nodded and lay down without a word. He used his shield for a pillow and, before the magician had taken a step away, was fast asleep.
He never stirred as Meacham came and removed the leather muffles from his horse. A gentle shaking brought Pug awake. He felt as if he had just closed his eyes a moment before. Meacham was squatting before him, holding something out. "Here, boy, eat this." Pug took the offered food. It was soft bread with a nutty flavour. After 2 bites, he began to feel better. Meacham said, "Eat quickly. We're off in a few minutes." He moved forward to where the lieutenant and the magician stood by their horses. Pug finished the bread and remounted. The soreness had left his legs, and by the time he was astride his mount, he felt anxious to be off. The lieutenant turned his horse and faced the men. "We will ride west, then on my command north. Fight only if attacked. Our mission is to return with information about the Sirani. If any man falls, we cannot stop. If you're separated from the others, get back as best you can. Remember as much of what you see as possible, for you may be the only one to carry the news to the dukes. May the gods protect us all." Several of the soldiers uttered quick prayers to various deities, chiefly Tith, the war god. Then they were off. The column came down the hillside and reached the flat of the valley. The sun was cresting the hills behind, and a rosy glow bathed the landscape. At the foot of the hills, they crossed a small creek and entered a plain of tall grass. Far ahead was a stand of trees, and another could be seen off to the north. At the north end of the valley, the haze of campfire smoke hung in the air. The enemy was there all right, thought Pug, and from the volume of smoke there must be a large concentration of them. He hoped Meacham was right, and they were all garrisoned out in the open, where the kingdom's soldiers stood a fair chance of outrunning them. After a while, the lieutenant passed the word, and the column turned north. They trotted along, saving the horses for when they would be sure to need the speed. Pug thought he saw glimpses of colour in the trees ahead as they descended into the southern woods of the valley, but couldn't be sure. As they reached the woods, a shout went up from within the trees. The lieutenant cried, "All right, they've seen us. Ride hard and stay close." He spurred his horse forward, and soon the entire company was thundering through the woods. Pug saw the horses in front bear to the left, and turned his to follow, seeing a clearing in the trees. The sound of voices grew louder as the first trees went flying past, and his eyes tried to adjust to the darkness of the woods. He hoped his horse could see more clearly than he could, or he might find himself inside a tree. The horse, battle-trained and quick, darted between the trunks, and Pug could begin to see flashes of colour among the branches. Sirani soldiers were rushing to intercept the horsemen, but were forced to weave through the trees, making it impossible. They were speeding through the woods faster than the Sirani could pass the word and react. Pug knew that this advantage of surprise couldn't last much longer. They were making too great a commotion for the enemy not to realise what was happening. After a mad dash through the trees, they broke into another clear area where a few Sirani soldiers stood waiting for them. The horsemen charged, and most of the defenders scattered to avoid being run down. One, however, stood his ground, in spite of the terror written on his face, and swung the blue two-handed sword he carried. A horse screamed, and the rider was thrown as the blade cut the horse's right leg from under him. Pug lost sight of the fight as he sped quickly past. An arrow shot over Pug's shoulder, buzzing like an angry bee. He hunched over the withers of his mount, trying to give the archers behind him as small a target as possible. Ahead, a soldier fell backward out of his saddle, a red arrow through his neck. Soon they were out of bow range and riding toward a breastwork thrown across an old road from the mines in the south. Hundreds of brightly coloured figures scurried behind it. The lieutenant signalled for the riders to pass around it to the west. As soon as it was apparent they would pass the earthwork and not charge it, several Sirani bowmen came tumbling over the top of the redoubt and ran to intercept the riders. As soon as they came within bowshot, the air filled with red and blue shafts. Pug heard a horse scream, but he couldn't see the stricken animal or its rider. Riding quickly beyond the range of the bowmen, they entered another thick stand of trees. The lieutenant pulled up his mount for a moment and yelled,
From here on, make straight north. We're almost to the meadow, so there'll be no cover, and speed is your only ally. Then, once you're in the woods to the north, keep moving. Our forces should have broken through up there, and if we can get past those woods, we should be all right."
Meacham had described the woods as being about 2 or 3 miles across. From there, it was 3 miles of open ground until the north pass through the hills began. They slowed to a walk, trying to rest the horses as much as possible. They could see the tiny figures of the Tsurani coming from behind, but they would never catch up before the horses were running again. Ahead, Pug could see the trees of the forest looming larger with each passing minute. He could feel the eyes that must be there, watching them, waiting.
"As soon as we're within bowshot, ride as fast as you can," shouted the lieutenant.
Pug saw the soldiers pull their swords and bows out and drew his own sword. Feeling uncomfortable with the weapon clutched in his right hand, he rode at a trot toward the trees. Suddenly, the air was filled with arrows. Pug felt one glance off his helm, but it still snapped his head back and brought tears to his eyes. He urged his horse ahead blindly, trying to blink his eyes clear. He had the shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, so by the time he blinked enough to be able to see clearly, he found himself in the woods. His war horse responded to leg pressure as he moved into the forest. A yellow-garbed soldier burst from behind a tree and aimed a swing at the boy. He caught the sword blow on his shield, which sent a numbing shock up his left arm. He swung overhand and down at the soldier, who leaped away, and the blow missed. Pug spurred his horse on before the soldier could get in position to swing again. All around the forest rang with the sounds of battle. He could barely make out the other horsemen among the trees. Several times he rode down Tsurani soldiers as they tried to block his passage. Once, one tried to grab at the reins of his horse, but Pug sent him reeling with a blow on the pot-like helmet. To Pug, it seemed as if they were all engaged in some mad game of hide-and-seek, with foot soldiers jumping out from behind every other tree. A sharp pain stung Pug on the right cheek. Feeling with the back of his sword hand as he bounded through the wood, he felt a wetness, and when he pulled his hand away, he could see blood on his knuckles. He felt a detached curiosity. He hadn't even heard the arrow that had stung him. Twice more he rode down soldiers, the war horse knocking them aside. Suddenly he burst out of the forest and was assaulted by a kaleidoscope of images. He pulled up for a moment and let the scene register. Less than 100 yards to the west of where he exited the woodlands, a great device, some 100 feet in length, with 20-foot-high poles at each end, stood. Around it were clustered several men, the first Tsurani Pug had seen who weren't wearing armour. These men wore long black robes and were completely unarmed. Between the poles, a shimmering grey haze like the one they had seen in Culgan's room filled the air, blocking out the view of the area directly behind. From out of the haze, a wagon was being pulled by 2 great, squat, 6-legged beasts who were prodded by 2 soldiers in red armour. Several more wagons were standing beyond the machines, and a few of the strange beasts could be seen grazing beyond the weapons. Beyond the strange device, a mighty camp sprawled across the meadow with more tents than Pug could count. Banners of strange design and gaudy colours fluttered in the wind above them, and the rising smoke of the campfires stung his nose with acrid pungency as it was carried off in the breeze. More riders were coming through the trees, and Pug spurred his horse forward, angling away from the strange device. The 6-legged beasts raised their heads and ambled away from the oncoming horses, seeming to move with little more than the minimum effort required to take them out of the path of the riders. One of the black-robed men ran toward the riders. He stopped and stood off to one side as they sped past. Pug got a glimpse of his face, clean-shaven, his lips moving and eyes fixed on something behind the boy. Pug heard a yell, and looking back saw a rider on the ground, his horse rooted in place like a statue. Several guards were rushing over to subdue the man when the boy turned away. Once beyond the strange device, he could see a series of large, brightly coloured tents off to the left. Ahead, the way was clear. Pug caught sight of Culgan and reined his horse to bring himself closer to the magician. 30 yards to the right, Pug could see other riders. As they dashed away, Culgan shouted something at the boy that he couldn't make out. The magician pointed at the side of his face, then at Pug, who realised the mage was asking if he was all right. Pug waved his sword and smiled, and the magician smiled back. Suddenly, about 100 yards in front, a loud buzzing noise filled the air, and a black-robed man appeared as if from thin air. Culgan's horse bore straight for him, but the man had a queer-looking device in his hand that he pointed at the magician. The air sizzled with energy. Culgan's horse screamed and fell as if poleaxed. The fat magician was tossed over the horse's head and tucked his shoulder under as he hit the ground. With an amazing display of agility, he rolled up onto his feet and bowled over the black-robed man. Pug pulled up in spite of the order to keep going. He reined his horse around and charged back to find the magician sitting astride the chest of the smaller man, each grasping the left wrist of the other with his right hand. Pug could see that they were locked eye to eye in a contest of wills. Culgan had explained this strange mental power to Pug before. It was a way in which a magician could bend the will of another to his own. It took great concentration and was very dangerous. Pug leaped from his own mount and rushed over to where the two men were locked in struggle. With the flat of his sword, he struck the black-robed figure on the temple. The man slumped unconscious. Culgan staggered to his feet.
"Thank you, Pug. I don't think I could have bettered him. I have never encountered such mental strength."
Culgan looked to where his horse lay quivering on the ground.
"It's useless."
Turning to Pug, he said,
"Listen well, for you'll have to carry word to Lord Borwick. From the speed that wagon was coming through the rift, I estimate they can bring in several hundred men a day, perhaps a great deal more. Tell the Duke it would be suicide to try to take the machine. Their magicians are too powerful. I don't think we can destroy the machine they use to hold the rift open, if I had time to study it. He must call for reinforcements from Krondor, perhaps from the east."
Pug grabbed Culgan by the arm. "I can't remember all that. We'll ride double." Culgan began to protest, but was too weak to prevent the boys pulling him to where his horse stood. Ignoring Culgan's objections, he bullied his master up into the saddle. Pug hesitated a moment, noting the animal's fatigue, then came to a decision. "With both of us to carry, he'll never make it, Culgan," he shouted as he struck the animal on the flank. "I'll find another." Pug scanned the area as the horse bearing Culgan sped away. A riderless mount was wandering about less than 20 feet away, but as he approached, the animal bolted. Cursing, Pug turned and was confronted by the sight of the black-robed Tsurani regaining his feet. The man appeared confused and weak, and Pug charged him. Only one thought was in Pug's mind: to capture a prisoner, and from his appearance, a Tsurani magician in the bargain. Pug took the magician by surprise, knocking him down. The man scrambled backward in alarm as Pug raised his sword threateningly. The man put forth his hand in what Pug took as a sign of submission, and the boy hesitated. Suddenly, a wave of pain passed through him, and he had to fight to keep his feet. He staggered about and through the agony saw a familiar figure riding toward him, shouting his name. Pug shook his head, and suddenly the pain vanished. Meacham sped toward him, and Pug knew the Franklin could carry the Tsurani to the Duke's camp if Pug could keep him from fleeing. So he spun, all pain forgotten, and closed upon the still supine Tsurani. A look of shock crossed the magician's face when he saw the boy again advancing on him. Pug heard Meacham's voice calling his name from behind, but didn't take his eyes from the Tsurani. Several Tsurani soldiers ran across the meadow, seeking to aid their fallen magician,
but Pug stood only a few feet away, and Meacham would reach them in a few more moments. The magician jumped to his feet and reached into his robe. He pulled out a small device and activated it. A loud humming came from the object. Pug rushed the man, determined to knock the device from his hand, whatever it might be. The device hummed louder, and Pug could hear Meacham again shouting his name as he struck the magician, burying his shoulder in the man's stomach. Suddenly, the world exploded with white and blue lights, and Pug felt himself falling through a rainbow of colours into a pit of darkness. Pug opened his eyes. For a moment he struggled to bring them into focus, for everything in his field of vision seemed to be flickering. He then came fully awake and realised it was still night, and the flickering came from campfires a short distance from where he lay. He tried to sit up and found his hands tied behind him. A groan sounded next to him. In the dim light, he could make out the features of a Lemutian horse soldier lying a few feet away. He was also bound. His face was drawn, and there was a nasty-looking cut running down from his hairline to his cheekbone, all crusted over with dried blood. Pug's attention was distracted by the sound of voices speaking low behind him. He rolled over and saw 2 Tsurani guards in blue armour standing watch. Several more tied prisoners lay about between the boy and the 2 aliens, who were speaking together in their strange musical-sounding language. One noticed Pug's movement and said something to the other, who nodded and quickly hurried off. In a moment he was back with another soldier, this one in red and yellow armour, with a large crest on his helm, who ordered the 2 guards to stand Pug up. He was pulled roughly to his feet, and the newcomer stood before him and took stock. This man was dark-haired, and had the up-tilted, wide-set eyes that Pug had seen before in the field among the Tsurani dead. His cheekbones were flat, and he had a broad brow topped with thick dark hair. In the dim firelight, his skin looked nearly golden in colour. Except for their short stature, most of the Tsurani soldiers could pass for citizens of many of the nations of Midkemia, but these golden men, as Pug thought of them, resembled some Keshian traders Pug had seen in Criddy years before, from the distant trading city of Xinglai. The officer inspected the boy's clothing. Next, he knelt and inspected the boots on Pug's feet. He stood and barked an order at the soldier who had fetched him, who saluted and turned to Pug. He seized the bound boy and led him away, on a winding course through the Tsurani camp. At the centre of the camp, large banners hung from the crosspieces of standards, all set in a circle around a large tent. All bore strange designs, creatures of outlandish configuration depicted in bold colours. Several had glyphs of an unknown language on them. It was to this place Pug was half pulled, half dragged, through the hundreds of Tsurani soldiers who sat quietly polishing their leather armour and making repairs on weapons. Several watched as he passed, but the camp was free of the usual noise and bustle Pug was used to in the camp of his own army. There was more than just the strange and colourful banners to give this place an other-world feeling. Pug tried to note the details, so if he could escape and report, he could tell Duke Boric something useful. But he found his senses betrayed by so many unfamiliar images. He didn't know what was important in all he saw. At the entrance of the large tent, the guard who pulled Pug along was challenged by 2 others wearing black and orange armour. A quick exchange of words resulted in the tent flap being held aside, while Pug was thrust through. He fell forward onto a thick pile of furs and woven mats. From where he lay, Pug could see more banners hanging on the tent walls. The tent was richly fashioned, with silk-like hangings and thick rugs and pillows. Hands roughly pulled him upright, and he could see several men regarding him. All stood dressed in the gaudy armour and crested helms of the Tsurani officers, except for 2. They sat upon a raised dais covered with cushions. The first wore a simple black robe with cowl pulled back, revealing a thin, pale face and bald pate, a Tsurani magician. The other wore a rich-looking robe of orange with black trim, cut below knees and elbows, so that it gave the look of something worn for comfort. From his wiry, muscled appearance and several visible scars, Pug assumed that this man was a warrior who had put aside his armour for the night. The man in black said something in a high-pitched sing-song language to the others. None of the other men said anything, but the one in the orange robe nodded. The great tent was lit by a single brazier near where the two robed men sat. The lean, black-robed one sat forward, and the light from the brazier cast upward on his face, giving him a decidedly demonic look. His words came haltingly and thick with accent. "I know only little of your speech. You understand?" Pug nodded, his heart pounding while his mind worked furiously. Kulgan's training was coming into play. First, he calmed himself, clearing the fog that had gripped his mind. Then he extended every sense automatically, taking in every scrap of information available, seeking any useful bit of knowledge that might improve his chances of survival. The soldier nearest the door seemed to be relaxing, his left arm behind his head, as he lay back on a pile of cushions, his attention only half focused on the captive. But Pug noticed that his other hand was never more than an inch from the hilt of a wicked-looking dagger at his belt. A brief gleam of light on lacquer revealed the presence of another dagger hilt, half protruding from a pillow at the right elbow of the man in orange. The man in black said slowly, "Listen, for I tell you something. Then you asked questions. If you lie, you die. Slowly. Understand?" Pug nodded. There was no doubt in his mind. "This man," said the black-robed one, pointing to the man in the short orange robe, "is a great man. He is high man. He is—" The man used a word Pug didn't understand. When Pug shook his head, the magician said, "He family great. Minwanabi. He second to—" He fumbled for a term, then moved his hand in a circle, as if indicating all the men in the tent, officers from their proud plumes. "Man who lead." Pug nodded and softly said, "Your lord." The magician's eyes narrowed, as if he were about to object to Pug's speaking out of turn, but instead he paused and then said, "Yes, Lord of War. It is that one's will that we are here. This one is second to Lord of War." He pointed to the man in orange, who looked on impassively. "You are nothing to this man." It was obvious the man was feeling frustration in his inability to convey what he wished. It was plain this lord was something special by the lights of his own people, and the man translating was trying to impress this upon Pug. The lord cut the translator off and said several things, then nodded toward Pug. The bald magician bobbed his head in agreement, then turned his attention toward Pug. "You are lord?" Pug nodded. His tunic was of a finer fabric than the homespun of the common soldiers. He tried to explain his position as a member in the Duke's court. After several attempts, he resigned himself to the presumption they made of his being some sort of highly placed servant. The magician picked up a small device and held it out to Pug. Hesitating for a moment, the boy reached out and took it. It was a cube of some crystal-like material, with veins of pink running throughout. After a moment in his hand, it took on a glow, softly pink. The man in orange gave an order, and the magician translated. "This lord says, how many men along pass to—" He faltered and pointed. Pug had no idea of where he was, or what direction was being pointed to. "I don't know where I am," he said. "I was unconscious when I was brought here." The magician sat in thought for a moment, then stood. "That way," he said, pointing at a right angle to the direction he had just indicated, "is tall mountain, larger than others. That way," he moved his hand a little, "in sky is 5 fires, like so." His hands traced a pattern. After a moment, Pug understood. The man had pointed to where Stone Mountain lay, and where the constellation called the 5 Jewels hung in the sky. He was in the valley they had raided. The pass, indicated, was the one used as an escape route. I don't know how many." The magician looked closely at the cube in Pug's hand. It continued to glow in soft pink tones. "Good. You tell truth." Pug then understood that he held some sort of device that would inform his captives if he tried to deceive them. He felt black despair wash over him. He knew that any survival hopes he entertained were going to involve some manner of betraying his homeland. The magician asked several questions about the nature of the force outside the valley. When most went unanswered, for Pug had not been privy to meetings on strategy matters, the questions changed to a more general nature, about common things in Midkemia, but which seemed to hold a fascination for the Tsurani. The interview continued for several hours. Pug began to feel faint on several occasions as the pressure of the situation combined with his general exhaustion. He was given a strong drink one of these times, which restored his energy for a while but left him light-headed. He answered every question. Several times he got around the truth device by telling only some of the information requested, not volunteering anything. On several of these occasions he could tell both the Lord and Magician were nettled by their inability to deal with answers that were incomplete or complex. Finally, the Lord indicated the interview was over, and Pug was dragged outside. The Magician followed. Outside the tent, the Magician stood before Pug. "My Lord says, I think this servant," he pointed at Pug's chest, "he groped for a word, "he is clever." "My lord does not mind clever servants, for they work well. But he thinks you are too clever. He says to tell you to be careful, for now you are a slave. Clever slave may live long time. Too clever slave dies quickly if—" Again the pause. There, a broad smile crossed the magician's face. "If he is fortunate, yes, that is the word." He rolled the word around his mouth one more time, as if savouring the taste of it. Fortunate. Pug was led back to the holding area and left with his own thoughts. He looked around and saw that a few other captives were awake. Most looked confused and dispirited. One openly wept. Pug turned his eyes skyward and saw the pink edge along the mountains in the east, heralding the coming dawn. Chapter 15. Conflicts. The rain was unceasing. Huddled near the mouth of the cave, a group of dwarves sat around a small cook fire, the gloom of the day reflected upon their faces. Dolgan puffed upon his pipe, and the others were working on their armour, repairing cuts and breaks in leather, cleaning and oiling metal. A pot of stew simmered on the fire. Thomas sat at the back of the cave, his sword set across his knees. He looked blankly past the others, his eyes focused on some point far beyond them. 7 times the dwarves of the Grey Towers had ventured out against the invaders, and 7 times they had inflicted heavy losses. But each time it was clear that the Tsurani's numbers were undiminished. Many dwarves were missing now, their lives bought at a dear price to the enemy, but dearer to the families of the Grey Towers. The long-lived dwarves had fewer children, years further apart than did humans. Each loss diminished dwarven kind at a much more damaging cost than could have been imagined by the humans. Each time the dwarves had gathered and attacked through the mines into the valley, Thomas had been in the van. His golden helm would be a signal beacon for the dwarves. His golden broadsword would arc above the fray, then swing down to take its toll from the enemy. In battle, the keep boy was transformed into a figure of power, a fighting hero whose presence on the field struck awe and fear into the Tsurani. Had he possessed any doubt about the magical nature of his arms and armour after driving off the wraith, they were dispelled the first time he wore them into battle. They had gathered 30 fighting dwarves from Caldara and ventured through the mines to an entrance in the south portion of the captured valley. They surprised a Tsurani patrol not far from the mines and slew them. But during the course of the fighting, Thomas had been cut off from the dwarves by 3 Tsurani warriors. As they bore down on him, their swords raised high overhead, he felt something take hold of him. Darting between 2 of them, like some maddened acrobat, he had slain both with a single stroke from one side to the other. The 3rd had been taken quickly from behind before he could recover from the sudden move. After the fray, Thomas had been filled with an elation new to him, and somehow frightening as well. All the way back from the battle, he had felt suffused with an unknown energy. Each subsequent battle had gained him the same power and skill of arms, but the elation had become something more urgent. And the last 2 times, the visions had begun. Now, for the first time, the visions were coming unbidden. They were transparent, like an image laid upon another. He could see the dwarves through it as well as the forest beyond, but upon them played a scene of people long dead and places vanished from the memories of the living. Halls, decked with golden trappings, were lit with torches that threw dancing light from crystal set upon tables. Goblets that never knew human touch were raised to lips that curved in unfamiliar smiles. Great lords of some long-dead race supped at banquet before his eyes. Strange they were, yet also familiar. Human-like, but with elven ears and eyes. Tall like the elven folk, but broader of shoulder and thicker of arm. The women were beautiful, but in alien ways. The dream took shape and substance more vivid than any he had experienced so far. Thomas strained to hear the faint laughter, the sound of alien music, and the spoken words of these people. He was ripped from his reverie by Dolgan's voice. "Will you take some food, laddie?" He could answer with only a part of his awareness as he rose and crossed the space between them to take the offered bowl of meat stew. When his hand touched the bowl, the vision vanished, and he shook his head to clear it. "Are you all right, Thomas?" Slowly sitting, Thomas looked at his friend for a moment. "I'm not sure," he said hesitantly. "There is something I'm not really sure, just tired, I guess." Dolgan looked at the boy. The ravages of battle were showing on his young face. Already he looked less the boy and more the man. But beyond the normal hardening of character expected from battle, something else was occurring in Thomas. Dolgan had not yet decided if the change was fully for good or ill, or if it could even be considered in those terms. 6 months of watching Thomas was not long enough to come to any sort of conclusion. Since donning the dragon's gift armour, Thomas had become a fighter of legendary capabilities, and the young man, was taking on weight, even though food was often scarce. It was as if something were acting to bring him to a growth sufficient to fit the cut of the armour, and his features were gaining a strange cast. His nose had taken on a slightly more angular shape, more finely chiselled than before. His brows had become more arched, his eyes deeper set. He was still Thomas, but Thomas with a slight change in appearance, as if wearing someone else's expression. Dolgan pulled long on his pipe and looked at the white tabard Thomas wore. 7 times in battle and free from stain, dirt, blood, and all other manner of contamination were refused purchase in its fabric, and the device of the golden dragon gleamed as brightly as when they had first found it. So it was also with the shield he wore in battle. Many times struck, still it was free of any scar. The dwarves were circumspect in this matter, for their race had long ago used magic in the fashioning of weapons of power, but this was something else. They would wait and see what it brought before they would judge. As they finished their meagre meal, one of the guards on the edge of the camp came into the clearing before the cave. "Someone comes!" The dwarves quickly armed themselves and stood ready. Instead of the strangely armoured Surani soldiers, a single man, dressed in the dark grey cloak and tunic of a Natalese ranger, appeared. He walked directly into the centre of the clearing and announced, in a voice hoarse from days running through wet forests, "Hail Dolgan of the Grey Towers!" Dolgan stepped forward.
"Hail Grimsworth of Natal!"
The rangers were serving as scouts and runners since the invaders had taken the free city of Wallinor. The man walked into the cave and sat down. He was given a bowl of stew, and Dolgan said, "What news?"
"None, good lord, I'm afraid,"
he said between mouthfuls of stew.
"The invaders hold a hard front from out of the valley northeast towards Lamut. Wallinor has been reinforced with fresh troops from their homeland and stands like a knife between the free cities in the kingdom. They had thrice raided the main camp of the kingdom's host when I left 2 weeks ago, probably again since. They harry patrols from Criddy. I am to tell you that it is believed they will start a drive into your area soon."
Dolgan looked perplexed.
"Why do the dukes think that? Our lookouts have seen no increase in the aliens' activity in these parts. Every patrol they send out we attack. If anything, they seem to be leaving us alone. I'm not sure. I heard that the magician Kalgan thinks that Surani seek metals from your mines, though why I do not know. In any event, that's what the dukes have said. They think there will be an assault on the mines' entrances in the valley. I'm to tell you that new Surani troops may be coming into the southern end of the valley, for there has been no major assault in the north, only the small raids. Now, you must do what you think is best."
So saying, he turned his full attention to the stew. Dolgan thought.
"Tell me, Grimsworth, what news of the elven folk?"
"A little. Since the aliens have invaded the southern part of the elven forests, we are cut off. The last elven runner came through over a week before I left. At last word, they had stopped the barbarians at the fords of the river Criddy, where it passes through the forest. There are also rumours of alien creatures fighting with the invaders, but as far as I know, only a few burned-out village folk have seen these creatures, so I wouldn't place too much stock in what they say. Oh, though there is one interesting piece of news, though. It seems a patrol from Yabon made an unusually broad sweep to the edge of the Lake of the Sky. On the shore, they found what was left of some Surani and a band of goblins raiding south from the Northlands. At least we don't have to worry about the northern borders. Perhaps we could arrange for them to battle each other for a while and leave us alone.
Or take up common cause against us, said Dolgan. Still, I think that unlikely, as the goblins tend to kill first and negotiate later.
Grimsworth chuckled deeply.
It is somehow meet that these two bloody-handed folk should run across one another.
Dolgan nodded. He hoped Grimsworth correct, but was disquieted by the thought of the nations of the north, as the dwarves thought of the Northlands, joining the fray. Grimsworth wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
I will stay this night only, for if I am to pass safely through their lines, I must move quickly. They step up their patrols to the coast, cutting off Criddy for days at a time. I will spend some time there, then start the long run for the Duke's camp.
Will you return?
Asked Dolgan. The ranger smiled, his grin showing up brightly against his dark skin.
Perhaps, if the gods are obliging. If not I, then one of my brothers. It might be that you'll see Long Leon. For he was sent to Elvendar, and if he's all right, may be bound here with missives from the Lady Aglarana. It would be good to know how the elven folk fare.
Thomas's head came up from his musing at the mention of the Elf Queen's name. Dolgan puffed on his pipe and nodded. Grimsworth turned to Thomas and spoke directly to him for the first time.
I bring you a message from Lord Boric, Thomas.
It had been Grimsworth who carried the first messages from the dwarves, along with the news that Thomas was alive and well. Thomas had wanted to return to the kingdom forces with Grimsworth, but the Nathalese ranger had refused to have him along, citing his need to travel fast and quietly. Grimsworth continued his message.
The Duke rejoices at your good fortune and your good health, but he sends grave news as well. Your friend Pug fell in the first raid into the Sirani camp, and was taken by them. Lord Boric shares your loss.
Thomas stood without a word and moved deep into the cave. He sat in the rear for a few moments, as still as the rock around him. Then a faint trembling started in his shoulders. It grew in severity until he shook violently, teeth chattering as if from bitter cold. Then tears came unbidden to his cheeks, and he felt a hot pain rush up from his bowels to his throat, constricting his chest. Without a sound, he gasped for breath, and great silent sobs shook him. As the pain grew near unbearable, a seed of cold fury formed in the centre of his being, pushing upward, displacing the hot pain of grief. Dolgan, Grimsworth, and the rest looked up when Thomas re-entered the light of the fire.
Would you please tell the Duke that I thank him for thinking of me? He asked the ranger.
Grimsworth nodded.
Yes, I will, lad. I think it would be all right for you to make the run to Criddy if you wish to return home. I'm sure Prince Liam could use your sword.
Thomas thought. It would be good to see home again, but at the keep he would be just another apprentice, even if he did bear arms. They would let him fight if the keep was attacked, but they certainly wouldn't let him participate in raids.
Thank you, Grimsworth, but I will remain. There is much yet to be done here, and I would be a part of it.
I would ask you to give word to my mother and father that I'm well enough and think of them. Sitting down, he added,
If it is my destiny to return to Criddy, I shall.
Grimsworth looked hard at Thomas, seemed about to speak, then noticed a slight shake of Dolgan's head. More than any other humans in the West, the Rangers of Natal were sensitive to the ways of the elves and dwarves. Something was occurring here that Dolgan thought best left unexplored for the time being, and Grimsworth would bow before the dwarven chief's wisdom. As soon as the meal was finished, guards were posted, and the rest made ready for sleep. As the fire died down, Thomas could hear the faint sounds of inhuman music, and again saw the shadows dance. Before sleep claimed him, he plainly saw one figure stand apart from the rest. A tall warrior,
cruel of face and powerful in countenance, dressed in a white tabard emblazoned with a golden dragon. Thomas stood with his back pressed against the wall of the passage. He smiled a cruel and terrible smile. His eyes were wide, whites vivid around pale blue irises. His body was nearly rigid as he stood motionless. His fingers clenched and unclenched on the hilt of his sword of white and gold. Images shimmered before his eyes, tall, graceful people who rode on the backs of dragons and lived in halls deep in the earth. Music could be heard faintly in his mind's ear, and strange tongues. The long-dead race called to him, a mighty race who had fashioned this armour never meant for human use. More and more the visions came. He could keep his mind free of them most times, but when he felt the battle lust rise, as it did now, the images took on dimension, colour and sound. He would strain to hear the words. They came faintly, and he could almost understand them. He shook his head, bringing himself back to the present. He looked around the dark passage, no longer surprised at his ability to see in the dark. He signalled across the intersecting tunnel to Dolgan, who stood quietly waiting in position with his men 40 feet away, and acknowledged him with a wave. On each side of the large tunnel, 60 dwarves waited to spring the trap. They waited for the handful of dwarves who were running before a Tsurani force leading the enemy into the trap. The sound of footfalls pounding down the tunnel alerted them. In a moment, it was joined by the sounds of clashing arms. Thomas tensed. Several dwarves came into view, moving backward as they fought a rearward action. Passing the side tunnels, the fighting dwarves gave no indication they were aware of their brethren waiting on either side. As soon as the first Tsurani warriors were past, Thomas cried, "Now!" and leaped forward. Suddenly, the tunnel was filled with turning, slashing bodies. The Tsurani were mostly armed with broadswords, ill-fitted for close quarters, and the dwarves wielded hand-axes and hammers with expertise. Thomas laid about himself, and several bodies fell. The flickering Tsurani torches threw mad, dancing shadows high on the passage walls, creating confusion for the eye. A shout from the rear of the Tsurani force sounded, and the aliens began to back down the tunnel. Those with shields came to the fore, forming a wall over which the swordsmen could strike. The dwarves were unable to reach far enough to do any damage. Each time a dwarf attacked, the shield wall would stand, and the attacker would be answered by sword blows from behind the shield. In short spurts, the enemy backed away. Thomas moved to the fore, since his reach was long enough to strike at the shield holders. He fell too, but as quickly as each dropped, another took his place. Still, the dwarves pressed them, and they retreated. They reached a glory hole, entering it at the lowest level, and the Tsurani rapidly took position in the centre of the great cavern, forming a rough circle of shields. The dwarves paused for a moment, then charged the position. A faint flicker of movement caught Thomas's eye, and he looked up to one of the ledges above. In the darkness of the mine, it was impossible to see anything clearly, but a sudden feeling alerted him. "Look to the rear!" he shouted. Most of the dwarves had broken through the shield wall and were too busy to heed him, but a few close by stopped their attack and looked up. One standing next to Thomas cried, "From above!" Black shapes came pouring forth from above, seeming to crawl down the face of the rock. Other human shapes came running down the paths from the higher levels. Lights appeared above as Tsurani warriors on the upper levels opened shuttered lamps and lit torches. Thomas stopped in shock. Directly behind the few surviving Tsurani in the centre of the cavern, he could see creatures entering from every opening above, like a herd of ants, which they closely resembled. Unlike ants, though, they were upright from the centre of their bodies, with human-like arms bearing weapons. Their faces, insect-like, had large, multifaceted eyes, but very human-like mouths. They moved with incredible speed, dodging forward to strike at the dwarves who, surprised though they were, responded without hesitation, and the battle was joined. The fray increased in intensity, and several times Thomas faced two opponents, Tsurani or monster or both. The creatures were obviously intelligent, for they fought in an organised manner, and their inhuman voices could be heard crying out in the Tsurani tongue. Thomas looked up after dispatching one of the creatures and saw a new influx of warriors from above.
"To me! To me!"
he shouted, and the dwarves started fighting toward him. When most were close by, Dolgan could be heard shouting,
"Back! Fall back! There are too many!"
The dwarves slowly began to move toward the tunnel they had entered from with its relative safety. There they could face a smaller number of creatures and Tsurani, and, they hoped, lose them in the mines. Seeing the dwarves moving back, the Tsurani and their allies pressed the attack. Thomas saw a large number of the creatures interpose themselves between the dwarves and the escape route. He sprang forward and heard a strange war cry escape from his lips, words he didn't understand. His golden sword flashed, and with a shriek, one of the strange creatures fell. Another wielded a broadsword at him, and he caught it on his shield. A lesser being's arm would have been broken, but the blow rang out on the white shield, and the creature backed away, then struck again. Again he blocked it, and, with a looping overhand swing, struck through its neck, severing head from body. It stiffened for a moment, then collapsed at his feet. He leaped over its fallen body and landed before 3 startled Tsurani warriors. One held 2 lanterns, and the others were armed. Before the man with the lanterns could drop them, Thomas jumped forward and struck down the other 2 men. The third died trying to draw his sword. Letting his shield hang on his arm, Thomas reached down and grabbed a lantern. He turned and saw the dwarves scrambling over the bodies of the fallen creatures he had killed. Several carried wounded comrades. A handful of dwarves, with Dolgan at their head, held their enemies at bay while the others made good their escape. The dwarves, who carried wounded, hurried past Thomas. One, who had stayed behind in the tunnel during the fighting, hastened forward when his comrades were obviously in retreat. Instead of weapons, he carried 2 bulging skins filled with liquid. The rear guard was pressed back toward the escape tunnel, and twice soldiers tried to circle to cut them off. Both times Thomas struck out and they fell. When Dolgan and his fighters stood atop the bodies of the fallen monsters, Thomas yelled, "Be ready to jump!" He took the 2 heavy skins from the dwarf. "Now!" he shouted. Dolgan and the others leaped back, and the Tsurani were left standing on the other side of the corpses. Without hesitation, the dwarves sped up the tunnel, while Thomas threw the skins at the bodies. They had been carried carefully, for they were fashioned to rupture on impact. Both contained naphtha, which the dwarves had gathered from deep black pools under the mountain. It would burn without a wick, as oil would not. Thomas raised the lantern and smashed it in the midst of the pools of volatile liquid. The Tsurani, hesitating only briefly, were moving forward at the lantern burst. White heat exploded in the tunnel as the naphtha burst into flames. The dwarves, blinded, could hear the screams of the Tsurani who had been caught. When their vision recovered, they could see a single figure striding down the tunnel. Thomas appeared black, outlined against the near-white flames. When he reached them, Dolgan said,
"They'll be upon us when the flames die."
They quickly made their way through a series of tunnels and headed back toward the exit on the western side of the mountains. After they had travelled a short distance, Dolgan halted the party. He and several others stood still, listening to the silence in the tunnels. One dropped to the floor and placed his ear on the ground, but immediately jumped to his feet.
"They come! By the sound, hundreds of them, and the creatures too. They must be mounting a major offensive."
Dolgan took stock. Of the 150 dwarves who had begun the ambush, only 70 or so stood here, and of these, 12 were injured. It could be hoped that others had escaped through passages, but for the moment they were all in danger. Dolgan acted quickly.
"We must make for the forest."
He started to trot along with the others following behind. Thomas ran easily, but his mind reeled with images. In the heat of battle they assaulted him, more vivid and clear than before. He could see the bodies of his fallen enemies, yet they looked nothing like the Tsurani.
He could taste the blood of the fallen, the magic energies that came with him as he drank from the open wounds in the ceremony of victory. He shook his head to clear the images. What ceremony, he wondered. Dolgan spoke, and Thomas forced his attention to the dwarf's words.
"We must find another stronghold," he said as they ran. "Perhaps it would be best to try for Stone Mountain. Our villages here are safe, but we have no base to fight from, for I think the Tsurani will have control of these mines soon. Those creatures of theirs fight well in the dark, and if they have many of them, they can ferret us out of the deeper passages."
Thomas nodded, unable to speak. He was burning inside, a cold fire of hatred for these Tsurani. They had savaged his homeland and taken his brother in all but name, and now many dwarven friends lay dead under the mountain because of them. His face was grim as he made a silent vow to destroy these invaders, whatever the cost. They moved cautiously through the trees, watching for signs of the Tsurani. 3 times in 6 days they had skirmished, and now the dwarves numbered 52. The more seriously wounded had been carried to the relative safety of the high villages, where the Tsurani were unlikely to follow. Now they approached the southern part of the elven forests. At first they had tried to turn eastward toward the pass, seeking a way towards Stone Mountain. The route was thick with Tsurani camps and patrols, and they had been constantly turned northward. Finally, it had been decided to try for Elvender, where they could find rest from the constant flight. A scout returned from his position 20 yards ahead and said softly, "A camp at the ford." Dolgan considered. The dwarves were not swimmers, and they would need to cross at a ford. It was likely that Tsurani would hold all the fords on this side. They would have to find a place free of guards, if one existed. Thomas looked around. It was nearly nightfall, and if they were to sneak across the river this close to the Tsurani's lines, it would best be done in the dark. Thomas whispered this to Dolgan, who nodded. He signalled the guard to head off to the west of the espied camp to find a likely-looking place to hole up. After a short wait, the guide returned with word of a thicket facing a hollowed rock where they could wait for nightfall. They hurried to the place and found a boulder of granite extruding from the ground, 12 feet tall, and broadening to a base 25 or 30 feet across. When they pulled back the brush, they found a hollow in which they could tightly fit. It was only 20 feet across, but it reached back under the rock shelf for over 40 feet, angling down. When they were all safely tucked in, Dolgan observed,
"This must have been under the river at one time. See how it's worn smooth on the underside. It is cramped, but we should be safe for a bit."
Thomas barely heard, for he was once again fighting his battle against the images, the waking dreams as he thought of them. He closed his eyes, and again the visions came, and the faint music. The victory had been swift, but ashen sugar brooded. Something troubled the ruler of the Eagle's reaches. The blood of Algon Cocoon, tyrant of Wind Valley, was still salty upon his lips, and his consorts were now ashen sugars. Still, there was something lacking. He studied the Moradel dancers, moving in perfect time with the music for his amusement. That was as it should be. No, the lack was felt deep within Ashen Sugur. Alanguan, one whom the elves called their princess and his latest favourite, sat on the floor beside his throne, awaiting his pleasure. He barely noticed her lovely face and her supple body, clothed in silken garments that served to accent her beauty rather than conceal it. "Art thou troubled, master?" she asked faintly, her terror of him as thinly veiled as her body. He glanced away. She had glimpsed his uncertainty. That earned her death, but he would kill her later. Appetites of the flesh had fled lately, both the pleasure of the bed and that of killing. Now he thought upon his nameless feeling, that phantom emotion so strange within. Ashen Sugar raised his hand, and the dancers were on the floor, foreheads pressed to the stone. The musicians had ceased playing in mid-note, it seemed, and the cavern was silent. With a flickering of his hand, he dismissed them, and they fled out of the great hall, past the mighty golden dragon Sharuga, who patiently awaited his master.
"Thomas!"
came the voice. Thomas's eyes opened with a snap. Dolgan had his hand upon the young man's arm.
"It is time. Night has fallen. You've been asleep, laddie."
Thomas shook his head to clear it, and the lingering images fled. He felt a churning in his stomach as the last flickering vision of a warrior in white and gold standing over the bloody body of an elven princess vanished. With the others, he crawled out from under the overhanging rock, and they set out once more toward the river. The forest was silent, even the night birds seemingly cautious about revealing their whereabouts. They reached the river without incident, save that they had to lie hidden while a patrol of Tsurani passed. They followed the river with a scout in front. After a few minutes, the scout returned.
"A sandbar crosses the river."
Dolgan nodded. The dwarves moved quietly forward and entered the water in single file. Thomas waited with Dolgan while the others crossed. When the last dwarf entered the water, an inquiring shout sounded from farther up the bank. The dwarves froze. Thomas moved quickly forward and surprised a Tsurani guard who was trying to peer through the gloom. The man cried out as he was felled, and shouting erupted a short way off. Thomas saw lantern light rapidly approaching him, turned and ran. He found Dolgan waiting on the bank and shouted, "Fly! They are upon us!" Several dwarves stood indecisively as Thomas and Dolgan splashed into the river. The water was cold, moving rapidly over the sandbar. Thomas had to steady himself as he waded through. The water was only waist deep for him, but the dwarves were covered nearly to their chins. They would never be able to fight in the river. As the first Tsurani guards leaped into the water, Thomas turned to hold them off while the dwarves made good their escape. 2 Tsurani attacked, and he struck them both down. Several more jumped into the river, and he had only a brief moment to see to the dwarves. They were almost at the opposite bank, and he caught sight of Dolgan, helpless frustration clearly marked on his face in the Tsurani lamplight. Thomas struck out again at the Tsurani soldiers. 4 or 5 were trying to surround him, and the best he could manage was to keep them at bay. Each time he tried for a kill, he would leave himself open from a different quarter. The sound of new voices told him it was only a matter of moments before he would be overwhelmed. He vowed to make them pay dearly, and lashed out at one man, splitting his shield and breaking his arm. The man went down with a cry. Thomas barely caught an answering blow on his shield when a whistling sound sped past his ear, and a Tsurani guard fell screaming, a long arrow protruding from his chest. The air was at once full of arrows. Several more Tsurani fell, and the rest pulled back. Every soldier in the water died before he could reach the shore. A voice called out, "Quickly, man! They will answer in kind!" As if to demonstrate the truth of the warning, an arrow sped past Thomas's face from the other direction. He hurried toward the safety of the opposite bank. A Tsurani arrow struck him in the helm, and he stumbled. As he righted himself, another took him in the leg. He pitched forward and felt the sandy soil of the riverbank below him. Hands reached down and pulled him unceremoniously along. A dizzy, swimming sensation swept over him, and he heard a voice say, "They poisoned their arrows. We must." The rest trailed away into blackness. Thomas opened his eyes. For a moment he had no idea where he was. He felt lightheaded, and his mouth was dry. A face loomed over him, and a hand lifted his head as water was placed at his lips. He drank deeply, feeling better afterward. He turned his head a little and saw two men sitting close by. For a moment he feared he had been captured, but then he saw that these men wore dark green leather tunics. "You have been very ill," said the one who had given him water. Thomas then realised these men were elves. "Dolgan?" he croaked. "The dwarves have been taken to council with our mistress. We could not chance moving you for fear of the poison. The outworlders have a venom unknown to us which kills rapidly. We treat it as best we can, but those wounded die as often as not." He felt his strength returning slowly. How long?" 3 days. You have hovered near death since we fished you out from the river. We carried you as far as we dared." Thomas looked around and saw that he had been undressed and was lying under a shelter fashioned from tree branches, a blanket over him. He smelt food cooking over a fire and saw the pot the savoury aroma came from. His host noticed and signalled for a bowl to be brought over. Thomas sat up and his head swam for a moment. He was given a large piece of bread and used it in place of a spoon. The food was delicious, and every bite seemed to fill him with increasing strength. As he ate, he took stock of the others sitting nearby. The two silent elves regarded him with blank expressions. Only the speaker showed any signs of hospitality. Thomas looked at him and said, "What of the enemy?" The elf smiled. "The outworlders still fear to cross the river. Here, our magic is stronger, and they find themselves lost and confused. No outworlder has reached our shore and returned to the other side." Thomas nodded. When he finished eating, he felt surprisingly well. He tried to stand and found he was only a little shaky. After a few steps, he could feel the strength returning to his limbs, and that his leg was already healed. He spent a few minutes stretching and working out the stiffness of 3 days sleeping on the ground, then dressed. "You're Prince Carlin. I remember you from the Duke's court." Carlin smiled in return. "And I you, Thomas of Criddy, though you have changed much in a year's time. These others are Galain and Algavins. If you feel up to it, we can rejoin your friends at the court of the Queen." Thomas smiled. "Let's go." They broke camp and set out. At first they moved slowly, giving Thomas plenty of time to gain his wind. But after a while it was evident he was remarkably fit in light of his recent brush with death. And soon the 4 figures were running through the trees. Thomas, in spite of his armour, kept pace. His hosts glanced questioningly at each other. They ran most of the afternoon before stopping. Thomas looked around the forest and said, "What a wonderful place." Galain said, "Most of your race would disagree, man. They find the forest frightening, full of strange shapes and fearful sounds." Thomas laughed. "Most men lack imagination or possess too much. The forest is quiet and peaceful. It's the most peaceful place I think I've ever known." The elf said nothing, but a look of mild surprise crossed Carlin's face. "We had best continue, if we are to reach Elvendar before dark." As night fell, they reached a giant clearing. Thomas stopped and stood rooted by the sight before him. Across the clearing, a huge city of trees rose upward. Gigantic trees, dwarfing any oaks imagined, stood together. They were linked by gracefully arching bridges of branches flat across the tops, on which elves could be seen running from bole to bole. Thomas looked up and saw the trunks rise up until they were lost in a sea of leaves and branches. The leaves were deep green, but here and there a tree with golden, silver, or even white foliage could be seen sparkling with lights. A soft glow permeated the entire area, and Thomas wondered if it ever became truly dark here. Carlin placed his hand on Thomas's shoulder and simply said, "Elvendar." They hurried across the clearing,
and Thomas could see the elven tree city was even larger than he had first imagined. It spread away on all sides and must have been over a mile across. Thomas felt a thrill of wonder at this magic place, a singular exaltation. They reached a stairway carved into the side of a tree that wound its way upward into the branches. They started up the steps, and Thomas again felt a sensation of joy, as if the mad frenzy that filled him during a battle had a harmonious aspect of gentler nature. Upward they climbed, and as they passed the large branches that served as roadways for the elves, Thomas could see elven men and women on all sides. Many of the men wore fighting leather like his guides, but many others wore long, graceful robes or tunics of bright and rich colours. The women were all beautiful, with their hair worn long and down, unlike the ladies of the Duke's court. Many had jewels woven into their tresses that sparkled when they passed. All were tall and graceful. They reached a gigantic branch and left the stairs. Carlin began to warn him about not looking down, for he knew humans had difficulty on the high pathways. But Thomas stood near the edge, looking down with no sign of discomfort or vertigo. "This is a marvellous place," he said. The three elves exchanged questioning glances, but no words were spoken. They set off again, and when they came to an intersection of branches, the two elves turned off the path, leaving Thomas and Carlin to travel alone. Deeper and deeper they moved, Thomas as sure-footed on the branch road as the elf, until they reached a large opening. Here, a circle of trees formed a central court for the elf queen. 100 branches met and merged into a huge platform. Aglarana was sitting upon a wooden throne surrounded by her court. A single human in the grey of a Natalese ranger stood near the queen, his black skin gleaming in the night glow. He was the tallest man Thomas had ever seen, and the young man from Criddy knew this must be Long Leon, the ranger Grimsworth had spoken of. Carlin led Thomas into the centre of the clearing and presented him to Queen Aglarana. She showed slight surprise as she saw the figure of the young man in white and gold, but quickly composed her features. In her rich voice, she welcomed Thomas to Elvendar and bade him stay as long as he wished. The court adjourned, and Dolgan came to where Thomas stood.
"Well, laddie, I'm glad to see you recovered. It was an undecided issue when we left you. I hated to do so, but I think you understand. I was in need of getting word on the fighting near Stone Mountain."
Thomas nodded. "I understand. What news?" Dolgan shook his head.
"Bad, I fear. We are cut off from our brethren. I think we will be staying with the elven folk for a while, and I have little love for these heights."
Thomas broke into open laughter at that. Dolgan smiled, for it was the first time since the boy had donned the dragon's armour he had heard the sound. Chapter 16. Raid. Wagons groaned under heavy loads. Whips cracked and wheels creaked as lumbering oxen pulled their burdens down the road toward the beach. Aratha, Fannon and Liam rode before soldiers protecting the wagons travelling between the castle and the shore. Behind the wagons, a ragged crowd of townspeople followed. Many carried bundles or pulled carts, following the Duke's sons toward the waiting ships. They turned down the road that split off from the town road, and Aratha's gaze swept over the signs of destruction. The once thriving town of Criddy was now covered in an acrid blue haze. The sounds of hammering and sawing rang through the morning air as workmen laboured to repair what they could of the damage. The Tsurani had raided at sundown 2 days before, racing through the town, overwhelming the few guards at their posts before an alarm was raised by terrified women, old men and children. The aliens had run riot through the town, not pausing until they reached dockside, where they had fired 3 ships, heavily damaging 2. The damaged ships were already limping toward Kars, while the undamaged ships in the harbour had moved down the coast to their present location north of Sailor's Grief. The Tsurani had put most of the buildings near the quay to the Torch, but while heavily damaged, they were repairable. The fire had spread into the heart of town, resulting in the heaviest loss there. The Hall of the Craftmasters, the 2 inns, and dozens of lesser buildings were now only smouldering ruins. Blackened timbers, cracked roof tiles, and scorched stones marked their locations. Fully 1/3 of Criddy had burned before the fire had been brought under control. Aratha had stood on the wall, watching the hellish glow reflected on the clouds above the town as the flames spread. Then, at first light, he had led the garrison out, finding the Tsurani already vanished into the forests. Aratha still chafed at the memory. Fannin had advised Liam not to allow the garrison out until dawn, fearing it was a ruse to get the castle gates open or to lure the garrison into the woods where a larger force waited in ambush, and Liam had acceded to the old swordmaster's request. Aratha was sure he could have prevented much of the damage had he been allowed to rout the Tsurani at once. As he rode down the coast road, Aratha was lost in thought. Orders arrived the day before instructing Liam to leave Criddy. The Duke's aide-de-camp had been killed, and with the war beginning its 3rd year this spring, he wished Liam to join him at the camp in Yabon. For reasons Aratha didn't understand, Duke Boric had not given command to him as expected. Instead, Boric had named the Swordmaster garrison commander. But, thought the younger prince, at least Fannin will be less ready to order me about without Liam's backing. He shook his head slightly in an attempt to dislodge this irritation. He loved his brother, but wished Liam had shown more willingness to assert himself. Since the beginning of the war, Liam had commanded in Criddy, but it had been Fannin making all the decisions. Now Fannin had the office as well as the influence.
Thoughtful brother.
Liam had pulled his own horse up and was now beside Aratha, who shook his head and smiled faintly. Just envious of you. Liam smiled his warmest at his youngest brother.
I know you wish to be going, but Father's orders were clear. You're needed here.
How needed can I be where every suggestion I make has been ignored? Liam's expression was conciliatory.
You're still disturbed by Father's decision to name Fannin commander of the garrison.
Aratha looked hard at his brother. I'm now the age you were when Father named you commander at Criddy. Father was full commander and second knight general in the West at my age, only 4 years shy of being named King's Warden of the West. Grandfather trusted him enough to give him full command.
Father's not grandfather, Aratha. Remember, Grandfather grew up in a time when we were still warring in Criddy, pacifying newly conquered lands. He grew up in war. Father did not. He learned all his warcraft down in the Vale of Dreams against Kesh, not defending his own home as Grandfather had. Times change.
How they change, brother, Aratha said dryly. Grandfather, like his father before him, would not have sat behind safe walls. In the 2 years since the war began, we have not mounted one major offensive against the Tsurani. We cannot continue letting them dictate the course of the war, or surely they will prevail. Liam regarded his brother with concern mirrored in his eyes. Aratha, I know you are restless to hurry the enemy, but Fannin is right in saying we dare not risk the garrison. We must hold here and protect what we have. Aratha cast a quick glance at the ragged townspeople behind. I'll tell those who follow how well they're protected. Liam saw the bitterness in Aratha.
I know you blame me, brother. Had I taken your advice rather than Fannin's?
Aratha lost his harsh manner. It's not your doing, he conceded. Old Fannin is simply cautious. He is also of the opinion a soldier's worth is measured by the grey in his beard. I am still only the Duke's boy.
I fear my opinions from now on will receive short shrift.
Curb thy impatience, youngster, he said in mock seriousness. Perhaps between your boldness and Fannon's caution a safe middle course will be followed. Liam laughed. Aratha had always found his brother's laughter infectious and couldn't repress a grin. Perhaps, Liam, he said with a laugh. They came to the beach where longboats waited to haul the refugees out to the ships anchored offshore. The captains would not return to the quayside until they were assured their ships would not again come under attack, so the fleeing townspeople were forced to walk through the surf to board the boats. Men and women began to wade to the boats, bundles of belongings and small children held safely overhead. Older children swam playfully, turning the event into sport. There were many tearful partings, for most of the townsmen were remaining to rebuild their burned homes and serve as levies in the Duke's army. The women, children and old men who were leaving would be carried down the coast to Tulan, the southernmost town in the duchy, as yet untroubled by either the Tirani or the rampaging Dark Brothers in the Green Heart. Liam and Aratha dismounted, and a soldier took their horses. The brothers watched as soldiers carefully loaded crates of messenger pigeons onto the sole longboat pulled up on shore. The birds would be shipped through the Straits of Darkness to the Duke's camp. Pigeons trained to fly to the camp were now on their way to Criddy, and with their arrival some of the responsibility for carrying information to and from the Duke's camp would be lifted from Martin Longbow's trackers and the Natalie's rangers. This was the first year mature pigeons raised in the camp, necessary for them to develop the homing instinct, were available. Soon the baggage and refugees were loaded, and it was time for Liam to depart. Fannon bid him a stiff and formal farewell, but it was apparent from his controlled manner that the old swordmaster felt concern for the Duke's older son. With no family of his own, Fannon had been something of an uncle to the boys when they were growing, personally instructing them in swordsmanship and the maintenance of armour and the theories of warcraft. He maintained his formal pose, but both brothers could see the genuine affection there. When Fannon left, the brothers embraced. Liam said, "Take care of Fannon." Aratha looked surprised. Liam grinned and said, "I'd not care to think what would happen here should father pass you over once more and name Algon commander of the garrison." Aratha groaned, then laughed with his brother. As horsemaster, Algon was technically second in command behind Fannon. All in the castle shared genuine affection for the man and deep respect for his vast knowledge of horses, but everyone conceded his general lack of knowledge about anything besides horses. After 2 years of warfare, he still resisted the idea the invaders came from another world, an attitude that caused Tully no end of irritation. Liam moved into the water where 2 sailors held the longboat for him. Over his shoulder he shouted, "And take care of our sister, Aratha." Aratha said he would. Liam leaped into the longboat next to the precious pigeons, and the boat was pushed away from shore. Aratha watched as the boat dwindled into the distance. Aratha walked slowly back to where a soldier held his mount. He paused to stare down the beach. To the south, the high bluffs reared, dominated by Sailor's Grief, which stood upthrust against the morning sky. Aratha silently cursed the day that Tirani's ship crashed against those rocks. Carline stood atop the southern tower of the keep, watching the horizon, gathering her cloak around her against the sea breeze. She had stayed at the castle, bidding Liam goodbye earlier, not wishing to ride to the beach. She preferred that her fears not becloud Liam's happiness at joining their father in the Duke's camp. Many times over the last 2 years she had chided herself over such feelings. Her men were soldiers, all trained since boyhood for war. But since word had reached Criddy of Pug's capture, she had remained afraid for them. A feminine clearing of the throat made Carline turn. Lady Glynis,
The princess's companion for the last 4 years smiled lightly and indicated with a nod of her head the newcomer who appeared at the trap door leading down into the tower. Roland emerged from the doorway in the floor. The last 2 years had added to his growth, and now he stood as tall as Aretha. He was still thin, but his boyish features were resolving into those of a man. He bowed and said, "Highness." Carline acknowledged the greeting with a nod and gestured that Lady Glynis should leave them alone. Glynis fled down the stairway into the tower. Softly, Carline said, "You did not ride to the beach with Liam?" "No, Highness." "You spoke with him before he left?" Roland turned his gaze to the far horizon. "Yes, Highness, though I must confess to a foul humour at his going." Carline nodded, understanding. "Because you have to stay." He spoke with bitterness. "Yes, Highness." Carline said gently, "Why so formal, Roland?" Roland looked at the princess, 17 years old just this last midsummer's day. No longer a petulant little girl given to outbursts of temper, she was changing into a beautiful young woman of thoughtful introspection. Few in the castle were unaware of the many nights sobbing that issued from Carline's suite after news of Pug had reached the castle. After nearly a week of solitude, Carline had emerged a changed person, more subdued, less willful. There was little outward to show how Carline felt, but Roland knew she carried a scar. After a moment of silence, Roland said, "Highness, when—" He halted, then said, "It is of no consequence." Carline placed her hand upon his arm. "Roland, whatever else, we have always been friends." "It pleases me to think that is true." "Then tell me, why has a wall grown between us?" Roland sighed, and there was nothing of his usual roguish humour in his answer. "If there has, Carline, it is not of my fashioning." A spark of the girl's former self sprang into being, and with a temperamental edge to her voice she said, "Am I then the architect of this estrangement?" Anger erupted in Roland's voice.
"Aye, Carline."
He ran his hand through his wavy brown hair and said,
"Do you remember the day I fought with Pug? The very day before he left?"
At the mention of Pug's name she tensed. Stiffly she said, "Yes, I remember."
"Well, it was a silly thing, a boy's thing, that fight. I told him, should he ever cause you any hurt, I'd thrash him. Did he tell you that?"
Moisture came unbidden to her eyes. Softly she said, "No, he never mentioned it." Roland looked at the beautiful face he had loved for years and said, "At least then I knew my rival." He lowered his voice, the anger slipping away. "I like to think then, near the end, he and I were fast friends. Still, I vowed I'd never stop my attempts to change your heart." Shivering, Carline drew her cloak around her, though the day was not that cool. She felt conflicting emotions within, confusing emotions. Trembling, she said, "Why did you stop, Roland?" Sudden, harsh anger burst within Roland. For the first time he lost his mask of wit and manners before the princess.
"Because I can't contend with a memory, Carline."
Her eyes opened wide, and tears welled up and ran down her cheeks.
"Another man of flesh I can face, but this shade from the past I cannot grapple with."
Hot anger exploded into words.
"He's dead, Carline. I wish it were not so. He was my friend, and I miss him, but I've let him go. Pug is dead.
Until you grant that this is true, you're living with a false hope." She put her hand to her mouth, palm outward, her eyes regarding him in wordless denial. Abruptly, she turned and fled down the stairs. Alone,
Roland leaned his elbows on the cold stones of the tower wall. Holding his head in his hands, he said, "Oh, what a fool I have become."
"Patrol!"
shouted the guard from the wall of the castle. Aretha and Roland turned from where they watched soldiers giving instructions to levies from the outlying villages. They reached the gate and the patrol came riding slowly in, a dozen dirty, weary riders, with Martin Longbow and 2 other trackers walking beside. Aretha greeted the huntmaster and then said, "What have you there?" He indicated the 3 men in short grey robes who stood between the line of horsemen. "Prisoners, Highness," answered the hunter, leaning on his bow. Aretha dismissed the tired riders as other guards came to take position around the prisoners. Aretha walked to where they waited, and when he came within touching distance, all 3 fell to their knees, putting their foreheads to the dirt. Aretha raised his eyebrows in surprise at the display. "I've never seen such as these." Longbow nodded in agreement. "They wear no armour, and they didn't give fight or run when we took them in the woods. They did as you see now, only then they babbled like fishwives." Aretha said to Roland, "Fetch Father Tully. He may be able to make something of their tongue." Roland hurried off to find the priest. Longbow dismissed his 2 trackers, who headed for the kitchen. A guard was dispatched to find Swordmaster Fannon and inform him of the captives. A few minutes later, Roland returned with Father Tully. The old priest of Astalon was dressed in a deep blue, nearly black robe, and upon catching a glimpse of him, the 3 prisoners set up a babble of whispers. When Tully glanced in their direction, they fell completely silent. Aretha looked at Longbow in surprise. Tully said,
"What have we here?"
"Prisoners," said Aretha. "As you're the only man here to have had some dealings with their language, I thought you might get something out of them."
"I remember little from my mind contact with the Tsurani Khomich, but I can try."
The priest spoke a few halting words, which resulted in a confusion, as all 3 prisoners spoke at once. The centremost snapped at his companions, who fell silent. He was short, as were the others, but powerfully built. His hair was brown and his skin swarthy, but his eyes were a startling green. He spoke slowly to Tully, his manner somehow less deferential than his companions. Tully shook his head.
"I can't be certain, but I think he wishes to know if I am a great one of this world."
"Great one?" asked Aretha.
"The dying soldier was in awe of the man aboard ship he called Great One. I think it was a title rather than a specific individual. Perhaps Kulgan was correct in his suspicion these people hold their magicians or priests in awe."
"Who are these men?" asked the prince. Tully spoke to them again in halting words. The man in the centre spoke slowly, but after a moment Tully cut him off with a wave of his hand. To Aretha he said,
"These are slaves."
"Slaves?" Until now, there had been no contact with any Tsurani except warriors. It was something of a revelation to find they practiced slavery. While not unknown in the kingdom, slavery was not widespread and was limited to convicted felons. Along the far coast it was nearly non-existent. Aretha found the idea strange and repugnant. Men might be born to low station, but even the lowliest serf had rights. The nobility were obligated to respect and protect. Slaves were property. With a sudden disgust, Aretha said, "Tell them to get up, for mercy's sake." Tully spoke, and the men slowly rose. The 2 on the flanks, looking about like frightened children. The other stood calmly, eyes only slightly downcast. Again, Tully questioned the man, finding his understanding of their language returning.
The centremost man spoke at length, and when he was done, Tully said,
"They were assigned to work in the enclaves near the river. They say their camp was overrun by the forest people. He refers to the elves, I think.
and the short ones. Dwarves, no doubt, added Longbow with a grin. Tully threw him a withering look. The rangy forester simply continued to smile. Martin was one of the few young men of the castle never intimidated by the old cleric, even before becoming one of the Duke's staff. "As I was saying," continued the priest, "the elves and dwarves overran their camp.
They fled, fearing they would be killed. They wandered in the woods for days until the patrol picked them up this morning."
Aretha said, "This fellow in the centre seems a bit different from the others. Ask why this is so." Tully spoke slowly to the man, who answered with little inflection in his tones. When he was done, Tully spoke with some surprise.
"He says his name is Chakachakala.
He was once a Tsurani officer." Aretha said, "This may prove most fortunate. If he'll cooperate, we may finally learn some things about the enemy." Swordmaster Fannon appeared from the keep and hurried to where Aretha was questioning the prisoners. The commander of the Criddy garrison said,
"What have you here?"
Aretha explained as much as he knew about the prisoners, and when he was finished, Fannon said,
"Good. Continue with the questioning."
Aretha said to Tully, "Ask him how he came to be a slave." Without sign of embarrassment, Chikachikella told his story. When he was done, Tully stood shaking his head.
"He was a strike leader.
It may take some time to puzzle out what his rank was equivalent to in our armies, but I gather he was at least a knight lieutenant.
He says his men broke in one of the early battles, and his house lost much honour. He wasn't given permission to take his own life by someone he calls the war chief. Instead, he was made a slave to expiate the shame of his command."
Roland whistled low. "His men fled and he was held responsible." Longbow said,
"There's been more than one earl who's bollocks to command and found himself ordered by his duke to serve with one of the border barons along the northern marshes."
Tully shot Martin and Roland a black look.
"If you are finished."
He addressed Aretha and Fannon.
"From what he said, it's clear he was stripped of everything. He may prove of use to us."
Fannon said,
"This may be some trick. I don't like his looks."
The man's head came up, and he fixed Fannon with a narrow gaze. Martin's mouth fell open.
"By Kelewan, I think he understands what you said."
Fannon stood directly before Chikachikala.
"Do you understand me?"
"Little, master."
His accent was thick, and he spoke with a slow sing-song tone alien to the king's tongue.
"Many king's slaves on Kelewan. No, little king's tongue."
Fannon said,
"Why didn't you speak before?"
Again, without any show of emotion, he answered,
"Not ordered. Slave, obey. Not."
He turned to Tully and spoke a few words. Tully said,
"He says it isn't a slave's place to show initiative."
Aretha said, "Tully, do you think he can be trusted?"
"I don't know. His story is strange, but they are a strange people by our standards. My mind contact with the dying soldier showed me much I still don't understand."
Tully spoke to the man. To Aretha, the Tsurani said, "Chikachikala tell." Fighting for words, he said,
"I, Widiweo. My house, family, my clan, Hunzan. Old, much honour. No, slave, no house, no clan, no Tsuranwani, no honour. Slave, obey."
Aretha said, "I think I understand. If you go back to the Tsurani,
what would happen to you? Chickachicala said, Be slave, maybe. Be killed, maybe. All same. And if you stay here? Be slave, be killed. He shrugged, showing little concern. Aretha said slowly, We keep no slaves. What would you do if we set you free? A flicker of some emotion passed over the slave's face, and he turned to Tully and spoke rapidly. Tully translated. He says such a thing is not possible on his world. He asks if you can do such a thing. Aretha nodded. Chickachicala pointed to his companions. They work. They always slaves. And you? Said Aretha. Chickachicala looked hard at the prince and spoke to Tully, never taking his eyes from Aretha. Tully said, He's recounting his lineage. He says he is Chickachicala, strike leader of the Wediweo of the Hunzan clan. His father was a force leader, and his great-grandfather war chief of the Hunzan clan. He has fought honourably, and only once has he failed in his duty. Now he is only a slave with no family, no clan, no nation, and no honour. He asks if you mean to give him back his honour. Aretha said, If the Tsirani come, what will you do? Chickachicala indicated his companions. These men slaves. Tsirani come, they do nothing. Wait. Go with. He and Tully exchanged brief remarks, and Tully supplied him with the word he wished. Victors. They go with victors. He looked at Aretha, and his eyes came alive. You make Chickachicala free. Chickachicala be your man, Lord. Your honour is Chickachicala's honour. Give life if you say. Fight Surani if you say. Fanon spoke.
Likely story, that. More the odds he's a spy.
The barrel-chested Surani looked hard at Fanon, then, with a sudden motion, stepped before the swordmaster, and before anyone could react, pulled Fanon's knife from his belt. Longbow had his own knife out an instant later, as Aretha's sword was clearing its scabbard. Roland and the other soldiers were only a moment behind. The Tsirani made no threatening gesture, but simply flipped the knife, reversing it, and handing it to Fanon, hilt first. Master, think Chickachicala enemy, master kill. Give warrior's death. Return honour. Aretha returned his sword to his scabbard and took the knife from Chickachicala's hand. Returning the knife to Fanon, he said, No, we will not kill you. To Tully he said, I think this man may prove useful. For now, my inclination is to believe him. Fanon looked less than pleased.
He may be a very clever spy, but you're right. There's no harm if we keep a close watch on him. Father Tully, why don't you take these men to soldiers' commons and see what you can learn from them? I'll be along shortly.
Tully spoke to the 3 slaves and indicated they should follow. The 2 timid slaves moved at once, but Chickachicala bent his knee before Aretha. He spoke rapidly in the Tsirani tongue. Tully translated. He has just demanded you either kill him or make him your man. He asked how a man can be free with no house, clan, or honour. On his world, such men are called grey warriors and have no honour. Aretha said, Our ways are not your ways. Here a man can be free with no family or clan and still have honour. Chickachicala bent his head slightly while listening, then nodded. He rose and said, Chickachicala understand. Then, with a grin, he added, Soon I be your man. Good Lord, need good warrior. Chicka-chicala, good warrior.
Tully, take them along and find out how much Aretha laughed. I can't pronounce that mouthful. To the slave he said, "If you're to serve here, you need a kingdom name." The slave looked about and then gave a curt nod. Longbow said, "Call him Charles. It's as close a name as I can imagine." Aretha said, "Oh, as good a name as any. From now on, you will be called Charles." The newly named slave said, "Charles?" He shrugged and nodded. Without another word he fell in beside Father Tully, who led the slaves toward the soldiers' commons. Roland said, "What do you make of that?" as the 3 slaves vanished around the corner. Fannon said,
"Time will tell if we've been duped."
Longbow laughed. "I'll keep an eye on Charles, Swordmaster. He's a tough little fellow. He travelled at a good pace when we brought them in. Maybe I'll turn him into a tracker." Aretha interrupted. "It will be some time before I'll be comfortable letting him outside the castle walls." Fannon let the matter drop. To Longbow he said,
"Where did you find him?"
"To the north, along the Clearbrook branch of the river. We were following the signs of a large party of warriors heading for the coast." Fannon considered this.
Gardan leads another patrol near there. Perhaps he'll catch sight of them and we'll find out what the bastards are up to this year.
Without another word, he walked back toward the keep. Martin laughed. Aretha was surprised to hear him. "What in this strikes you as funny, Huntmaster?" Martin shook his head. "Oh, a little thing, Highness. It's the Swordmaster himself. He'll not speak of it to anyone, but I wager he would give all he owns to have your father back in command. He's a good soldier, but he dislikes the responsibility." Aretha regarded the retreating back of the Swordmaster, then said, "I think you're right, Martin." His voice carried a thoughtful note. "I've been at odds with Fannon so much of late I lost sight of the fact he never requested this commission." Lowering his voice, Martin said, "A suggestion, Aretha?" Aretha nodded. Martin pointed to Fannon. "Should anything happen to Fannon, name another Swordmaster quickly. Do not wait for your father's consent, for if you wait, Algon will assume command, and he is a fool." Aretha stiffened at the Huntmaster's presumption, while Roland tried to silence Martin with a warning look. Aretha coldly said, "I thought you a friend of the Horsemaster." Martin smiled, his eyes hinting at strange humour. "Aye, I am, as are all in the castle. But anyone you ask will tell you the same. Take his horses away, and Algon is an indifferent thinker." Nettled by Martin's manner, Aretha said, "And who should take his place? The Huntmaster?" Martin laughed, a sound of such open, clear amusement at the thought. Aretha found himself less angry at his suggestion. "Aye," said the Huntmaster, "heaven forfend, Highness. I'm a simple hunter, no more. No, should the need come, name Gardan. He is by far the most able soldier in Criddy." Aretha knew Martin was correct, but gave in to impatience. "Enough. Fannon is well, and I trust will remain so." Martin nodded. "May the gods preserve him, and us all. Please excuse me, it was but a passing concern. Now, with your Highness's leave, I have not had a hot meal in a week." Aretha indicated he could leave, and Martin walked away toward the kitchen. Roland said, "He's wrong on one account, Aretha." Aretha stood with his arms folded across his chest, watching Longbow as he vanished around the corner. "What's that, Roland?" "That man is much more than the simple hunter he pretends." Aretha was silent for a moment. "He is. Something about Martin Longbow has always made me uneasy, though I've never found fault with him." Roland laughed, and Aretha said, "Now something strikes you as funny, Roland." Roland shrugged. "Only that many think you and he are much alike."
Aretha turned a black gaze upon Roland, who shook his head.
It's often said we take offence most in what we see of ourselves in others. It's true, Aretha. You both have that same cutting edge to your humour, almost mocking, and neither of you suffers foolishness.
Roland's voice became serious.
There is no mystery to it, I should think. You're a great deal like your father, and, with Martin having no family, it follows he would pattern himself after the Duke.
Aretha became thoughtful.
Perhaps you're right. But something else troubles me about that man.
He left the thought unfinished and turned toward the keep. Roland fell into step beside the thoughtful prince and wondered if he had overstepped himself. The night thundered. Ragged bolts of lightning shattered the darkness as clouds rolled in from the west. Roland stood on the southern tower watching the display. Since dinner his mood had been as dark as the western sky. The day had not gone well. First he had felt troubled by his conversation with Aretha by the gate. Then Carline had treated him at dinner with the same stony silence he had endured since their meeting on this very tower 2 weeks earlier. Carline had seemed more subdued than usual, but Roland felt a stab of anger at himself each time he chanced a glass in her direction. Roland could still see the pain in the princess's eyes.
"What a witless fool I am," he said aloud.
"Not a fool, Roland." Carline was standing a few paces away, looking toward the coming storm. She clutched a shawl around her shoulders, though the air was temperate. The thunder had masked her footfalls, and Roland said, "It is a poor night to be upon the tower, my lady." She came to stand beside him and said, "Will it rain? These hot nights bring thunder and lightning, but usually little rain." "It will rain. Where are your ladies?" She indicated the tower door. "Upon the stairs. They fear the lightning, and besides, I wish to speak with you alone." Roland said nothing, and Carline remained silent for a time. The night was sundered with violent displays of energy tearing across the heavens, followed by cracking booms of thunder. "When I was young," she said at last, "Father used to say on nights such as this the gods were sporting in the sky." Roland looked at her face, illuminated by the single lantern hanging on the wall. "My father told me they made war." She smiled. "Roland, you spoke rightly on the day Liam left. I have been lost in my own grief, unable to see the truth. Pug would have been the first to tell me that nothing is forever, that living in the past is foolish and robs us of the future." She lowered her head a little. "Perhaps it has something to do with Father. When Mother died, he never fully recovered. I was very young, but I can still remember how he was. He used to laugh a great deal before she died. He was more like Liam then. After, well, he became more like Aretha. He'd laugh, but there'd be a hard edge to it, a bitterness." "As if somehow mocking?" She nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, mocking. Why did you say that?" "Something I noticed. Something I pointed out to your brother today. About Martin Longbow." She sighed. "Yes, I understand. Longbow is also like that." Softly, Roland said, "Nevertheless, you did not come to speak of your brother or Martin." "No. I came to tell you how sorry I am for the way I've acted. I've been angry with you for 2 weeks, but I'd no right. You only said what was true. I've treated you badly." Roland was surprised. "You've not treated me badly, Carline. I acted the boor." "No. You have done nothing but be a friend to me, Roland. You told me the truth, not what I wanted to hear. It must have been hard, considering how you feel." She looked out at the approaching storm. "When I first heard of Pug's capture, I thought the world ended." Trying to be understanding, Roland quoted, "The first love is the difficult love." Carline smiled at the aphorism. "That's what they say. And with you?" Roland mustered a carefree stance. "So it seems, Princess." She placed her hand upon his arm. "Neither of us is free to feel other than as we do, Roland." His smile became sadder. "That is the truth, Carline." "Will you always be my good friend?" There was a genuine note of concern in her voice that touched the young squire. She was trying to put matters right between them, but without the guile she had used when younger. Her honest attempt turned aside any frustration he felt at her not returning his affections fully. "I will, Carline. I'll always be your good friend." She came into his arms and he held her close, her head against his chest. Softly she said, "Father Tully says that some loves come unbidden like winds from the sea, and others grow from the seeds of friendship." "I will hope for such a harvest, Carline. But should it not come, still I will remain your good friend." They stood quietly together for a time, comforting each other for different causes, but sharing a tenderness each had been denied for 2 years. Each of them was lost in the comfort of the other's nearness, and neither saw what the lightning flashes revealed for brief instants. On the horizon, beating for the harbour, came a ship. The winds whipped the banners on the palisades of the castle walls as rain began to fall. As water gathered in small pools, the lanterns cast yellow reflections upward off the puddles to give an otherworldly look to the 2 men standing on the wall. A flash of lightning illuminated the sea, and a soldier said, "There! Highness, did you see? 3 points south of the Guardian Rocks." He extended his arm, pointing the way. Aretha peered into the gloom, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I can see nothing in this darkness. It's blacker than Egwis priest's soul out there." The soldier absently made a protective sign at the mention of the killer god. "Any signal from the beacon tower?" "None, Highness, not by beacon nor by messenger." Another flash of lightning illuminated the night, and Aretha saw the ship outlined in the distance. He swore. "It will need the beacon at Long Point to reach the harbour safely." Without another word, he ran down the stairs leading to the courtyard. Near the gate, he instructed a soldier to get his horse and 2 riders to accompany him. As he stood there waiting, the rain passed, leaving the night with a clean but warm, moist feeling. A few minutes later, Fannin appeared from the direction of the soldiers' commons.
"What's this? Riding?"
Aretha said, "A ship makes for the harbour and there's no beacon at Long Point." As a groom brought Aretha's horse, followed by 2 mounted soldiers, Fannin said,
"You'd best be off then, and tell those stone-crowned layabouts at the lighthouse I'll have words for them when they finish duty."
Aretha had expected an argument from Fannin, and felt relieved there would be none. He mounted, and the gates were opened. They rode through and headed down the road toward town. The brief rain had made the night rich with fresh odours, the flowers along the road, and the scent of salt from the sea, soon masked by the acrid odour of burned wood from the charred remnants of gutted buildings as they neared town. They sped past the quiet town, taking the road along the harbour. A pair of guards stationed by the quayside hastily saluted when they saw the prince fly past. The shuttered buildings near the docks bore mute testimony to those who had fled after the raid. They left the town and rode out to the lighthouse, following a bend in the road. Beyond the town, they gained their first glimpse of the lighthouse upon a natural island of rock, joined to the mainland by a long causeway of stone, topped by a compacted dirt road. The horses' hooves beat a dull tattoo upon the dirt as they approached the tall tower. A lightning flash lit up the sky, and the 3 riders could see the ship running under full sail toward the harbour. Shouting to the others, Aretha said, "They'll pile upon the rocks without a beacon." One of the guards shouted back,
"Look, Highness, someone signals."
They reined in, and saw figures near the base of the tower. A man dressed in black stood swinging a shuttered lantern back and forth. It could be clearly seen by those on the ship, but not by anyone upon the castle walls. In the dim light, Aretha saw the still forms of Criddy soldiers lying on the ground. 4 men, also attired in black with head coverings that masked their faces, ran toward the horsemen. 3 drew long swords from back scabbards, while the 4th aimed a bow. The soldier to Aretha's right cried out as an arrow struck him in the chest. Aretha charged his horse among the 3 who closed, knocking over 2 while his sword slashed out, taking the 3rd across the face. The man fell without a sound. The prince wheeled around and saw his other companion also engaged, hacking downward at the bowman. More men in black dashed from within the tower, rushing forward silently. Aretha's horse screamed. He could see an arrow protruding from its neck. As it collapsed beneath him, he freed his feet from the stirrups and lifted his left leg over the dying animal's neck, jumping free as it struck the ground. He hit and rolled, coming to his feet before a short figure in black with a long sword held high overhead with both hands. The long blade flashed down, and Aretha jumped to his left, thrusting with his own sword. He took the man in the chest, then yanked his sword free. Like the others before, the man in black fell without uttering a cry. Another flash of lightning showed men rushing toward Aretha from the tower. Aretha turned to order the remaining rider back to warn the castle, but the shouted command died a borning when he saw the man pulled from his saddle by swarming figures in black. Aretha dodged a blow from the first man to reach him and ran past 3 startled figures. He smashed at the face of a 4th man with his sword hilt, trying to knock the man aside. His only thought was to open a pathway so he might flee to warn the castle. The struck man reeled back, and Aretha attempted to jump past him. The falling man reached out with one hand, catching Aretha's leg as he sprang. Aretha struck hard stone and felt hands frantically grab at his right foot. He kicked backward with his left and took the man in the throat with his boot. The sound of the man's windpipe being crushed was followed by a convulsion of movement. Aretha came to his feet as another attacker reached him, others only a step behind. Aretha sprang backward, trying to gain some distance. His boot heel caught on a rock, and suddenly the world tilted crazily. He found himself suspended in space for an instant. Then his shoulders met rock as he bounced down the side of the causeway. He hit several more rocks, and icy water closed over him. The shock of the water kept him from passing into unconsciousness. Dazed, he reflexively held his breath, but had little wind. Without thinking, he pushed upward and broke the surface with a loud, ragged gasp. Still groggy, he nevertheless possessed enough wits to duck below the surface when arrows struck the water near him. He couldn't see a thing in the murky darkness of the harbour, but clung to the rocks, pulling himself along more than swimming. He moved back toward the tower end of the causeway, hoping the raiders would think him headed in the other direction. He quietly surfaced and blinked the salt water from his eyes. Peering around the shelter of a large rock, he saw black figures searching the darkness of the water. Aretha moved quietly, nestling himself into the rocks. Bruised muscles and joints made him wince as he moved, but nothing seemed broken. Another flash of lightning lit the harbour. Aretha could see the ship speeding safely into Criddy Harbour. It was a trader, but rigged for speed and outfitted for war. Whoever piloted the ship was a mad genius, for he cleared the rock by a scant margin, heading straight for the quayside around the bend of the causeway. Aretha could see men in the rigging frantically reefing in sails. Upon the deck, a company of black-clad warriors stood with weapons ready. Aretha turned his attention to the men on the causeway and saw one motion silently to the others. They ran off in the direction of the town. Ignoring the pain in his body, Aretha pulled himself up, negotiating the slippery rocks to regain the dirt road of the causeway. Staggering a bit, he came to his feet and looked off toward the town. There was still no sign of trouble, but he knew it would erupt shortly. Aretha half staggered, half ran to the lighthouse tower and forced himself to climb the stairs. Twice he came close to blacking out, but he reached the top of the tower. He saw the lookout lying dead near the signal fire. The oil-soaked wood was protected from the elements by a hood that hung suspended over it. The cold wind blew through the open windows on all sides of the building. Aretha found the dead sentry's pouch and removed flint, steel, and tinder. He opened the small door in the side of the metal hood, using his body to shield the wood from the wind. The second spark he fired caught in the wood, and a small flame sprang into existence. It quickly spread, and when it was burning fully, Aretha pulled on the chain hoist that elevated the hood. With an audible whoosh, the flame sprang fully to the ceiling and the wind struck the fire. Against one wall stood a jar of powder mixed by Culgan against such an emergency. Aretha fought down dizziness as he bent again to pull the knife from the dead sentry's belt. He used it to pry the lid off the jar and then tossed the entire contents into the fire. Instantly, the flames turned bright crimson, a warning beacon none could confuse with a normal light. Aretha turned toward the castle, standing away from the window so as not to block the light. Brighter and brighter the flames burned as Aretha found his mind going vague again. For a long moment there was silence in the night. Then suddenly an alarm sounded from the castle. Aretha felt relief. The red beacon was the signal for reavers in the harbour, and the castle garrison had been well drilled to meet such raids. Fannin might be cautious with chasing Tirani raiders into the woods at night, but a pirate ship in his harbour was something he would not hesitate to answer. Aretha staggered down the stairs, stopping to support himself at the door. His entire body hurt, and he was nearly overcome by dizziness. He drew a deep breath and headed for the town. When he came to where his dead horse lay, he looked about for his sword, then remembered he had carried it with him into the harbour. He stumbled to where one of his riders lay, next to a black-clad bowman. Aretha bent down to pick up the fallen soldier's sword, nearly blacking out as he stood. He held himself erect for a moment, fearing he might lose consciousness if he moved, and waited as the ringing in his head subsided. He slowly reached up and touched his head. One particularly sore spot, with an angry lump forming, told him he had struck his head hard at least once as he fell down the causeway. His fingers came away sticky, with clotting blood. Aretha began to walk to town, and as he moved, the ringing in his head resumed. For a time he staggered, then he tried to force himself to run, but after only 3 wobbly strides, he resumed his clumsy walk. He hurried as much as he could, rounding the bend in the road to come in sight of the town. He heard faint sounds of fighting. In the distance he could see the red light of fires springing heavenwards as buildings were put to the torch. Screams of men and women sounded strangely remote and muted to Aretha's ears. He forced himself into a trot, and as he closed upon the town, anticipation of fighting forced away much of the fog clouding his mind. He turned along the harbour side, with the dockside buildings burning. It was bright as day, but no one was in sight. Against the quayside the raiders' ship rested, a gangway leading down to the dock. Aretha approached quietly, fearing guards had been left to protect it. When he reached the gangway, all was quiet. The sounds of fighting were distant, as if all the raiders had attacked deeply into the town. As he began to move away, a voice cried out from the ship,
"Gods of mercy! Is anyone there?"
The voice was deep and powerful, but with a controlled note of terror. Aretha hurried up the gangway, sword ready. He stopped when he reached the top. From the forward hatch cover, he could see fire glowing brightly below decks. He looked about. Everywhere his eyes travelled, he saw seamen lying dead in their own blood. From the rear of the ship, the voice cried out,
"You man, if you're a God-fearing man of the kingdom, come help me."
Aretha made his way amid the carnage and found a man sitting against the starboard rail. He was large, broad-shouldered, and barrel-chested. He could have been any age between 20 and 40. He held the side of an ample stomach with his right hand, blood seeping through his fingers. Curly dark hair swept back from a receding hairline, and he wore his black beard cut short. He managed a weak smile as he pointed to a black-clothed figure lying nearby.
"The bastards killed my crew and fired my ship. That one made the mistake of not killing me with the first blow."
He pointed at the section of a fallen yard pinning his legs.
"I can't manage to budge that damned yard and hold my guts in at the same time. If you'd lift it a bit, I think I can pull myself free."
Aretha saw the problem. The man was pinned down at the short end of the yard, tangled in a mass of ropes and blocks. He gripped the long end and heaved upward, moving it only a few inches, but enough. With a half-grunt, half-groan, the wounded man pulled his legs out.
"I don't think my legs are broken, lad. Give me a hand up and we'll see."
Aretha gave him a hand and nearly lost his footing, pulling the bulky seaman to his feet.
"Here now," said the wounded man. "You're not in much of a fighting trim yourself, are you?"
"I'll be all right," said Aretha, steadying the man while fighting off an attack of nausea. The seaman leaned upon Aretha.
"I better hurry then. The fire is spreading."
With Aretha's help, he negotiated the gangway. When they reached the quayside, gasping for breath, the heat was becoming intense. The wounded seaman gasped.
"Keep going."
Aretha nodded and slung the man's arm over his shoulder. They set off down the quay, staggering like a pair of drunken sailors on the town. Suddenly, there came a roar, and both men were slammed to the ground. Aretha shook his dazed head and turned over. Behind him, a great tower of flames leapt skyward. The ship was a faintly seen black silhouette in the heat of the blinding yellow and white column of fire. Waves of heat washed over them as if they were standing at the door of a giant oven. Aretha managed to croak, "What was that?" His companion gave out with an equally feeble reply,
200 barrels of Quegan fire oil."
Aretha spoke in disbelief. "You didn't say anything about fire oil back aboard ship."
"I didn't want you getting excited. You looked half gone already. I figured we'd either get clear or we wouldn't."
Aretha tried to rise but fell back. Suddenly he felt very comfortable resting on the cool stone of the quay. He saw the fire begin to dim before his eyes. Then all went dark. Aretha opened his eyes and saw blurred shapes over him. He blinked, and the images cleared. Carline hovered over his sleeping pallet, looking anxiously on as Father Tully examined him. Behind Carline, Fannon watched, and next to him stood an unfamiliar man. Then Aretha remembered him. The man from the ship. The man grinned.
"Amos Trask, lately Master of the Sidoni, until those begging the princess's pardon, those, cursed land rats put her to the torch. Standing here, thanks to your highness."
Tully interrupted.
"How do you feel?"
Aretha sat up, finding his body a mass of dull aches. Carline placed cushions behind her brother. "Battered, but I'll survive." His head swam a little. "I'm a bit dizzy." Tully looked down his nose at Aretha's head.
"Small wonder. You took a nasty crack. You may find yourself occasionally dizzy for a few days, but I don't think it's serious."
Aretha looked at the swordmaster. "How long?" Fannon said,
"A patrol brought you in last night. It's morning."
"The raid?" Fannon shook his head sadly.
"The town's gutted. We managed to kill them all, but there's not a whole building left standing in Criddy. The fishing village at the south end of the harbour is untouched, but otherwise everything was lost."
Carline fussed around near Aretha, tucking in covers and fluffing his cushions. "You should rest," he said. "Right now I'm hungry." She brought over a bowl of hot broth. He submitted to the light broth in place of solid food, but refused to let her spoon feed him. Between mouthfuls he said, "Tell me what happened." Fannon looked disturbed.
"It was the tyranny."
Arthur's hand stopped, his spoon poised halfway between bowl and mouth. Tyranny? I thought they were reavers from the Sunset Islands.
"At first, so did we. But after talking to Captain Trask here and the tyranny slaves who are with us, we've pieced together a picture of what's happened."
Tully picked up the narrative.
From the slave story, these men were specially chosen. They called it a death raid. They were selected to enter the town, destroy as much as possible, then die without fleeing. They burned the ship as much as a symbol of their commitment as to deny it to us. I gather from what they say it's considered something of a great honor.
Arthur looked at Amos Trask. How is it they managed to seize your ship, Captain?
"Ah, that is a bitter story, Highness."
He leaned to his right a little, and Arthur remembered his wound. How is your side? Trask grinned, his dark eyes merry.
"A messy wound, but not a serious one. The good father put it right as new, Highness."
Tully made a derisive sound.
That man should be in bed. He is more seriously injured than you. He would not leave until he saw you were all right.
Trask ignored the comment.
"I've had worse. We once had a fight with a Quegan war galley turned rogue pirate and, well, that's another story. You asked about my ship."
He limped over closer to Arthur's pallet.
"We were outward bound from Palenque with a load of weapons and fire oil. Considering the situation here, I thought to find a ready market. We braved the straits early in the season, stealing the march on other ships, or so we hoped. But while we made the passage early, we paid the price. A monstrous storm blew up from the south, and we were driven for a week. When it was over, we headed east, striking for the coast. I thought we'd have no trouble plotting our position from landmarks. When we sighted land, not one aboard recognized a single feature. As none of us had ever been north of Criddy, we judged rightly we had gone farther than we had thought. We coasted by day, heaving to at night, for I'd not risk unknown shoals and reefs. On the third night, the tyranny came swimming out from shore like a pod of dolphins, dived right under the ship, and came up on both sides. By the time I was awake from the commotion on deck, there was a full half-dozen of the bastard... begging the princess's pardon, them tyranny swarming over me. It took them only minutes to take me ship."
His shoulders sagged a bit.
"It's a hard thing to lose one's ship, Highness."
He grimaced, and Tully stood, making Trask sit on the stool next to Arthur. Trask continued his story.
"We couldn't understand what they said. Their tongue is more suited for monkeys than men. I myself speak 5 civilized languages and can do talk-see in a dozen more. But as I was saying, we couldn't understand their gibberish. But they made their intentions clear enough. They pored over my charts."
He grimaced in remembering.
"I purchased them legal and above board from a retired captain down in Durban. 50 years of experience in those charts there were, from here in Criddy to the farthest eastern shores of the Keshian Confederacy, and they were tossing them around my cabin like so much old canvas, until they found the ones they wanted. They had some sailors among them, for as soon as they recognized the charts, they made their plans known to me. Curse me for a freshwater fisherman, but we had heaved to only a few miles north of the headlands above your lighthouse. If we'd sailed a little longer, we would have been safely in Criddy Harbour 2 days ago."
Arthur and the others said nothing. Trask continued.
"They went through my cargo holds and started tossing things overboard, no matter what. Over 500 fine Quegan broadswords over the side. Pikes, lances, longbows, everything. I guess to keep any of it from reaching Criddy somehow. They didn't know what to do with the Quegan fire oil. The barrels would have needed a dock hoist to get them out of the hold, so they left it alone. But they made sure there wasn't a weapon aboard that wasn't in their hands. Then some of the little land rats got dressed up in those black rags, swam ashore, and started down the coast toward the lighthouse. While they were going, the rest were praying on their knees, rocking back and forth, except for a few with bows watching my crew. Then, all of a sudden, about 3 hours after sundown, they're up and kicking my men around, pointing to the harbour on the map. We set sail and headed down the coast. The rest you know. I guess they judged you would not expect an attack from seaward.
Fannin said,
They judged correctly. Since their last raid, we've patrolled the forests heavily. They couldn't get within a day's march of Criddy without our knowing. This way, they caught us unawares.
The old swordmaster sounded tired and bitter.
Now, the town is destroyed, and we've a courtyard filled with terrified townsmen.
Trask also sounded bitter.
They put most of their men ashore quickly, but left 24 to slaughter my men.
An expression of pain crossed his face.
They were a hard lot, my lads, but on the whole good enough men. We didn't know what was happening until the first of my boys began to fall from the spars with Cirani arrows in them, waving like little flags as they hit the water. We thought they were going to have us take them out again. My boys put up a struggle, that you can bet. But they didn't start soon enough. Marlin spikes and belaying pins can't stand up to men with swords and bows.
Trask sighed deeply, the pain on his face as much from his story as from his injury.
35 men, dock rats, cutthroats, and murderers all. But they were my crew. I was the only one allowed to go killing them. I cracked the skull of the first Cirani who came at me, took his sword and killed another. But the third one knocked it from my hand and ran me through.
He barked a short, harsh-sounding laugh.
I broke his neck. I passed out for a time. They must have thought me dead. The next I knew, the fires were going and I started yelling. Then I saw you coming up the gangway.
Aratha said, "You're a bold man, Amos Trask." A look of deep pain crossed the large man's face.
Not bold enough to keep my ship, Highness. Now, I'm nothing more than another beached sailor.
Tully said,
"Enough for now. Aratha, you need to rest."
He put his hand on Amos Trask's shoulder.
"Captain, you'll do well to follow his example. Your wound is more serious than you admit. I'll take you to a room where you can rest."
The captain rose, and Aratha said, "Captain Trask."
"Yes, Highness?"
"We have need of good men here in Criddy." A glimmer of humour crossed the seaman's face.
"I thank you, Highness. Without a ship, though, I don't know what use I could be."
Aratha said, "Between Fannin and myself, we'll find enough to keep you busy." The man bowed slightly, restricted by his wounded side. He left with Tully. Carline kissed Aratha on the cheek, saying, "Rest now." She took away the broth and was escorted from the room by Fannin. Aratha was asleep before the door closed. Chapter 17. Attack. Carline lunged. She thrust the point of her sword in a low line, aiming a killing blow for the stomach.
Roland barely avoided the thrust by a strong beat of his blade, knocking hers out of line. He sprang back and, for a moment, was off balance. Carline saw the hesitation and lunged forward again. Roland laughed as he suddenly leaped away, knocking her blade aside once more, then stepping outside her guard. Quickly tossing his sword from right hand to left, he reached out and caught her sword arm at the wrist, pulling her, in turn, off balance. He swung her about, stepping behind her. He wrapped his left arm around her waist, being careful of his sword edge, and pulled her tightly to him. She struggled against his superior strength, but while he was behind her, she could inflict no more than angry curses on him. "It was a trick! A loathsome trick!" she spat. She kicked helplessly as he laughed. "Don't overextend yourself that way, even when it looks like a clean kill. You've good speed, but you press too much. Learn patience. Wait for a clear opening, then attack. You overbalance that much and you're dead." He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek and pushed her unceremoniously away. Carline stumbled forward, regained her balance, and turned. "Rogue! Make free with the royal person, will you?" She advanced on him, sword at the ready, slowly circling to the left. With her father away, Carline had pestered Aretha into allowing Roland to teach her swordplay. Her final argument had been, "What do I do if the Tsurani enter the castle? Attack them with embroidery needles?" Aretha had relented more from tiring of the constant nagging than from any conviction she would have to use the weapon. Suddenly, Carline launched a furious attack in high line, forcing Roland to retreat across the small court behind the keep. He found himself backed against a low wall and waited. She lunged again, and he nimbly stepped aside, the padded point of her rapier striking the wall an instant after he vacated the spot. He jumped past her, playfully swatting her across the rump with the flat of his blade as he took up position behind her. "And don't lose your temper, or you'll lose your head as well." "Oh!" she cried, spinning to face him. Her expression was caught halfway between anger and amusement. "You monster!" Roland stood ready, a look of mock contrition on his face. She measured the distance between them and began to advance slowly. She was wearing tight-fitting men's trousers, to the despair of Lady Marna, and a man's tunic cinched at the waist by her sword belt. In the last year her figure had filled out, and the snug costume bordered on the scandalous. Now, 18 years of age, there was nothing about Carline that was girlish. The specially crafted boots she wore, black, ankle-high, carefully beat upon the ground as she stepped the distance between them, and her long, lustrous dark hair was tied into a single braid that swung freely about her shoulders. Roland welcomed these sessions with her. They had rediscovered much of their former playful fun in them, and Roland held the guarded hope her feelings for him might be developing into something more than friendship. In the year since Liam's departure, they had practised together or had gone riding when it was considered safe near the castle. The time with her had nourished a sense of companionship between them he had previously been unable to bring about. While more serious than before, she had regained her spark and sense of humour. Roland stood lost in reflection a moment. The little girl princess, spoiled and indulged, was gone. The child, grown petulant and demanding from the boredom of her role, was now a thing of the past. In her stead was a young woman of strong mind and will, tempered by harsh lessons. Roland blinked and found himself with her sword's point at his throat. He playfully threw down his own weapon and said, "Lady, I yield." She laughed. "What were you daydreaming about, Roland?" He gently pushed aside the tip of her sword. "I was remembering how distraught Lady Marna became when you first went riding in those clothes and came back all dirty and very unladylike." Carline smiled at the memory. "I thought she would stay abed for a week." She put up her sword. "I wish I could find reasons to wear these clothes more often. They're so comfortable." Roland nodded, grinning widely, and very fetching. He made a display of leering at the way they hugged Carline's curvaceous body, though I expect that is due to the wearer. She tilted her nose upward in a show of disapproval. "You are a rogue and a flatterer, sir, and a lecher." With a chuckle, he picked up his sword. "I think that's enough for today, Carline. I could endure only one defeat this afternoon, another, and I shall have to quit the castle in shame." Her eyes widened as she drew her weapon, and he saw the dig had struck home. "Oh, shamed by a mere girl, is it?" she said, advancing with her sword ready. Laughing, he brought his own to the ready, backing away. "Now, lady, this is most unseemly." Levelling her sword, she fixed him with an angry gaze. "I have Lady Marna to be concerned with my manners, Roland. I don't need a buffoon like you to instruct me." "Buffoon?" he cried, leaping forward. She caught his blade and riposted, nearly striking. He took the thrust on his blade, sliding his own along hers until they stood corps à corps. He seized her sword wrist with his free hand and smiled. "You never want to find yourself in this position." She struggled to free herself, but he held her fast. "Unless the Tsurani start sending their women after us, most anyone you fight will prove stronger than yourself, and from here have his way with you." So saying, he jerked her closer and kissed her. She pulled back, an expression of surprise upon her face. Suddenly, the sword fell from her fingers, and she grabbed him. Pulling him with surprising force, she kissed him with a passion that answered his. When he pulled back, she regarded him with a look of surprise mixed with longing. A smile spread on her face as her eyes sparkled. Quietly she said, "Roland, I—" Alarm sounded throughout the castle, and the shout of "Attack!" could be heard from the walls on the other side of the keep. Roland swore softly and stepped back. Of all the gods' cursed ill-timed luck! He headed into the hall that led to the main courtyard. With a grin, he turned and said, "Remember what you were going to say, lady." His humour vanished when he saw her following after, sword in hand. "Where are you going?" he asked, all lightness absent from his voice. Defiantly she said, "To the walls. I'm not going to sit in the cellars any longer." Firmly he said, "No. You have never experienced true fighting. As a sport you do well enough with the sword, but I'll not risk you freezing the first time you smell blood. You'll go to the cellars with the other ladies and lock yourself safely in." Roland had never spoken to her in this manner before, and she was amazed. Always before he had been the teasing rogue or the gentle friend. Now he was suddenly a different man. She began to protest, but he cut her off. Taking her by the arm, half leading, half dragging her, he walked in the direction of the cellar doors. "Roland!" she cried. "Let me go!" Quietly he said, "You'll go where you were ordered, and I'll go where I'm ordered. There will be no argument." She pulled against his hold, but the grip was unyielding. "Roland, take your hand from me this instant," she commanded. He continued to ignore her protests and dragged her along the hall. At the cellar door, a startled guard watched the approaching pair. Roland came to a stop and propelled Carline toward the door with a less than gentle shove. Her eyes wide in outrage, Carline turned to the guard. "Arrest him! At once! He—" Anger elevated her voice to an almost unladylike volume. "Laid hands on me!" The guard hesitated, looking from one to another, then, tentatively, began to step toward the squire. Roland raised a warning finger and pointed it at the guard, less than an inch from his nose. "You will see Her Highness to her appointed place of safety. You will ignore her objections, and should she try to leave, you will restrain her. Do you understand?" His voice left no doubt he was deadly serious. The guard nodded, but still was reluctant to place hands upon the princess. Without taking his eyes from the soldier's face, Roland pushed Carline gently toward the door and said, "If I find she has left the cellar before the signal that all is safe has sounded, I will ensure that the prince and the swordmaster are informed you allowed the princess to step in harm's way." That was enough for the guard. He might not understand who had right of rank between princess and squire during attacks, but there was no doubt at all in his mind of what the swordmaster would do to him under such circumstances. He turned to the cellar door before Carline could return and said, "Highness, this way," forcing her down the steps. Carline backed down the stairs, fuming. Roland closed the door behind them. She turned after another backward step, then haughtily walked down. When they reached the room set aside for the women of the castle and town in time of attack, Carline found the other women waiting, huddled together, terrified. The guard hazarded an apologetic salute and said, "Begging the princess's pardon, but the squire seemed most determined." Suddenly Carline's scowl vanished, and in its place a small smile appeared. She said, "Yes, he did, didn't he?" Riders sped into the courtyard, the massive gate swinging shut behind. Aretha watched from the walls and turned to Fannon. Fannon said, "Of all the worst possible luck." Aretha said, "Luck has nothing to do with it. The Sirani would certainly not be attacking when the advantage is ours." Everything looked peaceful, except the burned town standing as a constant reminder of the war. But he also knew that beyond the town, in the forests to the north and northeast, an army was gathering. And, by all reports, as many as 2,000 more Sirani were on the march toward Criddy.
"Get back inside, you rat-bitten motherless dog!"
Aretha looked downward into the courtyard and saw Amos Trask kicking at the panic-stricken figure of a fisherman who dashed back into one of the many rude huts erected inside the wall of the castle to house the last of the displaced townsfolk who had not gone south. Most of the townspeople had shipped for Kars after the death raid, but a few had stayed the winter. Except for some fishermen who were to stay to help feed the garrison, the rest were due to be shipped south to Kars and Tulan this spring. But the first ships of the coming season were not due in for weeks. Amos had been put in charge of these folk since his ship had been burned the year before, keeping them from getting underfoot and from causing too much disruption in the castle. The former sea captain had proved a gift during the first weeks after the burning of the town. Amos had the necessary talent for command and kept the tough, ill-mannered and individualistic fisherfolk in line. Aretha judged him a braggart, a liar, and most probably a pirate, but generally likeable. Gardan came up the stairs from the court, Roland following. Gardan saluted the prince and swordmaster and said,
"That's the last patrol, sir." "Then we must only wait for Longbow,"
said Fannon. Gardan shook his head.
"Not one patrol caught sight of him, sir."
"That's because Longbow is undoubtedly closer to the Sirani than any soldier of sound judgment is likely to get," ventured Aretha. "How soon do you think before the rest of the Sirani arrive?" Pointing to the northeast, Gardan said,
"Less than an hour if they push straight through."
He looked skyward.
"They have less than 4 hours of light. We might expect one attack before nightfall. Most likely they'll take position, rest their men, and attack at first light."
Aretha glanced at Roland. "Are the women safe?" Roland grinned. "All, though your sister might have a few harsh words about me when this is over." Aretha returned the grin. "When this is over, I'll deal with it." He looked around. "Now, we wait." Swordmaster Fannon's eyes swept the deceptively peaceful scene before them. There was a note of worry mixed with determination in his voice as he said,
"Yes, now we wait."
Martin raised his hand. His 3 trackers stopped moving. The woods were quiet as far as they could tell, but the 3 knew Martin possessed more acute senses than they. After a moment he moved along, scouting ahead. For 10 hours since before dawn, they had been marking the Sirani line of march. As well as he could judge, the Sirani had been repulsed once more from Elvendar at the fords along the river Criddy, and were now turning their attention to the castle at Criddy. For 3 years, the Sirani had been occupied along 4 fronts, against the Duke's armies in the east, the elves and dwarves along the north, the hold at Criddy in the west, and the Brotherhood of the Dark Path and the goblins in the south. The trackers had stayed close to the Tsirani trail breakers, occasionally too close. Twice they had been forced to run from attackers, Tsirani warriors tenaciously willing to follow the Huntmaster of Criddy and his men. Once they had been overtaken, and Martin had lost one of his men in the fighting. Martin gave the raucous caw of a crow, and in a few minutes his 3 remaining trackers joined him. One, a long-faced young man named Garrett, said, "They move far west of where I thought they would turn." Longbow considered. "Aye, it seems they may be planning to encircle all of the lands around the castle, or they may simply wish to strike from an unexpected quarter." Then, with a wry grin, he said, "But most likely they simply sweep the area before the attack begins, ensuring they have no harrying forces at their backs." Another tracker said, "Surely they know we mark their passing." Longbow's crooked grin widened. "No doubt. I judge them unconcerned with our comings and goings." He shook his head. "These Tsirani are an arrogant crew." Pointing, he said, "Garrett will come with me. You two will make straight for the castle. Inform the Swordmaster some 2,000 more Tsirani march on Criddy." Without a word, the 2 men set off at a brisk pace toward the castle. To his remaining companion he spoke lightly. "Come, let us return to the advancing enemy and see what he is about now." Garrett shook his head. "Your cheerful manner does little to ease my worrisome mind, Huntmaster." Turning back the way they had come, Longbow said, "One time is much like another to death. She comes when she will, so why give over your mind to worry?" "Aye," said Garrett, his long face showing he was unconvinced. "Why, indeed? It's not death arriving when she will that worries me. It's your inviting her to visit that gets me shivering." Martin laughed softly. He motioned for Garrett to follow. They set off at a trot, covering ground with long, loose strides. The forest was bright with sunlight, but between the thick boles were many dark places wherein a watchful enemy could lurk. Garrett left it to Longbow's able judgment whether these hiding places were safe to pass. Then, as one, both men stopped in their tracks at the sound of movement ahead. Noiselessly they melted into a shadowy thicket. A minute passed slowly, with neither man speaking. Then a faint whispering came to them, the words unclear. Into their field of vision came 2 figures, moving cautiously along a north-south path that intersected the one Martin followed. Both were dressed in dark grey cloaks with bows held ready. They stopped, and one kneeled down to study the signs left by Longbow and his trackers. He pointed down the trail and spoke to his companion, who nodded and returned the way they had come. Longbow heard Garrett hiss as he drew in his breath. Peering around the area was a tracker of the Brotherhood of the Dark Path. After a moment of searching, he followed his companion. Garrett began to stir, and Martin gripped his arm. "Not yet," Longbow whispered. Garrett whispered back, "What are they doing this far north?" Martin shook his head. "They've slipped in behind our patrols along the foothills. We've grown lax in the south, Garrett. We never thought they'd move north this far west of the mountains." He waited silently for a moment, then whispered, "Perhaps they tire of the Green Heart and are trying for the Northlands to join their brothers." Garrett started to speak, but stopped when another dark brother entered the spot vacated by the others a moment before. He looked around, then raised his hand in signal. Other figures appeared along the trail, intersecting the one Martin's men had travelled. In 1s, 2s, and 3s, dark brothers crossed the path, disappearing into the trees. Garrett sat, holding his breath. He could hear Martin counting faintly as the figures crossed their field of vision. 10, 12, 15, 16, 18. The stream of dark-cloaked figures continued, seemingly unending to Garrett.
31, 32, 34.
As the crossing continued, larger numbers of brothers appeared, and after a time Martin whispered,
There are more than 100.
Still they came, some now carrying bundles on their backs and shoulders. Many wore the dark grey mountain cloaks, but others were dressed in green, brown or black clothing. Garrett leaned close to Martin and whispered,
You're right. It is a migration north. I mark over 200.
Martin nodded.
And still they come.
For many more minutes the Dark Brothers crossed the trail, until the flood of warriors was replaced by ragged-looking females and young. When they had passed, a company of 28 fighters crossed the trail, and then the area was quiet. They waited a moment in silence. Garrett said,
They are elvenkin to move so large a number through the forest undetected so long.
Martin smiled.
I'd advise you not to mention that fact to the next elf you encounter.
He stood slowly, unbending cramped muscles from the long sitting in the brush. A faint sound echoed from the east, and Martin got a thoughtful look on his face.
How far along the trail do you judge the Dark Brothers march?
Garrett said, At their rear, 100 yards. At the van, perhaps a quarter mile or less. Why? Martin grinned, and Garrett became discomforted by the mocking humour in his eyes.
Come. I think I know where we can have some fun.
Garrett groaned softly.
Oh, Master, my skin gets a poxy feeling when you mention fun.
Martin struck the man a friendly blow to the chest with the back of his hand.
Come, stout fellow.
The huntmaster broke trail with Garrett behind. They loped along through the woods, easily avoiding obstacles that would have hindered less experienced woodsmen. They came to a break in the trail, and both men halted. Just down the trail, at the edge of their vision in the gloom of the forest, came a company of Tsurani trail breakers. Martin and Garrett faded into the trees, and the huntmaster said,
The main column is close behind. When they reach the crossing where the Dark Brothers passed, they might chance to follow.
Garrett shook his head.
Or they might not, so we will make certain they do.
Taking a deep breath, he added,
Oh, well.
Then made a short, silent prayer to Kelewan, the singer of green silences, goddess of foresters, as they unshouldered their bows. Martin stepped out onto the trail and took aim, and Garrett followed his example. The Tsurani trail breakers came into view, cutting away the thick underbrush along the trail, so the main body could more easily follow. Martin waited until the Tsurani were uncomfortably close, then he let fly, just as the first trail breaker took notice of them. The first two men fell, and before they hit the ground, 2 more arrows were loosed. Martin and Garrett pulled arrows from back quivers in fluid motions, set arrow to bowstring, and let fly with uncommon quickness and accuracy. It was not from any act of kindness Martin had selected Garrett 5 years before. In the eye of the storm, he would stand calmly, do as ordered, and do it with skill. 10 stunned Tsurani fell before they could raise an alarm. Calmly, Martin and Garrett shouldered their bows and waited. Then, along the trail appeared a veritable wall of coloured armour. The Tsurani officers in the van stopped in shocked silence as they regarded the dead trail breakers. Then they saw the 2 foresters standing quietly down the trail and shouted something. The entire front of the column sprang forward, weapons drawn. Martin leaped into the thicket on the north side of the trail, Garrett a step behind. They dashed through the trees, the Tsurani in close pursuit. Martin's voice filled the forest with a wild hunter's call. Garrett shouted as much from some nameless, crazy exhilaration as from fear. The noise behind was tremendous as a horde of Tsurani pursued them through the trees. Martin led them northward, paralleling the course taken by the Dark Brotherhood. After a time he stopped, and between gasping breaths said, "Slowly,
We don't want to lose them.
Garrett looked back and saw the Tsurani were out of sight. They leaned against a tree and waited. A moment later, the first Tsurani came into view, hurrying along a course that angled off to the northwest. With a disgusted look, Martin said, "We must have killed the only skilled trackers on their whole bloody world." He took his hunter's horn from his belt and let forth with such a loud blast the Tsurani soldier froze, an expression of shock clearly evident on his face, even from where Martin and Garrett stood. The Tsurani looked around and caught sight of the two huntsmen. Martin waved for the man to follow, and he and Garrett were off again. The Tsurani shouted for those behind and gave chase. For a quarter mile, they led the Tsurani through the woods. Then they angled westward. Garrett shouted between heaving breaths,
"The Dark Brothers! They'll know we come!"
Martin shouted back,
"Unless they've suddenly all gone deaf," he managed to smile. "The Tsurani hold a 6-to-1 advantage. I think it only fair to let the Brotherhood have the ambush."
Garrett spared enough breath for a low groan and continued to follow his master's lead. They crashed out of a thicket, and Martin stopped, grabbing Garrett by the tunic. He cocked his head and said, "They're up ahead." Garrett said, "I don't know how you can hear a thing with all that cursed racket behind." It sounded as if most of the Tsurani column had followed, though the forest amplified the noise and confused its source. Martin said, "Do you still wear that, ridiculous red undertunic?" "Yes, why?" "Tear off a strip." Garrett pulled his knife without question and lifted up his green forester's tunic. Underneath was a garish red cotton undertunic. He cut a long strip off the bottom, then hastily tucked the undertunic in. While Garrett ordered himself, Martin tied the strip to an arrow. He looked back to where the Tsurani thrashed in the brush. It must be those stubby legs. They may be able to run all day, but they can't keep up in the woods. He handed the arrow to Garrett. "See that large elm across that small clearing?" Garrett nodded. "See the small birch behind, off to the left?" Again Garrett nodded. "Think you can hit it with that rag dragging at your arrow?" Garrett grinned as he unslung his bow, notched the arrow, and let fly. The arrow sped true, striking the tree. Martin said, "When our bandy-legged friends get here, they'll see that flicker of colour over there and go charging across. Unless I'm sadly mistaken, the brothers are about 50 feet the other side of your arrow." He pulled his horn as Garrett shouldered his bow again. "Once more, we're off," he said, blowing a long, loud call. Like hornets, the Tsurani descended, but Longbow and Garrett were off to the southwest before the note from the hunter's horn had died in the air. They dashed to be gone before the Tsurani caught sight of them, aborting the hoax. Suddenly, they broke through a thicket and ran into a group of women and children milling about. One young woman of the Brotherhood was placing a bundle upon the ground. She stopped at the sight of the two men. Garrett had to slide to a halt to keep from bowling her over. Her large brown eyes studied him for an instant as he stepped sideways to get around her. Without thinking, Garrett said, "Excuse me, ma'am," and raised his hand to his forelock. Then he was off, after the huntmaster, as shouts of surprise and anger erupted behind them. Martin called a halt after they had covered another quarter mile and listened. To the northeast came the sounds of battle, shouts and screams, and the ring of weapons. Martin grinned. "They'll both be busy for a while." Garrett sank wearily to the ground and said, "Next time, send me to the castle, will you, Huntmaster?" Martin kneeled beside the tracker. "That should prevent the Tsurani from reaching Criddy until sundown or after. They won't be able to mount an attack until tomorrow. 400 Dark Brothers are not something they can safely leave at their rear. We'll rest a bit, then make for Criddy." Garrett leaned back against a tree. "Welcome news." He let out a long sigh of relief. "That was a close thing, Huntmaster." Martin smiled enigmatically.
All life is a close thing, Garrett. Garrett shook his head slowly. Did you see that girl? Martin nodded. What of her? Garrett looked perplexed. She was pretty. No, closer to being beautiful in a strange sort of way, I mean. But she had long black hair and her eyes were the colour of otter's fur. And she had a pouting mouth and pert look. Enough to warrant a second glance from most men. It's not what I would have expected from the Brotherhood. Martin nodded. The Moradel are a pretty people, in truth, as are the elves. But remember, Garrett, he said with a smile, should you chance to find yourself exchanging pleasantries with a Moradel woman again, she'd as soon cut your heart out as kiss you. They rested for a while as cries and shouts echoed from the northeast. Then, slowly, they stood and began the return to Criddy. Since the start of the war, the Tsurani had confined their activities to those areas immediately adjacent to the valley in the Grey Towers. Reports from the dwarves and the elves revealed mining activities were taking place in the Grey Towers. Enclaves had been thrown up outside the valley, from which they raided kingdom positions. Once or twice during the year they would mount an offensive against the Duke's armies of the west, the elves in Elvender or Criddy, but for the most part they were content to hold what they had already taken. And each year they would expand their holdings, building more enclaves, expanding the area under their control, and gaining themselves a stronger position from which to conduct the next year's campaign. Since the fall of Walinor, the expected thrust towards the coast of the Bitter Sea had not materialized, nor had the Tsurani again tried for the Lamutian fortresses near Stone Mountain. Walinor and Criddy Town were sacked and abandoned, more to deny them to the kingdom and free cities than for any Tsurani gain. By the spring of the third year of the war, the leaders of the kingdom forces despaired of a major attack, one that might break the stalemate. Now it came. And it came at the logical place, the Allies' weakest front, the garrison at Criddy. Aretha looked out over the walls at the Tsurani army. He stood next to Gardan and Fannon, with Martin Longbow behind. "How many?" he asked, not taking his eyes from the gathering host. Martin spoke. 1,500? 2,000? It is hard to judge. There were 2,000 more coming yesterday, less whatever the Dark Brotherhood took with them. From the distant woods, the sounds of workmen felling trees rang out. The Swordmaster and Huntmaster judged that Tsurani were cutting trees to build scaling ladders. Martin said, "I'd never have thought to hear myself say such, but I wish there had been 4,000 Dark Brothers in the forest yesterday." Gardan spat over the wall.
"Still, you did well, Huntmaster. It's only fitting they should run afoul of each other."
Martin chuckled humorlessly. "It is also a good thing the Dark Brothers kill on sight, though I'm sure they do it out of no love for us. They do guard our southern flank." Aretha said, "Unless yesterday's band was not an isolated case. If the Brotherhood is abandoning the Green Heart, we may soon have to fear for Tulan, Jonril, and Kars."
"I'm glad they've not parleyed," said Fannon. "If they should truce—"
Martin shook his head. "The Moradel will traffic only with weapons runners and renegades who will serve them for gold. Otherwise they have no use for us. And by all evidence, the Tsurani are bent on conquest. The Moradel are no more spared their ambition than we are." Fannon looked back at the mounting Tsurani force. Brightly coloured standards with symbols and designs strange to behold were placed at various positions along the leading edge of the army. Hundreds of warriors in different coloured armour stood in groups under each banner. A horn sounded, and the Tsurani soldiers faced the walls. Each standard was brought forward a dozen paces and planted in the ground. A handful of soldiers, wearing the high-crested helmets that the kingdom forces took to denote officers, walked forward and stood halfway between the army and the standard-bearers. One, wearing bright blue armour, called something
and pointed at the castle. A shout went up from the assembled Tsurani host, and then another officer, this one in bright red armour, began to walk slowly up to the castle. Aretha and the others watched in silence while the man crossed the distance to the gate. He looked neither right nor left, nor up at the people on the walls, but marched with eyes straight ahead until he reached the gate. There he took out a large hand-axe and banged 3 times upon it with the haft. "What is he doing?" asked Roland, just come up the stairs. Again the Tsurani pounded on the gates of the castle. "I think," said Longbow, "he's ordering us to open up and quit the castle." Then the Tsurani reached back and slammed his axe into the gate, leaving it quivering in the wood. Without hurrying, he turned and began walking away to cheers from the watching Tsurani.
"What now?"
asked Fannin. "I think I know," said Martin, unshouldering his bow. He drew out an arrow and fitted it to the bowstring. With a sudden pull, he let fly. The shaft struck the ground between the Tsurani officer's legs, and the man halted. "The Hadati hillmen of Yabon have rituals like this," said Martin. "They put great store by showing bravery in the face of an enemy. To touch one and live is more honourable than killing him." He pointed toward the officer, who stood motionless. "If I kill him, I have no honour, because he's showing us all how brave he is. But we can show we know how to play this game." The Tsurani officer turned and picked up the arrow and snapped it in 2. He faced the castle, holding the broken arrow high, as he shouted defiance at those on the walls. Longbow sighted another arrow and let fly. The second arrow sped down and sliced the plume from the officer's helmet. The Tsurani fell silent as feathers began drifting down around his face. Roland whooped at the shot, and then the walls of the castle erupted with cheers. The Tsurani slowly removed his helm. Martin said, "Now he's inviting one of us either to kill him, showing we are without honour, or to come out of the castle and dare to face him." Fannin said,
"I will not allow the gates open over some childish contest."
Longbow grinned as he said, "Then we'll change the rules." He leaned over the edge of the walkway and shouted down to the courtyard below,
"Garrett! Fowling blunt!"
Garrett, in the court below, drew a fowling arrow from his quiver and tossed it up to Longbow. Martin showed the others the heavy iron ball that served as the tip, used to stun game birds where a sharp arrow would destroy them, and then fitted it to his bow. Sighting the officer, he let fly. The arrow took the Tsurani officer in the stomach, knocking him backward. All on the wall could imagine the sound made as the man had his breath knocked from him. The Tsurani soldiers shouted in outrage, then quieted as the man stood up, obviously stunned, but otherwise showing no injury. Then he doubled over, his hands on his knees, and vomited. Aretha said dryly, "So much for an officer's dignity."
"Well," said Fannin, "I think it's time to give them another lesson in kingdom warfare."
He raised his arm high above his head.
"Catapults!" he cried.
Answering flags waved from the tops of the towers along the walls and atop the keep. He dropped his arm, and the mighty engines were fired. On the smaller towers, ballistae, looking like giant crossbows, shot spear-like missiles, while atop the keep, huge mangonels flung buckets of heavy stones. The rain of stones and missiles landed amid the Tsurani, crushing heads and limbs, tearing ragged holes in their lines. The screams of wounded men could be heard by the defenders, while the catapult crew quickly rewound and loaded their deadly engines. The Tsurani milled about in confusion, and, when the second flight of stones and missiles struck, broke and ran. A cheer went up from the defenders on the wall. then died when the Tsurani regrouped beyond the range of the engines. Gardan said,
"Swordmaster, I think they mean to wait us out."
"I think you're wrong," said Aratha, pointing. The other looked. A large number of Tsurani detached themselves from the main body, moving forward to stop just outside missile range.
"They look to be readying an attack," said Fannin. "But why, with only a part of their force?"
A soldier appeared and said, "Highness, there are no signs of Tsurani along any of the other positions." Aratha looked to Fannin. "And why attack only one wall?" After a few minutes, Aratha said, "I'd judge 1,000.
"More likely 1,200,
said Fannin. He saw scaling ladders appearing at the rear of the attackers moving forward.
"Any time now."
1,000 defenders waited inside the walls. Other men of Criddy still manned outlying garrisons and lookout positions, but the bulk of the duchy's strength was here. Fannin said,
"We can withstand this force as long as the walls remain unbreached. Less than a 10-to-1 advantage we can deal with."
More messengers came from the other walls.
"They still mount nothing along the east, north and south, Swordmaster,"
one reported.
"They seem determined to do this the hard way."
Fannin looked thoughtful for a moment.
"Little of what we've seen is understandable. Death raids, marshalling within catapult range, wasting time with games of honour. Still, they are not without skill, and we can take nothing for granted."
To the guard he said,
"Pass the word to keep alert on the other walls, and be ready to move to defend should this prove a feint."
The messengers left, and the waiting continued. The sun moved across the sky until an hour before sunset, when it sat at the backs of the attackers. Suddenly, horns blew and drums beat, and in a rush the Tsurani broke toward the walls. The catapults sang, and great holes appeared in the lines of attackers. Still they came, until they moved within bow range of the patiently waiting defenders. A storm of arrows fell upon the attackers, and, to a man, the front rank collapsed. But those behind came on, large, brightly coloured shields held overhead as they rushed the walls. 6 times men fell, dropping scaling ladders, only to have others grab them up and continue. Tsurani bowmen answered the bowmen from the walls with their own shower of arrows, and men of Criddy fell from the battlements. Aratha ducked behind the walls of the castle as the arrows sped overhead. Then he risked a glance between the merlons of the wall. A horde of attackers filled his vision, and a ladder top suddenly appeared before him. A soldier near the prince grabbed the ladder top and pushed it away, aided by a second using a pole arm. Aratha could hear the screams of the Tsurani as they fell from the ladder. The first soldier to the ladder then fell backward, a Tsurani arrow protruding from his eye, and disappeared into the courtyard. A sudden shout went up from below, and Aratha sprang to his feet, risking a bow shaft by looking down. All along the base of the wall, Tsurani warriors were withdrawing, running back to the safety of their own lines. "What are they doing?" wondered Fannin. The Tsurani ran until they were safe from the catapults, then stopped, turned, and formed up ranks. Officers were walking up and down before the men, exhorting them. After a moment, the assembled Tsurani cheered.
"Damn me!"
came from Aratha's left, and he glimpsed Amos Trask at his shoulder, a seaman's cutlass in his hand.
"The maniacs are congratulating themselves on getting slaughtered."
The scene below was grisly. Tsurani soldiers lay scattered around like toys thrown by a careless giant child. A few moved feebly and moaned, but most were dead. Fannin said,
"I'd wager they lost 100 or more. This makes no sense."
He said to Roland and Martin,
"Check the other walls."
They both hurried off.
"What are they doing now?"
he said, as he watched the Tsurani. In the red glow of sunset, he could see them still in lines, while men lit torches and passed them around.
Surely they don't intend to attack after sunset. They'll fall over themselves in the dark.
Who knows what they plan, said Aratha. I've never heard of an attack being staged this badly.
Amos said,
Begging the prince's pardon, but I know a thing or two about warcraft from my younger days, and I've also never heard of this like before. Even the Keshians, who'll throw away dog soldiers like a drunken seaman throws away his money, even they wouldn't try a frontal assault like this. I'd keep a weather eye out for trickery.
Yes, answered Aratha, but of what sort?
Throughout the night the Tsurani attacked, rushing headlong against the walls to die at the base. Once a few made the top of the walls, but they were quickly killed and the ladders thrown back. With dawn, the Tsurani withdrew. Aratha, Fanon and Garden watched as the Tsurani reached the safety of their own lines, beyond catapult and bow range. With the sunrise, a sea of colourful tents appeared, and the Tsurani retired to their campsites. The defenders were astonished at the number of Tsurani dead along the base of the castle walls. After a few hours, the stink of the dead became overpowering. Fanon consulted with an exhausted Aratha as the prince was readying for an overdue sleep.
The Tsurani have made no attempt to reclaim their fallen.
Aratha said, We have no common language in which to parley, unless you mean to send Tully out under a flag of truce.
Fanon said,
He'd go, of course, but I'd not risk him. Still, the bodies could be trouble in a day or two. Besides the stink and flies, with unburied dead comes disease. It's the gods' way of showing their displeasure over not honouring the dead.
Then, said Aratha, pulling on the boot he had just taken off, we had best see what can be done.
He returned to the gate and found Gardan already making plans to remove the bodies. A dozen volunteers were waiting by the gate to go and gather the dead for a funeral pyre. Aratha and Fanon reached the walls as Gardan led the men through the gate. Archers lined the walls to cover the retreat of the men outside the walls if necessary, but it soon became evident the Tsurani were not going to trouble the party. Several came to the edge of their lines to sit and watch the kingdom soldiers working. After an hour, it was clear the men of Criddy would not be able to complete the work before they were exhausted. Aratha considered sending more men outside, but Fanon refused, thinking it what the Tsurani were waiting for.
If we have to move a large party back through the gate, it might prove disastrous. If we close the gate, we lose men outside, and if we leave it open too long, the Tsurani breach the castle.
Aratha was forced to agree, and they settled down to watch Gardan's men working in the hot morning. Then, near midday, a dozen Tsurani warriors, unarmed, walked casually across their lines and approached the work party. Those on the wall watched tensely, but when the Tsurani reached the spot where Criddy men worked, they silently began picking up bodies and carrying them to where the pyre was being erected. With the help of the Tsurani, the bodies were stacked upon the huge pyre. Torches were set, and soon the bodies of the slain were consumed in fire. The Tsurani who had helped place the bodies upon the pyre watched as the soldier who led the volunteers stood away from the mounting flames. Then one Tsurani soldier spoke a word, and he and his companions bowed in respect to those upon the fire. The soldier who led the Criddy soldiers said, "Honours to the dead." The 12 men of Criddy assumed a posture of attention and saluted. Then the Tsurani turned to face the kingdom soldiers, and again they bowed. The commanding soldier called out, "Return salute," and the 12 men of Criddy saluted the Tsurani. Aratha shook his head, watching men who had tried to kill one another working side by side as if it were the most natural thing in the world, then saluting one another. Father used to say that among man's strange undertakings, war stood clearly forth as the strangest. At sundown they came again,
wave after wave of attackers rushing the west wall to die at the base. 4 times during the night they struck, and 4 times they were repulsed. Now they came again, and Aretha shrugged off his fatigue to fight once more. They could see more Tsurani joining those before the castle, long snakes of torchlight coming from the forest to the north. After the last assault, it was clear the situation was shifting to the Tsurani's favour. The defenders were exhausted from 2 nights of fighting, and the Tsurani were still throwing fresh troops into the fray.
"They mean to grind us down, no matter what the cost," said a fatigued Fanon.
He began to say something to a guard when a strange expression crossed his face. He closed his eyes and collapsed. Aretha caught him. An arrow protruded from his back. A panicky-looking soldier kneeling on the other side looked at Aretha, clearly asking, "What do we do?" Aretha shouted, "Get him into the keep, to Father Tully!" And the man and another soldier picked up the unconscious swordmaster and carried him down. A third soldier asked, "What orders, Highness?" Aretha spun around, seeing the worried faces of Criddy's soldiers nearby, and said, "As before, defend the wall." The fighting went hard. A half-dozen times Aretha found himself duelling with Tsurani warriors who topped the wall. Then, after a timeless battling, the Tsurani withdrew. Aretha stood, panting, his clothing drenched with perspiration beneath his chest armour. He shouted for water, and a castle porter arrived with a bucket. He drank, as did the others around, and turned to watch the Tsurani host. Again, they stood just beyond catapult range, and their torchlights seemed undiminished. "Prince Aretha," came a voice behind. He spun around. Horsemaster Algon was standing before him. "I just heard of Fanon's wound." Aretha said, "How is he?" Close thing. The wound is serious, but not yet fatal. Tully thinks, should he live another day, he will recover, but he'll not be able to command for weeks, perhaps longer." Aretha knew Algon was waiting for a decision from him. The prince was knight captain of the king's army and, without Fanon, the commander of the garrison. He was also untried and could turn over command to the horsemaster. Aretha looked around. "Where is Gardan?"
"Here, Highness,"
came a shout from a short way down the wall. Aretha was surprised at the sergeant's appearance. His dark skin was nearly grey from the dust that stuck to it, held fast by the sheen of perspiration. His tunic and tabard were soaked with blood, which also covered his arms to the elbows. Aretha looked down at his own hands and arms, and found them likewise covered. He shouted, "More water!" and said to Algon, "Gardan will act as my second commander. Should anything happen to me, he will take command of the garrison. Gardan is acting swordmaster." Algon hesitated, as if about to say something, then a look of relief crossed his face. "Yes, Highness." "Orders?" Aretha looked back toward the Tsurani lines, then to the east. The first light of the fall storm was coming, and the sun would rise over the mountains in less than 2 hours. He seemed to weigh facts for a time as he washed away the blood on his arms and face. Finally, he said, "Get Longbow." The huntmaster was called for and arrived a few minutes later, followed by Amos Trask, who wore a wide grin.
"Damn me, but they can fight,"
said the seaman. Aretha ignored the comment. "It is clear to me they plan to keep constant pressure upon us. With as little regard as they show for their own lives, they can wear us down in a few weeks. This is one thing we didn't count upon, this willingness of their men to go to certain death. I want the north, south and east walls stripped. Leave enough men to keep watch and hold any attackers until reinforcements can arrive. Bring the men from the other walls here and order those here to stand down. I want 6-hour watches rotated throughout the rest of the day. Martin, has there been any more word of Dark Brother migration?" Longbow shrugged. "We've been a little busy, Highness. My men have all been in the North Woods the last few weeks."
Aretha said, "Could you slip a few trackers over the walls before first light?" Longbow considered. If they leave at once, and if the Tsurani aren't watching the east wall too closely, yes. Do so. The Dark Brothers aren't foolish enough to attack this force, but if you could find a few bands the size of the one you spotted 3 days ago, and repeat your trap. Martin grinned. I'll lead them out myself. We'd best leave now, before it gets much lighter. Aretha dismissed him, and Martin ran down the stairs. Garrett, he shouted. Come on, lad, we're off for some fun. A groan could be heard by those on the wall as Martin gathered his trackers around him. Aretha said to Gardan, I want messages sent to Kars and Tulan. Use 5 pigeons for each. Order Barons Bellamy and Tolbert to strip their garrisons and take ship for Criddy at once. Gardan said,
Highness, that will leave those garrisons nearly undefended.
Algon joined in the objection.
If the Dark Brotherhood moves towards the Northlands, the Tsurani will have an open path to the southern keeps next year.
Aretha said, if the Dark Brothers are moving en masse, which they may not be, and if the Tsurani learn they have abandoned the Green Heart, which they may not, I am concerned by this known threat, not a possible one next year. If they keep this constant pressure upon us, how long can we withstand? Gardan said,
A few weeks, perhaps a month, no longer.
Aretha once more studied the Tsurani camp. They boldly pitched their tents near the edge of town. They ranged through our forests, building ladders and siege engines, no doubt. They know we cannot sally forth in strength. But with 1,800 fresh soldiers from the southern keeps attacking up the coast road from the beaches and the garrison sallying forth, we can rout them from Criddy. Once the siege is broken, they will have to withdraw to their eastern enclaves. We can harry them continuously with horsemen, keep them from regrouping. Then we can return those forces to the southern keeps, and they'll be ready for any Tsurani attacks against Kars or Tulan next spring. Gardan said,
A bold enough plan, Highness.
He saluted and left the wall, followed by Algon. Amos Trask said,
Your commanders are cautious men, Highness.
Aretha said, You agree with my plan?
Should Criddy fall, what matters when Kars or Tulan falls? If not this year, then next for certain. It might as well be in one fight as 2 or 3. As the sergeant said, it is a bold plan. Still, a ship was never taken without getting close enough to board. You have the makings of a fine corsair should you ever grow tired of being a prince, Highness.
Aretha regarded Amos Trask with a sceptical smile. Corsair, is it? I thought you claimed to be an honest trader. Amos looked slightly discomposed. Then he broke out in a hearty laugh.
I only said I had a cargo for Criddy, Highness. I never said how I came by it.
Well, we have no time for your piratical past now. Amos looked stung.
No pirate, sire. The Sidoni was carrying letters of marque from Great Kesh given by the governor of Durban.
Aretha laughed. Of course, and everyone knows there is no finer, more law-abiding group upon the high seas than the captains of the Durban coast. Amos shrugged.
They tend to be a crusty lot, it's true, and they sometimes make free with the concept of free passage on the high seas, but we prefer the term privateer.
Horns blew and drums beat, and with shrieking war cries, the Tsurani came. The defenders waited. Then, as the attacking host crossed the invisible line, marking the outer range of the castle's war engines, death rained down upon the Tsurani. Still they came. The Tsurani crossed the second invisible line, marking the outer range of the castle's bowmen, and scores more died. Still they came. The attackers reached the walls, and defenders dropped stones and pushed over scaling ladders, dealing out death to those below. Still they came. Aretha quickly ordered a redeployment of his reserves, directing them to be ready near the points of heaviest attack. Men hurried to carry out his orders. Standing atop the west wall in the thick of the fight, Aretha answered attack with attack, repulsing warrior after warrior as they reached the top of the wall. Even in the midst of battle, Aretha was aware of the scene around him, shouting orders, hearing replies, catching glimpses of what others were doing. He saw Amos Trask disarmed, strike a Sirani full in the face with his fist, knocking the man from the wall. Trask then carefully bent down and picked up his cutlass as if he had simply dropped it while strolling along the wall. Gardan moved among the men, exhorting the defenders, bolstering sagging spirits, and driving the men beyond the point where they normally would have given in to exhaustion. Aretha helped two soldiers push away another scaling ladder, then stared in momentary confusion as one of the men slowly turned and sat at his feet, surprise on his face as he looked down at the Sirani bow shaft in his chest. The man leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, as if deciding to sleep for a time. Aretha heard someone shout his name. Gardan stood a few feet away, pointing to the north section of the west wall.
"They've crested the wall!"
Aretha ran past Gardan, shouting, "Order the reserves to follow!" He raced along the wall until he reached the breach in the defences. A dozen Sirani held each end of a section of the wall, pushing forward to clear room for their comrades to follow. Aretha hurled himself into the front rank, past weary and surprised guards who were being forced back along the battlement. Aretha thrust over the first Sirani shield, taking the man in the throat. The Sirani's face registered shock, then he keeled over and fell into the courtyard below. Aretha attacked the next man to the first and shouted, "For Criddy! For the kingdom!" Then Gardan was among them, like a towering black giant, dealing blows to all who stood before. Suddenly, the men of Criddy pressed forward, a wave of flesh and steel along the narrow rampart. The Sirani stood their ground, refusing to yield the hard-won breach, and, to a man, were killed. Aretha struck a Sirani warrior with the bell guard of his rapier, knocking him to the ground below, and turned to find the wall once more in the possession of the defenders. Horns blew from the Sirani lines, and the attackers withdrew. Aretha became aware the sun had cleared the mountains to the east. The morning had finally come. He surveyed the scene below and felt suddenly more fatigued than he could ever remember. Turning slowly, he saw every man on the wall was watching him. Then one of the soldiers shouted, "Hail, Aretha! Hail, Prince of Criddy!" Suddenly the castle was ringing with shouts as men chanted, "Aretha! Aretha!" To Gardan, Aretha asked, "Why?" With a satisfied look, the sergeant replied,
"They saw you personally take the fight to the Sirani, Highness, or heard from others. They are soldiers, and expect certain things from a commander. They are now truly your men, Highness."
Aretha stood quietly as the cheers filled the castle. Then he raised his hand, and the courtyard fell silent. "You have done well. Criddy is served aright by her soldiers." He spoke to Gardan. "Change the watch upon the walls. We may have little time to enjoy the victory." As if his words were an omen, a shout came from a guard atop the nearest tower. "Highness, wear the field!" Aretha saw the Sirani lines had reformed. Wearily he said, "Have they no limit?" Instead of the expected attack, a single man walked from the Sirani line, apparently an officer by his crested helm. He pointed to the walls, and the entire Sirani line erupted in cheers. He walked farther within bow range, stopping several times to point at the wall. His blue armour glinted in the morning sun as the attackers cheered with his gestures toward the castle. "A challenge?" said Gardan, watching the strange display as the man showed his back, unmindful of personal danger, and walked back to his own lines.
"No,"
said Amos Trask, who came to stand next to Gardan.
"I think they salute a brave enemy."
Amos shook his head slightly.
"A strange people."
Aretha said, "Shall we ever understand such men?" Gardan put his hand upon Aretha's shoulder.
"I doubt it. Look, they quit the field."
The Sirani were marching back toward their tents before the remains of Criddy town. A few watchmen were left to observe the castle, but it was clear the main force was being ordered to stand down again. Gardan said,
"I would have ordered another assault."
His voice betrayed his disbelief.
"They have to know we're near exhaustion. Why not press the attack?"
Amos said,
"Who can say? Perhaps they, too, are tired."
Aretha said, "This attacking through the night has some meaning I do not understand." He shook his head. "In time we will know what they plot. Leave a watch upon the walls, but have the men retire to the courtyard. It's becoming clear they prefer not to attack during the day. Order food brought from the kitchen and water to bathe with." Orders were passed, and men left their posts, some sitting on the walks below the wall, too tired to trudge down the steps. Others reached the courtyard and tossed aside their weapons, sitting in the shade of the battlements, while castle porters hurried among them with buckets of fresh water. Aretha leaned against the wall. He spoke silently to himself. "They'll be back." They came again that night. Chapter 18. Siege. Wounded men groaned at sunrise. For the 12th straight night the Sirani had assaulted the castle, only to retire at dawn. Gardan could not see any clear reason for the dangerous night attacks. As he watched the Sirani gathering up their dead, then returning to their tents, he said, "They are strange. Their archers cannot fire at the walls once the ladders are up for fear of hitting their own men. We have no such problem, knowing everyone below is the enemy. I don't understand these men." Aretha sat numbly, washing the blood and dirt from his face, oblivious to the scene about him. He was too tired to even answer Gardan. "Here," a voice nearby said, and he pulled the damp cloth from his face to see a proffered drinking cup. He took the cup and drained it in one long pull, savouring the taste of strong wine. Carline stood before him, wearing tunic and trousers, her sword hanging at her side. "What are you doing here?" Aretha asked, fatigue making his voice sound harsh in his own ears. Carline's manner was brisk. "Someone must carry water and food. With every man on the walls all night long, who do you think is fit for duty in the morning? Not that pitiful handful of porters who are too old for fighting, that's certain." Aretha looked about and saw other women, ladies of the castle as well as servants and fishwives, walking among the men, who thankfully took the offered food and drink. He smiled his crooked smile. "How fare you?" "Well enough. Still, sitting in the cellar is as difficult in its own way as being on the wall, I judge. Each sound of battle that reaches us brings one or another of the ladies to tears." Her voice carried a tone of mild disapproval. "They huddle like rabbits. Oh, it is so tiresome." She stood quietly for a moment, then asked, "Have you seen Roland?" He looked about. "Last night, for a time." He covered his face in the soothing wetness of the cloth. Pulling it away after a moment, he added, "Or perhaps it was 2 nights past. I've lost track." He pointed toward the wall nearest the keep. "He should be over there somewhere. I put him in charge of the off-watch. He's responsible for guarding against a flank attack." Carline smiled. She knew Roland would be chafing to get into the fight, but with his responsibilities it would be unlikely, unless the Sirani attacked on all sides. "Thank you, Aretha." Aretha feigned ignorance. For what? She kneeled and kissed his wet cheek. for knowing me better than I know myself sometimes.
She stood and walked away. Roland walked along the battlements, watching the distant forest beyond the broad clearing that ran along the eastern wall of the castle. He approached a guard standing next to an alarm bell and said, "Anything?" "Nothing, Squire." Roland nodded. "Keep a watchful eye. This is the narrowest open area before the wall. If they come against a second flank, this is where I would expect the assault." The soldier said, "In truth, Squire, why do they come only against one wall, and why the strongest?" Roland shrugged. "I don't pretend to know. Perhaps to show contempt, or bravery, or for some alien reason." The guard came to attention and saluted. Carline had come silently up behind them. Roland took her by the arm and hurried her along. "What do you think you're doing up here?" he said in ungentle tones. Her look of relief at finding him alive and unhurt turned to one of anger. "I came to see if you were all right," she said defiantly. Guiding her down the stairs to the courtyard below, he answered, "We are not so far removed from the forest that a Sirani bowman could not reduce the Duke's household by one. I'll not explain to your father and brothers what my reasons were for allowing you up there." "Oh, is that your only reason? You don't want to face father?" He smiled, and his voice softened. "No, of course not." She returned the smile. "I was worried." Roland sat upon the lower steps and plucked at some weeds growing near the base of the stones, pulling them out and tossing them aside. Little reason for that. Aretha has seen I'll not risk much. Placatingly, Carline said, "Still, this is an important post. If they attack here, you'll have to hold with a small number until reinforcements come." "If they attack. Gardan came by yesterday, and he thinks they may tire of this soon and dig in for a long siege, waiting for us to starve." She said, "More's their hard luck, then. We've stores through the winter, and they'll find little to forage out there once the snows come." Playfully mocking, he said, "What have we here? A student of tactics?" She regarded him like an overtaxed teacher confronted with a particularly slow student. "I listen, and I have my wits about me. Do you think I do nothing but sit around waiting for you men to tell me what's occurring? If I did, I'd know nothing." He put up his hands in sign of supplication. "I'm sorry, Carline, you are most definitely no one's fool." He stood and took her hand. "But you have made me your fool." She squeezed his hand. "No, Roland. I have been the fool. It has taken me almost 3 years to understand just how good a man you are, and how good a friend." She leaned over and kissed him lightly. He returned the kiss with tenderness. "And more," she added quietly. "When this is over," he began. She placed her free hand over his lips. "Not now, Roland. Not now." He smiled his understanding. "I'd best get back to the walls, Carline." She kissed him again and left for the main courtyard and the work to be done. He climbed back to the wall and resumed his vigil. It was late afternoon when a guard shouted, "Squire, in the forest!" Roland looked in the indicated direction and saw 2 figures sprinting across the open ground. From the trees the shouts of men came, and the clamour of battle. Criddy bowmen raised their weapons. Then Roland shouted, "Hold! It's Longbow!" To the guard next to him he said, "Bring ropes quickly." Longbow and Garrett reached the wall as the ropes were being lowered, and, as soon as they were secured, scrambled upward. When they were safely over the walls, they sank exhaustedly behind the battlements. Waterskins were handed the 2 foresters, who drank deeply. "What now?" asked Roland. Longbow gave him a lopsided smile. "We found another band of travellers heading northward about 30 miles southeast of here and arranged for them to visit with the Sirani." Garrett looked up at Roland with eyes darkly circled from fatigue. "A band, he calls it.
Damn near 500 Moradel moving in strength. Must have been a full 100 chasing us through the woods the last 2 days.
Roland said, Aretha will be pleased. The Sirani have hit us each night since you left. We could do with a little diverting of their attentions. Longbow nodded. Where's the prince? At the west wall, where all the fighting's been. Longbow stood and pulled the exhausted Garrett to his feet. Come along. We'd better report. Roland instructed the guards to keep a sharp watch and followed the 2 huntsmen. They found Aretha supervising the distribution of weapons to those in need of replacing broken or dulled ones. Gardell, the smith, and his apprentices gathered up those that were repairable and dumped them into a cart, heading for the forge to begin work. Longbow said, Highness, another band of Moradel have come north. I led them here so the Sirani could be too busy to attack tonight. Aretha said, That is welcome news. Come, we'll have a cup of wine and you can tell us what you saw. Longbow sent Garrett off to the kitchen and followed Aretha and Roland into the keep. The prince sent word asking Gardan to join them in the council room, and when they were all there, asked Longbow to recount his travels. Longbow drank deeply from the wine cup placed before him. It was touch and go for a while. The woods are thick with both Sirani and Moradel, and there are many signs they have little affection for one another. We counted at least 100 dead on both sides. Aretha looked at the other 3 men. We know little of their ways, but it seems foolish for them to travel so close to Criddy. Longbow shook his head. They have little choice, Highness. The Green Heart must be foraged clean, and they cannot return to their mountains because of the Sirani. The Moradel are making for the Northlands and won't risk passing near Elvendar. With the rest of the way blocked by the Sirani strength, their only path is through the forests nearby, then westward along the river toward the coast. Once they reach the sea, they can turn northward again. They must gain the great northern mountains before winter to reach their brothers in the Northlands safely. He drank the rest of his cup and waited while a servant refilled it. From all signs, nearly every Moradel in the south is making for the Northlands. It looks as if over 1,000 have already safely been by here. How many more will come this way through the summer and fall we cannot guess. He drank again. The Sirani will have to watch their eastern flank and would do well to watch the south as well. The Moradel are starved and might chance a raid into the Sirani camp while the bulk of the army is thrown against the walls of the castle. Should a 3-way fight occur, it could get messy.
For the Sirani, said Gardan.
Martin hoisted his cup in salute.
For the Sirani.
Aretha said, You have done well, Huntmaster. Thank you, Highness. He laughed.
I'd never thought to see the day I'd welcome the sight of the Dark Brotherhood in the forests of Criddy.
Aretha drummed his fingers upon the table. It will be another 2 to 3 weeks before we can expect the armies from Tulan and Kars. If the Dark Brothers harry the Sirani enough, we might have some respite. He looked at Martin. What occurs to the east? Longbow spread his hands upon the table.
We couldn't get close enough to see much as we hurried past, but they're up to something. They've a good number of men scattered throughout the woods from the edge of the clearing back about half a mile. If it hadn't been for the Moradel hot in our heels, Garrett and I might not have made it back to the walls.
I wish I knew what they were doing out there, said Aretha. This attacking only at night, it surely masks some trickery. Gardan said,
We'll know soon enough, I fear.
Aretha stood, and the others rose as well. We have much to do in any event, but if they do not come this night, we should all take advantage of the rest. Order watches posted, and send the men back to the commons for sleep. If I'm needed, I'll be in my room. The others followed him from the council hall, and Aretha walked slowly to his room, his fatigued mind trying to grasp what he knew were important matters, but failing. He threw off only his armour and fell fully clothed across his pallet. He was quickly asleep, but it was a troubled, dream-filled slumber.
For a week no attacks came, as the Tsurani were cautious of the migrating Brotherhood of the Dark Path. As Martin had foretold, the Moradel were emboldened by hunger and had twice struck into the heart of the Tsurani camp. On the 8th afternoon after the first Moradel attack, the Tsurani were again gathering on the field before the castle, their ranks once more swelled by reinforcements from the east. Messages carried by pigeon between Aratha and his father told of increased fighting along the eastern front as well. Lord Boric speculated Criddy was being attacked by troops fresh from the Tsurani homeworld, as there had been no reports of any troop movements along his front. Other messages arrived with word of relief from Kars and Tulan. Baron Tolbert's soldiers had departed Tulan within 2 days of receiving Aratha's message, and his fleet would join with Baron Bellamy's at Kars. Depending upon the prevailing winds, it would be from 1 to 2 weeks before the relief fleet arrived. Aratha stood at his usual place upon the west wall, Martin Longbow at his side. They watched the Tsurani taking position as the sun sank in the west, a red beacon bathing the landscape in crimson. "It seems," said Aratha, "they mount a full attack tonight." Longbow said, "They've cleared the area of troublesome neighbours by all appearances, at least for a time. The Moradel gained us a little time, Highness, but no more." "I wonder how many will reach the Northlands." Longbow shrugged. 1 in 5, perhaps. From the Green Heart to the Northlands is a long, difficult journey under the best of circumstances. Now... He let his words trail off. Gardan came up the stairs from the courtyard.
"Highness, the Tower Watch reports the Tsurani are in formation."
As he spoke, the Tsurani sounded their battle calls and began to advance. Aratha drew his sword and gave the order for the catapults to fire. Bowmen followed, unleashing a storm of arrows upon the attackers, but still the Tsurani came. Through the night, wave after wave of brightly armoured aliens threw themselves at the west wall of Castle Criddy. Most died on the field before the wall or at its base, but a few managed to crest the battlements. They, too, died. Still more came. 6 times the Tsurani wave had broken upon the defences of Criddy, and now they prepared for a 7th assault. Aratha, covered in dirt and blood, directed the disposition of rested troops along the wall. Gardan looked to the east.
"If we hold one more time, the dawn will be here. Then we should have some respite,"
he said, his voice thick with fatigue.
"We will hold,"
answered Aratha, his own voice sounding just as tired in his ears as Gardan's. "Aratha!" Aratha saw Roland and Amos coming up the stairs, with another man behind. "What now?" asked the prince. Roland said, "We can see no activity on the other walls, but there is something here you should see." Aratha recognised the other man, Lewis, the castle's rat hunter. It was his responsibility to keep vermin from the keep. He tenderly held something in his hands. Aratha looked closely. It was a ferret, twitching slightly in the firelight. "Highness," said Lewis, his voice thick with emotion. "It's—" "What, man?" said Aratha, impatiently. With attack about to begin, he had little time to mourn a lost pet. Roland spoke, for Lewis was obviously overcome at the loss of his ferret. The rat hunter's ferrets didn't return 2 days ago. This one crawled into the storage room behind the kitchen some time since. Lewis found it there a few minutes ago. In choked tones, Lewis said, "They're all well trained, sire. If they didn't come back, it's because something kept them from returning. This poor lad's been stepped on. His back's broken. He must have crawled for hours to get back." Aratha said, "I fail to see the significance of this." Roland gripped the prince's arm. "Aratha, he hunts them in the rat tunnels under the castle." Comprehension dawned upon Aratha. He turned to Gardan and said, "Sappers, the Tsurani must be digging under the east wall." Gardan said, "That would explain the constant attacks upon the west wall to draw us away." Aratha said,
Gardan, take command of the walls. Amos, Roland, come with me. Aratha ran down the steps and through the courtyard. He shouted for a group of soldiers to follow and bring shovels. They reached the small courtyard behind the keep, and Aratha said, "We've got to find that tunnel and collapse it." Amos said, "Your walls are slanted outward at the plinth. They'll recognize they can't fire the timbers of the tunnels to bring it down to make a breach. They'll be trying to get a force inside the castle grounds or into the keep." Roland looked alarmed. "Carline! She and the other ladies are in the cellars." Aratha said, "Take some men and go to the cellars." Roland ran off. Aratha fell to his knees and placed his ear on the ground. The others followed his example, moving around, listening for sounds of digging from below.
Carline sat nervously next to the Lady Marna. The fat former governess made a show of calmly attending to her needlepoint, despite the rustling and stirring of the other women in the cellar. The sounds of battle from the walls came to them as faint, distant echoes, muted by the thick walls of the keep. Now there was an equally unnerving quiet.
"Oh, to be sitting here like a caged bird," said Carline.
"The walls are no place for a lady," came the retort from Lady Marna. Carline stood. As she paced the room, she said, "I can tie bandages and carry water. All of us could." The other ladies of the court looked at one another as if the princess had been bereft of her senses. None of them could imagine subjecting herself to such a trial. "Highness, please," said Lady Marna. "You should wait quietly. There will be much to do when the battle's over. Now you should rest." Carline began a retort, then stopped. She held up her hand. "Do you hear something?" The others stopped their movement and all listened. From the floor came a faint tapping sound. Carline knelt upon the flagstone. "My lady, this is most unseemly," began the Lady Marna. Carline stopped the complaint with an imperious wave of her hand. "Quiet." She placed her ear upon the flagstones. "There is something—" Lady Glynis shuddered. "Probably rats scurrying about. There are hundreds of them down here." Her expression showed this revelation was about as unpleasant a fact as imaginable. "Be quiet," ordered Carline. There came a cracking sound from the floor, and Carline leaped to her feet. Her sword came out of its scabbard as a fracture appeared in the stones of the floor. A chisel point broke through the flagstone, and suddenly the upturned stone was pushed up and outward. Ladies screamed as a hole appeared in the floor. A startled face popped into the light. Then a Surani warrior, hair filthy from the dirt of the tunnel, tried to scramble upward. Carline's sword took him in the throat as she shouted, "Get out! Call the guards!" Most of the women sat frozen in terror, refusing to move. Lady Marna heaved her massive bulk from the bench upon which she sat and gave a shrieking town girl a backhand slap. The girl looked at Lady Marna with a wide-eyed fright for an instant, then broke toward the steps. As if at a signal, the others ran after, screaming for help. Carline watched as the Surani slowly fell back, blocking the hole in the floor. Other cracks appeared around the hole, and hands pulled pieces of flagstone downward into the ever-widening entrance. Lady Marna was halfway to the steps when she saw Carline standing her ground. "Princess!" she shrieked. Another man came scrambling upward, and Carline delivered a death blow to him. She was then forced back as the stones near her feet collapsed. The Surani had terminated their tunnel in a wide hole and were now broadening the entrance, pulling down stones so that they could swarm out, overwhelming any defenders. A man fought upward, pushing Carline to one side, allowing another to start his climb upward. Lady Marna ran back to her former ward and grabbed up a large piece of loose stone, which she brought crashing down on the unhelmeted skull of the second man. Grunts and strange-sounding words came from the tunnel mouth as the man fell back upon those behind. Carline ran the other man through and kicked another in the face. "Princess!" said Lady Marna. "We must flee!" Carline didn't answer. She dodged a blow at her feet, delivered by a Surani, who then sprang nimbly out of the hole. Carline thrust, and the man dodged. Another came scrambling out of the hole, and the Lady Mana shrieked. The first man turned reflexively at the sound, and Carline drove her sword into his side. The second man raised a serrated sword to strike Lady Mana, and Carline sprang for him, thrusting her sword point into his neck. The man shuddered and fell, his fingers releasing their grip on the sword. Carline grabbed Lady Mana's arm and propelled her toward the steps. Surani came swarming out of the hole, and Carline turned at the bottom of the stairs. Lady Mana stood behind her beloved princess, not willing to leave. The Surani approached warily. The girl had killed enough of their companions to warrant their respect and caution. Suddenly, a body crashed past the girl as Roland charged into the Surani, soldiers of the keep hurrying behind. The young squire was in a frenzy to protect the princess, and he bowled over 3 Surani in his rush. They tumbled backward, disappearing into the hole, Roland with them. As the squire vanished from view, Carline screamed, "Roland!" Other guards leaped past the princess to engage the Surani, who still stood in the cellar, and more jumped boldly into the hole. Grunts and cries, shouts and oaths rang from the tunnel. A guard took Carline by the arm and began to drag her up the stairs. She followed, helpless in the man's strong grip, crying, "Roland!" Grunts of exertion filled the dark tunnel as the soldiers from Criddy dug furiously. Aratha had found the Surani tunnel and had ordered a shaft sunk near it. They were now digging a counter-tunnel to intercept the Surani near the wall. Amos had agreed with Aratha's judgment that they needed to force the Surani back beyond the wall before collapsing the tunnel, denying them any access to the castle. A shovel broke through, and men began frantically clearing away enough dirt to allow passage into the Surani tunnel. Boards were hastily jammed into place, jerry-rigged supports, preventing the earth above from caving in on them. The men from Criddy surged into the low tunnel and entered a frantic, terrible melee. Surani warriors and Roland's squad of soldiers were locked in a desperate hand-to-hand struggle in the dark. Men fought and died in the gloom under the earth. It was impossible to bring order to the fray, with the fighting in such confinement. An overturned lantern flickered faintly, providing little illumination. Aratha said to a soldier behind, "Get more men!"
"At once, Highness,"
answered the soldier, turning toward the shaft. Aratha entered the Surani tunnel. It was only 5 feet high, so he moved stooped over. It was fairly wide, with enough room for 3 men to negotiate closely. Aratha stepped on something soft, which groaned in pain. He continued past the dying man, toward the sound of fighting. It was a scene from his worst nightmare. Faintly lit by widely spaced torches. With little room, only the first 3 men could engage the enemy at any one point. Aratha called out, "Knives!" and dropped his rapier. In close quarters, the shorter weapons would prove more effective. He came upon 2 men struggling in the darkness and grabbed at one. His hand closed on chitinous armour, and he plunged his knife into the man's exposed neck. Jerking the now lifeless body off the other man, he saw a jam of bodies a few feet away, where Criddy and Surani soldiers pressed against one another. Curses and cries filled the tunnel, and the damp earth smell was mixed with the odour of blood and excrement. Aratha fought madly, blindly, lashing out at barely seen foes. His own fear kept threatening to overcome him as primitive awareness cried for him to quit the tunnel and the threatening earth above. He forced his panic down and continued to lead the attack on the sappers. A familiar voice grunted and cursed at his side, and Aratha knew Amos Trask was near.
"Another 30 feet, lad!" he shouted.
Aratha took the man at his word, having lost all sense of distance. The men of Criddy pressed onward, and many died, killing the resisting Surani. Time became a blur, and the fight a dim montage of images. Abruptly, Amos shouted, "Straw!" and bundles of dry straw were passed forward.
"Torches!"
he cried, and flaming torches were passed up. He piled the straw near a latticework of timbers and drove the torch into the pile. Flames burst upward, and he yelled,
"Clear the tunnel!"
The fighting stopped. Every man, whether of Criddy or Tsurani, turned and fled the flames. The sappers knew the tunnel was lost without means to quench the flames and scrambled for their lives. Choking smoke filled the tunnel, and men began to cough as they cleared the cramped quarters. Aretha followed Amos, and they missed the turn to the counter-tunnel coming out in the cellar. Guardsmen, dirty and bloody, were collapsing on the stones of the cellar, gasping for air. A dull rumble sounded, and with a crash, a blast of air and smoke blew out of the hole. Amos grinned, his face streaked with dirt.
The timbers collapsed. The tunnel's sealed.
Aretha nodded dumbly, exhausted and still reeling from the smoke. A cup of water was handed to him, and he drank deeply, soothing his burning throat. Carline appeared before him. "Are you all right?" she asked, concern on her face. He nodded. She looked around. "Where's Roland?" Aretha shook his head. It was impossible to see down there. Was he in the tunnel? She bit her lower lip. Tears welled up in her blue eyes as she nodded. Aretha said, "He might have cleared the tunnel and come up in the courtyard. Let us see." He got to his feet, and Amos and Carline followed him up the stairs. They left the keep, and a soldier informed him the attack on the wall had been repulsed. Aretha acknowledged the report and continued around the keep until they came to the shaft he had ordered dug. Soldiers lay on the grass of the yard, coughing and spitting, trying to clear their lungs of the burning smoke. The air hung heavy with an acrid haze as fumes from the fire continued to billow from the shaft. Another rumble sounded, and Aretha could feel it through the soles of his boots. Near the wall a depression had appeared where the tunnel had fallen below. "Squire Roland?" Aretha shouted.
"Here, Highness!"
came an answering shout from a soldier. Carline dashed past Aretha and reached Roland before the prince. The squire lay upon the ground, tended by the soldier who answered. His eyes were closed, and his skin pale, and blood seeped from his side. The soldier said, "I had to drag him along the last few yards, Highness. He was out on his feet. I thought it might be smoke, until I saw the wound." Carline cradled Roland's head, while Aretha first cut the binding straps of Roland's breastplate, then tore away the undertunic. After a moment, Aretha sat back upon his heels. "It's a shallow wound. He'll be all right." "Oh, Roland," Carline said softly. Roland's eyes opened and he grinned weakly. His voice was tired, but he forced a cheery note. "What's this? You think I've been killed?" Carline said, "You heartless monster!" She gently shook him, but didn't release her hold as she smiled down at him. "Playing tricks at a time like this!" He winced as he tried to move. "Oh, that hurts." She placed a restraining hand upon his shoulder. "Don't try to move. We must bind the wound," she said, caught between relief and anger. Nestling his head into her lap, he smiled. "I'd not move for half your father's duchy." She looked at him in irritation. "What were you doing, throwing yourself upon the enemy like that?" Roland looked genuinely embarrassed. "In truth, I tripped coming down the stairs and couldn't stop myself." She placed her cheek against his forehead as Aretha and Amos laughed. "You are a liar, and I do love you," she said softly. Aretha stood and took Amos in tow, leaving Roland and Carline to each other. Reaching the corner, they encountered the former Tsurani slave, Charles, carrying water for the wounded. Aretha halted the man. He stood with a yoke across his shoulders, holding 2 large water buckets. He was bleeding from several small wounds and was covered with mire. Aretha said, "What happened to you?" With a broad smile, Charles said,
"Good fight. Jump in hole. Charles, good warrior."
The former Tsurani slave was pale and weaved a little as he stood there. Aretha remained speechless, then indicated he should continue his work. Happily, Charles hurried along. Aretha said to Amos, "What do you make of that?" Amos chuckled.
"I've had many dealings with rogues and scoundrels, Highness. I know little of these Tsurani, but I think that's a man to count on.
Aretha watched as Charles dispensed water to the other soldiers, ignoring his own wounds and fatigue. That was no mean thing, jumping into the shaft without orders. I'll have to consider Longbow's offer to put that man in service. They continued on their way, Aretha supervising the care of the wounded while Amos was put in charge of the final destruction of the tunnel. When dawn came, the courtyard was still, and only a patch of raw earth where the shaft had been filled in, and a long depression running from the keep to the outer wall showed anything unusual had occurred in the night. Fannon hobbled along the wall, favouring his right side. The wound to his back was almost healed, but he was still unable to walk without aid. Father Tully supported the swordmaster as they came to where the others waited. Aretha gave the swordmaster a smile and gently took him by the other arm, helping Tully hold him. Gardan, Amos Trask, Martin Longbow and a group of soldiers stood nearby.
"What's this?"
asked Fannon, his display of gruff anger a welcome sight to those on the wall.
"Have you so little wits among you that you must haul me from my rest to take charge?"
Aretha pointed out to sea. On the horizon, dozens of small flecks could be seen against the blue of sea and sky, flashes of brilliant white glinting as the morning sun was caught and reflected back to them. "The fleet from Kars and Tulan approaches the south beaches." He indicated the Surani camp in the distance, bustling with activity. "Today we'll drive them out. By this time tomorrow we'll clear this entire area of the aliens. We'll harry them eastward, allowing them no respite. It will be a long time before they'll come in strength again." Quietly, Fannon said,
"I trust you are right, Aretha."
He stood without speaking for a time, and then said,
"I've heard reports of your command, Aretha. You've done well. You're a credit to your father and to Criddy."
Finding himself moved by the swordmaster's praise, Aretha tried to make light, but Fannon interrupted.
"No. You have done all that was needed and more. You are right. With these people we must not be cautious. We must carry the struggle to them."
He sighed.
"I am an old man, Aretha. It is time I retired and left warfare to the young."
Tully made a derisive noise.
"You're not old. I was already a priest when you were still in swaddling."
Fannon laughed with the others at the obvious untruth of the statement, and Aretha said, "You must know, if I've done well, it's because of your teachings." Tully gripped Fannon's elbow.
"You may not be an old man, but you are a sick one. Back to the keep with you now. You've had enough gadding about. You can begin walking regularly tomorrow. In a few weeks you'll be charging about, shouting orders at everyone like your old self."
Fannon managed a slight smile, and allowed Tully to lead him back down the stairs. When he was gone, Gardan said,
"The swordmaster's right, Highness. You've done your father proud."
Aretha watched the approaching ships, his angular features fixed in an expression of quiet reflection. Softly he said, "If I have done well, it is because I have had the aid of good men, many no longer with us." He took a deep breath, then continued, "You have played a great part in our withstanding this siege, Gardan, and you, Martin." Both men smiled and voiced their thanks. "And you, pirate," Aretha grinned. "You have also played a great part. We are deeply in your debt." Amos Trask tried to look modest and failed.
"Well, Highness, I was merely protecting my own skin as well as everyone else's."
He then returned Aretha's grin.
"It was a rousing good fight."
Aretha looked toward the sea once more. Let us hope we can soon be done with rousing good fights. He left the walls and started down the stairs. "Give orders to prepare the attack." Caroline stood atop the south tower of the keep, her arm around Roland's waist. The squire was pale from his wound, but otherwise in hale spirits. "We'll be done with the siege now the fleet's arrived," he said, clinging tightly to the princess. "It has been a nightmare." He smiled down at her, gazing into her blue eyes. "Not entirely. There has been some compensation. Softly she said, "You are a rogue," then kissed him. When they separated, she said, "I wonder if your foolish bravery was nothing more than a ploy to gain my sympathies." Feigning a wince, he said, "Lady, I am wounded." She clung to him. "I was so worried about you. Not knowing if you lay dead in the tunnel, Her voice dropped off as her gaze strayed to the north tower of the keep, opposite the one upon which they stood. She could see the window upon the second floor, the window to Pug's room. The funny little metal chimney, which would constantly belch smoke when he was at his studies, was now only a mute reminder of just how empty the tower stood. Roland followed her gaze. "I know," he said. "I miss him too, and Thomas as well." She sighed. "That seems such a long time ago, Roland. I was a girl then. A girl with a girl's notion of what life and love were about." Softly she said, "Some love comes like a wind off the sea, while others grow slowly from the seeds of friendship and kindness. Someone once told me that." Father Tully. He was right. He squeezed her waist. "Either way, as long as you feel, you live." She watched as the soldiers of the garrison prepared for the coming sortie. "Will this end it?" "No, they will come again. This war is fated to last a long time." They stood together, taking comfort in the simple fact of each other's existence. Kasumi of the Shinzawai force, leader of the armies of the Kanzawazi clan of the Blue Wheel Party, watched the enemy upon the castle wall. He could barely make out the figures walking along the battlements, but he knew them well. He could not put names to any, but they were each as familiar to him as his own men. The slender youth, who commanded, who fought like a demon, who brought order to the fray when needed, he was there. The black giant would not be too far from his side, the one who stood like a bulwark against every attack upon the walls. And the green-clad one, who could race through the woods like an apparition, taunting Kasumi's men by the freedom with which he passed their lines, he would be there as well. No doubt the broad-shouldered one was nearby, the laughing man with the curved sword and maniacal grin. Kasumi quietly saluted them all as valiant foemen, even if only barbarians. Chingari of the Omichkel, the senior strike leader, came to stand at Kasumi's side.
"Force leader, the barbarian fleet is nearing. They will land their men within the hour."
Kasumi regarded the scroll he held in his hand. It had been read a dozen times since arriving at dawn. He glanced at it one more time, again studying the chop at the bottom, the crest of his father Kamatsu, lord of the Shinzawai. Silently accepting his personal fate, Kasumi said, "Order for march. Break camp at once and begin assembling the warriors. We are commanded to return to Kelewan. Send the trail breakers ahead." Chingari's voice betrayed his bitterness.
"Now the tunnel is destroyed. Do we quit so meekly?"
"There is no shame, Chingari. Our clan has withdrawn itself from the Alliance for War, as have the other clans of the Blue Wheel Party. The War Party is once more alone in the conduct of this invasion." With a sigh, Chingari said,
"Again politics interferes with conquest. It would have been a glorious victory to take such a fine castle."
Kasumi laughed. "True." He watched the activities of the castle. "They are the best we have ever faced. We already learn much from them. Castle walls slanted outward at the plinth, preventing sappers from collapsing them. This is a new and clever thing. And those beasts they ride, aye, how they move like Thun, racing across the tundras at home. I will somehow gain some of those animals. Yes, these people are more than simple barbarians." After a moment's more reflection, he said, "Have our scouts and trailbreakers keep alert for signs of the forest devils." Chingari spat.
"The foul ones move in great number northward once more. They're as much a dagger in our side as the barbarians."
Kasumi said, "When this world is conquered, we shall have to see to these creatures. The barbarians make strong slaves. Some may even prove valuable enough to make free vassals who will swear loyalty to our houses. But those foul ones, they must be obliterated." Kasumi fell silent for a while. Then he said, "Let the barbarians think we flee in terror from their fleet. This place is now a matter for the clans remaining in the war party. Let Tasio of the Minwanabi worry about a garrison at his rear should he move eastward. Until the Kanazawai once more realign themselves in the High Council, we are done with this war. Order the march." Chingari saluted his commander and left, and Kasumi considered the implications of the message from his father. He knew the withdrawal of all forces of the Blue Wheel Party would prove a major setback for the warlord and his party. The repercussions of such a move would be felt throughout the Empire for some years to come. There would be no smashing victories for the warlord now, for with the departure of those forces loyal to the Kanazawi lords and the other clans of the Blue Wheel, other clans would reconsider before joining in an all-out push. No, thought Kasumi. It was a bold but dangerous move by his father and the other lords. This war would now be prolonged. The warlord was robbed of a spectacular conquest. He was now overextended, with too few men holding too much land. Without new allies, he would remain unable to press forward with the war. His choices were now down to two: withdraw from Midkemia and risk humiliation before the High Council, or sit and wait, hoping for another shift in politics at home. It was a stunning move on behalf of the Blue Wheel, but the risk was great, and the risk from the next series of moves in the game of the Council would be even more dangerous. Silently he said, "Oh, my father, we are now firmly committed to the great game. We risk much, our family, our clan, our honour, and perhaps even the Empire itself." Crumbling the scroll, he tossed it into a nearby brazier, and when it was totally consumed by flame, he put aside thoughts of risk and walked back toward his tent. Book 2. Milamber and the Valheru. We were, fair queen, two lads that thought there was no more behind but such a day tomorrow as today, and to be boy eternal. Shakespeare, The Winter's Tale. Chapter 19. Slave. The dying slave lay screaming. The day was unmercifully hot. The other slaves went about their work, ignoring the sound as much as possible. Life in the work camp was cheap, and it did no good to dwell on the fate that awaited so many. The dying man had been bitten by a relly, a snake-like swamp creature. Its venom was slow-acting and painful. Short of magic, there was no cure. Suddenly there was silence. Pug looked over to see a Sirani guard wipe off his sword. A hand fell on Pug's shoulder. Laurie's voice whispered in his ear, "Looks like our venerable overseer was disturbed by the sound of Tofston's dying." Pug tied a coil of rope securely around his waist. At least it ended quickly. He turned to the tall blonde singer from the kingdom city of Tir Sog and said, "Keep a sharp eye out. This one's old and may be rotten." Without another word, Pug scampered up the bole of the Ngagi tree, a fir-like swamp tree the Sirani harvested for wood and resins. With few metals, the Sirani had become clever in finding substitutes. The wood of this tree could be worked like paper, then dried to an incredible hardness, useful in fashioning 100 things. The resins were used to laminate woods and cure hides. Properly cured hides could produce a suit of leather armour as tough as Midkemian chainmail, and laminated wooden weapons were nearly the match of Midkemian steel. 4 years in the swamp camp had hardened Pug's body. His sinewy muscles strained as he climbed the tree. His skin had been tanned deeply by the harsh sun of the Sirani homeworld. His face was covered by a slave's beard. Pug reached the first large branches and looked down at his friend, Laurie, stood knee-deep in the murky water, absently swatting at the insects that plagued them while they work. Pug liked Laurie. The troubadour had no business being here, but then he'd had no business tagging along with the patrol in the hope of seeing Sirani soldiers either. He said he wanted material for ballads that would make him famous throughout the kingdom. He had seen more than he had hoped for. The patrol had ridden into a major Tsirani offensive, and Laurie had been captured. He had come to this camp only 4 months ago, and he and Pug had quickly become friends. Pug continued his climb, keeping one eye always searching for the dangerous tree dwellers of Kelewan. Reaching the most likely place for a topping, Pug froze as he caught glimpse of a movement. He relaxed when he saw it was only a needler, a creature whose protection was its resemblance to a clump of Ngagi needles. It scurried away from the presence of the human and made the short jump to the branch of a neighbouring tree. Pug made another survey and started tying his ropes. His job was to cut away the tops of the huge trees, making the fall less dangerous to those below. Pug took several cuts at the bark, then felt the edge of his wooden axe bite into the softer pulp beneath. A faint, pungent odour greeted his careful sniffing. Swearing, he called down to Laurie, "This one's rotten. Tell the overseer." He waited, looking out over the tops of trees. All around, strange insects and bird-like creatures flew. In the 4 years he had been a slave on this world, he had not grown used to the appearance of these life forms. They were not all that different from those on Midkemia, but it was the similarities as much as the differences that kept reminding him this was not his home. Bees should be yellow and black striped, not bright red. Eagles shouldn't have yellow bands on their wings, nor hawks purple. These creatures were not bees, eagles, or hawks, but the resemblance was striking. Pug found it easier to accept the stranger creatures of Kelewan than these. The 6-legged Nidra, the domesticated beast of burden that looked like some sort of bovine with 2 extra stumpy legs, or the Choja, the insectoid creature who served the Tsirani and could speak their language. These he had come to find familiar. But each time he glimpsed a creature from the corner of his eye and turned, expecting it to be Midkemian, only to find it was not. Then the despair would strike. Laurie's voice brought him from his reverie. "The overseer comes!" Pug swore. If the overseer had to get himself dirty by wading in the water, then he would be in a foul mood, which could mean beatings or a reduction in the chronically meagre food. He would already be angered by the delay in the cutting. A family of burrowers, beaver-like 6-legged creatures, had made themselves at home in the roots of the great trees. They would gnaw the tender roots, and the trees would sicken and die. The soft, pulpy wood would turn sour, then watery, and, after a while, the tree would collapse from within. Several burrower tunnels had been poisoned, but the damage had already been done to the trees. A rough voice, swearing mightily while its owner splashed through the swamp, announced the arrival of the overseer, Nogamu. He himself was a slave, but he had attained the highest rank a slave could rise to, and, while he could never hope to be free, he had many privileges and could order soldiers or freemen placed under his command. A young soldier came walking behind, a look of mild amusement on his face. He was clean-shaven, in the manner of a Tsirani freeman, and, as he looked up at Pug, the slave could get a good look at him. He had the high cheekbones and nearly black eyes that so many Tsirani possessed. His dark eyes caught sight of Pug, and he seemed to nod slightly. His blue armour was a type unknown to Pug, but with the strange Tsirani military organisation that was not surprising. Even family, domain, area, town, city, and province appeared to have its own army. How they all related to one another within the Empire was beyond Pug's understanding. The overseer stood at the base of the tree, his short robe held above the water. He growled like the bear he resembled, and shouted up at Pug, "What's this about another rotten tree?" Pug spoke the Tsirani language better than any Midkemian in the camp, for he had been there longer than all but a few old Tsirani slaves. He shouted down, "It smells of rot. We should re-rig another and leave this one alone, slave master." The overseer shook his fist.
"You are all lazy. There is nothing wrong with this tree. It is fine. You only want to keep from working. Now cut it!
Pug sighed. There was no arguing with the bear, as all the Midkemian slaves called Nogamu. He was obviously upset about something, and the slaves would pay the price. Pug started hacking through the upper section, and it soon fell to the ground. The smell of rot was thick, and Pug removed the ropes quickly. Just as the last length was coiled around his waist, a splitting sound came from directly in front of him. "It falls!" he shouted down to the slaves standing in the water below. Without hesitation, they all ran. The cry of falls was never ignored. The bole of the tree was splitting down the middle now that the top had been cut away. While this was not common, if a tree was far enough gone for the pulp to have lost its strength, any flaw in the bark could cause it to split under its own weight. The tree's branches would pull the halves away from each other. Had Pug been tied to the bole, the ropes would have cut him in half before they snapped. Pug gauged the direction of the fall. Then, as the half he stood upon started to move, he launched himself away from it. He hit the water flat, back first, trying to let the 2 feet of water break his fall as much as possible. The blow from the water was immediately followed by the harder impact with the ground. The bottom was mostly mud, so there was little damage done. The air in his lungs exploded from his mouth when he struck, and his senses reeled for a moment. He retained enough presence of mind to sit up and gasp a deep lungful of air. Suddenly, a heavy weight hit him across the stomach, knocking the wind from him and pushing his head back under water. He struggled to move and found a large branch across his stomach. He could barely get his face out of the water to get air. His lungs burned, and he breathed without control. Water came pouring down his windpipe, and he started to choke. Coughing and sputtering, he tried to keep calm but felt panic rise within him. He frantically pushed at the weight across him but couldn't move it. Abruptly, he found his head above water. Laurie said, "Spit, Pug! Get the muck out of your lungs or you'll get lung fever!" Pug coughed and spit. With Laurie holding his head, he could catch his breath. Laurie shouted, "Grab this branch! I'll pull him out from under!" Several slaves splashed over, sweat beading their bodies. They reached underwater and seized the branch. Heaving, they managed to move it slightly, but Laurie couldn't drag Pug out. "Bring axes! We'll have to cut the branch from the tree!" Other slaves were starting to bring axes over when Nogamu shouted,
"No! Leave him! We have no time for this. There are trees to cut!"
Laurie nearly screamed at him,
"We can't leave him! He'll drown!"
The overseer crossed over and struck Laurie across the face with a lash. It cut deep into the singer's cheek, but he didn't let go of his friend's head.
"Back to work, slave! You'll be beaten tonight for speaking to me that way. There are others who can top. Now let him go."
He struck Laurie again. Laurie winced, but held Pug's head above water. Nogamu raised his lash for a third blow, but was halted by a voice from behind.
"Cut the slave from under the branch."
Laurie saw the speaker was the young soldier who had accompanied the slave master. The overseer whirled about, unaccustomed to having his orders questioned. When he saw who had spoken, he bit back the words that were on his lips. Bowing his head, he said,
"My lord's will."
He signalled for the slaves with the axes to cut Pug loose, and in short order Pug was out from under the branch. Laurie carried him over to where the young soldier stood. Pug coughed the last water from his lungs and gasped, "I thank the master for my life." The man said nothing, but when the overseer approached, directed his remarks to him.
"The slave was right and you were not. The tree was rotten. It is not proper for you to punish him for your bad judgment and ill temper. I should have you beaten, but will not spare the time for it. The work goes slowly, and my father is displeased."
Nogamu bowed his head.
"I lose much face in my lord's sight. May I have his permission to kill myself?"
"No. It is too much honour. Return to work." The overseer's face grew red in silent shame and rage. Raising his lash, he pointed at Laurie and Pug.
"You two, back to work."
Lorry stood, and Pug tried. His knees were wobbly from his near drowning, but he managed to stand after a few attempts.
"These two shall be excused work the rest of the day," the young lord said. "This one," he pointed to Pug, "is of little use. The other must dress those cuts you gave him, or festering will start."
He turned to a guard.
"Take them back to camp and see to their needs."
Pug was grateful, not so much for himself as for Lorry. With a little rest, Pug could have returned to work, but an open wound in the swamp was a death warrant as often as not. Infections came quickly in this hot, dirty place, and there were few ways of dealing with them. They followed the guard. As they left, Pug could see the slave master watching them with naked hatred in his eyes. There was a creaking of floorboards, and Pug came instantly awake. His slave-bred wariness told him that the sound didn't belong in the hut during the dead of night. Through the gloom, footfalls could be heard coming closer. Then they stopped at the foot of his pallet. From the next pallet he could hear Lorry's sharp intake of breath, and he knew the minstrel was awake also. Probably half the slaves had been awakened by the intruder. The stranger hesitated over something, and Pug waited, tense with uncertainty. There was a grunt, and without hesitation Pug rolled off his mat. A weight came crashing down, and Pug could hear a dull thud as a dagger struck where his chest had been only moments before. Suddenly, the room exploded with activity. Slaves were shouting and could be heard running for the door. Pug felt hands reach for him in the dark, and a sharp pain exploded across his chest. He reached blindly for his assailant and grappled with him for the blade. Another slash, and his right hand was cut across the palm. Abruptly, the attacker stopped moving, and Pug became aware that a third body was atop the would-be assassin. Soldiers rushed into the hut carrying lanterns, and Pug could see Lorry lying across the still body of Nogamu. The bear was still breathing, but from the way the dagger protruded from his ribs, not for long. The young soldier who had saved Pug's and Lorry's lives entered, and the others made way for him. He stood over the three combatants and simply asked, "Is he dead?" The overseer's eyes opened, and in a faint whisper he said,
"I live, Lord, but I die by the blade."
A weak but defiant smile showed on his sweat-drenched face. The young soldier's expression betrayed no emotion, but his eyes looked as if ablaze. "I think not," he said softly. He turned to two of the soldiers in the room. "Take him outside at once and hang him. There will be no honours for his clan to sing. Leave the body there for the insects. It shall be a warning that I am not to be disobeyed. Go." The dying man's face paled, and his lips quivered.
"Oh, master, I pray, leave me to die by the blade. A few minutes longer."
Bloody foam appeared at the corner of his mouth. Two husky soldiers reached down for Nogamu and, with little thought for his pain, dragged him outside. He could be heard wailing the entire way. The amount of strength left in his voice was amazing, as if his fear of the rope had awakened some deep reserve. They stood in frozen tableau until the sound was cut off in a strangled cry. The young officer then turned to Pug and Lorry. Pug sat, blood running from a long, shallow gash across his chest. He held his injured hand in the other. It was deeply cut, and his fingers wouldn't move. "Bring your wounded friend," the young soldier commanded Lorry. Lorry helped Pug to his feet, and they followed the officer out of the slave hut. He led them across the compound to his own quarters and ordered them to enter. Once inside, he instructed a guard to send for the camp physician. He had them stand in silence until the physician arrived. He was an old Surani, dressed in the robes of one of their gods, which one the Mykemians couldn't tell. He inspected Pug's wounds and judged the chest wound superficial. The hand, he said, would be another matter.
"The cut is deep, and the muscles and tendons have been cut. It will heal, but there will be loss of movement and little strength for gripping.
He most likely will be fit for only light duty.
The soldier nodded, a peculiar expression on his face, a mixture of disgust and impatience. "Very well. Dress the wounds and leave us." The physician set about cleaning the wounds. He took a score of stitches in the hand, bandaged it, admonished Pug to keep it clean, and left. Pug ignored the pain, easing his mind with an old mental exercise. After the physician was gone, the soldier studied the two slaves before him. "By law, I should have you hanged for killing the slave master." They said nothing. They would remain silent until commanded to speak. "But, as I hanged the slave master, I am free to keep you alive, should it suit my purpose. I can simply have you punished for wounding him." He paused. "Consider yourselves punished." With a wave of his hand, he said, "Leave me, but return here at daybreak. I have to decide what to do with you." They left, feeling fortunate, for under most circumstances they would now be hanging next to the former slave master. As they crossed the compound, Laurie said, "I wonder what that was about." Pug responded, "I hurt too much to wonder why. I'm just thankful that we'll see tomorrow." Laurie said nothing until they reached the slave hut. "I think the young lord has something up his sleeve." "Whatever. I've long since given up trying to understand our masters. That's why I've stayed alive so long, Laurie. I just do what I'm told to and I endure." Pug pointed to the tree where the former overseer's body could be seen in the pale moonlight. Only the small moon was out tonight. "It's much too easy to end up like that." Laurie nodded. "Perhaps you're right. I still think about escape." Pug laughed, a short, bitter sound. "Where, singer? Where could you run? Toward the rift and 10,000 Sirani?" Laurie said nothing. They returned to their pallets and tried to sleep in the humid heat. The young officer sat upon a pile of cushions cross-legged in Sirani fashion. He sent away the guard who had accompanied Pug and Laurie, then motioned for the two slaves to sit. They did so hesitantly, for a slave was not usually permitted to sit in a master's presence. "I am Hakanu of the Shinzawai. My father owns this camp," he said without preamble. "He is deeply dissatisfied with the harvest this year. He has sent me to see what can be done. Now I have no overseer to manage the work because a foolish man blamed you for his own stupidity. What am I to do?" They said nothing. He asked, "You have been here how long?" Pug and Laurie answered in turn. He considered the answers, then said, "You," pointing at Laurie, "are nothing unusual, save you speak our tongue better than most barbarians, all things considered. But you," pointing at Pug, "have stayed alive longer than most of your stiff-necked countrymen, and also speak our language well. You might even pass for a peasant from a remote province." They sat still, unsure of what Hokanu was leading up to. Pug realized with a shock that he was probably older by a year or two than this young lord. He was young for such power. The ways of the Sirani were very strange. In Criddy he would still be an apprentice, or, if noble, continuing his education in statecraft. "How do you speak so well?" he asked of Pug. "Master, I was among the first captured and brought here. There were only 7 of us among so many Sirani slaves. We learned to survive. After some time I was the only one left. The others died of the burning fever or festering wounds, or were killed by the guards. There were none for me to talk to with who spoke my own language. No other countryman came to this camp for over a year." The officer nodded, then to Laurie said, "And you?" "Master, I'm a singer, a minstrel in my own land. It's our custom to travel broadly, and we must learn many tongues. I have also a good ear for music. Your language is what is called a tone language on my world. Words with the same sound, save for the pitch with which they are spoken, have different meanings. We have several such tongues to the south of our kingdom. I learn quickly." A glimmering appeared in the eyes of the soldier. "It is good to know these things." He lapsed deep into thought. After a moment he nodded to himself. "There are many considerations that fashion a man's fortune, slaves,"
He smiled, looking more like a boy than a man.
This camp is a shambles. I am to prepare a report for my father, the Lord of the Shinzawai. I think I know what the problems are.
He pointed at Pug.
I would have your thoughts on the subject. You have been here longer than anyone.
Pug composed himself. It had been a long time since anyone had asked him to venture an opinion on anything. Master, the first overseer, the one who was here when I was captured, was a shrewd man who understood that men, even slaves, cannot be made to work well if they're weak from hunger. We had better food, and if injured, were given time for healing. Nogamu was an ill-tempered man who took every setback as a personal affront. Should burrowers ruin a grove, it was the fault of the slaves. Should a slave die, it was a plot to discredit his oversight of the workforce. Each difficulty was rewarded by another cut in food or in longer work hours. Any good fortune was regarded as his rightful due.
I suspected as much. Nogamu was at one time a very important man. He was the Hodonra, a domain manager of his father's estates. His family was found to be guilty of plotting against the empire, and his own clan sold them all into slavery. Those that were not hanged, he was never a good slave. It was thought that giving him responsibility for the camp might find some useful channel for his skills. It proved not to be the case. Is there a good man among the slaves who could command ably?
Lorry inclined his head, then said, Master Pug here.
I think not. I have plans for you both.
Pug was surprised and wondered what he meant. He said, Perhaps Chigana, Master. He was a farmer until his crops failed and he was sold into slavery for taxes. He has a level head. The soldier clapped his hands once, and a guard was in the room in an instant.
Send for the slave Chogana.
The guard saluted and left.
It is good that he is Shirani, said the soldier. You barbarians do not know your place, and I hate to think what would happen should I leave one in charge. He would have my soldiers cutting the trees while the slaves stood guard. There was a moment of silence, then Lorry laughed. It was a rich, deep sound. Hokanu smiled. Pug watched closely. The young man who had their lives in his hands seemed to be working hard at winning their trust. Lorry appeared to have taken a liking to him, but Pug held his feelings in check. He was further removed from the old Midkemian society, where war made noble and commoner comrades in arms able to share meals and misery without regard for rank. One thing he had learned about the Sirani early on was that they never for an instant forgot their station. Whatever was occurring in this hut was by this young soldier's design, not by chance. Hokanu seemed to feel Pug's eyes upon him and looked at him. Their eyes locked briefly before Pug dropped his, as a slave is expected to do. For an instant, a communication passed between them. It was as if the soldier had said, You do not believe that I am a friend. So be it, as long as you act your part. With a wave of his hand, Hokanu said, Return to your hut, rest well, for we will leave after the noon meal. They rose and bowed, then backed out of the hut. Pug walked in silence, but Lorry said, I wonder where we're going. When no answer came, he added, In any event, it'll have to be a better place than this. Pug wondered if it would be. A hand shook Pug's shoulder and he came awake. He had been dozing in the morning heat, taking advantage of the extra rest before he and Lorry left with the young noble after the noon meal. Chogana, the former farmer Pug had recommended, motioned for silence, pointing to where Lorry slept deeply. Pug followed the old slave out of the hut to sit in the shade of the building. Speaking slowly, as was his fashion, Chogana said, My Lord Hokanu tells me you were instrumental in my being selected slave master for the camp. His brown, seamed face looked dignified as he bowed his head toward Pug. I am in your debt. Pug returned the bow, formal and unusual in this camp. There is no debt. You will conduct yourself as an overseer should. You will care well for our brothers.
Chagana's old face split in a grin, revealing teeth stained brown by years of chewing tatine nuts. The mildly narcotic nut, easily found in the swamp, did not reduce efficiency, but made the work seem less harsh. Pug had avoided the habit for no reasons he could voice, as had most of the Midkemians. It seemed somehow to signify a final surrender of will. Chagana stared at the camp, his eyes narrowed to slits by the harsh light. It stood empty, except for the young lord's bodyguard and the cook's crew. In the distance, the sounds of the work crew echoed through the trees.
"When I was a boy, on my father's farm in Sestetak," began Chagana, "it was discovered I had a talent. I was investigated and found lacking."
The meaning of that last statement was lost on Pug, but he didn't interrupt.
"So I became a farmer like my father. But my talent was there. Sometimes I see things, Pug, things within men. As I grew, word of my talent spread, and people, mostly poor people, would come and ask for my advice. As a young man, I was arrogant and charged much, telling of what I saw. When I was older, I was humble and took whatever was offered, but still I told what I saw. Either way, people left angry. Do you know why?"
he asked with a chuckle. Pug shook his head.
"Because they didn't come to hear the truth. They came to hear what they wanted to hear."
Pug shared Chagana's laugh.
"So I pretended the talent went away, and after a time people stopped coming to my farm. But the talent never went away, Pug, and I still can see things sometimes. I have seen something in you, and I would tell you before you leave forever. I will die in this camp, but you have a different fate before you. Will you listen?"
Pug said he would, and Chagana said,
"Within you there is a trapped power. What it is and what it means, I do not know."
Knowing the strange Sirani attitude toward magicians, Pug felt sudden panic at the possibility somebody might have sensed his former calling. To most, he was just another slave in the camp, and to a few, a former squire. Chagana continued, speaking with his eyes closed.
"I dreamed about you, Pug. I saw you upon a tower, and you faced a fearsome foe."
He opened his eyes.
"I do not know what the dream may mean, but this you must know. Before you mount that tower to face your foe, you must seek your wal. It is that secret center of your being, the perfect place of peace within. Once you reside there, you are safe from all harm. Your flesh may suffer, even die, but within your wal you will endure in peace. Seek hard, Pug, for few men find their wal."
Chagana stood.
"You will leave soon. Come, we must wake Lorry."
As they walked to the hut entrance, Pug said, "Chagana, thank you. But one thing, you spoke of a foe upon the tower. Could you mark him?"
Chagana laughed and bobbed his head up and down. "Oh, yes, I saw him."
He continued to chuckle as he climbed the steps of the hut.
"He is the foe to be feared most by any man."
Narrow eyes regarded Pug.
"He was you."
Pug and Lorry sat on the steps of the temple, with 6 Sirani guards lounging around. The guards had been civil, barely, for the entire journey. The travel had been tiring, if not difficult. With no horses, nor anything to substitute for them, every Sirani not riding in a Nidra cart moved by power of Shanks's mare, their own or others. Nobles were carried up and down the wide boulevards on litters borne on the backs of puffing, sweating slaves.
Pug and Lorry had been given the short, plain grey robes of slaves. Their loincloths, adequate in the swamps, were deemed unsightly for travel among Sirani citizens. The Sirani put some store upon modesty, if not as much as people in the kingdom did. They had come up the road along the coast of the great body of water called Battle Bay. Pug had thought that if it was a bay, it was larger than anything so named in Midkemia, for even from the high cliffs overlooking it, the other side could not be seen. After several days' travel, they had entered cultivated pasture land, and soon after could see the opposite shore closing in rapidly. Another few days on the road, and they had come to the city of Jamar. Pug and Lorry watched the passing traffic, while Hokanu made an offering at the temple. The Sirani seemed mad for colours. Here, even the lowliest worker was likely to be dressed in a brightly coloured short robe. Those with wealth could be seen in more flamboyant dress, covered with intricately executed designs. Only slaves lacked colourful dress. Everywhere around the city, people thronged, farmers, traders, workers and travellers. Lines of Nidras plodded by, pulling wagons filled with produce and goods. The sheer numbers of people overwhelmed Pug and Lorry, for the Sirani seemed like ants scurrying about as if the commerce of the empire could not wait upon the comfort of its citizens. Many who passed stopped to stare at the Midkemians, whom they regarded as giant barbarians. Their own height topped out at about 5 feet 6 inches, and even Pug was considered tall, having come to his full growth at 5 feet 8. For their part, the Midkemians had come to refer to the Sirani as runts. Pug and Lorry looked about. They waited in the centre of the city where the great temples were. 10 pyramids sat amid a series of parks differing in size. All were richly appointed with murals, both tiled and painted. From where they were, the young men could see 3 of the parks. Each was terraced, with miniature watercourses winding through, complete with tiny waterfalls. Dwarf trees, as well as large shade trees, dotted the grass-covered grounds of the parks. Strolling musicians played flutes and strange stringed instruments, producing alien polytonal music, entertaining those who rested in the parks or passed by. Lorry listened with rapt attention. Listen to those half-tones, and those diminished minors. He sighed and looked down at the ground, his manner sombre. It's alien, but it's music. He looked at Pug, and the usual humour was missing from his voice. If I could only play again. He glanced at the distant musicians. I could even develop a taste for Sirani music. Pug left him alone with his longings. Pug glanced around the busy city square, attempting to sort out the impressions that had been coming without cease since entering the outer precinct of the city. Everywhere people hurried about their business. A short distance from the temples, they had passed through a market not unlike those in kingdom cities, but larger. The noise of hawkers and buyers, the smells, the heat, all reminded him of home in an odd way. When Hokanu's party neared, commoners would step out of the way, for the guards at the head of the procession would shout out, "Shinzawai! Shinzawai!" letting everyone know a noble approached. Only once did the party give way in the city. A group of red-clad men, robed in cloaks of scarlet feathers. The one that Pug took to be a high priest wore a mask of wood fashioned to resemble a red skull, while the others had red-painted faces. They blew reed whistles, and people scattered to clear their line of march. One of the soldiers made a sign of protection, and later Pug learned these men were priests of Turakamu, the Eater of Hearts, brother of the goddess Sibi, she who was death. Pug turned to a nearby guard and motioned for permission to speak. The guard nodded once, and Pug said, "Master, what god resides here?" as he pointed to the temple where Hokanu prayed.
"Ignorant barbarian," answered the soldier in a friendly manner. "The gods do not abide in these halls, but in the upper and lower heavens. This temple is for men to make their devotions. Here, my lord's son makes an offering and petitions to Chochokan, the good god of the upper heaven, and his servant Tomachaka, the god of peace, for good fortune for the Shinzawai."
When Hokanu returned, they started off again. They made their way through the city, Pug still studying the people they passed. The press was incredible, and Pug wondered how they managed to stand it. Like farmers in a city for the first time, Pug and Lorry kept gawking at the wonders of Jamar. Even the supposedly worldly troubadour would exclaim about this sight or that. Soon the guards were chuckling over the barbarians' obvious delight at the most mundane things. Every building they passed was fashioned from wood and a translucent material, cloth-like but rigid. A few, like the temples, were constructed with stone, but what was most remarkable was that every building they passed, from temple to worker's hut, was painted white, except for bordering beams and door frames, which were polished deep brown. Every open surface was decorated with colourful paintings. Animals, landscapes, deities, and battle scenes abounded. Everywhere was a riot of colour to confound the eye. To the north of the temples, across from one of the parks and facing a wide boulevard, stood a single building set apart by open lawns bordered with hedges. 2 guards dressed in armour and helms similar to those of their own guards stood watch at the door. They saluted Hokanu when he approached. Without a word, their other guards marched around the side of the house, leaving the slaves with the young officer. He signalled, and one of the door guards slid the large cloth-covered door aside. They entered an open hallway leading back, with doors on each side. Hokanu marched them to a rear door, which a house slave opened for them. Pug and Lorry then discovered the house was fashioned like a square, with a large garden in the centre accessible from all sides. Near a bubbling pool sat an older man, dressed in a plain but rich-looking dark blue robe. He was consulting a scroll. He looked up when the 3 entered, and rose to greet Hokanu. The young man removed his helm and then came to attention. Pug and Lorry stood slightly behind and said nothing. The man nodded, and Hokanu approached. They embraced, and the older man said, "My son, it is good to see you again. How were things at the camp?" Hokanu made his report on the camp briefly and to the point, leaving out nothing of importance. He then told of the actions taken to remedy the situation. "So the new overseer will see that the slaves have ample food and rest. He should increase production soon." His father nodded. "I think you have acted wisely, my son. We shall have to send another in a few months' time to gauge progress, but things could not become any worse than they were. The warlord demands higher production, and we border on falling into his bad graces." He seemed to notice the slaves for the first time. "These?" was all he said, pointing at Lorry and Pug. "They are unusual. I was thinking of our talk on the night before my brother went to the north. They may prove valuable."
"Have you spoken of this to anyone?"
Firm lines set around his grey eyes. Even though much shorter, he somehow reminded Pug of Lord Borwick. "No, my father. Only those who took counsel that night." The lord of the house cut him off with a wave of the hand.
"Save your remarks for later. Trust no secrets to a city. Inform Septium. We close the house and leave for our estates in the morning."
Hokanu bowed slightly, then turned to leave. "Hokanu!" His father's voice stopped him. "You have done well." Pride plainly showing on his face, the young man left the garden. The lord of the house sat upon a bench of carved stone next to a small fountain and regarded the 2 slaves. "What are you called?" "Pug, master." "Lorry, master." He seemed to derive some sort of insight from these simple statements.
"Through that door," he said, pointing to the left, "is the way to the cookhouse. My Hadonra is called Septium. He will see to your care. Go now."
They bowed and left the garden. As they made their way through the house, Pug nearly knocked over a young girl coming around a corner. She was dressed in a slave's robe and carried a large bundle of washing. It went flying across the hall. "Oh!" she cried. "I've just now washed these. Now I'll have to do them over." Pug quickly bent to help her pick them up. She was tall for a Sirani, nearly Pug's height, and well proportioned. Her brown hair was tied back and her brown eyes were framed by long, dark lashes. Pug stopped gathering the clothing and stared at her in open admiration. She hesitated under his scrutiny, then quickly picked up the rest of the clothes and hurried off. Laurie watched her trim figure retreat, tan legs shown to good advantage by the short slave's robe. Laurie slapped Pug's shoulder.
Ha! I told you things would be looking up.
They left the house and approached the cookhouse, where the smell of hot food set their appetites on edge.
I think you made an impression on that girl, Pug.
Pug had never had much experience with women and felt his ears start to burn. At the slave camp, much of the talk was about women, and this, more than anything else, had kept him feeling like a boy. He turned to see if Laurie was having sport with him, then saw the blonde singer looking behind him. He followed Laurie's gaze and caught a glimpse of a shyly smiling face pulled back from a window in the house. The next day, the household of the Shinzawai family was in an uproar. Slaves and servants hurried every which way, making ready for the journey to the north. Pug and Laurie were left to themselves, as there was no one among the household staff free enough to assign them tasks. They sat in the shade of a large willow-like tree, enjoying the novelty of free time as they observed the furore.
These people are crazy, Pug. I've seen less preparations for caravans. It looks as if they plan on taking everything with them.
Maybe they are. These people no longer surprise me. Pug stood leaning against the bowl. I've seen things that defy logic.
True enough, but when you've seen as many different lands as I have, you learn that the more things look different, the more they are the same.
What do you mean? Laurie rose and leaned on the other side of the tree. In low tones he said,
I'm not sure, but something is afoot, and we play a part, be sure.
If we keep sharp, we may be able to turn it to our advantage. Always remember that. Should a man want something from you, you can always make a bargain, no matter what the apparent differences in your stations. Of course. Give him what he wants and he'll let you live.
You're too young to be so cynical,
Laurie countered, with mirth sparkling in his eyes. I tell you what, you leave the world-weary post to old travellers such as myself, and I'll make sure that you don't miss a single opportunity. Pug snorted.
What opportunity?
Well, for one thing, Laurie said, pointing behind Pug, that little girl you nearly knocked over yesterday is appearing to have some difficulty in lifting those boxes. Pug, glancing back, saw the laundry girl struggling to stack several large crates ready to be loaded into wagons. I think she might appreciate a little help, don't you think? Pug's confusion was evident on his face. What? Laurie gave him a gentle push. Off with you, dolt. A little help now, later. Who knows? Pug stumbled. Later?
Gods!
Laughed Laurie, fetching Pug a playful kick in the rump. The troubadour's humour was infectious, and Pug was smiling as he approached the girl. She was trying to lift a large wooden crate atop another. Pug took it from her. Here, I can do that. She stepped away, uncertain. It's not heavy. It's just too high for me. She looked everywhere but at Pug. Pug lifted the crate easily and placed it on top of the others, favouring his tender hand only a little. There you are, he said, trying to sound casual. The girl brushed back a stray wisp of hair that had fallen into her eyes. You're a barbarian, aren't you? She spoke hesitantly. Pug flinched. You call us that. I like to think I'm as civilised as the next man. She blushed. I didn't mean any offence. My people are called barbarians also. Anyone who's not a Shirani is called that. I meant you're from the other world. Pug nodded. What's your name? She said, Katala. Then, in a rush, what is your name? Pug. She smiled. That's a strange name, Pug. She seemed to like the sound of it. Just then the Hedonra Septium, an old but erect man with the bearing of a retired general, came around the house.
You two,
he snapped.
There's work to do. Don't stand there.
Katala ran back into the house, and Pug was left hesitating before the yellow-robed estate manager.
You, what's your name?
Pug, sir.
I see that you and your blonde giant friend have been given nothing to do. I'll have to remedy that. Call him over.
Pug sighed. So much for their free time. He waved for Laurie to come over, and they were put to work loading wagons. Chapter 20. Estate. The weather had turned cooler during the last 3 weeks. Still, it hinted at the summer's heat. The winter season in this land, if a season it properly was, lasted a mere 6 weeks, with brief, cold rains out of the north. The trees held most of their bluish-green leaves, and there was nothing to mark the passing of fall. In the 4 years Pug had abided in Suranuani, there were none of the familiar signs that marked the passing seasons. No bird migrations, frost in the mornings, rains that froze, snow, or blooming of wild flowers. This land seemed eternally set in the soft amber of summer. For the first few days of the journey, they had followed the highway from Jamar northward to the city of Sulanku. The river Gagajin had carried a ceaseless clutter of boats and barges, while the highway was equally jammed with caravans, farmers' carts, and nobles riding in litters. The lord of the Shinzawai had departed the first day by boat for the holy city to attend the high council. The household followed at a more leisurely place. Hokanu paused outside the city of Solanku long enough to pay a social call upon the lady of Akoma, and Pug and Laurie found the opportunity to gossip with another Midkemian slave recently captured. The news of the war was disheartening. No change since the last they had heard. The stalemate continued. At the holy city, the lord of the Shinzawai joined his son and the retinue on its journey to the Shinzawai estates outside the city of Silmani. From then, the trek northward had been uneventful. The Shinzawai caravan was approaching the boundaries of the family's northern estates. Pug and Laurie had little to do along the way except occasional chores, dumping the cookpots, cleaning up Nidra droppings, loading and unloading supplies. Now they were riding on the back of a wagon, feet dangling over the rear. Laurie bit into a ripe jomach fruit, something like a large green pomegranate with the flesh of a watermelon. Spitting out seeds, he said, "How's the hand?" Pug studied his right hand, examining the red, puckered scar that ran across the palm. "It's still stiff. I expect it's as healed as it will ever be." Laurie took a look. "I don't think you'll ever carry a sword again," he grinned. Pug laughed. "Doubt you will either. I somehow don't think they'll be finding a place for you in the Imperial Horse Lance." Laurie spat a burst of seeds, bouncing them off the nose of the Nidra who pulled the wagon behind them. The six-legged beast snorted, and the driver waved his steering stick angrily at them. "Except for the fact that the Emperor doesn't have any lancers, due to the fact that he also doesn't have any horses, I can't think of a finer choice." Pug laughed derisively. "I'll have you know, fellow my lad," said Laurie in aristocratic tones, "that we troubadours are often beset by a less savoury sort of customer, brigands and cutthroats seeking our hard-earned wages, scant though they may be. If one don't develop the ability to defend oneself, one doesn't stay in business, if you catch my meaning." Pug smiled. He knew that a troubadour was nearly sacrosanct in a town, for should he be harmed or robbed, word would spread, and no other would ever come there again. But on the road it was a different matter. He had no doubt of Laurie's ability to take care of himself, but wasn't about to let him use that pompous tone and sit without a rejoinder. As he was about to speak, though, he was cut off by shouts coming from the front of the caravan. Guards came rushing forward, and Laurie turned to his shorter companion. "What do you suppose that's all about?" Not waiting for an answer, he jumped down and ran forward. Pug followed. As they reached the head of the caravan behind the lord of the Shinzawai's litter, they could see shapes advancing up the road toward them. Laurie grabbed Pug's sleeve. "Riders!" Pug could scarcely believe his eyes, for indeed it appeared that riders were approaching along the road from the Shinzawai manor. As they got closer, he could see that rather than riders, there was one horseman and 3 choja, all 3 a rich dark blue colour. The rider, a young brown-haired Sirani, taller than most, dismounted.
His movement was clumsy, and Laurie observed, "They will never pose any military threat if that's the best seat they can keep. Look, there's no saddle nor bridle, only a rude hackamore fashioned from leather straps, and the poor horse looks like it hasn't been properly groomed for a month." The curtain of the litter was pulled back as the rider approached. The slaves put the litter down, and the lord of the Shinzawai got out. Hokanu had reached his father's side from his place among the guards at the rear of the caravan, and was embracing the rider, exchanging greetings. The rider then embraced the lord of the Shinzawai. Pug and Laurie could hear the rider say, "Father, it is good to see you." The Shinzawai lord said, "Kasumi, it is good to see my firstborn son. When did you return?"
"Less than a week ago. I would have come to Jamar, but I heard that you were due here, so I waited."
"I am glad. Who are these with you?"
He indicated the creatures. "This," he said, pointing to the foremost, "is strike leader Achalak, back from fighting the short ones under the mountains on Midkamia." The creature stepped forward and raised his right hand, very human-like, in salute, and in a high, piping voice said, "Hail, Katsu, lord of the Shinzawai! Honours to your house!" The lord of the Shinzawai bowed slightly from the waist. "Greetings, Khalak. Honours to your hive. The Choja are always welcome guests." The creature stepped back and waited. The lord turned to look at the horse. "What is this upon which you sit, my son?"
"A horse, father. A creature the barbarians ride into battle. I've told you of them before. It is a truly marvellous creature. On its back I can run faster than the swiftest Choja runner." "How do you stay on?"
The older Shinzawai son laughed.
"With great difficulty, I'm afraid. The barbarians have tricks to it I have yet to learn."
Hokanu smiled. "Perhaps we can arrange for lessons."
Kasumi slapped him playfully on the back.
"I have asked several barbarians, but unfortunately they were all dead."
"I have two here who are not."
Kasumi looked past his brother and saw Laurie standing a full head taller than the other slaves who had gathered around.
"So I see. Well, we must ask him. Father, with your permission, I will ride back to the house and have all made ready for your homecoming."
Kamatsu embraced his son and agreed. The older son grabbed a handful of mane and with an athletic leap remounted. With a wave, he rode off. Pug and Laurie quickly returned to their places on the wagon. Laurie asked, "Have you seen the like of those things before?" Pug nodded. "Yes, the Shirani call them the Choja. They live in large hive mounds like ants. The Shirani slaves I spoke with in the camp tell me they have been around as long as can be remembered. They're loyal to the Empire, though I seem to remember someone saying that each hive has its own queen." Laurie peered around the front of the wagon, hanging on with one hand. "I wouldn't like to face one on foot. Look at the way they run." Pug said nothing. The older Shinzawai's son's remark about the short ones under the mountain brought back old memories. If Thomas is alive, he thought, he is a man now. If he is alive. The Shinzawai Manor was huge. It was easily the biggest single building, short of temples and palaces, that Pug had seen. It sat atop a hill commanding a view of the countryside for miles. The house was square, like the one in Jamar, but several times the size. The townhouse could easily have fit inside this one's central garden. Behind it were the outbuildings, cookhouse and slave quarters. Pug craned his neck to take in the garden, for they were walking too quickly through, and there was little time to absorb all of it. The Hedonra, Septium, scolded him.
"Don't tarry!"
Pug quickened his step and fell in beside Laurie. Still, on a brief viewing, the garden was impressive. Several shade trees had been planted beside 3 pools that sat in the midst of miniature trees and flowering plants. Stone benches had been placed for contemplative rest,
and paths of fine pebbled gravel wandered throughout. Around this tiny park, the building rose 3 stories tall. The 2 top stories had balconies, and several staircases rose to connect them. Servants could be seen hurrying along the upper levels, but there appeared to be no one else in the garden, or at least that portion they had crossed. They reached a sliding door, and Septium turned to face them. In stern tones he said,
"You 2 barbarians will watch your manners before the lords of this house, or by the gods I'll have every inch of skin off your backs. Now make sure you do all that I've told you, or you'll wish that Master Hokanu had left you to rot in the swamps."
He slid the door to one side and announced the slaves. The command for them to enter was given, and Septium shooed them inside. They found themselves in a colourfully lit room, the light coming through the large translucent door covered with a painting. On the walls hung carvings, tapestries and paintings, all done in fine style, small and delicate. The floor was covered in Surani fashion with a thick pile of cushions. Upon a large cushion, Kamatsu, lord of the Shinzawai, sat. Across from him were his 2 sons. All were dressed in the short robes of expensive fabric and cut they used when off duty. Pug and Lorry stood with their eyes downcast until they were spoken to. Hokanu spoke first. "The blonde giant is called Lorry, and the more normal-sized one is Pug." Lorry started to open his mouth, but a quick elbow from Pug silenced him before he could speak. The older son noticed the exchange and said, "You would speak?" Lorry looked up, then quickly down again. The instructions had been clear, not to speak until commanded to. Lorry wasn't sure the question was a command. The lord of the house said, "Speak." Lorry looked at Kasumi. "I am Lorry, master. Lorry. And my friend is Pug, not Poog." Hokanu looked taken aback at being corrected, but the older brother nodded and pronounced the names several times over until he spoke them correctly. He then said, "Have you ridden horses?" Both slaves nodded. Kasumi said, "Good. Then you can show me the best way." Pug's gaze wandered as much as was possible with his head down, but something caught his eye. Next to the lord of the Shinzawai sat a game board and what looked like familiar figures. Kamatsu noticed and said, "You know this game?" He reached over and brought the board forward, so that it lay before him. Pug said, "Master, I know the game. We call it chess." Hokanu looked at his brother, who leaned forward. "As several have said, father, there has been contact with the barbarians before." His father waved away the comment. "It is a theory." To Pug he said, "Sit here and show me how the pieces move." Pug sat and tried to remember what Kulgan had taught him. He had been an indifferent student of the game, but knew a few basic openings. He moved a pawn forward and said, "This piece may move forward only 1 space, except when it is first moved, master, then it may move 2. The lord of the house nodded, motioning that he should continue. "This piece is a knight and moves like so," said Pug. After he had demonstrated the moves of the various pieces, the lord of the Shinzawai said, "We call this game Shah. The pieces are called by different names, but it is the same. Come, we will play." Kamatsu gave the white pieces to Pug. He opened with a conventional king's pawn move, and Kamatsu countered. Pug played badly and was quickly beaten. The others watched the entire game without a sound. When it was over, the lord said, "Do you play well among your people?" "No, master, I play poorly." He smiled, his eyes wrinkling at the edges.
Then I would guess that your people are not as barbarous as is commonly held. We will play again soon. He nodded to his older son, and Kasumi rose. Bowing to his father, he said to Pug and Lorry, "Come." They bowed to the lord of the house, and followed Kasumi out of the room. He led them through the house to a smaller room with sleeping pallets and cushions. "You will sleep here. My room is next door. I would have you at hand at all times." Lorry spoke up boldly. "What does the master want of us?" Kasumi regarded him for a moment. "You barbarians will never make good slaves. You forget your place too often." Lorry started to stammer an apology, but was cut off. "It is of little matter. You are to teach me things, Lorry. You will teach me to ride and how to speak your language. Both of you. I would learn what those, He paused, then made a flat, nasal wah-wah-wah sound. Noises mean when you speak to each other. Further conversation was cut off by the sound of a single chime that reverberated throughout the house. Kasumi said, "A great one comes. Stay in your rooms. I must go to welcome him with my father." He hurried off, leaving the two Midkemians to sit in their new quarters, wondering at this newest twist in their lives. Twice during the following 2 days, Pug and Lorry glimpsed the Shinzawai's important visitor. He was much like the Shinzawai lord in appearance, but thinner, and he wore the black robe of a Tsurani Great One. Pug asked a few questions of the house staff and gained a little information. Pug and Lorry had seen nothing that compared with the awe in which the Great Ones were held by the Tsurani. They seemed a power apart, and with what little understanding of Tsurani social reality Pug had, he couldn't exactly comprehend how they fit into the scheme of things. At first, he had thought they were under some social stigma, for all he was ever told was that the Great Ones were outside the law. He then was made to understand by an exasperated Tsurani slave who couldn't believe Pug's ignorance of important matters that the Great Ones had little or no social constraints in exchange for some nameless service to the Empire. Pug had made a discovery during this time that lightened the alien feeling of his captivity somewhat. Behind the Nidra pens, he had found a kennel full of yapping, tail-wagging dogs. They were the only Midkemian-like animals he had seen on Kelewan, and he felt an unexplained joy at their presence. He had rushed back to their room to fetch Lorry, and had brought him to the kennel. Now they sat in one of the runs amid a group of playful canines. Lorry laughed at their boisterous play. They were unlike the Duke's hunting hounds, being longer of leg and more gaunt. Their ears were pointed and perked at every sound. "I've seen their like before, in Gulby. It's a town in the great northern trade route of Kesh. They're called greyhounds, and are used to run down the fast cats and antelope of the grasslands near the Valley of the Sun." The kennel master, a thin, droopy-eyelidded slave named Raymond, came over and watched them suspiciously. "What are you doing here?" Lorry regarded the dour man and playfully pulled the muzzle of a rambunctious puppy. "We haven't seen dogs since we left our homeland, Raymond. Our master's busy with a great one, so we thought we'd visit your fine kennel." At mention of his fine kennel, the gloomy countenance brightened considerably. "I try to keep the dogs healthy. We must keep them locked up, for they try to harry the Choja, who like them not at all." For a moment, Pug thought perhaps they had been taken from Midkemia as the horse had been. When he asked where they had come from, Raymond looked at him as if he were crazy. "You speak like you have been too long in the sun. There have always been dogs." With that final pronouncement on the matter, he judged the conversation closed and left. Later that night, Pug awoke to find Lorry entering their room. "Where have you been?" "Shh! You want to wake the whole household? Go back to sleep." "Where did you go?" Pug asked in hushed tones. Lorry could be seen grinning in the dim light. "I paid a visit to a certain cook's assistant for a chat."
Oh, Almarella.
Yeah, came the cheerful reply. She's quite a girl. The young slave who served in the kitchen had been making big eyes at Laurie ever since the caravan had arrived 4 days ago. After a moment of silence, Laurie said, "You should cultivate a few friends yourself. Gives a whole new look to things." "I'll bet," Pug said, disapproval mixed with more than a little envy. Almarella was a bright and cheerful girl near Pug's age, with merry, dark eyes. "That little Katala now, she has her eye on you, I'm thinking." Cheeks burning, Pug threw a cushion at his friend. "Oh, shut up and go to sleep." Laurie stifled a laugh. He retired to his pallet and left Pug alone in thought. There was the faint promise of rain on the wind, and Pug welcomed the coolness he felt in its touch. Laurie was sitting astride Kasumi's horse, and the young officer stood by and watched. Laurie had directed Sirani craftsmen as they fashioned a saddle and bridle for the mount, and was now demonstrating their use. "This horse is combat-trained," Laurie shouted. "He can be neck-reined," he demonstrated by laying the reins on one side of the horse's neck, then the other, "or he can be turned by using your legs." He raised his hands and showed the older son of the house how this was done. For 3 weeks they had been instructing the young noble in riding, and he had shown natural ability. Laurie jumped from the house, and Kasumi took his place. The Sirani rode roughly at first, the saddle feeling strange under him. As he bounced by, Pug called out, "Master, grip him firmly with your lower leg." The horse sensed the pressure and picked up a quick trot. Rather than be troubled by the increase in speed, Kasumi looked enraptured. "Keep your heels down!" shouted Pug. Then, without instructions from either slave, Kasumi kicked the horse hard in the sides and had the animal running over the fields. Laurie watched him vanish across the meadow and said, "Well, he's either a natural horseman or he's going to kill himself." Pug nodded. "I think he's got the knack. He's certainly not lacking courage." Laurie pulled up a long stem of grass from the ground and put it between his teeth. He hunkered down and scratched the ear of a bitch who lay at his feet, as much to distract the dog from running after the horse as to play with her. She rolled over onto her back and playfully chewed his hand. Laurie turned his attention to Pug. "I wonder what game our young friend is playing at." Pug shrugged. "What do you mean?" "Remember when we first arrived? I heard Kasumi was about to head out with his Chojar companions. Well, those 3 Chojar soldiers left this morning, which is why Bethel here is out of her pen. And I heard some gossip that the orders of the oldest son of the Shinzawa were suddenly changed. Put that together with these riding and language lessons, and what do you have?" Pug stretched. "I don't know." "Oh, I don't know either." Laurie sounded disgusted. "But these matters are of high import." He looked across the plain and said lightly, "All I ever wanted to do was to travel and tell my stories, sing my songs, and someday find a widow who owned an inn." Pug laughed. "I think you would find tavern-keeping dull business after all this fine adventure." "Some fine adventuring. I'm riding along with a bunch of provincial militia and run right smack into the entire Turani army. Since then I've been beaten several times, spent over 4 months mucking about in the swamps, walked over half this world, ridden in a wagon, as I remember. Well, travelled over half this world, and now I'm giving riding lessons to Kasumi Shinzawa, oldest son of a lord of Suranoani. Not the stuff great ballads are made of." Pug smiled ruefully. "You could have been 4 years in the swamps. Consider yourself lucky. At least you can count on being here tomorrow. At least as long as Septium doesn't catch you creeping around the kitchen late at night." Laurie studied Pug closely. "I know you're joking. About Septium, I mean. It has occurred to me several times to ask you, Pug. Why do you never speak of your life before you were captured?" Pug looked away absently. "I guess it's a habit I picked up in the swamp camp. It doesn't pay to remind yourself of what you used to be. I've seen brave men die because they couldn't forget they were born free." Laurie pulled at the dog's ear. "But things are different here. Are they?"
Remember what you said back in Jamar about a man wanting something from you? I think the more comfortable you become here, the easier it is for them to get whatever it is they want from you. This Shinzawai's lord is no one's fool. Seemingly shifting topics, he said, "Is it better to train a dog or horse with a whip or with kindness?" Laurie looked up. "Oh, why, with kindness? But you have to use discipline also." Pug nodded. "We are being shown the same consideration as Bethel and her kind, I think. But we still are slaves. Never forget that." Laurie looked out over the field for a long time and said nothing. The pair were roused from their thoughts by the shouts of the older son of the house as he rode back into view. He pulled the horse up before them and jumped down. "He flies," he said, in his broken king's tongue. Kasumi was an apt student and was picking up the language quickly. He supplemented his language lessons with a constant stream of questions about the lands and people of Mid-Kemia. There was not a single aspect of life in the kingdom that he seemed uninterested in. He had asked for examples of the most mundane things, such as the manner in which one bargains with tradespeople, and the proper forms of address when speaking to people of different ranks. Kasumi led the horse back to the shed that had been built for him, and Pug watched for any sign of foot soreness. They had fashioned shoes for him from wood treated with resin by trial and error, but these seemed to be holding up well enough. As he walked, Kasumi said, "I have been thinking about a thing. I don't understand how your king rules, with all you have said about this Congress of Lords. Please explain this thing." Laurie looked at Pug with an eyebrow raised. While no more an authority on kingdom politics than Laurie, he seemed better able to explain what he knew. Pug said, "The Congress elects the king, though it is mostly a matter of form." "Form?" "A tradition. The heir to the throne is always elected, except when there is no clear successor. It's considered the best way to stem civil war, for the ruling of the Congress is final." He explained how the Prince of Krondor had deferred to his nephew, and how the Congress had acquiesced to his wishes. "How is it with the Empire?" Kasumi thought, then said, "Perhaps not so different. Each emperor is the elect of the gods, but from what you have told me, he is unlike your king. He rules in the holy city, but his leadership is spiritual. He protects us from the wrath of the gods." Laurie asked, "Who then rules?" They reached the shed, and Kasumi took the saddle and bridle off the horse and began rubbing him down. "Here it is different from your land." He seemed to have difficulty with the language and shifted into Sirani. "A ruling lord of a family is the absolute authority upon his estate. Each family belongs to a clan, and the most influential lord in the clan is war chief. Within that clan, each other lord of a family holds certain powers depending upon influence. The Shinzawai belong to the Kanazawi clan. We are the second most powerful family in that clan, next to the Keda. My father, in his youth, was commander of the clan armies, a war chief, what you would call a general. The position of families shifts from generation to generation, so that it is unlikely I will reach so exalted a position. The leading lords of each clan sit in the High Council. They advise the warlord. He rules in the name of the emperor, though the emperor could overrule him." "Does the emperor in fact ever overrule the warlord?" asked Laurie. "Never." "How is the warlord chosen?" asked Pug. "It is difficult to explain. When the old warlord dies, the clans meet. It is a large gathering of lords, for not only the council comes, but also the heads of every family. They meet and plot, and sometimes blood feuds develop, but in the end a new warlord is elected." Pug brushed back the hair from his eyes. Then what is to keep the Warlord's clan from claiming the office if they're the most powerful? Kasumi looked troubled.
It is not an easy thing to explain. Perhaps you would have to be Tsurani to understand. There are laws, but more important, there are customs. No matter how powerful a clan becomes, or a family within it, only the lord of one of 5 families may be elected warlord. They are the Keda, Tonmagu, Minwanabi, Oaxatucan, and the Hachatekas. So there are only 5 lords who may be considered. This warlord is an Oaxatucan, so the light of the Kanazawi clan burns dimly. His clan, the Omechan, is in ascension now. Only the Minwanabi will rival them, and for the present they are allied in the war effort. That is the way of it.
Laurie shook his head.
This family and clan business makes our own politics seem simple.
Kasumi laughed.
That is not politics. Politics is the province of the parties.
Parties?
Asked Laurie, obviously getting lost in the conversation.
There are many parties. The Blue Wheel, the Golden Flower, the Jade Eye, the Party for Progress, the War Party, and others. Families may belong to different parties, each trying to further their own needs. Sometimes families from the same clan will belong to different parties. Sometimes they switch alliances to suit their needs for the moment. Other times they may support 2 parties at once, or none.
It seems a most unstable government, remarked Laurie.
Kasumi laughed.
It has lasted for over 2,000 years. We have an old saying, in the High Council there is no brother. Remember that, and you may understand.
Pug weighed his next question carefully. Master, in all this, you have not mentioned the Great Ones. Why is that? Kasumi stopped rubbing down the horse and looked at Pug for a moment, then resumed his ministrations.
They have nothing to do with politics. They are outside the law and have no clan.
He paused again.
Why do you ask?
It's only that they seem to command a great amount of respect, and since one has called here so recently, I thought you could enlighten me.
They are given respect because the fate of the Empire is at all times in their hands. It is a grave responsibility. They renounce all their ties, and few have personal lives beyond their community of magicians. Those with families live apart, and their children are sent to live with their former families when they come of age. It is a difficult thing. They make many sacrifices.
Pug watched Kasumi closely. He seemed somehow troubled by what he was saying.
The Great One who came to see my father was, when a boy, a member of this family. He was my uncle. It is difficult for us now, for he must observe the formalities and cannot claim kinship. It would be better if he stayed away, I think.
The last was spoken softly.
Why is that, Master?
Laurie asked, in hushed tones. Because it is hard for Hokano. Before he became my brother, he was that Great One's son.
They finished caring for the horse and left the shack. Bethel ran ahead, for she knew it was close to feeding time. As they passed the kennel, Rahmad called her over, and she joined the other dogs. The entire way there was no conversation, and Kasumi entered his room with no further remark for either of the Midkemians. Pug sat on his pallet, waiting for the call for dinner, and thought about what he had learned. For all their strange ways, the Tsurani were much like other men. He found this somehow both comforting and troublesome. 2 weeks later, Pug was faced with another problem to mull over. Katala had been making it obvious she was less than pleased with Pug's lack of attention.
In little ways at first, then with more blatant signs, she had tried to spark his interest. Finally things had come to a head when he had run into her behind the cook shed earlier that afternoon. Lori and Kasumi were trying to build a small lute with the aid of a Shinzawai woodcrafter. Kasumi had expressed interest in the music of the troubadour and, the last few days, had watched closely while Lori argued with the artisan over the selection of proper grains, the way to cut the wood, and the manner of fashioning the instrument. He was perplexed about whether or not Nidra gut would make suitable strings, and 1,000 other details. Pug had found all this less than engrossing, and after a few days had found every excuse to wander off. The smell of curing wood reminded him too much of cutting trees in the swamp for him to enjoy being around the resin pots in the woodcarver's shed. This afternoon he had been lying in the shade of the cook shed when Katala came around the corner. His stomach constricted at the sight of her. He thought her very attractive, but each time he had tried to speak to her, he found he couldn't think of anything to say. He would simply make a few inane remarks, become embarrassed, then hurry off. Lately, he'd taken to saying nothing. As she had approached this afternoon, he had smiled noncommittally, and she started to walk past. Suddenly, she had turned and looked as if near to tears. "What's the matter with me? Am I so ugly that you can't stand the sight of me?" Pug had sat speechless, his mouth open. She had stood for a moment, then kicked him in the leg. "Stupid barbarian!" she had sniffed, then run off. Now he sat in his room feeling confused and uneasy over this afternoon's encounter. Lori was carving pegs for his lute. Finally, he put knife and wood aside and said, "What's troubling you, Pug? You look as if they're promoting you to slave master and sending you back to the swamp." Pug lay back on his pallet, staring at the ceiling. "It's Katala." "Ah," Lori said. "What do you mean, ah?" "Nothing. Except that Almarella tells me the girl has been impossible for the last 2 weeks, and you look about as bright as a Polack steer these days. What's the matter?" "I don't know. She kicked me today." Lori threw back his head and laughed. "Why in the name of heaven did she do that?" "I don't know. She just kicked me. What'd you do?" "I didn't do anything." "Ah!" Lori exploded with mirth. "That's the trouble, Pug. There's only one thing I know of that a woman hates more than a man she doesn't like paying her too much attention, and that's lack of attention from a man she does like." Pug looked despondent. "I thought it was something like that." Surprise registered on Lori's face. "What is it? Don't you like her?" Leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, Pug said, "It's not that. I like her. She's very pretty and seems nice enough. It's just that—" "What?" Pug glanced sharply over at his friend to see if he was being mocked. Lori was smiling, but in a friendly, reassuring way. Pug continued, "It's just... there's someone else." Lori's mouth fell open, then snapped shut. "Who?" "Except for Almarella, Katala's the prettiest wench I've seen on this God's-forsaken world." He sighed. "In honesty, she's prettier than Almarella, though only a little. And besides, I've not seen you ever speak to another woman, and I'd have noticed you skulking off with anyone." Pug shook his head and looked down. "No, Lori, I mean back home." Lori's mouth popped open again, then he fell over backward and groaned. "Back home? What am I to do with this child? He's bereft of all wit." He pulled himself up on an elbow and said, "Can this be Pug speaking? The lad who counsels me to put the past behind? The one who insists that dwelling on how things were at home leads only to a quick death?" Pug ignored the sting of the questions. "This is different." "How is it different?" "By Ruthia, who in her more tender moments protects fools, drunks and minstrels. How can you tell me this is different? Do you imagine for a moment you have one hope in 10 times 10,000 of ever seeing this girl again, whoever she is?" "I know, but thinking of Carline has kept me from losing my mind more times." He sighed loudly. "We all need one dream, Lori." Lori studied his young friend for a quiet moment. "Yes, Pug, we all need one dream.
Still, he added brightly, a dream is one thing, a living, breathing, warm woman is another.
Seeing Pug become irritated at the remark, he switched topics. Who is Carline, Pug? My Lord Borwick's daughter. Laurie's eyes grew round. Princess Carline? Pug nodded. Laurie's voice showed amusement. The most eligible, noble daughter in the Western realm, after the daughter of the Prince of Crondor. There are sides to you I never would have thought possible. Tell me about her. Pug began to speak, slowly at first, telling of his boyhood infatuation for her, then of how their relationship developed. Laurie remained silent, putting aside questions, letting Pug relieve himself of the pent-up emotions of years. Finally, Pug said, perhaps that's what bothers me so much about Katala. In certain ways, Katala's like Carline. They've both got strong wills and make their moods known. Laurie nodded, not saying anything. Pug lapsed into silence, then after a moment said, when I was at Criddy, I thought for a time I was in love with Carline, but I don't know. Is that strange? Laurie shook his head. Nah, Pug. There are many ways to love someone. Sometimes we want love so much we're not too choosy about who we love. Other times we make love such a pure and noble thing no poor human can ever meet our vision. But for the most part, love is a recognition, an opportunity to say, there's something about you I cherish. It doesn't entail marriage or even physical love. There's love of parents, love of city or nation, love of life and love of people. All different, all love. But tell me, do you find your feelings for Katala much as they were for Carline? Pug shrugged and smiled. No, they're not quite the same. With Carline, I felt as if I had to keep her awake, at arm's length, sort of keeping control of what went on, I think. Laurie probed lightly. And Katala? Pug shrugged again. I don't know, it's different. I don't feel as if I have to keep her under control. It's more as if there are things I want to tell her, but I don't know how. Like the way I got all jammed up inside when she smiled at me the first time. I could talk to Carline when she kept quiet and let me. Katala keeps quiet, but I don't know what to say. He paused a moment, then made a sound that was half sigh, half groan. Just thinking about Katala makes me hurt, Laurie. Laurie lay back, a friendly chuckle escaping his lips. Aye, it's well. I've known that ache, and I must admit your taste runs to interest in women. From what I can see, Katala's a prize, and the Princess Carline. A little snappishly, Pug said, I'll make a point of introducing you when we get back. Laurie ignored the tone. I'll hold you to that. Look, all I mean is it seems you've developed an excellent knack for finding worthwhile women. A little sadly, he said, I wish I could claim as much. My life has been mostly caught up with tavern wenches, farmers' daughters and common street whores. I don't know what to tell you. Laurie, said Pug. Laurie sat up and looked at his friend. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Laurie studied Pug a moment, then comprehension dawned and he threw back his head, laughing. He could see Pug's anger rising and put his hands up in supplication. I'm sorry, Pug. I didn't mean to embarrass you. It was just not what I expected to hear. Somewhat placated, Pug said, I was young when I was captured, less than 16 years of age. I was never of a size like the other boys, so the girls didn't pay much attention to me, until Carline, I mean. And after I became a squire, they were afraid to talk to me. After that, damn it all, Laurie, I've been in the swamps for 4 years. What chance have I had to know a woman? Laurie sat quietly for a moment, and the tension left the room. Pug, I never would have imagined, but as you said, when have you had the time? Laurie, what am I to do? What would you like to do? Laurie looked at Pug, his expression showing concern. I would like to go to her, I think. I don't know. Laurie rubbed his chin. Look, Pug, I never thought I'd have this sort of talk with anyone besides a son some day, if ever I had one.
I wasn't meaning to make sport of you. You just caught me off guard. He looked away, gathering his thoughts, and then said, My father threw me out when I was just shy of 12 years old. I was the oldest boy, and he had 7 other mouths to feed, and I was never much for farming. A neighbour boy and I walked to Tearsog and spent a year living on the streets. He joined a mercenary band as a cook's monkey and later became a soldier. I hooked up with a travelling troupe of musicians. I apprenticed to a jongleur from whom I learned the songs, sagas and ballads, and I travelled. I came quickly to my growth, a man at 13. There was a woman in the troupe, a widow of a singer, travelling with her brothers and cousins. She was just past 20, but seemed very old to me then. She was the one who introduced me to the games of men and women. He stopped for a moment, reliving memories long forgotten. Laurie smiled. It was over 15 years ago, Pug, but I can still see her face. We were both a little lost. It was never a planned thing. It just happened one afternoon on the road. She was kind. He looked at Pug. She knew I was scared, despite my bravado. He smiled and closed his eyes. I could still see the sun in the trees behind her face, and the smell of her mingled with the scent of wildflowers. Opening his eyes, he said, We spent the next 2 years together, while I learned to sing. Then I left the troupe. What happened? Pug asked, for this was a new story to him. Laurie had never spoken of his youth before. She married again. He was a good man, an innkeeper on the road from Mallock's Cross to Durrani's Vale. His wife had died the year before of fever, leaving him with 2 small sons. She tried to explain things to me, but I wouldn't listen. What did I know? I wasn't quite 16 and the world was a simple place. Pug nodded. I know what you mean. Laurie said, Look, what I'm trying to say is that I understand the problem. I can explain how things work. Pug said, I know that. I wasn't raised by monks. But you don't know how things work. Pug nodded as they both laughed. I think you should just go to the girl and make your feelings known, said Laurie. Just talk to her, of course. Love's like a lot of things. It's always best done with the head. Save mindless efforts for mindless things. Now go. Now? Pug looked panic-stricken. You can't start any sooner, right? Pug nodded, and without a word left. He walked down the dark and quiet corridors outside to the slave quarters and found his way to her door. He raised his hand to knock on the doorframe, then stopped. He stood quietly for a moment, trying to make up his mind what to do, when the door slid open. Almarella stood in the doorway, clutching her robe about her, her hair dishevelled. Oh, she whispered. I thought it was Laurie. Wait a moment. She disappeared into the room, then shortly reappeared with a bundle of things in her arms. She patted Pug's arm and set off in the direction of his and Laurie's room. Pug stood at the door, then slowly entered. He could see Katala lying under a blanket on her pallet. He stepped over to where she lay and squatted next to her. He touched her shoulder and softly spoke her name. She came awake and sat up suddenly, gathering her blanket around her, and said, What are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you. Once started, the words came out in a tumbling rush. I'm sorry if I've done anything to make you angry with me, or haven't done anything, I mean. Laurie said that if you don't do something when someone expects you to, that's as bad as paying too much attention. I'm not sure, you see. She covered her mouth to hide a giggle, for she could see his distress in spite of the gloom. What I mean is I'm sorry for what I've done, or didn't do. She silenced him by placing her fingertips across his mouth. Her arms snaked out and around his neck, pulling his head downward. She kissed him slowly, then said, Silly. Go close the door. They lay together, Katala's arm across Pug's chest while he stared at the ceiling. She made sleepy sounds, and he ran his hands through her thick hair and across her soft shoulder. What? She asked sleepily. I was just thinking that I haven't been happier since I was made a member of the Duke's court.
That's good. She came a bit more awake. What's the Duke? Pug thought for a moment. It's like a lord here, only different. My Duke was cousin to the king and the third most powerful man in the kingdom. She snuggled closer to him. It must have been important to be part of the court of such a man. Not really. I did him a service and was rewarded for it. He didn't think he wanted to bring up Carline's name here. Somehow his boyhood fantasies about the princess seemed childish in the light of this night. Katala rolled over onto her stomach. She raised her head and rested it on a hand, forming a triangle with her arm. I wish things could be different. How so, love? My father was a farmer in Thuril. We are among the last free people in Kelewan. If we could go there, you could take a position with the Coaldra, the Council of Warriors. They always have need for resourceful men. Then we could be together. We're together here, aren't we? Katala kissed him lightly. Yes, dear Pug, we are. But we both remember what it was to be free, don't we? Pug sat up. I'd try to put that sort of thing out of my mind. She put her arms around him, holding him as she would a child. It must have been terrible in the swamps. We hear stories, but no one knows, she said softly. It is well that you don't. She kissed him, and soon they returned to that timeless, safe place shared by two, all thoughts of things terrible and alien forgotten. For the rest of the night they took pleasure in each other, discovering a depth of feeling new to each. Pug couldn't tell if she had known other men before, and didn't ask. It wasn't important to him. The only important thing was being here with her now. He was awash in a sea of new delights and emotions. He didn't understand his feelings entirely, but there was little doubt what he felt for Katala was more real, more compelling than the worshipful, confused longings he had known when with Carline. Weeks passed, and Pug found his life falling into a reassuring routine. He spent occasional evenings with the Lord of the Shinzawai playing chess, or Shah, as it was called here, and their conversations gave Pug insights into the nature of Sirani life. He could no longer think of these people as aliens, for he saw their daily life as similar to what he had known as a boy. There were surprising differences, such as the strict adherence to an honour code, but the similarities far outnumbered the differences. Katala became the centrepiece of his existence. They came together whenever they found time, sharing meals, a quick exchange of words, and every night that they could steal together. Pug was sure the other slaves in the household knew of their nighttime assignations, but the proximity of people in Sirani life had bred a certain blindness to the personal habits of others, and no one cared a great deal about the comings and goings of two slaves. Several weeks after his first night with Katala, Pug found himself alone with Kasumi, as Laurie was embroiled in another shouting match with the woodcrafter who was finishing his lute. The man considered Laurie somewhat unreasonable in objecting to the instruments being finished in bright yellow paint with purple trim, and he saw absolutely no merit in leaving the natural wood tones exposed. Pug and Kasumi left the singer explaining to the woodcrafter the requirements of wood for proper resonance, seemingly intent on convincing by volume as much as by logic. They walked toward the stable area. Several more captured horses had been purchased by agents of the Lord of the Shinzawai, and had been sent to his estate at what Pug took to be a great deal of expense and some political manoeuvring. Whenever alone with the slaves, Kasumi spoke the king's tongue and insisted they call him by name. He showed a quickness in learning the language that matched his quickness in learning to ride. "Friend Laurie," said the older son of the house, "will never make a proper slave from a Sirani point of view. He has no appreciation of our arts." Pug listened to the argument that still could be heard coming from the woodcarver's building. I think it's more the case of his being concerned over the proper appreciation of his art. They reached the corral and watched as a spirited grey stallion reared and whinnied at their approach. The horse had been brought in a week ago, securely tied by several leads to a wagon, and had repeatedly tried to attack anyone who came close.
"Why do you think this one is so troublesome, Pug?"
Pug watched the magnificent animal run around the corral, herding the other horses away from the men. When the mares and another, less dominant stallion were safely away, the grey turned and watched the two men warily. "I'm not sure. Either he's simply a badly tempered animal, perhaps from mishandling, or he's a specially trained warhorse. Most of our war mounts are trained not to shy in battle, to remain silent when held, to respond to their rider's command in times of stress. A few, mostly ridden by lords, are specially trained to obey only their master, and their weapons as much as transport being schooled to attack. He may be one of these." Kasumi watched him closely as he pawed the ground and tossed his head.
"I shall ride him some day," he said. "In any event, he will sire a strong line. We now number 5 mares, and father has secured another 5. They will arrive in a few weeks, and we are scouring every estate in the Empire to find more."
Kasumi got a far-off look and mused.
"When I was first upon your world, Pug, I hated the sight of horses. They rode down upon us and our soldiers died. But then I came to see what magnificent creatures they are. There were other prisoners when I was still back on your world, who said you have noble families who are known for nothing so much as the fine stock of horses they breed. Some day the finest horses in the Empire shall be Shinzawai horses."
"By the look of these, you have a good start. Though from what little I know, I think you need a larger stock for breeding."
"We shall have as many as it takes."
"Kasumi, how can your leaders spare these captured animals from the war effort? You must surely see the need to quickly build mounted units if you're going to advance your conquest." Kasumi's face took on a rueful expression.
"Our leaders are, for the most part, tradition-bound, Pug. They refuse to see any wisdom in training cavalry. They are fools. Your horsemen ride over our warriors, and yet they pretend we cannot learn anything, calling your people barbarians. I once sieged a castle in your homeland, and those who defended taught me much about warcraft. Many would brand me traitor for saying such, but we have held our own only by force of numbers. For the most part, your generals have more skill. Trying to keep one's soldiers alive, rather than sending them to their death, teaches a certain craftiness. Now, the truth of the matter is we are led by men who—"
He stopped, realizing he was speaking dangerously.
"The truth is," he said at last, "we are as stiff-necked a people as you."
He studied Pug's face for a moment, then smiled.
"We raided for horses during the first year so that the warlord's great ones could study the beasts to see if they were intelligent allies like our Choja, or merely animals. It was a fairly comical scene. The warlord insisted he be the first to try to ride a horse. I suspect he chose one much like this big grey, for no sooner did he approach the animal than the horse attacked, nearly killing him. His honour won't permit any other to ride when he failed, and I think he was fearful of trying again with another animal. Our warlord, Almecho, is a man of considerable pride and temper, even for a Tsirani."
Pug said, "Then how can your father continue to purchase captured horses, and how can you ride in defiance of his order?"
Kasumi's smile broadened. "My father is a man of considerable influence in the council. Our politics is strangely twisted, and there are ways to bend any command, even from the warlord or high council, and any order, save one from the light of heaven himself. But most of all, it is because these
horses are here, and the warlord is not. He smiled. The warlord is supreme only in the field. Upon this estate, none may question my father's will. Since coming to the estate of the Shinzawai, Pug had been troubled by whatever Kasumi and his father were plotting. That they were embroiled in some Tsurani political intrigue he doubted not, but what it might prove to be he had no idea. A powerful lord like Komatsu would not spend this much effort satisfying a whim of even a son as favoured as Kasumi. Still, Pug knew better than to involve himself any more than he was involved by circumstance. He changed the topic of conversation. Kasumi, I was wondering something. Yes? What is the law regarding the marriage of slaves? Kasumi seemed unsurprised by the question. Slaves may marry with their master's permission, but permission is rarely given. Once married, a man and wife may not be separated, nor can children be sold away so long as the parents live. That is the law. Should a married couple live a long time, an estate could become burdened with 3 or 4 generations of slaves, many more than they could economically support. But occasionally permission is granted. Why, do you wish Katala for your wife? Pug looked surprised. You know? Without arrogance, Kasumi said, Nothing occurs upon my father's estates that he is ignorant of, and he confides in me. It is a great honour. Pug nodded thoughtfully. I don't know yet. I feel much for her, but something holds me back. It's as if... He shrugged, at a loss for words. Kasumi regarded him closely for a time, then said, It is by my father's will you live, and by his whim how you live. Kasumi stopped for a minute, and Pug became painfully aware of how large a gulf still stood between the two men, one the son of a powerful lord, and the other the lowest of his father's property, a slave. The false veneer of friendship was ripped away, and Pug again knew what he had learned in the swamp. Here life was cheap, and only this man's pleasure, or his father's, stood between Pug and destruction. As if reading Pug's mind, Kasumi said, Remember, Pug, the law is strict. A slave may never be freed. Still, there is the swamp, and there is here. And to us of Suranuani, you of the kingdom are very impatient. Pug knew Kasumi was trying to tell him something perhaps important. For all his openness at times, Kasumi could easily revert to a Tsurani manner Pug could only call cryptic. There was an unvoiced tension behind Kasumi's words, and Pug thought it best not to press. Changing the topic of conversation again, he asked, How goes the war, Kasumi? Kasumi sighed. Badly for both sides. He watched the grey stallion. We fight along stable lines unchanged in the last 3 years. Our last 2 offensives were blunted, but your army also could make no gains. Now weeks pass without fighting. Then your countrymen raid one of our enclaves, and we return the compliment. Little is accomplished except the spilling of blood. It is all very senseless, and there is little honour to be won. Pug was surprised. Everything he had seen of the Tsurani reinforced Meacham's observation of years ago that the Tsurani were a very warlike race. Everywhere he had looked when travelling to this estate he had seen soldiers. Both sons of the house were soldiers, as had been their father in his youth. Hokanu was first strike leader of his father's garrison, due to his being the lord of Shinzawai's second son, but his dealing with the slave master at the swamp camp showed a ruthless efficiency in Hokanu, and Pug knew it to be no quirk. He was Tsurani, and the Tsurani code was taught at a very early age and fiercely followed. Kasumi sensed he was being studied and said, I fear I am becoming softened by your outlandish ways, Pug. He paused. Come, tell me more of your people and what...
Kasumi froze. He seized Pug's arm and cocked his head, listening. After a brief instant, he said, "No, it can't be." Suddenly he wheeled and shouted, "Raid! The Thun!" Pug listened, and in the distance could hear the faint rumbling as if a herd of horses were galloping over the plains. He climbed upon the rail of the corral and looked into the distance. A large meadow stretched away behind the corral, ending at the edge of a lightly wooded area. While the alarm sounded behind him, he could see forms emerging from the tree line. Pug watched in terrible fascination as the creatures called Thun came racing toward the estate house. They grew in stature as they ran furiously toward where Pug waited. They were large, centaur-like beings, looking like mounted riders in the distance. Rather than horse-like, the lower body was reminiscent of a large deer or an elk, but more heavily muscled. The upper body was completely man-like, but the face resembled nothing so much as an ape with a long snout. The entire body, except the face, was covered by a medium-length fur, mottled grey and white. Each creature carried a club or axe, the head being stone lashed to the wooden haft. Hakanu and the household guard came running from the soldiers' building and took up positions near the corral. Archers readied their bows, and swordsmen stood in ranks ready to accept the charge. Suddenly, Lorry was at Pug's side, holding his nearly finished loot. "What? Thun raid?" Lorry stood as fascinated by the sight as Pug. Suddenly, he put his loot aside, then jumped into the corral. "What do you think you're doing?" yelled Pug. The troubadour dodged a protective feint by the grey stallion and jumped upon the back of another horse, the dominant mare of the small herd. "Trying to get the animals safely away." Pug nodded and opened the gate. Lorry rode the horse out, but the grey kept the others from following, herding them back. Pug hesitated for a minute, then said, "Algon, I hope you knew what you taught." He walked calmly toward the stallion, silently trying to convey a sense of command. When the stallion put his ears back and snorted at him, Pug said, "Stand!" The horse's ears cocked at the command, and it seemed to be deciding. Pug knew timing was critical and did not break the rhythm of his approach. The horse studied him as he came alongside, and Pug said, "Stand!" again. Then, before the animal could bolt, he grabbed a handful of mane and was up on its back. The battle-trained warhorse, whether by design or luck, decided Pug was close enough to his former master to respond. Perhaps it was due to the clamour of battle around, but for whatever reason the grey leaped forward in response to Pug's leg commands and was out the gate at a run. Pug gripped with his legs for his life. As the horse cleared the gate, Pug shouted, "Lorry, get the others!" as the stallion turned to the left. Pug glanced over his shoulder and saw the other animals following the herd leader as Lorry brought her past the gate. Pug saw Kasumi running from the tack house, a saddle in his hand, and shouted, "Whoa!" setting as hard a seat as he could manage bareback. The stallion halted, and Pug commanded, "Stand!" The grey pawed the ground in anticipation of a fight. Kasumi shouted as he approached, "Keep the horses from fighting. This is a blood raid, and the Thun will not retreat until each has killed at least once." He called for Lorry to stop, and when the small herd was milling about, he quickly saddled a horse and turned it away from the others. Pug kicked, and the grey and the mare Lorry rode led the remaining 4 horses to the side of the estate house. They kept the animals closely bunched out of sight of the attacking Thun. A soldier came running around the corner of the house, carrying weapons. He reached Pug and Lorry and shouted, "My master Kasumi commands you defend the horses with your lives." He handed the 2 slaves each a sword and shield, then turned and dashed back toward the fighting. Pug regarded the strange sword and shield, lighter by half than any he had ever trained with. A shrill cry interrupted his examination as Kasumi came riding around the house in a running fight with a Thun warrior. The eldest son of the Shinzawai rode well, and though he had little training in fighting from horseback, he was a skilled swordsman. His inexperience was offset by the Thun's lack of experience with horses, for while it was not unlike fighting one of his own kind, the horse was also attacking,
biting at the creature's chest and face. Catching wind of the Thun, Pug's grey reared and nearly threw him. He held fiercely to the mane and gripped tightly with his lower legs. The other horses neighed, and Pug fought to keep his from charging. Laurie shouted, "They don't like the way those things smell. Look at the way Kasumi's horse is acting." Another of the creatures came into sight, and Laurie let out a whoop and rode to intercept. They came together in a clash of weapons, and Laurie took the Thun club blow on his shield. His own sword struck the creature across the chest, and it cried out in a strange guttural language, staggering for a moment, then falling. Pug heard a scream from inside the house and turned to see one of the thin sliding doors erupt outward as a body hurled through it. A stunned house slave staggered to his feet, then collapsed, blood welling up from a wound on his head. Other figures came scurrying through the door. Pug saw Katala and Almarella running from the house with the others, a Thun warrior in pursuit. The creature bore down upon Katala, club raised high overhead. Pug shouted her name, and the grey sensed his rider's alarm. Without command, the huge war-horse sprang forward, intercepting the Thun as it closed with the slave girl. The horse was enraged from the sounds of battle or the Thun smell. It crashed heavily into the Thun, biting and lashing out with heavy forelegs, and the Thun's legs went out from under it. Pug was thrown by the impact and landed heavily. He lay dazed for a moment. Then he climbed to his feet. He staggered to where Katala sat huddled and pulled her away from the maddened stallion. The grey reared above the still Thun, and hooves came flashing down. Again and again the war-horse struck at the Thun until there was no doubt of there being a breath of life left in the fallen creature. Pug shouted for the horse to halt and stand, and with a contemptuous snort the animal ceased the attack, but it kept its ears pinned back, and Pug could see it quiver. Pug approached it and stroked its neck until the animal stopped trembling. Then it was quiet. Pug looked about and saw Laurie riding after the scattering horses. He left his own mount and returned to Katala. She sat trembling upon the grass, Almarella at her side. Kneeling before her, he said, "Are you all right?" She took a deep breath, then gave him a frightened smile. "Yes, but I was sure I was going to be trampled for a minute." Pug looked at the slave girl who had come to mean so much to him and said, "I thought so too." Suddenly they were both smiling at each other. Almarella stood and made some comment about seeing to the others. "I was so afraid you had been hurt," Pug said. "I thought I would lose my mind when I saw you running from that creature." Katala put her hand upon Pug's cheek, and he realized they were wet with tears. "I was so frightened for you," he said. "And I for you. I thought you'd be killed the way you came crashing into the Thun." Then she was weeping. She came slowly into his arms. "I don't know what I would do if you were killed." Pug gripped her with all his strength. They sat that way for a few minutes, until Katala regained her composure. Gently pulling away from Pug, she said, "The estate is a shambles. Septium will have 1,000 things for us to do." She began to stand, and Pug gripped her hand. Rising before her, he said, "I didn't know. Before, I mean. I love you, Katala." She smiled at him, touching his cheek. "And I you, Pug." Their moment of discovery was interrupted by the appearance of the Lord of the Shinzawa and his younger son. Looking around, he surveyed the damage to his house as Kasumi rode around the corner, splattered in blood. Kasumi saluted his father and said, "They have left. I have ordered men dispatched to the northern watch forts. They must have overwhelmed one of the garrisons to have broken through." The Lord of the Shinzawa nodded. He understood, and turned to enter his house, calling for his first adviser and his other senior servants to report the damage to him. Katala whispered to Pug, "We'll talk later," and answered the hoarse shouts of the Hedonra Septium. Pug joined Laurie, who had ridden up to Kasumi's side. The minstrel looked at the dead creatures on the ground and said, "What are they?" Kasumi said, "Thun." They are nomadic creatures of the northern tundra. We have forts along the foothills of the mountains separating our estates from their lands at every pass. Once they roamed these ranges until we drove them north. Occasionally they seek to return to the warmer lands of the south. He pointed to a talisman tied in the fur of one of the creatures. This was a blood raid. They are all young males, unproved in their bands, without mates. They failed in the summer rites of combat and were banished from the herd by the stronger males. They had to come south, killing at least one Sirani before they would be allowed to return to their band. Each would have to return with a Sirani head or not come back. It is their custom. Those who escaped will be hunted down, for they will not cross back to their home range. Laurie shook his head.
Does this happen often?
Every year,
said Hukanu with a wry smile.
Usually the watchforts turn them back, but it must have been a large herd this year. Many must have already returned to the north with heads taken from our men at the forts.
Kasumi said,
They must have killed 2 patrols as well.
He shook his head.
We've lost between 60 and 100 men.
Hukanu seemed to reflect his older brother's unhappiness at the setback.
I will personally lead a patrol to see to the damage.
Kasumi gave his permission, and he left. Kasumi turned toward Laurie.
The horses?
Laurie pointed to where the stallion Pug had risen, stood watch over a small herd. Suddenly Pug spoke up. Kasumi, I do wish to ask your father's permission to marry Katala. Kasumi's eyes narrowed.
Listen well, Pug. I tried to instruct you, but you did not seem to catch my meaning. You are not of a subtle people. Now I will put it plainly. You may ask, but it will be refused.
Pug began to object, but Kasumi cut him off. I have said you are impatient people. There are reasons. More I cannot say, but there are reasons, Pug. Anger flared in Pug's eyes, and Kasumi said in the king's tongue, Say a word in anger within earshot of any soldier of this house, especially my brother, and you are a dead slave. Stiffly, Pug said, Your will, master. Witnessing the bitterness of Pug's expression, Kasumi softly repeated, There are reasons, Pug. For a moment he was trying to be other than a Sirani master, a friend trying to ease pain. He locked gaze with Pug, then a veil dropped over Kasumi's eyes, and once more they were slave and master. Pug lowered his eyes as was expected of a slave, and Kasumi said, See to the horses. He strode away, leaving Pug alone. Pug never spoke of his request to Katala. She sensed that something troubled him deeply, something that seemed to add a bitter note to their otherwise joyful time together. He learned the depth of his love for her, and began to explore her complex nature. Besides being strong-willed, she was quick-minded. He only had to explain something to her once, and she understood. He learned to love her dry wit, a quality native to her people, the Turil, and sharpened to a razor's edge by her captivity. She was an observant student of everything around her and commented unmercifully upon the foibles of everyone in the household, to their detriment and Pug's amusement. She insisted upon learning some of Pug's language, so he began teaching her the king's tongue. She proved an apt student. 2 months went by uneventfully. Then, one night, Pug and Laurie were called to the dining room of the master of the house. Laurie had completed work upon his lute, and, though dissatisfied in 100 little ways, judged it was passable for playing. Tonight he was to play for the lord of the Shinzawai. They entered the room and saw that the lord was entertaining a guest, a black-robed man, the Great One whom they had glimpsed months ago. Pug stood by the door while Laurie took a place at the foot of the low dining table. Adjusting the cushion he sat upon, he began to play. As the first notes hung in the air, he started singing, an old tune that Pug knew well. It sang of the joys of harvest and the riches of the land, and was a favourite in farm villages throughout the kingdom. Besides Pug, only Kasumi understood the words, though his father could pick out a few that he had learned during his chess matches with Pug. Pug had never heard Laurie sing before,
and he was genuinely impressed. For all the troubadour's braggadocio, he was better than any Pug had heard. His voice was a clear, true instrument, expressive in both words and music of what he sang. When he was finished, the diners politely struck the table with eating knives, in what Pug assumed was the Sirani equivalent of applause. Laurie began another tune, a merry air played at festivals throughout the kingdom. Pug remembered when he had heard it last, at the festival of Banapis, the year before he had left Criddy for Rhiannon. He could almost see once more the familiar sights of home. For the first time in years, Pug felt a deep sadness and longing that nearly overwhelmed him. Pug swallowed hard, easing the tightness in his throat. Homesickness and hopeless frustration warred within him, and he could feel his hard-learned self-control slipping away. He quickly invoked one of the calming exercises he had been taught by Kulgan. A sense of well-being swept over him, and he relaxed. While Laurie performed, Pug used all his concentration to fend off the haunting memories of home. All his skills created an aura of calm he could stand within, a refuge from useless rage, the only legacy of reminiscence. Several times during the performance, Pug felt the gaze of the Great One upon him. The man seemed to study him with some question in his eyes. When Laurie was finished, the magician leaned over and spoke to his host. The Lord of the Shinzawai beckoned Pug to the table. When he was seated, the Great One spoke.
"I must ask you something."
His voice was clear and strong, and his tone reminded Pug of Kulgan when he was preparing Pug for lessons.
"Who are you?"
The direct, simple question caught everyone at the table by surprise. The lord of the house seemed uncertain as to the magician's question, and started to reply, "He is a slave." He was interrupted by the Great One's upraised hand. Pug said, "I am called Pug, Master." Again, the man's dark eyes studied him.
"Who are you?"
Pug felt flustered. He had never liked being the centre of attention, and this time it was focused upon him as never before in his life. "I am Pug, once of the Duke of Criddy's court."
"Who are you, to stand here, radiating the power?"
At this, all three men of the Shinzawai household started, and Laurie looked at Pug in confusion. "I am a slave, Master."
"Give me your hand."
Pug reached out, and his hand was taken by the Great One. The man's lips moved and his eyes clouded over. Pug felt a warmth flow through his hand and over him. The room seemed to glow with a soft white haze. Soon all he could see was the magician's eyes. His mind fogged over, and time was suspended. He felt a pressure inside his head, as if something were trying to intrude. He fought against it, and the pressure withdrew. His vision cleared, and the two dark eyes seemed to withdraw from his face until he could see the entire room again. The magician let go of his hand.
"Who are you?"
A brief flicker in his eyes was the only sign of his deep concern. "I am Pug, apprentice to the magician Kulgan." At this, the lord of the Shinzawai blanched, confusion registering on his face. "How?" The black-robed Great One rose and announced, "This slave is no longer property of this house. He is now the province of the Assembly." The room fell silent. Pug couldn't understand what was happening and felt afraid. The magician drew forth a device from his robe. Pug remembered that he had seen one before during the raid on the Sirani camp, and his fear mounted. The magician activated it, and it buzzed as the other one had. He placed his hand on Pug's shoulder, and the room disappeared in a grey haze. Chapter 21. Changeling. The elf prince sat quietly. Carlin awaited his mother. There was much on his mind, and he needed to speak with her this night. There had been little chance for that of late, for as the war had grown in scope, he found less time to abide in the bowers of Elvender. As war leader of the elves, he had been in the field nearly every day since the last time the Outworlders had tried to forge across the river. Since the siege of Castle Criddy 3 years before, the Outworlders had come each spring swarming across the river like ants, a dozen for each elf. Each year, elven magic had defeated them. Hundreds would enter the sleeping glades to fall into the endless sleep, their bodies being consumed by the soil to nourish the magic trees. Others would answer the Dryad's call, following the enchanted sprite's songs, until in their passion for the elemental beings they would die of thirst, while still in their inhuman lover's embrace, feeding the Dryads with their lives. Others would fall to the creatures of the forests, the giant wolves, bears and lions who answered the call of the elven war horns. The very branches and roots of the trees of the elven forests would resist the invaders until they turned and fled. But this year, for the first time, the Black Robes had come. Much of the elven magic had been blunted. The elves had prevailed, but Carlin wondered how they would fare when the Outworlders returned. This year, the dwarves of the Grey Towers had again aided the elves. With the Moradel gone from the Green Heart, the dwarves had made swift passage from their wintering in the mountains, adding their numbers to the defence of Elvendar. For the 3rd year since the siege at Criddy, the dwarves had proved the difference in holding the Outworlders across the river. And again with the dwarves came the man called Thomas. Carlin looked up, then rose as his mother approached. Queen Aglarana seated herself upon her throne and said, "My son, it is good to see you again." "Mother, it is good to see you also." He sat at her feet and waited for the words he needed to come. His mother sat patiently, sensing his dark mood. Finally he spoke. "I am troubled by Thomas." "As am I," said the Queen, her expression clouded and pensive. "Is that why you absent yourself when he comes to court?" "For that, and other reasons." "How can it be the Old One's magic still holds so strong after all these ages?" A voice came from behind the throne.
"So that's it, then."
They turned, surprised, and Dolgan stepped forward from the gloom, lighting his pipe. Aglarana looked incensed. "Are the dwarves of the Grey Towers known for eavesdropping, Dolgan?" The dwarven chief ignored the bite of the question.
"Usually not, my lady, but I was out for a walk. Those little tree rooms fill with smoke right quickly, and I happened to overhear. I did not wish to interrupt."
Carlin said, "You can move with stealth when you choose, friend Dolgan." Dolgan shrugged and blew a cloud of smoke.
"Elven folk are not the only ones with the knack of treading lightly. But we were speaking of the lad. If what you say is true, then it is a serious matter indeed. Had I known, I would never have allowed him to take the gift."
The Queen smiled at him. "It is not your fault, Dolgan. You could not have known. I have feared this since Thomas came among us in the mantle of the Old Ones. At first I thought the magic of the Valheru would not work for him, being a mortal. But now I can see he is less mortal each year. It was an unfortunate series of events brought this to pass. Our spellweavers would have discovered the treasures years ago, but for the dragon's magic. We spent centuries seeking out and destroying such relics, preventing their use by the Moradel. Now it is too late, for Thomas would never willingly let the armour be destroyed." Dolgan puffed at his pipe.
"Each winter he broods in the long halls, awaiting the coming of spring and the coming of battle. There is little else for him. He sits and drinks, or stands at the door staring out into the snow, seeing what no other can see. He keeps the armour locked away in his room during such times, and when campaigning he never removes it, even to sleep. He is changed, and it's not a natural changing. No, he would never willingly give up the armour."
"We could try to force him," said the Queen, "but that could prove unwise. There is something coming into being in him, something that may save my people, and I would risk much for them." Dolgan said,
"I do not understand, my lady."
"I am not sure I do either, Dolgan. But I am queen of a people at war,
A terrible foe savages our lands and each year grows bolder. The outworld magic is strong, perhaps stronger than any since the old ones vanished. It may be the magic in the dragon's gift will save my people.
Dolgan shook his head.
It seems strange such power could still reside in metal armour.
Aglorana smiled at the dwarf.
Does it? What of the hammer of Tholin you carry? Is it not vested with powers from ages past? Powers that mark you once more heir to the throne of the dwarves of the West?
Dolgan looked hard at the Queen.
You know much of our ways, lady. I must never forget your girlish countenance masks ages of knowledge.
He then brushed away her comment.
We have been done with kings for many years in the West, since Tholin vanished in the Macmordain Cadal. We do as well as those who obey old King Halfdan in Dorgin. But should my people wish the throne restored, we shall meet in moot, though not until this war is over. Now, what of the lad?
Aglorana looked troubled.
He is becoming what he is becoming. We can aid that transformation. Our spell-weavers work to this end already. Should the full power of the Valheru rise up in Thomas untempered, he would be able to brush aside our protective magic much as you would a bothersome twig barring your way upon the trail. But he is not an old one born. His nature is as alien to the Valheru as their nature was to all others. Aided by our spell-weavers, his human ability to love, to know compassion, to understand, may temper the unchecked power of the Valheru. If so, he may prove a boon to us all.
Dolgan was visited by the certainty the Queen had been about to say something else, but remained silent as she continued.
Should that Valheru power become coupled with a human's capacity for blind hatred, savagery, and cruelty, then he would become something to fear. Only time will tell us what such a blending will produce.
The Dragon Lords, said Dolgan. We have some mention of Valheru in our lore, but only scraps here and there. I would understand more, if you'll permit.
The Queen looked off into the distance.
Our lore, eldest of all in the world today, tells of the Valheru, Dolgan. There is much of which I am forbidden to speak. Names of power, fearful to invoke, things terrible to recall. But I may tell you this much. Long before man or dwarf came to this world, the Valheru ruled. They were part of this world, fashioned from the very fabric of its creation, nearly godlike in power and unfathomable in purpose. Their nature was chaotic and unpredictable. They were more powerful than any others. Upon the backs of the great dragons they flew, no place in the universe beyond their reach. To other worlds they roamed, bringing back that which pleased them, treasure and knowledge plundered from other beings. They were subject to no law but their own will and whim. They fought among themselves as often as not, and only death resolved conflicts. This world was their dominion, and we were their creatures. We and the Moradel were of one race then, and the Valheru bred us as you would cattle. Some were taken from both races, for personal pets, bred for beauty and other qualities. Others were bred to tend the forests and fields. Those who lived in the wild became the forerunners of the elves, while those who remained with the Valheru were the forerunners of the Moradel. But then came a time of changing. Our masters ceased their internecine struggles and banded together. Why they did so is forgotten, though some among the Moradel may still know, for they were closer to our masters than we elves. We may have known their reasons then, but this was the time of the Chaos Wars, and much was lost. Only this we know. All the servants of the Valheru were given freedom, and the Old Ones were never again seen by elf or Moradel. When the Chaos Wars raged, great rifts in time and space were opened, and it was through these that goblins, men, and dwarves came to this world. Few of our people or of the Moradel survived, but those that did rebuilt our homes.
The Moradel long to inherit the might of their lost masters rather than seek their own destiny, as the elves did, and use their cunning to find tokens of the Valheru, taking to the dark path. It is the reason we are so unalike who once were brothers. The old magic is still powerful. In strength and bravery Thomas matches any. He took the magic unwittingly, and that may prove the difference. The old magic changed the Moradel into the Brotherhood of the Dark Path because they sought the power out of dark longings. Thomas was a boy of good and noble heart, with no taint of evil in his soul. Perchance he will grow to master the dark side of the magic.
Dolgan scratched his head.
"'Tis a grave risk, then, from what you say. I was concerned for the lad, true, and gave little thought to the larger scheme of things. You know the way of it better than I, but I hope we will not live to regret letting him keep the armour."
The Queen stepped down from her throne.
I also hope there will be no regrets, Dolgan. Here in Elvendar the old magic is softened, and Thomas is of lighter heart. Perhaps that is a sign we do the right thing, tempering the change rather than opposing it.
Dolgan made a courtly bow.
"I yield to your wisdom, my lady, and I pray you are right."
The Queen bade them good night and left. Carlin said,
I also pray my Mother Queen speaks from wisdom and not from some other feeling.
"I don't take your meaning, Elf Prince."
Carlin looked down upon the short figure.
Don't play the fool with me, Dolgan. Your wisdom is widely known and highly respected. You see it as well as I. Between my mother and Thomas there is something growing.
Dolgan sighed, the freshening breeze carrying away his pipe smoke.
"Aye, Carlin, I've seen it as well. A look, little more, but enough."
She looks upon Thomas as she once looked upon my father King, though she still denies it within herself.
"And there is something within Thomas,"
said the dwarf, watching the elf prince closely,
"though it is less tender than what your lady feels. Still, he holds it well in check."
Look to your friend, Dolgan. Should he try to press his suit for the Queen, there will be trouble.
"So much do you dislike him, Carlin?"
Carlin looked thoughtfully at Dolgan.
No, Dolgan. I do not dislike Thomas. I fear him. That is enough.
Carlin was silent for a while, then said,
We will never again bend knee before another master. We who live in Elvendar. Should my mother's hopes of how Thomas will change prove false, we shall have a reckoning.
Dolgan shook his head slowly.
"That would prove a sorry day, Carlin."
That it would, Dolgan.
Carlin walked from the council ring past his mother's throne and left the dwarf alone. Dolgan looked out at the fairy lights of Elvendar, praying the Elf Queen's hopes would not prove unfounded. Winds howled across the plains. Ashen Shugar sat astride the broad shoulders of Shuraga. The great golden dragon's thoughts reached his master.
Do we hunt?
There was hunger in the dragon's mind.
No. We wait.
The ruler of the Eagle's Reaches waited as the streaming Moradel made their way toward the rising city. Hundreds pulled great blocks of stone mined in quarries half a world away, dragging them toward the city on the plains. Many had died, and many more would die, but that was unimportant. Or was it? Ashen Shugar was troubled by this new and strange thought. A roar from above sounded as another great dragon came spiralling down a magnificent black bellowing challenge. Shuraga raised his head and trumpeted his reply. To his master he said,
Do we fight? No.
Ashen Shugar sensed disappointment in his mount, but chose to ignore it. He watched as the other dragon settled gracefully to the ground a short distance away, folding its mighty wings across its back. Black scales reflected the hazy sunlight like polished ebony. The dragon's rider raised his hand in salute. Ashen Shugar returned the greeting, and the other dragon approached cautiously. Shuraga hissed,
and Ashen Shugar absently struck the beast with his fist. Shuraga lapsed into silence.
Has the ruler of the Eagle's Reaches finally come to join us?
Asked the newcomer, Draken Korin, the Lord of Tigers. His black and orange striped armour sparkled as he dismounted from his dragon. Out of courtesy, Ashen Shugar dismounted as well. His hand never strayed far from his white-hilted sword of gold, for though times were changing, trust was unknown among the Valheru. In times past they would have fought as likely as not, but now the need for information was more pressing. Ashen Shugar said,
"No, I simply watch."
Draken Korin regarded the ruler of the Eagle's Reaches, his pale blue eyes revealing no emotion.
"You alone have not agreed, Ashen Shugar. Joining to plunder across the cosmos is one thing, Draken Korin. This plan of yours is madness."
"What is this madness? I know not of what you speak. We are, we do. What more is there?"
"This is not our way."
"It is not our way to let others stand against our will. These new beings, they contest with us." Ashen Shugar raised his eyes skyward.
"Yes, that is so, but they are not like others. They also are formed from the very stuff of this world, as are we."
"What does that matter? How many of our kin have you killed? How much blood has passed your lips? Whoever stands against you must be killed or kill you. That is all."
"What of those left behind, the Moradel and the elves?"
"What of them? They are nothing."
"They are ours."
"You have grown strange under your mountains, Ashen Shugar. They are our servants. It is not as if they possessed true power. They exist for our pleasure, nothing more. What concerns you?"
"I do not know. There is something."
"Thomas!" For an instant, Thomas existed in two places. He shook his head and the visions vanished. He turned his head and saw Kelewan lying in the brush next to him. A force of elves and dwarves waited some distance behind. The young cousin of Prince Carlin pointed toward the Sirani camp across the river. Thomas followed his companion's gesture and saw the outworld soldiers sitting near their campfires, and smiled. "They hug their camps," he whispered. Kelewan nodded. "We have stung them enough that they seek the warmth of their campfires." The late spring evening mist shrouded the area, mantling the Sirani camp in haze. Even the campfires seemed to burn less brightly. Thomas again studied the camp. "I marked 30, with 30 more in each camp east and west." Kelewan said nothing, waiting for Thomas's next command. Though Carlin was war leader of Elvendar, Thomas had assumed command of the forces of elves and dwarves. It was never clear when captaincy had passed to him, but slowly, as he had grown in stature, he had grown in leadership. In battle, he would simply shout for something to be done, and elves and dwarves would rush to obey. At first, it had been because the commands were logical and obvious. But the pattern had become accepted, and now they obeyed because it was Thomas who commanded. Thomas motioned for Kelewan to follow, and moved away from the riverbank until they were safely out of sight of the Sirani camp, among those who waited deep within the trees. Dolgan looked at the young man who once had been the boy he saved from the mines of Mahmoudain Kadal. Thomas stood 6 inches past 6 feet in height, as tall as any elf. He walked with a powerful self-assurance, a warrior born. In the 6 years he had been with the dwarves, he had become a man, and more. Dolgan watched him as Thomas surveyed the warriors gathered before him, and knew Thomas could now walk the dark mines of the grey towers without fear or danger. Have the other scouts turned? Dolgan nodded, signalling for them to come forward. 3 elves and 3 dwarves approached. Any sign of the Black Rose? When the scouts indicated no, the man in white and gold frowned. "We would do well to capture one of them and carry him to Elvendar." Their last attack was the deepest yet. I would give much to know the limits of their power. Dolgan took out his pipe, gauging they were far enough away from the river for it not to be seen. As he lit it, he said,
"The Sirani guard the black robes like a dragon guards its treasure."
Thomas laughed at that, and Dolgan caught a glimpse of the boy he had known.
"Aye, and it's a brave dwarf who loots a dragon's lair."
Ghislaine said,
If they follow the pattern of the last 3 years, they most likely are done with us for the season. It's possible we shall not see another black robe until next spring.
Thomas looked thoughtful, his pale eyes seemingly aglow with a light of their own.
Their pattern. Their pattern is to take, to hold, and to take more. We have been willing to let them do as they wish, so long as they do not cross the river. It's time to change that pattern. And if we trouble them enough, we may have the opportunity to seize one of these black robes.
Dolgan shook his head at the risk implicit in what Thomas proposed. Then, with a smile, Thomas added,
Besides, if we can't loosen their hold along the river for a time, the dwarves and I will be forced to winter here, for the outworlders are now deep into the Green Heart.
Ghislaine looked at his tall friend. Thomas grew more elf-like each year, and Ghislaine could appreciate the obscure humour that often marked his words. He knew Thomas would welcome staying near the Queen. But in spite of his worries over Thomas's magic, he had come to like the man. How?
Send bowmen to the camps on the right and the left and beyond. When I call with the honk of a grey lag, have them volley across the river, but from beyond those positions, as if the main attack were coming from east and west.
He smiled, and there was no humour in his expression.
That should isolate this camp long enough for us to do some bloody work.
Ghislaine nodded and sent 10 bowmen to each camp. The others made ready for the attack, and after sufficient time, Thomas raised his hands to his mouth. Cupping them, he made the sound of a wild goose. A moment later he could hear shouting coming from east and west of the position across the river. The soldiers in the Sirani camp stood and looked both ways, with several coming to the edge of the water, peering into the dark forest. Thomas raised his hand and dropped it with a chopping motion. Suddenly, it was raining elven arrows on the camp across the river, and Sirani soldiers were diving for their shields. Before they could fully recover, Thomas led a charge of dwarves across the shallow sandbar ford. Another flight of arrows passed overhead. Then the elves shouldered bows, drew swords, and charged after the dwarves, all save a dozen who would stay to offer covering fire should it be needed. Thomas was first ashore and struck down a Sirani guard who met him at the river's edge. Quickly he was among them, wreaking mayhem. Sirani blood exploded off his golden blade, and the screams of wounded and dying men filled the damp night. Dolgan slew a guard and found none to stand against him. He turned and saw Ghislaine standing over another dead Sirani, but staring at something beyond. The dwarf followed his gaze to where Thomas was standing over a wounded Sirani soldier who lay with blood running down his face from a scalp wound, an arm upraised in a plea for mercy. Over him stood Thomas, his face an alien mask of rage. With a strange and terrible cry, in a voice cruel and harsh, he brought down his golden sword and ended the Sirani's life. He turned quickly, seeking more foes. When none presented themselves, he seemed to go blank for a moment. Then his eyes refocused. Ghislaine heard a dwarf call.
"They come!"
Shouts came from the other Sirani camps as they discovered the ruse and quickly approached the true battle site. Without a word, Thomas's party hurried across the water. They reached the other side as Sirani bowmen fired upon them, to be answered by elves on the opposite shore. The attacking group quickly fell back deeply into the trees until they were a safe distance away. When they stopped, the elves and dwarves sat down to catch their wind and to rest from the battle surge still in their blood. Ghislaine looked to Thomas and said, "We did well. No one lost, and only a few slightly wounded, and 30 outworlders slain." Thomas didn't smile, but looked thoughtfully for a moment, as if hearing something. He turned to look at Ghislaine, as if the elf's words were finally registering. "Aye, we did well, but we must strike again tomorrow and the next day and the next until they act." Night after night they crossed the river. They would attack a camp, and the next night strike miles away. A night would pass without attack. Then the same camp would be raided 3 nights running. Sometimes a single arrow would take a guard from the opposite shore, then nothing, while his companions stood waiting for an attack that never came. Once they struck through the lines at dawn, after the defenders had decided that no attack was coming. They overran a camp, ranging miles into the South Forest, and took a baggage train, even slaughtering the strange six-legged beasts who pulled the wagons. 5 separate fights were fought as they turned from that raid, and 2 dwarves and 3 elves were lost. Now, Thomas and his band, numbering over 300 elves and dwarves, sat awaiting word from other camps. They were eating a stew of venison, seasoned with mosses, roots, and tubers. A runner came up to Thomas and Kelewan. "Word from the king's army." Behind him, a figure in grey approached the campfire. Thomas and Kelewan stood. "Hail, Long Leon of Natal," said the elf.
Hail, Kelewan,
answered the tall, black-skinned ranger. An elf brought over bread and a bowl of steaming stew to the 2 newcomers, and as they sat, Thomas said, "What news from the Duke?" Between mouthfuls of food, the ranger said,
"Lord Borwick sends greetings. Things stand poorly, like moss on a tree. The Sirani slowly advance in the east. They take a few yards, then sit. They seem to be in no hurry. The Duke's best guess is they seek to reach the coast by next year, isolating the free cities from the north, and then perhaps an attack towards Zun or Lamut. Who can say?"
Thomas asked, "Any news from Criddy?"
"Pigeons arrived just before I left. Prince Arathor holds fast against the Sirani. They have luck as poor there as here, but they move southward through the Green Heart."
He surveyed the dwarves and Thomas.
"I'm surprised that you could reach Elvendar."
Dogan puffed his pipe.
"It was a long trek. We had to move swiftly and with stealth. It's unlikely we will be able to return to the mountains now the invaders are aroused. Once in place, they are loath to yield what they have gained."
Thomas paced before the fire. "How did you elude their sentries?"
"Your raids are causing much confusion in their ranks. Men who faced the armies of the west were pulled out of the line to rush to the river. I simply followed one such group. They had never thought to look behind. I had only to slip past the lines when they withdrew, and then again across the river."
Carlin said, "How many do they bring against us?"
Leon shrugged. "I saw 6 companies, there must be others."
They had estimated the Sirani company at 20 squads each of 30 men. Thomas slapped his gloved hands together.
"They would bring 3,000 men back only if they were planning another crossing. They must seek to drive us deep into the forest again to keep us from harrying their positions."
He crossed to stand over the ranger.
"Do any of the black-robed ones come?" "From time to time I saw one with the company I followed."
Thomas again slapped his hands.
"This time they come in force. Send word to the other camps. In 2 days' time, all the host of Elvendar is to meet at the Queen's court, save scouts and runners who will watch the outworlders."
Silently, runners sprang up from the fire and hurried off to carry word to the other elven band strung out along the banks of the River Criddy. Ashen Shugar sat upon his throne, oblivious to the dancers. The Moradel females had been chosen for their beauty and grace, but he was untouched by their allure. His mind's eye was far away, seeking the coming battle. Inside, a strangeness, a hollow feeling without name came into being. "It is called sadness," said the voice within. Ashen Shugar thought,
"Who are you to visit me in my solitude?"
"I am that which you are becoming. This is but a dream, a memory." Ashen Shugar drew forth his sword and rose from his throne, bellowing his rage. Instantly the musicians stopped their playing. The dancers, servants, and musicians fell to the floor, prostrating themselves before their master.
"I am. There is no dream."
"You are but a remembrance of the past," said the voice. "We are becoming one." Ashen Shugar raised his sword, then lashed down. The head of a cowering servant rolled upon the floor.
Ashen Shagar knelt and placed his hand in the fountain of blood. Raising fingers to his lips, he tasted the salty flavour and cried,
"Is this not the taste of life?"
"It is illusion. All has passed."
I feel a strangeness, an unease that makes me... There is no word.
It is fear. Ashen Shagar again lashed out with his sword, and a young dancer died.
These things, they know fear. What has fear to do with me?
You are afraid. All creatures fear change, even the gods.
Who are you?
Asked the Valheru silently. I am you. I am what you will become. I am what you were. I am Thomas. A shout from below brought Thomas from his reverie. He rose and left his small room, crossing a tree-branch bridge to the level of the Queen's court. At a rail, he could make out the dim figures of hundreds of dwarves camped below the heights of Elvendar. He stood for a time, watching the campfires below. Each hour, hundreds more elven and dwarven warriors made their way to join this army he marshalled. Tomorrow he would sit in council with Karlin, Tathar, Dolgan and others, and make known his plan to meet the coming assault. 6 years of fighting had given Thomas a strange counterpoint to the dreams that still troubled his sleep. When the battle rage took him, he existed in another's dreams. When he was away from the elven forest, the call to enter those dreams became ever more difficult to stem. He felt no fear of these visitations as he had at first. He was more than human because of some long-dead being's dreams. There were powers within him, powers that he could use, and they were now part of him, as they had been part of the wearer of the white and gold. He knew that he would never be Thomas of Criddy again. But what was he becoming? The slightest hint of a footfall sounded behind him. Without turning, he said, "Good eve, my lady." The elf queen came to stand next to him, a studied expression on her face. "Your senses are elven now," she said in her own language. "So it seems, Shining Moon." He answered in the same language, using the ancient translation of her name. He turned to face her, and saw wonder in her eyes. She reached out and gently touched his face. "Is this the boy who stood so flustered in the Duke's council chamber at the thought of speaking before the Elf Queen, who now speaks the true tongue as if born to it?" He pushed away her hand gently. "I am what I am, what you see." His voice was firm, commanding. She studied his face, holding back a shudder as she recognized something fearful within his countenance. "But what do I see, Thomas?" Ignoring her question, he said, "Why do you avoid me, lady?" Gently she spoke. "There is this thing growing between us that may not be. It sprang into existence the moment you first came to us, Thomas." Almost with a note of amusement, Thomas said, "Before that, lady. From the first I gazed upon you." He stood tall over her. "And why may this thing not be? Who better to sit at your side?" She moved away from him, her control lost for a brief moment. In that instant, he saw what few had ever seen. The Elf Queen confused and unsure, doubting her own ancient wisdom. "Whatever else, you are man. Despite what powers are granted you, it is a man's span allotted to you. I will reign until my spirit travels to the Blessed Isles to be with my lord, who has already made the journey. Then Karlin rules as son of a king, as king. Thus it is with my people." Thomas reached for her and turned her to face him. "It was not always so." Her eyes showed a spark of fear. "No, we were not always a free people." She sensed impatience within him, but she also saw him struggle with it as he forced his voice to calmness.
"Do you then feel nothing?"
She took a step away. I would lie if I said not. But it is a strange pulling, and something that fills me with uncertainty and with no small dread. If you become more the Valheru, more than the man can master, then we could not welcome you here. We would not allow the return of the old ones. Thomas laughed, with a strange mixture of humour and bitterness.
As a boy I beheld you and was filled with a boy's longing. Now I am a man and behold you with a man's longing. Is the power that makes me bold enough to seek you out the power that gives me the means to do so, that which will keep us apart?
Aglarana put her hand to her cheek. I know not. It has never been with the royal family to be other than what we are. Others may seek alliance with humans. I would not have that sadness when you are old and grey and I am still as you see me. Thomas's eyes flashed, and his voice gained a harsh edge.
That will never happen, lady. I shall live 1,000 years in this glade, of that I have no doubt. But I shall trouble you no more, until other matters are settled. This thing is willed by fate to be, Aglarana. You will come to know that.
She stood, with her hand raised to her mouth and her eyes moist with emotion. He walked away, leaving her alone in her court to consider what he had said. For the first time since her Lord King had passed over, Aglarana knew two conflicting emotions: fear and longing. Thomas turned at a shout from the edge of the clearing. An elf was walking from the trees, followed by a simply dressed man. He stopped his conversation with Carlin and Dolgan, and the three hurried to follow the stranger as he was guided up to the Queen's court. Aglarana sat on her throne, her elders arranged on benches to either side. Tathar stood next to the Queen. The stranger approached the throne and made a slight bow. Tathar threw a quick glance at the sentry who had escorted the man, but the elf looked bemused. The man in brown said,
"Greetings, lady,"
in perfect Elvish. Aglarana answered in the king's tongue. "You come boldly among us, stranger." The man smiled, leaning on his staff.
"Still, I did seek a guide, for I would not enter Elvendar unbidden."
Tathar said, "I think yon guide had little choice." The man said,
"There is always a choice, though it is not always apparent."
Thomas stepped forward. "What is your purpose here?" Turning at the voice, the man smiled.
"Ah, the wearer of the dragon's gift. Well met, Thomas of Criddy."
Thomas stepped back. The man's eyes radiated power, and his easy manner veiled strength that Thomas could feel. "Who are you?" The man said,
"I have many names, but here I am called Macross the Black."
He pointed with his staff and swept it around the gathered watchers.
"I have come, for you have embarked upon a bold plan."
At the last, he pointed his staff at Thomas. He dropped the tip and leaned on the staff again.
"But the plan to capture a black robe will bring naught but destruction to Elvendar, should you not have my aid."
He smiled slightly.
"A black robe you shall have in time, but not yet."
There was a hint of irony in his voice. Aglarana arose. Her shoulders were back and her eyes looked straight into his. "You know much." Macross inclined his head slightly.
I know much. More than is sometimes comforting."
He stepped past her and placed a hand upon Thomas's shoulder. Guiding Thomas to a seat near where the Queen stood, Macross forced him to sit with a gentle pressure on his shoulder. He took a seat next to him and laid the staff against the crook of his neck and shoulder. Looking at the Queen, he said,
"The Sirani come at first light, and they will drive straight through to Elvendar."
Tathar stepped before Macross and said,
"How do you know this?"
Macross smiled again.
"Do you not remember me in council with your father?"
Tathar stepped back, his eyes widening.
"You? I am he, though I am no longer called as I was then."
Tathar looked troubled.
"So long ago I would not have thought it possible."
Macross said,
"Much is possible."
He looked pointedly from the Queen to Thomas. Aglarana slowly sat down, masking her discomfort. "Are you the sorcerer?" Macross nodded.
"So I am called, though there is more in the tale than can be told now. Will you heed me?"
Tathar nodded to the Queen. "Long ago this one came to our aid. I do not understand how it can be the same man, but he was then a true friend to your father and mine. He can be trusted." "What then is your counsel?" asked the Queen.
"The Sirani magicians have marked your sentries, knowing where they hide. At first light they will come, breaking across the river in two waves, like the horns of a bull. As you meet them, a wave of the creatures called Choja will come through the centre where your strength is weak. They have not thrown them against you yet, but the dwarves can tell you of their skill in warfare."
Dorgan stepped forward.
"Aye, lady. They are fearsome creatures and fight in the dark as well as do my people. I had thought them confined to the mines."
Macross said,
"And so they were until the raids. They have brought up a host of them, which ready themselves across the river beyond the sight of your scouts. They will come in numbers. The Sirani tire of your raids and will put an end to the warring across the river. Their magicians have worked hard to learn the secrets of Elvendar, and now they know that should the sacred heart of the elven forests fall, the elves will be a force no longer."
Thomas said, "Then we shall hold back and defend against the centre." Macross sat quietly for a moment, as if remembering something.
"That is a start. But they bring their magicians with them, anxious as they are for an ending. Their magic will let their warriors pass through your forests unchecked by the power of your spellweavers, and here they will come."
Aglarana said,
"Then we shall meet them here and stand until the end."
Macross nodded.
"Bravely said, lady. But you will need my aid."
Dorgan studied the sorcerer.
"What can one man do?"
Macross stood.
"Much. Upon the morrow you shall see. Fear not, dwarf. The battle will be harsh, and many will travel to the Blessed Isles. But with firm resolve we shall prevail."
Thomas said, "You speak like one who has already seen these things happen." Macross smiled, and his eyes said 1,000 things and nothing.
"I do, Thomas of Criddy, do I not?"
He turned to the others and, with a sweep of his staff, said,
"Ready yourselves. I shall be with you."
To the Queen he said,
"I would rest, if you have a place for me."
The Queen turned to the elf who had brought Macross to the council.
"Take him to a room. Bring him whatever he requires."
The sorcerer bowed and followed the guide. The others stood in silence until Thomas said, "Let us make ready." As night gave way to dawn, the Queen stood alone near her throne. In all the years of her rule, she had never known a time like this. Her thoughts ran with hundreds of images from times as long ago as her youth, and as recently as 2 nights ago.
"Seeking answers in the past, lady."
She turned to see the sorcerer standing behind her, leaning on his staff. He approached and stood next to her.
"Can you read my mind, sorcerer?"
With a smile and a wave of his hand, Macross said,
"No, my lady. But there is much I do know and can see. Your heart is heavy, and your mind burdened." "Do you understand why?"
Macross laughed softly.
"Without question. Still, I would speak to you of these things."
Why, sorcerer? What part do you play?
Macross looked out over the lights of Elvendar.
A part, much as any man plays.
But you know yours well.
True. It is given to some to understand what is obscure to others. Such is my fate.
Why have you come?
Because there is need. Without me, Elvendar may fall, and that must not be. It is so ordained, and I can only do my part.
Will you stay if the battle is won?
No, I have other tasks. But I will come once more when the need is again great.
When?
That I may not tell you.
Will it be soon?
Soon enough, though not soon enough.
You speak in riddles.
Macross smiled, a crooked, sad smile.
Life is a riddle. It is in the hands of the gods. Their will shall prevail, and many mortals will find their lives changed.
Thomas?
Aglarana looked deep into the sorcerer's dark eyes.
He most visibly, but all who live through these times.
What is he?
What would you have him be?
The Elf Queen found herself unable to answer. Macross placed his hand lightly on her shoulder. She felt calm flow from his fingers, and heard herself say,
I would wish nothing of trouble upon my people, but the sight of him fills me with longing. I long for a man with his might. Thomas is more like my lost lord than he will ever know, and I fear him, for once I make the pledge, once I place him above me, I lose the power to rule. Do you think the elders would allow this? My people would never willingly place the yoke of the Valheru upon their necks again. The sorcerer was silent for a time, then said,
For all my arts, there are things hidden from me. But understand this. There is a magic here far beyond imagining. I cannot explain, save to say it reaches across time more than is apparent. For while the Valheru is present within Thomas now, so is Thomas present within the Valheru in ages past. Thomas wears the garb of Ashen Sugar, last of the Dragon Lords. When the Chaos Wars raged, he alone remained upon this world, for he felt things alien to his kind.
Thomas.
Macross smiled.
Think not upon this overly long, lady. These sorts of paradox can send the mind reeling. What Ashen Sugar felt was an obligation to protect this world.
Aglarana studied Macross's face in the twinkling lights of Elvendar.
You know more of the ancient law than any other man, sorcerer.
I have been given much, lady.
He looked over the elven forests and spoke more to himself than to the Queen.
Soon will come a time of testing for Thomas. I cannot be sure what will occur, but this much I do know. Somehow, the boy from Cridi, in his love for you and yours, in his simple human caring, has so far withstood the most powerful member of the most powerful mortal race ever to have lived upon this world. And he is well served in withstanding the terrible pain of that conflict of two natures by the soft arts of your spellweavers.
She looked hard at Macross.
You know of this?
He laughed with genuine amusement.
Lady, I am not without some vanity. I'm stung you'd think you could fashion so fine a spell-weaving without my observing. Little magic in this world escapes my notice. What you have done is wise, and may tip the balance in Thomas's favour.
That is the thought I plead to myself,
said Aglarana quietly.
When I see in Thomas a lord to match the king of my youth, the husband taken too soon from my side. Can it be true?
Should he survive the time of testing, yes. It may be the conflict will prove the end of both Thomas and Ashen Sugar, but should Thomas survive, he may become what you most secretly long for.
Now I shall tell you something only the gods and I know. I can judge many things yet to come, but much is still unknown to me. One thing I know is this. At your side, Thomas may grow to rule wisely and well, and, as his youth is replaced by wisdom, grow to be the lord of your wishes, if his power can somehow be tempered by his human heart. Should he be sent away, a terrible fate may await both the kingdom and the free peoples of the West.
Her eyes asked the question, and he continued,
I cannot see into the dark future, lady. I can only surmise. Should he come into his powers with the dark side in preeminence, he will be a terrible force, one that must be destroyed. Those who see the battle madness come upon him see but a shadow of the true darkness bound up within him.
Even if a balance is struck and Thomas's humanity survives, but still you send him away, then humanity's capacity for anger, pain, and hate may come forth. I ask you, should Thomas be driven away and Sunday raise the dragon's standard in the north, what would occur? The Queen became frightened and openly showed it, her mask of control lost completely.
The Moradel would gather.
Ay, my lady, not as bands of troublesome bandits, but as a host. 20,000 dark brothers, and with them 100,000 goblins, and companies of men whose dark nature would seek profit in the destruction and savagery to follow. A mighty army, under the steel glove of a warrior born, a general whom even your own people follow without question.
Do you advise me to keep him here?
I can only point out the alternatives. You must decide. The Elf Queen threw back her head, her red gold locks flying and her eyes moist, looking out over Elvendar. The first light of the day was breaking. Rosy light lanced through the trees, casting shadows of deep blue. The morning songs of birds could be heard around the glades. She turned to Macross, wishing to thank him for his counsel, and found him gone.
The Sirani advanced as Macross had foretold. The Chojar attacked across the river after the two human waves had carried the flanks. Thomas had set skirmishers, lines of bowmen with a few shield guards, who retreated and fired into the advancing army, giving the impression of resistance. Thomas stood before the assembled army of Elvendar and the dwarves of the Grey Towers, only 1,500 arrayed against the 6,000 invaders and their magicians. In silence they waited. As the enemy approached, the shouts of Sirani warriors and the cries of those who fell to elvish arrows could be heard through the forest. Thomas looked up at the Queen, standing on a balcony overlooking the scene of the coming battle next to the sorcerer. Suddenly, elves were running toward them, and the first flashes of brightly coloured Sirani armour could be seen through the trees. When the skirmishers had rejoined the main force, Thomas raised his sword.
"Wait!"
a voice cried from above, and the sorcerer pointed across the open clearing where the first elements of the Sirani forces were running into the clearing. Confronted by the waiting elven army, the vanguard halted and waited as their comrades joined them. Their officers ordered ranks formed, for here was fighting they could understand. Two armies meeting on an open plain, and the advantage was theirs. The Chojar also stood in ordered ranks, heeding the officers' shouted commands. Thomas was fascinated, for he still knew little of these creatures and counted them animals as much as intelligent allies of the Sirani. Macross shouted, "Wait!" again, and waved his staff above his head, inscribing broad circles in the air. A stillness descended upon the glade. Suddenly, an owl flew past Thomas's head, straight for the Sirani lines. It circled above the aliens for a moment, then swooped and struck a soldier in the face. The man screamed in pain as its talons clawed his eyes. A hawk sped past and duplicated the owl's attack. Then a large black rook descended from the sky. A flight of sparrows erupted from the trees behind the Sirani and pecked at faces and unprotected arms. Birds came flying from every part of the forest and attacked the invaders. Soon the air was filled with the sound of flapping wings as every manner of bird in the forest descended upon the Sirani. Thousands of them, from the smallest hummingbird to the mighty eagle, attacked the outworld host. Men cried out, and a few broke formation and ran, trying to avoid the wicked beaks and talons that tried to scratch at eyes, pull at cloaks, and tear flesh. The Chojar reared, for though their armoured hide was immune to the pecking and clawing, their large, jewel-like eyes were easy targets for the feathered attackers. A shout went up from the elves as the Sirani lines dissolved in disorder. Thomas gave the order, and elven bowmen added feathered arrows to the fray. Sirani soldiers were struck and fell before they could come to grips with the enemy. Their own bowmen could not return the fire, for they were harried by 100 tiny foes. The elves watched as the Sirani tried to hold position, while the birds continued their bloody work in their midst. The Sirani fought back as best they could, striking down many birds in mid-flight, but for each one killed, 3 took its place. Suddenly, a hissing, tearing sound cut through the din. There was an instant of silence as everything moving on the Sirani side of the clearing seemed to pause. Then the birds exploded upward, accompanied by a sizzling crackle of energy, as if thrown back by some unseen force. As the birds cleared the area, Thomas could see the black robes of the Sirani magicians as they moved through their forces, restoring order. Hundreds of wounded Sirani lay upon the ground, but the battle-tempered aliens quickly reformed their lines, ignoring the injured. The enormous flight of birds gathered again above the invaders and started to dive. Instantly, a glowing red shield of energy formed around the Sirani. As the birds struck, they stiffened and fell, their feathers smouldering and filling the air with a pungent, burning stench. Elven arrows that struck the barrier were halted in mid-flight and burst into flame, falling harmlessly to the ground. Thomas gave the order to stop the bow fire and turned to look at Macross. Again, the sorcerer shouted, "Wait!" Macross waved his staff, and the birds dispersed, hearing his silent command. The staff extended toward the Sirani as Macross aimed it at the red barrier. A golden bolt of energy shot forth. It sped across the clearing and pierced the red barrier to strike a black-robed magician in the chest. The magician crumpled to the ground, and a shout of horror and outrage went up from the assembled Sirani. The other magicians turned their attention to the platform above the elven army, and blue globes of fire shot towards Macross. Thomas shouted, "Haglorana!" in rage as the tiny blue stars struck the platform, obliterating all sight of her in a blinding display of exploding light. Then he could see again. The sorcerer stood upon the platform unharmed, as did the queen. Tathar pulled her away, and Macross pointed with his staff again. Another black-robed magician fell. The 4 remaining magicians looked upon Macross's survival and counterattack with expressions of mixed awe and anger, clearly seen across the glade. They redoubled their assault upon the sorcerer, wave after wave of blue light and fire striking Macross's protective barrier. All upon the ground were forced to turn away from the sight, lest they become blinded by the terrible energies being unleashed. After this magical onslaught was ended, Thomas looked upward, and again the sorcerer was unharmed. One magician gave out with a cry of pure anguish and pulled a device from his robe. Activating it, he vanished from the clearing, followed moments later by his 3 companions. Macross looked down at Thomas, pointed his staff at the Sirani host, and called, "Now!" Thomas raised his sword and gave the signal to attack. A hail of arrows passed overhead as he led the charge across the clearing. The Sirani were demoralized, their attack blunted by the birds and the sight of their magicians being killed and driven off. Yet they stood their ground and took the charge. Hundreds had died from the claws and beaks of the birds, and more from the flights of arrows, but still they numbered 3 to 1 of the elves and dwarves. The battle was joined, and Thomas was caught up in the red haze that washed away any thought but to kill. Hacking right and left, he carved a path through the Sirani, confounding their every attempt to strike him down. Sirani and Chojar both fell to his blade, as he delivered death with an even hand to all who stood before him. Back and forth across the clearing the battle moved, as man and Chojar, elf and dwarf fell. The sun moved higher in the sky, and there was no respite from the fray. The sounds of death filled the air, and high overhead the kites and vultures gathered. Slowly, the Sirani press forced the elves and dwarves back. Slowly, they moved toward the heart of Elvendar. There was a brief pause, as if both sides had struck a balance, when the adversaries moved away from each other, leaving an open space between. Thomas heard the voice of the sorcerer ringing clear above the sounds of battle. "Back!" it cried, and, to a man, the forces of Elvendar retreated. The Sirani paused a moment, then, sensing the hesitation of the elves and dwarves to continue, started to press forward. Abruptly, there came a rumbling sound, and the earth trembled. All stopped moving, and the Sirani looked fearful. Thomas could see the trees shake more and more violently as the trembling increased. Suddenly, there came a crescendo of noise as if the grandfather of all thunderclaps pealed overhead. With the booming sound, a huge piece of earth erupted upward, as if heaved by some invisible giant's hand. The Sirani, who were standing on it, shot upward to fall to the hard ground, and those nearby were knocked aside. Another piece of the ground erupted, then a third. Suddenly, the air was full of giant pieces of earth that flew upward, then fell upon the Sirani. Screams of terror filled the air, and the Sirani turned and fled. There was no order to their retreat, for they flew from a place where the very earth attacked them. Thomas watched as the clearing was emptied of all but the dead and dying. In a matter of minutes the clearing was quiet, as the earth subsided and the shocked onlookers stood mute. The sounds of the Sirani army retreating through the woods could be heard. Their cries told of other horrors being visited upon them as they fled. Thomas felt weak and weary, and looked down to find his arms covered with blood. His tabard and shield and his golden sword were clean, as they always were, but for the first time he could feel human life splattered upon himself. In Elvendar, the battle madness did not stay with him, and he felt sick to his inner being. He turned and said softly, "It is over." There was a faint cheer from the elves and dwarves, but it was half-hearted, for none felt like victors. They had seen a mighty host felled by primeval forces, elemental powers that defied description. Thomas walked slowly past Carlin and Dolgan and mounted the stairs. The elf prince sent soldiers to follow the retreating invaders, to care for the allied wounded, and to give the dying Sirani quick mercy. Thomas made his way to the small room where he abided and pulled aside the curtain. He sat heavily upon his pallet, tossing aside his sword and shield. A dull throbbing in his head caused him to close his eyes. Memories came flooding in. The heavens were torn with mad vortices of energy crashing from horizon to horizon. Ashen Shugar sat upon mighty Shuraga's back, watching the very fabric of time and space rent. A clarion rang, the heralding note heard by dint of his magic. The moment he awaited had come. Urging Shuraga upward, Ashen Shugar's eyes searched the heavens, seeking what must come against the mad display in the skies. A sudden stiffening of Shuraga under him coincided with his sighting of his prey. The figure of Draken Corin grew recognizable as he sat upon his black dragon. There was a strangeness in his eyes, and for the first time in his long memory, Ashen Shugar began to understand the meaning of horror. He could not put a name to it, could not describe it, but in the tortured eyes of Draken Corin, he saw it. Ashen Shugar ordered Shuraga forward. The mighty golden dragon roared his challenge, answered by Draken Corin's equally mighty black. The two clashed in the sky, and their riders worked their arts upon each other. Ashen Shugar's golden blade arched overhead and struck, cleaving the black shield with the grinning tiger's head in twain. It was almost too easy, as Ashen Shugar had known it would be. Draken Corin had given up too much of his essence to that which was forming. Before the might of the last Valheru, he was little more than a mortal. Once, twice, 3 times more Ashen Shugar struck, and the last of his brothers fell from the back of his black dragon. Downward he tumbled to strike the ground. By force of will, Ashen Shugar left Shuraga's back and floated to stand beside the helpless body of Draken Corin, leaving Shuraga to finish his contest with the near-dead black dragon. A spark of life still persisted within the broken form, life ages past remembering. A pleading look entered Draken Corin's eyes as Ashen Shugar approached. He whispered, "Why? Pointing heavenward with his golden blade, Ashen Shugar said,
"This obscenity should never have been allowed.
You bring an end to all we knew."
Draken Corin looked skyward to where Ashen Shugar pointed. He watched the tumbling, raging display of energies, twisted, screaming rainbows of light, jagged across the vault of the sky. He witnessed the new horror being formed from the twisted life force of his brothers and sisters, a raging, mindless thing of hate and anger. In a croaking voice, Draken Corin said,
"They were so strong. We could never have dreamed."
His face contorted in terror and hate as Ashen Shugar raised his golden blade.
"But I had the right!"
he screamed. Ashen Shugar brought down his blade, cleanly severing the head of Draken Corin from his body. At once, both head and body were engulfed with a glimmering light, and the air hissed around Ashen Shugar. Then the fallen Valheru vanished without trace, his essence returning to that mindless monster raging against the new gods. With bitterness, Ashen Shugar said,
"There is no right. There is only power."
"Is that how it was?"
"Yes. That is how I slew the last of my brethren."
"The others?"
"They are now part of that."
He indicated the terrible sky. Together, never apart, they watched the madness above as the Chaos Wars raged. After a time, Ashen Shugar said,
"Come, this is an ending. Let us be done with it."
They began to walk toward the waiting Shuriga. Then a voice came.
"You are quiet."
Thomas opened his eyes. Before him knelt Aglarana, a basin of herb-sweetened water and a cloth in her hand. She removed his tabard and helped him pull off the golden chain. While he sat near exhaustion, she began washing the blood from his face and arms, saying nothing as he watched her. When he was clean, she took a dry cloth to his face and said,
"You look tired, my lord."
"I see many things, Aglarana. Things not meant for a man to see. I bear the weight of ages upon my soul, and I am tired."
"Is there no comfort to be sought?"
He looked at her, their eyes locking. The commanding gaze was tempered by a hint of gentleness, but still she was forced to drop her eyes.
"Do you mock me, lady?"
She shook her head.
"No, Thomas, I came to comfort you, if you have need."
He reached out and took her hand and drew her toward him, hunger in his eyes. When she was encircled by his embrace, feeling the rising passion in his body, she heard him say,
"My need is great, lady."
Looking into his pale eyes, she dropped the final barriers between them.
"As is mine, my lord."
Chapter 22. Training. He arose in the darkness. He donned a simple white robe, a mark of his station, and left his cell. He waited outside the small and simple room which contained a sleeping mat, a single candle, and a shelf for scrolls, all that was deemed necessary for his education. Down the corridor he could see the others, all years younger than he, standing quietly before the doors of their cells. The first black-clad master came along the corridor and stopped before one of the others. Without a word, the man nodded, the boy fell in behind him, and they marched away into the gloom. The dawn sent soft grey light through the high, narrow windows in the hallway. He, like the others, extinguished the torch on the wall opposite his door at the first hint of day. Another man in black came down the corridor, and another waiting youth left behind him. Soon a third, then a fourth. After a time he found himself alone. The hallway was silent. A figure emerged from the darkness, his robes conspiring to mask his coming until the last few feet. He stood before the young man in white and nodded, pointing down the corridor. The youth fell in behind his black-robed guide, and they made their way down a series of torchlit passages into the heart of the great building that had been the young man's home as long as he could remember. Soon they were travelling through a series of low tunnels, rank with the smell of age and wet, as if deep below the lake that surrounded the building on all sides. The man in black paused at a wooden door, slid a bolt aside, and opened it. The younger man entered behind the older and came to stand before a series of wooden troughs. Each was half the length of a man's height and half that wide. One stood on the floor, and the others were arrayed above it, suspended by wooden supports in steps, one above the next, until the highest stood near the height of a man's head. All of those above had single holes in the end that overhung the trough below. In the bottom trough, water could be heard sloshing as it responded to the vibrations of their footfalls on the stone floor. The man in black pointed to a bucket and turned and left the young man in white alone. The young man picked up the bucket and set about his task. All commands to those in white were given without words, and, as he had quickly learned when he had first become aware, those in white were not allowed to speak. He knew he could speak, for he understood the concept and had quietly tried to form a few words while lying on his mat in the dark. As with so many other things, he understood the fact without being aware of how he understood. He knew that he existed before his first awakening in his cell, but was not in the least alarmed by his lack of memory. It seemed somehow proper. He started his task. Like so many other things he was commanded to do, it seemed an impossible undertaking. He took the bucket and filled the topmost trough from the bottom one. As it had on days before, the water spilled from the top down into each successive trough until the contents of the bucket rested again at the bottom. Doggedly, he pursued his work, letting his mind go vacant while his body undertook the mindless task. As it did so many other times when left to its own devices, his mind danced from image to image, bright flashes of shapes and colours that eluded his grasp as he sought to close mental fingers around them. First came a brief glimpse of a beach with crashing waves on rocks black and weathered. Fighting. A strange-looking cold white substance lying on the ground. A word, snow, that fled as quickly as it came. A muddy camp. A great kitchen with boys hurrying about many tasks. A room in a high tower. Each passed with blinding quickness, leaving only an after-image in its passing. Daily, a voice would sound in his head, and his mind's voice would respond with an answer while he laboured at his endless task. The voice would ask a simple question, and his mind's voice would answer. Should the answer be incorrect, the question would be repeated. If several wrong answers were made, the voice would cease its questioning, sometimes returning later in the day, sometimes not. The white-clad worker felt the familiar pressure against the fabric of his thoughts. "What is the law?" the voice asked. "The law is the structure that surrounds our lives and gives them meaning," he answered. "What is the highest embodiment of the law?" "The Empire is the highest embodiment of the law." "What are you?" came the next question. "I am a servant of the Empire." The thought contact flickered for a moment, then returned, as if the other were considering the following question carefully. "In what manner are you allowed to serve?" The question had been asked several times before, and always his answer had been met with the blank inner silence that told him he had answered incorrectly. This time he carefully considered, eliminating all the answers he had made previously, as well as those that were combinations of extrapolations of the previously incorrect ones. Finally he answered, "As I see fit." There was a surge of feeling from without, a feeling of approval. Quickly, another question followed. Where is your allotted place? He thought about this, knowing that the obvious answer was likely to be the incorrect one, but still one that needed to be tested. He answered, "My place is here." The mind contact was broken, as he suspected it would be. He knew that he was being trained, though the purpose of the training was masked from his mind. Now he could ponder the last question in light of his previous answers and perhaps ascertain the correct response. That night he dreamed. A strange man in a brown robe tied with a whipcord belt walked along the roadway. The man in brown turned and said, "Hurry up, we don't have much time and you can't fall behind." He tried to move faster, but found his feet were led and his arms tied to his sides. The man in brown halted his brisk walk and said, "Very well then, one thing at a time." He tried to speak and found his mouth refused to move. The man in brown stroked his beard thoughtfully, then said, "Consider this. You are the architect of your own imprisonment." He looked down and saw that his bare feet were upon a dusty road. He looked up, and the man in brown was again walking briskly away. He tried to follow, and again couldn't move. He awoke in a cold sweat. Again he had been asked where his place was, and again his answer, "Where I am needed," was unsatisfactory. He toiled over another pointless task, driving nails into a thick sheet of wool which let them fall through to the floor, where he picked them up and drove them through again. His reconsideration of the last question he had been asked was interrupted when the door behind him opened and his guide motioned for him to follow. They moved through long passages, winding their way up to the level where they would eat the scant morning meal. When they entered the hall, the guide took a place by the door, while others in black robes similarly escorted the white-clad ones into the hall. This was the day that the young man's guide would stand and watch the boys in white, who, along with the young man, were bound to eat in silence. Each day a different wearer of the black robe filled this function. The young man ate and considered the last question of the morning. He weighed each possible answer, seeking out possible flaws, and as they were discovered, discarding them. Abruptly, one answer came unbidden to his mind, an intuitive leap, as his subconscious provided him with a solution to the question. "I am the architect of my own imprisonment." Several times in the past, when particularly knotty problems had stopped his progress, this had occurred, which accounted for his rapid advancement in his lessons. He weighed the possible flaws in this answer, and when he was certain he was correct, he stood. Other eyes regarded him furtively, for this was a violation of the rules. He went over to stand before his guide, who regarded his approach with a controlled expression, his only sign of curiosity being a slight arching of his brows. Without preamble, the young man in white said, "This is no longer my place." The man in black showed no emotion, but placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and nodded slightly. He reached inside his robe and removed a small bell which he rang once. Another black-robed individual appeared moments later. Without word, the newcomer took the place at the door as the guide motioned for the young man to follow him. They walked in silence, as they had done many times before, until they came to a room. The man in black turned to the young man and said, "Open the door." The young man started to reach for the door, then, with a flash of insight, pulled his hand away. Knitting his brow in concentration, he opened the door by the power of his mind. Slowly it swung inward. The man in black turned and smiled. "Good," he said, in a soft, pleasant voice. They entered a room with many white, grey and black robes hanging upon hooks. The man in black said, "Change to a grey robe." The young man did so quickly and faced the other man. The man in black studied the new wearer of the grey.
You are no longer bound to silence. Any question you may have will be answered as well as is possible, though there are still things that will be waited upon until you don the black. Then you will fully understand. Come.
The young man in grey followed his guide to another room, where cushions surrounded a low table, upon which rested a pot of hot chocha, a pungent, bittersweet drink. The man in black poured 2 cups and handed one to the young man, indicating he should sit. They both sat, and the young man said, "Who am I?" The man in black shrugged.
You will have to decide that, for only you can glean your true name. It is a name that must never be spoken to others, lest they gain power over you. Henceforward, you will be called Milamber.
The newly named Milamber thought for a moment, then said, "It will serve. What are you called?"
I am called Shimon.
Who are you?
Your guide, your teacher. Now you will have others, but it was given to me to be responsible for the first part of your training, the longest part.
How long have I been here?
Nearly 4 years.
Milamber was surprised by this, for his memory stretched back only a little, several months at best. When will my memories be returned to me? Shimon smiled, for he was pleased that Milamber had not asked if they would be returned, and said as much.
Your mind will call up your past life as you progress in the balance of your training, slowly at first, with more rapidity later. There is a reason for this. You must be able to withstand the lure of former ties, of family and nations, of friends and home. In your case, that is particularly vital.
Why is that?
When your past returns to you, you will understand,
was all Shimon said, a smile on his face. His hawkish features and dark eyes were set in an expression that communicated the feeling this was the end of that topic. Milamber thought of several questions, quickly discarding them as of less immediate consequence. Finally, he asked, "What would have happened if I had opened the door by hand?"
You would have died.
Shimon said this flatly, without emotion. Milamber was not surprised or shocked. He simply accepted it. To what end? Shimon was a little surprised by the question and showed it.
We cannot rule each other. All we can do is ensure that each new magician is able to discharge the responsibility attendant upon his actions. You made the judgment that your place was no longer with those who wore the white, the novices. If that was not your place, then you would have to demonstrate your ability to deal with the responsibilities of this change. The bright but foolish ones often die at this stage.
Milamber considered this and acknowledged the propriety of such a test. How long will my training continue? Shimon made a non-committal gesture.
As long as it takes. You rise rapidly, however, so I think it will not be too much longer in your case. You have certain natural gifts, and, you will understand this when your memory returns, a certain advantage over the other younger students who started with you.
Milamber studied the contents of his cup. In the thin, dark fluid he seemed to glimpse a single word, as if seen from the corner of the eye, that vanished when he tried to focus upon it. He couldn't hang on to it, but it had been a short name, a simple name. That night he dreamed again. The man in brown walked along the road, and this time Milamber could follow.
You see, there are few objective limits. What they teach you is useful. But never accept the proposition that just because a solution satisfies a problem, that it must be the only solution.
The man in brown stopped. "Look at this," he said, pointing to a flower beside the road. Milamber leaned down to see what the man was pointing at. A small spider spun a web between 2 leaves. "That creature," said the man in brown, "toils oblivious to our passing. Either of us could crush out its existence at whim. Consider this, then. If that creature could somehow apprehend our existence, our threat to its life, would the spider worship us?" "I don't know," Milamber answered. "I don't know how a spider thinks." The man in brown leaned upon his staff.
Considering how little humans think alike, it might be that this spider would react with fear, defiance, indifference, fatalism, or incredulity. Anything's possible.
He reached out with his staff and gently caught a piece of spider silk on the wooden pole. Lifting the tiny arachnid, he transported it over to the opposite side of the road.
Do you think the creature knows that this is a different flower?
I don't know. The man in brown smiled. That is perhaps the wisest of all answers. Returning to his walk, he said, "You will be seeing many things soon, some of which will make little sense to you. When you do, remember one thing." "What is that?" asked Milamber. "Things are not always what they seem. Remember the spider who at this very moment may be offering prayers to me in thanks for its sudden bounty." Pointing back with the staff at the plant, he said, "There are a great many more bugs on that one than the other." Scratching at his beard, he added, "I wonder, is the flower also offering prayers of thanks?" He spent weeks in the company of Shimon and a few others. He knew more of his life, though only a fragment of what was missing. He had been a slave, and he had been discovered to have the power. He remembered a woman and felt a faint tugging at the thought of her vaguely remembered image. He was quick to learn. Each lesson was accomplished in a single day, or at most 2. He would quickly dissect each problem given, and when it was time to discuss it with the teachers, his questions were to the point, well thought out and proper. One day he arose in a newer but still simple cell and emerged to find Shimon waiting for him. The black-robed magician said, "From this point on you may not speak until you have finished the task set for you." Milamber nodded his understanding and followed his guide down the hall. The older magician led him through a series of long tunnels to a place in the building he had never been before. They mounted a long staircase, rising many stories above where they had started. Upward they climbed, until Shimon opened a door for him. Milamber preceded Shimon through the door and found himself upon an open, flat roof atop a high tower. From the centre of the roof, a single spire of stone rose. Skyward it shot, a needle of fashioned rock. Winding upward around it was a narrow stairway carved into the side of the needle. Milamber's eyes followed it until the top was lost in the clouds. He found the sight fascinating, for it seemed to violate several canons of physical law that he had studied. Still, it stood before him, and, what was more, his guide was indicating that he should mount the steps. He started upward. As he completed his first circumnavigation, he noted that Shimon had disappeared through the wooden door. Relieved of his presence, Milamber turned his gaze outward from the roof, drinking in the vista around him. He was atop the highest tower of an immense city of towers. Everywhere he looked, hundreds of stone figures pointed upward, strong structures with windows turning blind eyes outward. Some were open to the sky, as this one was. Others were roofed in stone or in shimmering lights. But of them all, this one alone was topped by a thin spire. Below the hundreds of towers, bridges arched through the sky, connecting them, and farther down could be seen the bulk of the single incredible building that supported all he saw. It was a monster of construction. Sprawling before him, it stretched away for miles in every direction. He had known it would be a large place from his travels within, but this knowledge did nothing to lessen his awe at the sight. Still farther down, in the dim extreme of his vision, he could see the faint green of grass, a thin border edging the dark bulk of the building. On all sides he saw water, the once glimpsed lake. In the distance, he could make out the hazy suggestion of mountains, but unless he strained to see them, it was as if the entire world were arrayed below. Plodding upward, he turned around the spire as he climbed. Each circle brought him a new detail of the vista. A single bird wheeled high above all else, ignorant of the affairs of men, its scarlet wings spread to catch the air as it watched with keen eye the lake below. Seeing a telltale flicker on the water, it folded back its wings and stooped, hitting the surface for the briefest moment before it climbed aloft once more, a flopping prize clutched in its talons. With a cry of victory, it circled once, then sped westward. A turn. A play of winds. Each carried suggestions of far and alien lands. From the south, a gust with a hint of hot jungles, where slaves toiled to reclaim farmlands from deadly, water-shrouded marshes. From the east, a breeze carried the victory chant of a dozen warriors of the Thuril Confederation after defeating an equal number of Empire soldiers in a border clash. In counterpoint, there was a faint echo of a dying Surani soldier crying for his family. From the north came the smell of ice and the sound of hooves of thousands of Thun pounding over the frozen tundra, heading south for warmer lands. From the west, the laughter of the young wife of a powerful noble teasing a half-terrified, half-aroused household guard into betraying her husband, away conducting business with a merchant in Tucson to the south. From the east, the smell of spices as merchants haggled in the market square in far Yankara. Again south, and the smell of salt from the Sea of Blood. North, and wind-swept ice fields that had never known the tread of human feet, but over which beings old and wise in ways unknown to men walked, seeking a sign in the heavens, one that never came. Each breeze brought a note and tone, a colour and hue, a taste and fragrance. The texture of the world blew by, and he breathed deeply, savouring it. A turn. From the steps below came a pulsing as the world beat with a life of its own. Upward, through the island, through the building, through the tower, the spire, and his very body, came the urgent yet eternal beating of the planet's heart. He cast his eyes downward and saw deep caverns, the upper ones worked by slaves, who harvested the few rare metals to be found, along with coal for heat and stone for building. Below these were other caverns, some natural, others the remnants of a lost city, overblown by dust that became soil as the ages passed. Here, once, dwelled creatures beyond his ability to imagine. Deeper still, his vision plunged him to a region of heat and light where primeval forces contested. Liquid rock, inflamed and glowing, pushed against its solid cousin, seeking a passage upward, mindlessly driven by nature. Deeper still, to a world of pure force where lines of energy ran through the heart of the world. A turn, and he stepped upon a small platform atop the spire. It was less than his own height in size on each side, an impossibly precarious perch. He stepped to the middle, overcoming a vertigo that tried to send him screaming over the edge. He employed every part of his ability and training to stand there, for he understood without being told that to fail here was to die. He cleared his mind of fear and looked around at the scene before him, awed by the expanse of emptiness. Never before had he felt so truly isolated, so truly alone. Here he stood, with nothing between him and whatever fate was allotted to him. Below him stretched the world, and above him an empty sky. The wind held a hint of moisture, and he saw dark clouds racing up from the south. The tower, or the needle upon it, swayed slightly, and he unconsciously shifted his weight to compensate. Lightning flashed as the storm clouds rushed toward him, and thunder broke around his head. The very sound was enough to dislodge him from the small platform, and he was forced to delve deeper into his inner well of power, into that silent place known only as Wall. And there he found the strength to resist the onslaught of the storm. Winds buffeted him, slamming him toward the platform's edge. He reeled and recovered, the darkling abyss below beckoning to him, inviting his fall. With a surge of will, he brushed aside the vertigo once again and set his mind to the task ahead.
In his mind, a voice cried, "Now is the time of testing. Upon this tower you must stand, and should your will falter, from it you will fall." There was a momentary pause. Then the voice cried once more, "Behold, witness and understand how it was." Blackness swept upward, and he was consumed. For a time he floats, nameless and lost, a pinpoint of flickering consciousness, an unknown swimmer through a black and empty sea. Then a single note invades the void. It reverberates a soundless sound, a sense-lacking intruder on the senses. Without senses, how is there perception? His mind asks. His mind. "I am," he cries, and a million philosophies cry out in wonder. If I am, then what is not me? He wonders. An echo replies, "You are that which you are, and not that which you are not." An unsatisfactory answer, he muses. "Good," replies the echo. "What is that note?" he asks. "It is the touch of an old man's sleep, the moment before death." "What is that note?" "It is the colour of winter." "What is that note?" "It is the sound of hope." "What is that note?" "It is the taste of love." "What is that note?" "It is an alarm to wake you." He floats. Around him swim a billion stars. Great clusters drift by, ablaze with energy. In riots of colour they spin giant reds and blues, the small oranges and yellows, and the tiny reds and whites. The colourless and angry black ones drink in the storm of light around them, while others pulse out energies in an unknown spectrum, and a few twist the fabric of space and time, sending his vision swimming as he tries to fathom their passing. From each to each a line of force stretches, binding them all in a net of power. Back and forth along the strands of this web energy flows, pulsing with a life that is not life. The stars know as they fly by. They are aware of his presence, but acknowledge it not. He is too small for them to be concerned with. Around him stretches away the whole of the universe. At various points in the web, creatures of power rest or work, each different from the others, but all somehow the same. Some he can see are gods, for they are familiar to him, and others are less or more. Each plays a role. Some regard him, for his passing is not without notice. Some are beyond him, too great to comprehend him, and so being are less than he. Others study him closely, weighing his power and abilities against their own. He studies them in return. All are silent. He speeds among the stars and the beings of power until he espies a star, one among the multitude, but one that calls to him. From the star, 20 lines of energy lead away, and near each is a being of power. Without knowing why, he understands that here are the ancient gods of Kelewan. Each plays on the nearest line of power, influencing the structure of space and time nearby. Some contest among themselves, others work oblivious to the strife, and still others do nothing that is discernible. He moves closer. A single planet swings about the star, a blue and green sphere shrouded in white clouds. Kelewan. Down the lines of force he plunges until he is on the surface. Here he sees a world untouched by the footprint of man. Great beasts with 6 legs stride the land, and hiding from them are a young race of quick-thinking beings. The Choja, a few bands of scurrying creatures, little more than the large insects that spawned them, speed through the trees of the great forests, fearing the large predators who hunt them, as they in turn hunt smaller game. They have begun to reason, and their queens now design each for a specific purpose, so strong and well-armed soldiers protect the foragers. More food is brought to the hive, and the race begins to prosper. Over the plains the young Thun males race, fighting among themselves with rocks and sticks, fists and fang.
They clash, knowing only there is a nameless urge driving them on, demanding that one or another from their band drive off the others and sire the next generation of young. It will be ages before they become reasoning beings, able to work together against the two-legged creatures who have yet to appear upon this world. Near the sea, not yet named for the blood of thousands killed upon it, the sun huddle on the shore, newly emerged from the sea, discomfited upon the land, but no longer able to abide in the deep. Fearing all, they plot in their sea caves, seeking security and building an attitude toward outsiders that will set the stage for their genocide generations later. Above the mountains, the Thrillilil soar, their culture formative and crude, only little more than a loose association of breeding pairs and young. Their large but delicate wings cast shadows that hide the Numungum, who creep along the edges of the rocks, hidden from sight by their mottled fur which resembles the stones behind which they scurry, seeking Thrillilil eggs, beginning a war that will last 1,000 years and end in the annihilation of both races. This is a harsh world, abundant with life, but contentious life, with no mercy for the weak. Of those races he sees, only 2 will endure, the Thun and the Chojar. He sees darkness approaching like a sudden storm, and it sweeps over him. Like the calm after the storm, light comes. He stands on a cliff looking down upon a great plain of grass separated from the sea by a small beach. A shimmering in the air begins, and the sea beyond the plain is distorted. Like the agitation of the air by the heat of the day, the scene ripples. Scintillating colours appear in the air. Then, as if by 2 giant hands, the very fabric of space and time is torn, an ever-widening gap through which he can see. Beyond this fracture in the air, a vision of chaos is revealed, a mad display of energy, as if all the lines of power in that universe are torn asunder. Bolts of energy sufficient to destroy suns explode in displays of colour beyond the ability of mortal eyes to describe, leaving them dazzled with lesser lights. From deep within this giant rift, a wide bridge of golden light extends downward until it touches the grass of the plain. Upon the bridge, thousands of figures are moving, escaping the madness beyond the rift to the serenity of the plain. Downward they hurry, some carrying all they own on their backs, others with animals pulling wagons and sleds heaped with valuables. All press forward, fleeing a nameless horror behind. He studies the figures, and though much is alien, he can see much that is also familiar. Many wear short robes of plain fashion, and he knows he is looking upon the seeds of the Tsurani race. Their faces are more basic, showing less of the blending with others that would take place in years to come. Most are fair, with brown or blonde hair. At their feet run barking dogs, sleek and swift greyhounds and whippets. Next to them stride proud warriors with slanted eyes and bronze skin. These are the fighting men, but not organised soldiers, for they wear robes of different cut and colour one from the other. Each steps down off the bridge, some showing wounds, all hiding terror behind implacable expressions. Over their shoulders they carry long swords of fine steel, fashioned with great care. The tops of their heads are shaved, with the hair around pulled back into a knot. These bear the proud look of men unsure if they are better off for having survived the battle. Mixed among them are others, all strangers. A race of short people carry nets that proclaim them fishers, though of what sea only they know. They have dark hair, sallow skin, and grey-green eyes. Men, women, and children all wear simple fur trousers, leaving upper bodies bare. Behind them come a nation of tall, noble, black-skinned people. Their robes are richly fashioned of soft and subtle colours. Many have gems adorning their foreheads and gold bands on their arms. All are weeping for a homeland never to be seen again. Then come riders upon impossible beasts that look like flying serpents with feathered birds' heads. Upon the riders' faces are masks of animals and birds, brightly painted and plumed. They are covered in paint alone, for their homeworld was a hot place. They wear their nakedness like a cloak, for there is beauty in their form, as if each had been fashioned by a master sculptor, and they bear weapons of black glass. Women and children ride behind the men unmasked, revealing expressions made harsh by the cruel world they flee. The serpent riders turn their creatures eastward and fly away. The great flying snakes will die out in the cold highlands of the east, but will remain forever in the legends of the proud Turil. Thousands more come, all walking down the golden ramp to set foot upon Kelewan. When they reach the plain, some move off, travelling to other parts of the planet. But many stay and watch as thousands more come across the bridge. Time passes. Night follows day, then gives way to day once more, while the hosts enter from the insane storm of chaos. With them come 20 beings of power, also fleeing the utter destruction of a universe. The multitudes upon the plain cannot see them passing, but he can. He knows they will become the 20 gods of Kelewan, the 10 higher and 10 lower beings. They fly upward to wrest the lines of power from the ancient feeble beings who hold station around this world. There is no struggle as the new gods take their stations, for the old beings of power know a newer order is coming into the world. After days of watching, he sees that the stream of humanity is thinning. Hundreds of men and women pull huge boats made from some metal. Shining in the sun, mounted on wheels of a black substance, they reach the plain and see the ocean beyond the narrow beach. They give a shout and pull their boats to the water and launch them. 50 boats raise sail and set out across the ocean, heading southward for the land that will become Tsuba, the lost nation. The last group is composed of thousands of men in robes of many designs and colours. He knows that these are the priests and magicians of many nations. Together they stand, holding back the raging madness beyond. As he watches, many fall, their lives burning out like spent candles. At some prearranged signal, many of them, but less than one for each 100 standing at the top of the golden bridge, turn and flee downward. All are holding books, scrolls, and other tomes of knowledge. When they reach the bottom of the bridge, they turn and watch the unfolding drama at the top. Those above, looking not at those who have fled, but at what they hold back, give forth a shout, incanting a mighty spell, wielding magic of enormous power. Those below echo their cries, and all who can hear them quail in dread at the sound. The bridge begins to dissolve, from the ground up. A flood of terror and hate comes pouring through the rift, and those who stand atop the bridge begin to crumple before its onslaught. As the bridge and the opening above disappear from sight, a single blast of fury comes through that stuns many who stand upon the plain below, felling them as if with a blow. For some time, those who escaped the nameless terror behind the rift stand mute. Then slowly they start to disperse. Groups break away and move off. He knows that in years to come, these ragged refugees will conquer this world, for they are the seeds of the nations that populate Kelewan. He knows he has seen the beginning of the nations and their flight from the enemy, the nameless terror that destroyed the homes of the races of mankind, dispersing them to other universes. Again, the cloak of time is drawn over him, creating darkness. Followed by light. On the plain that had been empty, a great city stands. Its white towers ascend to the skies. Its people are industrious, and the city prospers. Caravans of trade goods come over land, and great ships call from across the sea. Years speed by, bringing war and famine, peace and bounty. One day a ship pulls into the harbour as scarred and ill as its crew. A great battle has been fought, and this ship is one of the few to survive. Those across the water will come soon, and the city of the plains will fall if help is not forthcoming. Runners are sent north to the cities along the great river, for should the White City fall, nothing will prevent the invaders from striking northward. Runners return carrying the news. The armies of the other cities will come. He watches as they gather and meet the invaders near the sea. The invaders are repulsed, but the cost is great, for the battle rages 12 days. 100,000 men die, and the sands are red for months. 1,000 ships burn, and the sky is filled with black smoke, and for days it falls upon the land, covering miles about with a fine, powdery ash. The city of white becomes the city of grey. The sea is called blood from that day forward, and the great bay is called battle. But out of the battle an alliance is formed, and the seeds of the great empire are planted, the world-spanning empire of Tsuranuani. Like silence descending, darkness comes. As a clarion sounding, light returns. He stands atop a temple in the heart of the central city of the empire. Below, thousands of people stand. Shoulder to shoulder they fill the streets, chanting while thousands of upraised hands pass along great wooden platforms overhead. Upon the platforms stand the nobles of the empire, lords of the 5 great families. Upon the last platform, largest of all, rests a golden throne, fashioned from the rarest of metals of this mineral-poor world. Upon this throne sits a young boy. When the platform reaches the great square of the 20 higher and lower gods, it is placed upon the ground, and the throne is carried on the backs of the citizens to the top of the highest temple. The throne is lowered, facing southeast, from where the nations had come in the beginning. From deep within the temple, a dozen black-clad priestesses rush forth, red-clad priests at their side. The priestesses of Sibi, the death goddess, point out one or another citizen in the crowd, and the red-clad priests of the killing god grab them. They seize men, women, and occasionally children. All are dragged to the top of the temple, where waiting priests of the red god cut their hearts from their bodies, while the priests and priestesses of the other 18 orders look on silently. When hundreds have been sacrificed, and the temple steps are bathed in blood, the chief priestess of the death goddess judges the gods satisfied. They place a silver ring upon the boy's hand and a golden circlet upon his brow, and proclaim him the light of heaven, Minjochka, 11 times emperor. The boy plays with a wooden toy given to him at the start of the day, for he grows bored easily, while the throng presses forward to dip their hands in the blood of their countrymen, counting it lucky to do so. In the east, sky darkens as night approaches. As the sun rises, he stands near a magician who has worked the night through. The man grows alarmed at what his calculations have shown, and he incants a spell that takes him to another place. The watcher follows. In a small hall, several more magicians react with expressions of dread to the news the first magician brings. A messenger is dispatched to the warlord, ruler of the empire in the emperor's name. The warlord summons the magicians. The watcher follows. The magicians explain the news. The signs in the stars, along with ancient writings, herald the coming of a great disaster. A star, a wanderer in the heavens, sighted where none has been seen before, stands motionless, but grows brighter. It will bring destruction to the nations. The warlord is sceptical, but of late more and more nobles have come to heed the words of magicians. There have always been legends of magicians saving the nations from the enemy, but few think them likely. Still, there is now this new convocation of magicians who have formed something called the Assembly, toward what ends only the magicians know. So, with the changing times in mind, the warlord agrees to take the news to the emperor. After a time, an order is sent to the Assembly by the emperor. His demand: bring proof. The magicians shake their heads and return to their modest halls. Decades pass, and the magicians conduct a campaign of propaganda, seeking to influence any noble of the empire who will listen. The day arrives when the news is proclaimed that the emperor is dead and his son now reigns. The magicians gather with all who can travel to the holy city for the coronation of the new emperor. Thousands of people line the streets, while slaves bear the nobles of the land in litters to the great temples. The new emperor rides the ancient golden throne borne by 100 husky slaves. He is crowned, while a slave is sacrificed deep within the halls of the temple of the death god Turakamu, as a petition to the gods to allow the old emperor's soul to rest in heaven. The crowds cheer. For Sudka Hanchosa, 34 times emperor, is well loved, and this will be the last time they will ever look upon him. He will now retire to the holy palace, where his soul will stand forever, vigilant on behalf of his subjects, while the warlord and the High Council conduct the business of governing the empire. The new emperor will live a contemplative life, reading, painting, studying the great books of the temples, seeking to purify his soul for this arduous life. This emperor is unlike his father, and after hearing the grave news from the assembly, orders the building of a great castle upon an island in the centre of the giant lake, in the midst of the mountains of Ambolina. Time passes. Hundreds of black-clad magicians stand atop towers that rise from the city of the island, not yet the magnificent single entity of the future. 200 years have passed, and now 2 suns burn in the sky, one warm and yellow-green, the other small, white and angry. The Watcher sees the men work their magic, the greatest spell cast in the history of the nations. Even the legendary bridge from the outside, the beginning of time, was not so great a feat, for then they had only moved between worlds. Now they would move a star. Below, he can feel the presence of hundreds of other magicians, adding their power to those above. The spell has been wrought over the last few years, each step taken with the greatest care as the stranger approaches. Though powerful beyond compare, this enchantment is also delicate in the extreme. Any misstep, and its work will be undone. He looks up and sees the stranger, its course marked toward the path of this world. It will not strike Kelewan, but there is little doubt that its heat, added to Kelewan's already hot star, will render the planet lifeless. Kelewan will hang for over a year between its own primary and the stranger in constant daylight, and all magicians agree that only a few might survive in deep caves to emerge to a burned-out planet. Now they must act, before it is too late to try again, should the enchantment fail. Now they do act, all in concert, incanting the last piece of the great arcane work. The world seems to stand still for a moment, reverberating with the final word of the spell. Slowly, that reverberation grows louder, picking up resonance, developing new harmonies, new overtones, a character of its own. Soon it is loud enough to deafen those in the towers who cover their ears. Below, those on the ground stand in mute wonder, looking to the sky where a blaze of colour begins to form. Ragged bolts of energy flash, and the light from the 2 stars is dimmed in momentarily blinding displays that will leave some who viewed them sightless for the rest of their lives. He is not affected by the sound or light, as if some agency has taken care to protect him from their effects. A great rift appears in the sky, much like the one the Golden Bridge came through ages ago. He watches without emotion, his strongest feeling being detached fascination. It grows in the sky, between the stranger and Kelewan, and begins to move away from the planet toward the invading star. But something else occurs. From the heart of the rift, more violent than at the time of the Golden Bridge, an unprecedented display of erupting energies comes forth. The chaotic scene is matched with an overwhelming wave of hatred. The enemy, the evil power that drove the nations to Kelewan, still abides in the other universe, and it has not forgotten those who escaped it ages ago. It cannot pierce the barrier of the rift, for it needs more time to move between universes than the lifespan of the rift, but it reaches forth and warps it, sending it away from the stranger. The rift grows larger, and those on the ground see it is going to engulf Kelewan, bringing the planet back into the dominion of the enemy. The Watcher looks on impassively, unlike those around him, for he knows that this is not the end of the world. The rift rushes toward the planet, and one magician comes forth. He is somehow familiar to the one who watches. The man, unlike those around him, wears a brown robe, fastened round with a whipcord belt, and holds a staff of wood. He raises the staff above his head and incants. The rift changes, from colours impossible to describe to inky black, and it strikes the planet. The heavens explode for a moment, then all around is black. When the darkness lifts, the sun, Kelewan's own, is dropping below the horizon. The magicians who are not dead or mad stare upward in horror. Above them, the sky is a void, without stars. And the man in brown turns to him and says, "Remember, things are not always what they seem." Blackness heralds the passing of time again. He is standing in the halls of the assembly. Magicians are appearing regularly, using the pattern on the floor as a focal point for their transit. Each remembers the pattern like an address and wills himself there. A message arrives from the Emperor. He begs the assembly to solve the problem, promising them whatever aid they require. The Watcher moves forward through generations to find the magicians again upon the towers. Now, instead of the invading stranger, they regard a starless sky. Another spell, years in the fashioning, is being incanted. When it is finished, the earth reverberates with violent energies. Suddenly, the sky is ablaze with stars, and Kelewan is again in its normal place. "Things are not always what they seem," says a voice. The Emperor sends a command that the full assembly should come to the holy city at once. By ones and twos they use the patterns to travel to Kentasani. The Watcher follows. There, they are taken to the inner chamber of the Emperor's palace, something unheard of in the history of the Empire. Of the 7,000 magicians who gather a century before to thwart the stranger, only 200 survived. Even now that number has increased but slightly, so that not even one magician for each 20 who stood upon the towers against the stranger answers the Emperor's call. They advance to stand before Tukamako, 40 times Emperor, descendant of Sudka Hanchosa and Light of Heaven. The Emperor asks if the assembly will accept the charge to stand ever vigilant over the Empire, protecting it until the end of time. The magicians confer and agree. The Emperor then leaves his throne and abases himself before the assembled magicians, something never done before. He sits back and, still on his knees before them, throws wide his arms and proclaims that from this day forth the magicians are the great ones, free from all obligations save the charge just accepted. They are outside the law, and none may command them, including the warlord who stands to one side, a frown upon his face. Whatever they desire is theirs to ask, for their words will be as law. And a magician smiles knowingly at another nearby. Darkness. And time passes. The Watcher stands before the warlord's throne. A delegation of magicians stand before the warlord. They present him with proof of what they have claimed. A controllable rift, free from the enemy's influence, has been opened, and another world has been found. This is unsuitable for life, but a second has been discovered. A rich, ripe world. They show him a lifetime's worth of wealth in metals, all found lying about, discarded. He who watches smiles to himself over the warlord's eagerness at the sight of a broken breastplate, a rusted sword, and a handful of bent nails. To further prove this is an alien world, they present him with a strange but beautiful flower. The warlord smells it, and is pleased with its rich fragrance. The watcher nods, for he too knows the richness of a Midkemian rose. The black wing of passing time covers him again. Once more he stood upon the platform. He looked around and saw that the full fury of the storm was breaking around him. Only by his unconscious will had he been able to stand upon this platform while his conscious mind was occupied by the unfolding history of Kelewan. He now understood the nature of the test, for he found himself exhausted from the energy he had expended during the ordeal. While being instilled with the final instruction in his place in this society, he had been tested with the raw fury of nature. He took a last look around, finding the grim view of the storm-tossed lake and the shuttered windows of the towers somehow satisfying. He strove to capture this image, as if to ensure that he would forever remember the moment he came to his full awakening as a great one, for there were no more blocks on his memory or his emotions. He exulted in his power. No longer Pug, the keep boy, but now a magician of power to dwarf the imagination of his former master Kulgan. And never again would either of these worlds, Midkemia or Kelewan, seem the same to him. By force of will, he descended to the roof, floating gently through the raging wind. The door opened in anticipation of his coming. He entered and closed it behind him. Shimon was waiting for him, a smile upon his face. As they moved down the long halls of the assembly building city, the skies outside exploded with clashes of thunder, as if heralding his arrival. Hotchapepper sat upon his mat, awaiting the arrival of his guest. The heavy, bald magician was interested in gauging the mettle of the newest member of the assembly, come into his estate as a wearer of the black robe the previous day. A chime sounded, announcing his guest's arrival. Hotchapepper stood and crossed his richly furnished apartment. He pulled aside the sliding door. "Welcome, Milamber. I am pleased you saw fit to accept my invitation." "I am honoured," was all Milamber said as he entered and regarded the room. Of all the quarters in the assembly building he had seen, this was by far the most opulent. The hangings on the walls were rich cloth enhanced with the finest threadwork, and there were several valuable metal objects adorning various shelves. Milamber made a study of his host as well. The heavy-set magician showed Milamber to a cushion before a low table, and then poured cups of chocha. His plump hands moved with controlled ease, precisely and efficiently. His dark, nearly black eyes shone from under the thick brows that accented an otherwise deceptively bland face. He was the stockiest magician Milamber had seen yet, as most who wore the black robe tended to be thin and ascetic-looking. Milamber sensed this was largely by design, as if someone occupied with the pleasures of the flesh couldn't be too concerned with matters of deep thought. After the first sip of chocha had been taken, Hotchapepper said, "You pose something of a problem for me, Milamber." When Milamber made no comment, Hotchapepper said, "You make no remark." Milamber inclined his head in agreement. "Perhaps your background accounts for a bit more wariness than is the rule here." Milamber said, "A slave become magician is something to ponder." Hotchapepper waved his hand. "It is a rarity for the slave to don the black robe, but not unheard of. Occasionally the power is not recognized until adulthood, but the laws are explicit. No matter how late the power is revealed, nor how mean the station of the man manifesting it, from that instant on, he is subject only to the assembly. Once, a soldier was ordered hanged by his lord. He floated, suspended in space, a scant hair's breadth from hanging, by sheer power of will. His power finally manifested itself at the moment of his greatest need. He was given over to the assembly where he survived training, but proved to be a magician of indifferent power and overall poor outlook. But that is not for this discussion. Your particular situation, the one that makes you somewhat of a problem for me, is that you are a barbarian. Were a barbarian. Milamber smiled again. He had left the Tower of Testing with all his memories of his life, though much about his training was still sketchy. He understood the processes that had been used to bring him into control of his magic. They had singled him out as one among 100,000, a great one. Of the 200 million people of the Empire, he was one of 2,000 magicians of the Black Robe. His slave-bred wariness, as Hotchipepper pointed out, combined with his intelligence to keep him silent. Hotchipepper was trying to make a point, and Milamber would wait to hear what it was, no matter how roundabout the stout magician insisted on being. When Milamber said nothing, Hotchipepper continued. Your position is strange for several reasons. The obvious one is that you are the first to wear the black who is not of this world. The second is that you were the apprentice of a lesser magician. Milamber raised an eyebrow. Colgan, you know of my training? Hotchipepper laughed, a genuine belly laugh which made Milamber relax his guard a little and regard the other man with a little less distrust. Of course. There was not one aspect of your background that was not closely examined, for you provided a wealth of information about your world. Hotchipepper looked closely at his guest. The warlord might choose to launch an invasion into a world we know little about, over the objections of some of his magician advisers, I might add, but we of the Assembly prefer to study our adversaries. We were most relieved to learn magic is restricted to the province of priests and followers of the lesser path on your world. Again you mention a lesser magic. What is your meaning? It was Hotchipepper's turn to look slightly surprised. I assumed you knew. Milamber shook his head. The path of lesser magic is walked by some who can operate certain forces by power of will, though of a different order than we of the Black Robe. Then you know of my previous failure. Hotchipepper laughed again. Yes, had you been less suited to the greater path, you might have learned his ways. As it is, you had too much ability to have succeeded as a lesser path magician. It is a talent rather than an art, the lesser path. The greater path is for scholars. Milamber nodded. Each time Hotchipepper explained a concept, it was as if Milamber had known it all his life. He remarked on this. It is easy enough to understand. During your training, many facts and concepts were taught you. The basic concepts of magic were taught early, your responsibility to the Empire later. Part of the process of bringing all your abilities to maturity requires that all these facts be there when you need them. But much of what you were taught was also masked, to be revealed when you needed it, when you could fully understand what was in your mind. There will be a period when thoughts will come unbidden from time to time. As you frame a question, the answer will appear in your mind, and sometimes an answer will come as you read it or hear it. It serves to keep you from reeling under the impact of years of learning coming upon you in an instant. It is not unlike the spells used to grant you the visions of the Tower of Testing. Obviously, we have no means to see what occurred before the time of the bridge, or at any other time in history, but we can plant suggestions, create illusion. Things are not what they seem. Milamber barely hid his surprise at this unexpected voice in his mind, and provide a construct around which you may add the images most significant to you. Personally, I find the entire presentation upon the tower reeks of grand doe opera. You may avail yourself of the library should you seek history rather than theatre. Seeing Milamber's attentions were elsewhere, Hotchipepper said, In any event, we were speaking of other things. Milamber said, I would hear of your problem. Hotchipepper adjusted his robe, smoothing the creases. Indulge me a moment longer for a brief digression. It all has bearing on why I asked you here. Milamber signified that Hotchipepper should continue. Little is known of our peoples before the escape. We know that the nations came from many different worlds. There is also some speculation that others fled the enemy to different worlds, your former home world among them, perhaps. There are a few shreds of evidence to support that hypothesis, but it's only conjecture at this point. Milamber thought about the games of Shah he had played with the Lord of Shinzawai and considered the possibility. We came as refugees. Of millions, only thousands survived to plant seeds here. We found this world old and used up. Great civilizations once flourished here, and all that is left of them are worn, smooth stones where once cities stood. Who these creatures were, no one knows. This world has few metals, and what was brought with us in the escape wore away over the ages. Our animals, like your horses and cattle, died out, all save for dogs. We had to adjust to our new homeworld, and to each other. We fought many wars between the time of the escape and the advent of the stranger. We were little more than city-states until the Battle of 1,000 Ships. Then, the humblest of the races, the Surani, rose to conquer all others, uniting most of this world in a single empire. We of the Assembly support the empire because on this world it is the single most powerful force for order, not because it is noble, or fair, or beautiful, or just, but because of it the majority of humanity can live and work without war in their homelands, can live without famine, plagues, and the other disasters of older times. And with this order around us, we of the Assembly can work unhindered. It was the attempt to dispel the stranger that first made it apparent that we must be able to work unhindered by anyone, including the Emperor, with whatever resources are necessary. We were robbed of precious time for action by the Emperor's lack of cooperation when we first learned of the stranger. Had we been given support at once, we might have been able to deal with the enemy when it acted to warp the rift. That is why we accept the charge to defend and serve the Empire in exchange for total freedom. Milamber said, "This is all apparent as you speak of it. I am still waiting to hear of your problem regarding me." Hotchapepper sighed. "In good time, my friend. I must finish one last thought. You must understand why the Assembly functions as it does to have any hope of surviving more than a few weeks." Milamber looked openly surprised at this remark. "Survive?" "Yes, Milamber, survive, for there are many here who would have seen you at the bottom of the lake during your training." "Why?" "We work to restore the greater art. When we fled the enemy at the dawn of history, only one magician in 1,000 who battled the enemy survived. They, for the most part, were the lesser magicians and apprentices. They banded together in small groups to protect the knowledge they brought with them from their homeworlds. At first, countryman would seek out countryman. Then later, larger associations grew, as desire grew to restore the lost arts. After centuries had passed, the Assembly was founded, and magicians from all parts of the world came. Until today, all who walk the greater path are members of the Assembly. Most of those who practice the lesser arts serve here as well, though they are afforded a different level of respect and freedom. They tend to be better at building devices and understanding the forces of nature than we of the Black Robes. They build the orbs we use to transport ourselves from place to place, for one example. While not outside the law, the lesser magicians are protected from interference from others by the Assembly. All magicians are the province of the Assembly. Milamber said, "So we gain freedom to act as we see fit, as long as we act in the best interest of the Empire." Hotchapepper nodded. "It does not matter what we do, or even that two magicians may find themselves at odds over some action or another, as long as both are working in what they believe is the interest of the Empire." From my somewhat barbaric point of view, a strange law. Not a law, but a tradition. On this world, my barbaric friend, tradition and custom can be a much stronger constraint than law. Laws are changed, but tradition endures. I think I see what your problem is, my civilized friend. You are not sure if I will act in the best interest of the Empire, being an outlander. Hotchapepper nodded. Were we certain that you were capable of acting against the Empire, you would have been killed. As it is, we are uncertain, though we tend to believe it unlikely you are capable of such action. For the first time, Milamber was completely unsure of what he was hearing. I was under the assumption that you had ways of ensuring that all who are trained are loyal to the Empire as the first duty. Normally, yes. In your case, we faced problems new to us. As far as we can tell, you are submerged in the underlying cause of the Brotherhood of Magicians, the Order of the Empire. Usually, we are certain. We simply read the apprentice's mind. With you, we couldn't. We had to rely on truth drugs, long interrogations, and training drills designed to show any duplicity. Why? Not for any reason we understand. The spells of thought-masking are known. It was nothing of that sort. It was as if your mind held some property we had never encountered before. Perhaps a natural talent unknown to us, but common to your world. Or the result of some training at the hands of your lesser path master protected you against our mind-reading arts. In any event, it created something of a stir in these halls, you may be sure. Several times during your training the question of your continuing was raised, and each time our inability to read your mind was given as a reason for your termination. Each time more were willing to see you continue than not. On the whole, you present a possible wealth of new knowledge, and as such deserve every benefit of the doubt, to ensure we do not lose such a valuable addition to our storehouse of talents, of course. Of course, Milamber said dryly. Yesterday, the question of your continuation became critical. When the time came for your final acceptance into the Assembly, the issue was put to the vote, and ended in a tie. There was one abstention, myself. As long as I remain unallied with one side or the other, the question of your survival is moot. You are free to act as a full member of the Assembly until I recast my vote to ratify your selection into the Assembly or not. Our tradition does not allow a change of vote once cast, except abstentions. As no one absent during the voting may add their vote later, I am the only one who can break the tie. So the result of the voting, no matter how long delayed, is mine to decide. Milamber looked long and hard at the older magician. I see. Hotchipepper shook his head slowly. I wonder if you do. To put it in its simplest form, the question of the moment is, what am I to do with you? Without meaning to, I find your life is now in my hands. What I have to decide is whether or not you should be killed. That is why I wish to see you, to see if I might have erred in judgment. Suddenly, Milamber threw back his head and laughed long and hard. In a moment, tears were running down his cheeks. When he quieted, Hotchipepper said, I fail to see the humour. Milamber raised his hand in a placating gesture. No offence was intended, my civilized friend. But surely you must see the irony of the situation. I was a slave, my life subject to the whim of others. For all my training and advancement in station, I find that this fact has not been altered. He paused for a moment, and his smile was friendly. Still, I would rather have you hold my life in your hands than my former overseer. That is what I find so funny. Hotchipepper was startled by the answer. Then he, too, started to laugh. Many of our brothers pay little heed to the ancient teachings, but if you are familiar with our older philosophers, you will understand my meaning. You seem to be a man who has found his wall. I think we have an understanding, my barbaric friend. I think we have started well. Milamber studied Hotchipepper. Without knowing the unconscious process whereby he reached the conclusion, he judged he had found an ally, and perhaps a friend. I think so as well. And I think you also a man who has found his wall. Feigning modesty, Hotchipepper said, I am but a simple man, too much a slave to pleasures of the flesh to have reached such a state of perfect centering. With a sigh, he leaned forward and began to speak intently.
Listen to me well, Milamber. For all the reasons enumerated before, you are as much a weapon to be feared as a possible source of knowledge. Surani are slaves to politics, as any student of the game of the Council can attest. While we of the Assembly are reputed to be above such things, we have our own factions and infighting, not always settled in a peaceful, bloodless manner. Many of our brothers are little more than superstitious peasants, distrusting that which is alien and unknown. From this day forward, you must bend yourself to one task. Stay peacefully hidden within your wall, and become Surani. To all outward appearances, you must become more Surani than anyone else in the Assembly. Is that understood?
It is, Milamber said simply. Hot Pepper poured another cup of hot chocha each.
Be especially wary of the warlord's pets, Elgahar and Urgoran, and a reckless youngster named Tapek.
Their master rankles at the progress of the war upon your former homeworld, and is suspicious of the Assembly. Now that 2 of our brothers died in the last major campaign, fewer of our brothers are willing to lend further aid to that undertaking. The few magicians left within his faction are overtaxed, and it is rumoured he will be unable to subdue any more of your world without a miracle. It would take a united High Council, which should happen when the Thun raiders become agriculturalists and poets, and not before, or a large number of black robes agreeing to do his bidding. The latter should occur about a year after the former, so you can see he is in a somewhat poor political situation. Warlords who fail in conducting war tend to fall from grace quickly. With a smile, he added, "Of course, we of the Assembly are far above matters political." His tone turned serious once more. "You must face one thing. He may view you as a potential threat, either influencing others not to aid him, or openly opposing him from some deep-rooted sympathy for your former homeland. You are protected from his direct actions, but you still might run afoul of his pets. Some still blindly follow his lead. The path of power is a path of turns within turns," Milamber quoted. Hot Pepper nodded, a satisfied expression upon his face. His eyes seemed to glint. "That is Surani. You learn quickly." The following weeks, Milamber grew into the fullness of his new position, learning the responsibilities of his office. It was remarked on more than once, and occasionally with distrust, that there had been few who had demonstrated so much ability so soon after donning the black robe. For all the changes in his existence, Milamber discovered many things were unchanged. With practice, he discovered he still had untapped wells of power within, which could be called up only in times of stress. He studied to bring this wild augmentation of power under control, but with little success. He also discovered he was able to put aside the mental conditions placed upon him during training. He chose not to reveal this fact to anyone, not even Hot Pepper. His reordering of these mental conditionings also regained him something else, a nearly overwhelming desire to be with Kelewan once again. He put aside that desire, to go to her at once and demand her release from the Lord of Shinzawai, well within his ability, now he was a great one. He hesitated for fear of the reaction of the other magicians, and for fear her feelings might have changed toward him. Instead, he plunged into his studies. His time in the Assembly brought forth his true identity, as he had been told it would. This identity proved the key to his unusual mastery of the greater path. He was a being of both worlds, worlds bound together by the Great Rift. And for as long as those worlds stayed bound together, he drew power from both, twice the power available to others of the Black Robe. This knowledge revealed his true name, that name which could not be spoken, lest it let another gain power over him. In the ancient Surani language, unused since the time of the escape, It meant one who stands between worlds. Chapter 23. Voyage. Martin watched. Motioning silently to his companions, they slipped through the wood line just out of sight of those in the meadow. They could easily hear the shouts in the Sirani camp as orders were given. Martin crouched low, so no hint of movement would betray their presence. Behind him scurried Garrett and the former Sirani slave, Charles. In the 6 years since the siege of Criddy, Charles had met Martin's expectations, proving his loyalty and worth 12 times. He had also become a passable woodsman, though he would never have Garrett or Martin's natural ease. Whispering, Charles said,
Master, I mark many new banners.
Where? Charles pointed to a spot near the farthest edge of the Sirani camp. With the aid of the dwarves remaining in the high villages, Martin and his 2 companions had made the dangerous climb over the grey towers, easily passing the few Sirani sentries left along the western edge of the valley. The flank thought least in need of vigilance. Now they were within a few hundred feet of the main Sirani camp. Garrett let forth a nearly silent whistle.
The man has eyes like a fork, and I can barely see those banners.
Charles said,
I only know what to look for.
What do the new banners mean? Asked Longbow.
Ill news, Huntmaster. Those are the house banners of families that were loyal to the Blue Wheel Party, at least when I was captured. They have been absent since the siege of Criddy. This can mean only another major shift in the High Council.
He studied the Huntmaster's face.
It tells us the Alliance for War is again restored, and next spring we can expect a major offensive.
Martin motioned for them to move back into the woods. The trees were fully covered in fall colours, riots of red, gold and brown. Moving quietly through fallen leaves, they found a sheltering stand of brush skirting an ancient oak and knelt behind it. Martin took out a small piece of dried beef and chewed it. The climb over the grey towers, even with the dwarves' help, had taken its toll. They all were hungry, tired, and dirty. "Where are the new companies of soldiers?" Martin asked. "They won't bring them through this winter. They can stage outside the city of the plains on Kelewan at ease in a milder climate. They'll move through the rift just before the spring thaw. By the time flowers are blooming in Princess Carline's garden again, they'll be marching." A high-pitched keening sound came from the north. Charles's expression changed to one of controlled alarm. "Choja!" He glanced around, then pointed upward. Martin nodded and made a stirrup with his hands. He boosted first Charles, then Garrett, into the oak tree. Then he jumped, and they caught his hands and pulled him up. Moving into the higher branches, they were motionless and had weapons ready when the Choja patrol came into view, passing beneath the tree. 6 of the ant-like creatures moved at a steady pace. Then the leader, masked by a crested helm of Sirani make, motioned them to halt. He turned one way, then another, then made commands in their high-pitched language. The other 5 spread out, and for nearly 10 minutes the 3 men in the tree could hear them searching the area. When they returned, they quickly formed up and moved off. When Martin was certain they were out of hearing range, he whispered, "What was that?" "They smelled us. My scent will have changed from all the Midkemian food I've eaten. They knew we were not Sirani." Climbing down from the tree, Charles said, "Choja cannot look easily upward, so they rarely do." Garrett asked, "What if some of your former countrymen had been along?" Charles shrugged. "The Choja would have been speaking Sirani. Their language is almost impossible to learn, so no one tries." Martin said, "Will they be able to mark our trail?" Charles said, "I don't think so, but—" He stopped, as loud barking came from the Sirani camp. "Dogs!" Martin said, "They can track us. Come." He set out at a controlled run back toward an ancient trail into the mountains, one almost completely overgrown and undiscovered by the Tsurani, but used by Martin's band to enter the valley. For a few moments, the three men loped through the woods, listening to the barking behind. Then the sound of the dogs changed, and barks became howls and baying. "They've gotten the scent," said Garrett. Martin only nodded and picked up the pace. They ran for another minute, the sound of the dogs steadily gaining on them, when Martin halted and grabbed at Garrett's arm to keep him from running past. With a signal, he changed directions away from the trail and led the others to a small stream. Entering the water, he said, "I remembered hearing this when we passed by before." The other two entered the water, and Martin said, "We gain only minutes. They'll search up and downstream." Garrett said, "Which way?" Martin said, "Downstream. They'll search upstream first, as that's the way out." Charles said, "Oh, Master, there's another way." He quickly unshouldered his backpack and removed a large pouch. He began sprinkling black powder up and down the shore of the stream where they had entered. Garrett felt his eyes tearing and blew hard through his nose to keep from sneezing.
Pepper!
Charles said, "Master Cook Megar will be angry, but I thought we might need it. The Choja and the dogs will smell nothing for hours when they sniff around here." Martin nodded. Upstream. The three men splashed through the water, then got into a quieter, steady rhythm. They were out of sight of the place where they entered when the baying of the dogs was interrupted by sneezes. Angry voices shouted commands, and frustrated replies were heard. Charles indulged himself in a faint smile as they continued to move through the water. Finding a branch low enough over the stream, Martin boosted his companions out and climbed up after them. They moved along the tree until they found another branch of a nearby oak close enough to jump to. They touched the ground again a dozen yards from the stream bank. Martin glanced around to ensure they were not seen and motioned for the others to follow as he led them back toward the grey towers. Sea breezes swept the walls. Aratha looked out at the town of Criddy and the sea beyond, his brown hair ruffled by the wind. Patches of light and dark flashed across the landscape as high, fluffy clouds raced overhead. Aratha watched the distant horizon, taking in the vista of the endless sea, whipped to a froth of whitecaps as the noise of workmen restoring another building in the town blew by on the wind. Another autumn visited Criddy, the 8th since the start of the war. Aratha considered it fortunate another spring and summer had passed without a major Tsurani offensive. Still, he felt little cause for comfort. He was no longer a boy fresh to command, but a seasoned soldier. At 27 years, he had seen more conflict and had made more decisions than most men of the kingdom knew in their lives. In his best judgment, he knew the Tsurani were slowly winning the war. He let his mind drift a little, then shook himself out of his brooding. While no longer a moody boy, he still tended to let introspection overtake him. He found it best to keep busy and avoid such wasteful pastimes. "It is a short autumn." Aratha looked to his left and found Roland standing nearby. The squire had caught the prince lost in thought and had made his approach without detection. Aratha found himself irritated. He shrugged it off and said, "And a short winter will follow, Roland, and in the spring—" "What news of Longbow?" Aratha balled a gloved fist and gently struck the stones of the wall, the slow, controlled gesture a clear sign of his frustration. "I've regretted the need for his going 100 times. Of the three, only Garrett shows any sense of caution. That Charles is a Tsurani madman consumed by honour, and Longbow is—" "Longbow," finished Roland. "I've never met a man who reveals so little of himself, Roland. If I live as long as an elf, I don't think I'll ever understand what makes him the way he is." Roland leaned against the cool stones of the wall and said, "Do you think they're safe?" Aratha returned his attention to the sea. "If any man in Criddy can crest the mountains into the Tsurani-held valley and get back, it is Martin. Still, I worry." Roland found the admission surprising. Like Martin, Aratha was not a man to reveal what he felt.
Sensing the prince's deep trouble, Roland changed the topic. "I have a message from my father, Aretha." "I was told there was a personal message among the dispatches from Tulan." "Then you know father's calling me home?" "Yes, I'm sorry about the broken leg. My father was never much of a rider. It's the second time he's fallen from his horse and broken something. Last time, when I was little, it was his arm." "It's been a long time since you were home." Roland shrugged. "With the war, I felt little need to return. Most of the fighting's been around here, and," he added with a grin, "there are other reasons to stay." Sharing the smile, Aretha said, "Have you told Carline yet?" Roland lost his grin. "Not yet. I thought I'd wait until I had arranged for a ship south." With the Brotherhood's abandonment of the Green Heart, travel by land to the south was nearly impossible, for the Sirani had cut off the roads to Kars and Tulan. A shout from the tower caused them to turn. "Trackers approaching!" Aretha squinted against the glare reflecting off the distant sea and could make out 3 figures trotting easily along the road. When they were close enough to be seen clearly, Aretha said, "Longbow!" There was a note of relief in his voice. Leaving the wall, Aretha descended the steps to the courtyard to wait for the huntmaster and his men. Roland stood by his side as the 3 dusty men entered the gates of the castle. Both Garrett and Charles remained silent, as Martin said, "Greetings, Highness." "Greetings, Martin." "What news?" asked the prince. Martin began to recount the facts unearthed at the Sirani camp, and after a moment Aretha cut him off. "Better save your wind for the council, Martin. Roland, go gather Father Tully, Swordmaster Fannon, and Amos Trask, and bring them to the council hall." Roland hurried off, and Aretha said, "Charles and Garrett are to come as well, Martin." Garrett glanced at the former Sirani slave, who shrugged. Both knew the long-anticipated hot meal would have to wait a little longer upon the prince's convenience. Martin took the seat next to Amos Trask, while Charles and Garrett remained standing. The former sea captain nodded a greeting to Martin as Aretha pulled out his own chair, as was his habit, ignoring most formalities when with his councillors. Amos had become an unofficial member of Aretha's staff since the siege of the castle. He was an enterprising man of many unexpected skills. Fannon sat to Aretha's right. Since his wound, he had been content to accept Aretha as commander in Criddy, and had sent a personal note to Lord Borwick advising him so. The Duke had sent a reply ratifying the transfer of command, and Fannon had returned to his former role as adjutant. The Swordmaster seemed pleased with the situation. Aretha said, "Martin has just returned from a mission of special importance. Martin, tell us what you've seen." Martin said, "We climbed the grey towers and entered the valley where the Sirani have their headquarters." Fannon and Tully looked at the Huntmaster with surprise, while Amos Trask guffawed.
"It has aside a small saga in one sentence," said the seaman.
Martin ignored the comment and said, "I think it best to let Charles tell you what we saw." The former Sirani slave's voice held a note of concern.
"From all signs, the warlord will launch another major offensive next spring."
Everyone in the room sat speechless, save Fannon.
"How can you be sure? Are there new armies in his camp?"
Charles shook his head.
"No. The new soldiers will not arrive until just before the first spring thaw. My former countrymen have little liking for your cold climate. They will stage during the winter months on my former homeworld. They'll move through the rift just before the offensive."
Even after 5 years, Fannon still had lingering doubts about Charles's loyalty, though Longbow held none.
"How then," said the Swordmaster, "can you be certain there is to be an offensive? We've had none since the assault on Elvendar 3 years ago."
"There are new banners in the warlord's camp, Swordmaster. The banners of the houses who belong to the Blue Wheel Party. They have been absent for 6 years. It can mean only another major change within the High Council. The Alliance for War is again formed.
Of those in the room, only Tully seemed to grasp what Charles was saying. He had made a study of the Surani, learning all he could from the captured slaves. He said,
"You had better explain, Charles."
Charles took a moment to organize his remarks and said, "You must understand one thing of my former homeland. Above everything except honor and obedience to the Emperor, there is the High Council. To gain in the High Council is worth much, even the risk of life itself. More than one family has been destroyed by plots and intrigues within the Council. We of the Empire refer to this as the game of the Council. My family was well placed within the Hunzan clan, neither great enough to warrant notice by our clan's rivals, nor small enough to be relegated to only minor roles. We had the benefit of knowing much of the matters before the High Council without having to worry overly much about what decisions were made. Our clan was active in the party for progress, for we numbered many scholars, teachers, healers, priests, and artists in our families. Then for a time the Hunzan clan left the party for progress for reasons not clear to any but the highest family leaders, reasons I can only speculate on. My clan joined with the clans of the Blue Wheel Party, one of the oldest in the High Council. While not so powerful as the Warlords' War Party or the traditionalists of the Imperial Party, it still has much honor and influence. 6 years ago, when I first came here, the Blue Wheel Party had joined with the War Party to form the Alliance for War. Those of us in the lesser families were not told why such a radical change in alignment had come about, but there was no doubt it was a matter of the game of the Council. My personal fall from grace and my enslavement was certainly necessary to ensure that those of my clan would stay above suspicion until the time was right for whatever move was being planned. It is now clear what that move was. Since the siege of this castle, I have seen no sign of any soldier who's a member of the Blue Wheel families. I took it to mean the Alliance for War had been ended. Fannin interrupted.
"Are you then saying the conduct of this war is but an aspect of some political game in this High Council?"
Charles said, "Swordmaster, I know it is difficult for a man as steadfast in his loyalty to his nation as you are to understand such a thing. But that is exactly what I am saying. There are reasons, Surani reasons, for such a war. Your world is rich in metals, metals we treasure on Kelewan. Also ours is a bloody history, and all who are not of the Suranuani are to be feared and subjugated. If we could find your world, then might you not someday find ours? But more, it is a way for the warlord to gain great influence in the High Council. For centuries we have fought the Thuril Confederation, and when we at last were forced to the treaty table, the war party lost a great deal of power within the council. This war is a way for that lost power to be regained. The Emperor rarely commands, leaving the warlord supreme, but the warlord is still the lord of a family, the war chief of a clan, and as such is constantly seeking to gain advantage for his own people in the game of the council." Tully looked fascinated.
"So the Blue Wheel Party joining with the Warlords Party, then suddenly withdrawing, was but a ploy in this political game, a maneuver to gain some advantage?"
Charles smiled. "It is very Surani, good father. The warlord planned his first campaign with great care, then 3 years into it finds himself with only half an army. He is overextended, unable to bring news of smashing victories to the High Council and the Emperor. He loses position and prestige in the game."
Fannin said, "Unbelievable! Hundreds of men dying for such a thing."
"Such is the way of the game of the council, Swordmaster.
The warlord Almecho is an ambitious man. To be warlord one must be. He must rely on other ambitious men, many who would seek to take his mantle should he falter. To keep these men as allies rather than foemen, he must occasionally look the other way. In the first year of the war, the warlord's sub-commander, a man called Tassio of the Minwanabi, ordered an attack upon one of the Lamushan garrisons. Besides being second in command in the campaign on this world, Tassio is also the cousin of Lord Jingu of the Minwanabi. The order to attack was given to Lord Sezu of the Akoma, sworn enemy of Jingu. The Akoma soldiers were almost destroyed to a man, including Lord Sezu and his son. Tassio arrived moments too late to save the Akoma, but in time to seize the battle and bring the warlord a victory. Fannon's eyes were round with disbelief.
That's the blackest duplicity I've ever heard of.
Aretha said, "It's also brilliant by these people's standards." Charles nodded in agreement with the prince's remark.
The warlord would forgive Tassio getting one of his better commanders slaughtered and losing the entire Akoma army in exchange for a victory and strengthened support by the Minwanabi. Any ruling lord who had no direct stake in the game would applaud the move as a masterstroke, even those who admired Lord Sezu. It gained Almechu and Lord Jingu many allies in the council. So the warlord's political opponents, needing to devise a way to counter his growing power, created the situation I described, overextending the warlord and leaving him unable to prosecute this war. Many families hovering near the edge of the war party would then be drawn to the Blue Wheel and their allies for delivering such a stunning blow.
Aretha said, "But the important fact for us is that this Blue Wheel is once more allied with the warlord, and their soldiers will be rejoining the war come spring." Charles looked at those in the council hall. "I cannot begin to guess why there has once again been a realignment in the council. I am too removed from the game. But as His Highness has said, what is important for those of us here in Criddy to know is that as many as 10,000 fresh soldiers may come against one of the fronts in the spring." Amos scowled.
That's a backbreaker for certain.
Aretha unfolded a half-dozen parchments. "Over the last few months, most of you have read these messages." He looked at Tully and Fannon. "You have seen the pattern begin to emerge." He picked up one parchment. "From Father. Constant Shirani sorties and raids keep our men in a state of unease. Our inability to close with the enemy has lent a dark aspect to all we do. I fear we shall never see an end to this business." From Baron Bellamy. "Increased Shirani activity near the Jonril garrison. I deem it advisable to increase our commitment there this winter while the Shirani are normally inactive, lest we lose that position next spring. Squire Rowland will be supervising a joint reinforcement from Kars and Tulin at Jonril this winter." Several in the room glanced at Rowland, who stood near Aretha's shoulder. The prince continued. "From Lord Julanic, Knight Marshal of Crondor. While His Highness shares your concern, there is little to indicate the need for alarm. Unless some intelligence can be produced to give credence to your fears of possible future Sirani offensives, I have advised the Prince of Crondor to refuse your request for elements of the Crondorian garrison to be sent to the far coast." Aretha looked around the room. Now the pattern is clear. Setting aside the parchments, Aretha pointed at the map affixed to the tabletop. "We have committed every available soldier. We dare not pull men from the south for fear of the Sirani moving against Jonril. With the garrison strengthened, we will have a stable situation down there for a while. Should the enemy attack the garrison, it can be reinforced from Kars and Tulan. Should the enemy move against either castle, they leave Jonril at their back. But all that will fail should we strip those garrisons. And Father is committed to a long front and has no men to spare." He looked at Charles.
Where would you expect the attack to come? The former Surani slave looked over the map, then shrugged.
It's difficult to say, Highness. Should the situation be decided solely upon military merits, the warlord should attack against the weaker front, either toward the elves or here. But little done in the Empire is free of political considerations.
He studied troop dispositions on the map, then said,
"Were I the warlord, in need of a simple victory to bolster my position in the High Council, I would attack Criddy once more. But were I the warlord and my position in the High Council precarious, in need of a bold stroke to regain lost prestige, I might risk an all-out offensive against the main force of the kingdom, those armies under Duke Boric's command. To crush the main strength of the kingdom would give him dominance within the council for years to come."
Fannin leaned back in his chair and sighed.
"And we are faced with the possibility of another assault upon Criddy this spring without recourse to reinforcements for fear of attack elsewhere."
He indicated the map with a sweep of his hand.
"Now we face the same problem as the Duke. All our forces are committed along the Surani front. The only men we have available are those in the towns on leave, only a small part of the whole. We can't maintain the army in the field indefinitely. Even Lords Boric and Brukel winter in Lamut with the Earl, leaving small companies to guard the Surani."
Waving his hand in the air, he said,
"I digress. What is important is to notify your father at once, Aretha, of the possibility of attack. Then, should the Surani hit his lines, he'll be back from Lamut early, in position and ready. Even should the Surani bring 10,000 fresh troops, he can call up more soldiers from the outlying garrisons in Yarbon, fully another 2,000.
Amos said,
2,000 against 10,000 sounds poor odds, Swordmaster.
Fannin was inclined to agree.
We do all we can. There are no guarantees it will be enough.
Charles said,
At least there will be horse soldiers, Swordmaster. My former comrades still have little liking for horses.
Fannin nodded agreement.
But even so, it is a bleak picture.
There is one thing, said Aretha, holding up a parchment. The message from Lord Julanic stated the need for intelligence to give credence to our request for aid. We now have enough intelligence to satisfy him, I think. Fannin said,
Even a small portion of the Crondorian garrison here would give us the strength to resist an offensive. Still, it is late in the season, and a message would have to be dispatched at once. That's the God's truth, said Amos. If you left this afternoon, you'd barely clear the Straits of Darkness before winter shuts them off. In another 2 weeks, it'd be a close thing.
Aretha said, I have given the matter some thought. I think there is enough need to risk my going to Crondor. Fannin sat up straight in his chair.
But you're the commander of the Duchy's army, Aretha. You can't abandon that responsibility.
Aretha smiled. I can, and I will. I know you have no wish to resume command here once more, but resume command you will. If we are to win support from Erland, I must convince him myself. When Father first carried word of the Surani to Erland and the king, I learned the advantage of speaking in person. Erland's a cautious man. I will need every persuasion I can bring to bear.
Amos snorted. And how do you plan on reaching Crondor, begging your Highness's pardon? There's the better part of 3 Surani armies between here and the Free City should you go overland, and there are only a few luggers fit for coasting in the harbour, and you'd need a deep-water ship for a sea journey.
There's one deep-water ship, Amos. The Wind of Dawn is still in port. Amos's mouth dropped open.
The Wind of Dawn? He cried in disbelief. Beside the fact she's little better than a lugger herself, she's laid up for the winter. I heard her captain crying over her broken keelson when the muddle-headed fool came limping into harbour a month ago. She needs to be hauled out, have the keel inspected, and the keelson replaced. Without repair, her keel's too weak to take the pounding she'll get from the winter storms. You might as well stick your head in a rain barrel, begging your highness's pardon. You'd still drown, but you'd save a lot of other people a great deal of trouble.
Fannin looked incensed at the seaman's remarks, but Tully, Martin, Roland and Aretha only looked amused. When I sent Martin out, said Aretha, I considered the possibility I might need a ship for Cromwell. I ordered her repaired 2 weeks ago. There's a swarm of shipwrights about her now. He fixed Amos with a questioning look. Of course, I've been told it won't be as good a job as if they'd hauled her out, but it will serve.
Aye, for potting up and down the coast in the light winds of spring, perhaps, but you're talking about winter storms, and you're talking about running the Straits of Darkness.
Aretha said, well, she will have to do. I'm leaving in a few days' time. Someone must convince Erland we need aid, and I have to be the one. Amos refused to let the subject drop.
And has Oscar Dantine agreed to captain his ship through the straits for you?
Aretha said, I've not told him our destination as yet. Amos shook his head.
As I thought. That man has got the heart of a shark, which is to say none, and the courage of a jellyfish, which is also to say none. Soon as you give the order, he'll cut your throat, drop you over the side, winter with the pirates of the Sunset Islands, then head straight for the free cities come spring. He'll then have some Natalie's scribe pen a most grieving and flowery message to your father, describing your valour just before you were lost overboard in high seas while fighting pirates. Then he'll spend a year drinking up the gold you gave him for passage.
Aretha said, but I purchased his ship. I'm ship's master now. Amos said, owner or not, prince or not, aboard ship there is but one master, the captain. He is king and high priest, and no man tells him what to do, save when a harbour pilot's aboard, and then only with respect. No, Highness, you'll not survive this journey with Oscar Dantine on the quarterdeck. Faint lines of mirth began to crinkle at the corners of Aretha's eyes. Have you another suggestion, Captain? Amos sighed as he sank back into his chair.
I've been hooked. I might as well be gutted and cleaned. Send word to Dantine to clear out the captain's cabin and discharge the crew. I'll see to getting a replacement crew for that band of cutthroats, although there's mostly drunkards and boys left in port this time of year. And for the love of gods, don't mention to anyone where we're bound. If so much as one of those drink-besotted scoundrels learns you mean to risk the Straits of Darkness this late in the season, you'll have to turn out the garrison to comb the woods for deserters.
Aretha said, very well, I'll leave all preparations to you. We depart as soon as you judge the ship ready. He said to Longbow, I'll want you to come as well, Huntmaster. Longbow looked a little surprised. Me, Highness? I'll want an eyewitness for Lord Julanic and the Prince. Martin frowned, but after a moment said, I've never been to Crondor, Highness. He smiled his crooked smile. I may never have the chance again. Amos Trask's voice cut through the shriek of the wind. Gusts from the sea carried his words to a confused-looking lad aloft.
Now, you warped-brained landlubber, don't pull the sheet so damn tight. They'll be humming like a lute string. They don't pull the ship, the mast does. The lines help when the wind changes quarter.
He watched as the boy adjusted the sheets.
Yes, that's it. No, that's too loose.
He swore loudly.
No, there you have it.
He looked disgusted as Aretha came up the gangway.
Fishing boys who want to be sailors, and drunkards, and a few of Dantine's rogues I had to rehire. This is some crew, Highness.
Will they serve?
They bloody well better, or they'll answer to me.
He watched with a critical eye as the sailors crawled over the spars aloft, checking every knot and splice, every line and sheet.
We need 30 good men. I can count on 8. The rest I mean to put into carts as well as Tulan on the way down. Maybe then we can replace the boys and less dependable men with experienced seamen.
What of the delay clearing the straits?
If we were there today, we would manage. By the time we get there, a dependable crew will prove more important than arriving a week earlier. The season will be full upon us.
He studied Aretha.
Do you know why the passage is called the Straits of Darkness?
Aretha shrugged.
Amos said, It's no simple sailor's superstition. It's a description of what you find there.
He got a far-off look as he said,
Now, I can tell you about the different currents from the endless sea and bitter sea that come together there, or about the changing, crazy tides of winter when the moons are all in the worst possible aspect in the heavens, or how winds come sweeping down from the north, blowing snow so thick you can't see the decks from the yards. But then, there are no words to describe the straits in winter. It is 1, 2, 3 days travelling blind, and if the prevailing wind's not blowing you back into the endless sea, then it's blowing you to the southern rocks. Or there's no wind, and fog blots out everything as the currents turn you around.
You paint a bleak picture, Captain, said Aretha, with a grim smile.
Only the truth. You're a young man of uncommonly practical wits and cold nerve, Highness. I've seen you stand when many men of greater experience would have broken and run. I'm not trying to put any scare upon you. I simply wish you to understand what you propose to do. If any can clear the straits in winter in this bucket, it is Amos Trask, and that's no idle boast. I've cut the season so fine before there's little to tell between autumn and winter, winter and spring. But I would also tell you this. Before leaving Criddy, say tender goodbyes to your sister, write to your father and brother, and leave any testaments and legacies in order.
Without changing expression, Aretha said, The letters and legacies are written, and Carline and I dine alone tonight. Amos nodded.
We'll leave on the morning tide. This ship's a slab-sided, wattle-bottomed, water-rotted coaster, Highness, but she'll make it through if I have to pick her up and carry her.
Aretha took his leave, and when he was out of sight, Amos turned his attention heavenwards.
Astalon,
he invoked the god of justice.
I'm a sinner, it's true, but if you had to measure out justice, did it have to be this?
Now at peace with his fate, Amos returned to the business of seeing everything in order. Carline walked in the garden, the withering blooms reflecting her own sad mood. Roland watched her from a short way off, trying to find words of comfort. Finally he said, I will be Baron of Tulan some day. It's over 9 years since I've been home. I must go down the coast with Aretha. Softly she said, I know. He saw the resignation on her face and crossed to hold her. You will be Baroness there some day also. She hugged him tightly, then stepped away, forcing herself to speak lightly. Still, you'd think after all these years your father would have learned to do without you. He smiled. He was to have wintered in Jonril with Baron Bellamy, overseeing the enlargement of the garrison. I will go in his stead. My brothers are all too young. With the Sirani dug in for the winter, it's our only chance to expand the fort. With forced levity she said, At least I won't have to worry about your breaking the hearts of the ladies of your father's court. He laughed. Little chance of that. Supplies and men are already assembling, and the barge is ready to travel up the river Windermere. After Amos puts me ashore in Tulan, I'll spend 1 or 2 days at home, no more, then off I go. It will be a long winter in Jonril, with no one for company but soldiers and a few farmers in that god's-forsaken fort. Carline covered her mouth as she giggled. I hope your father doesn't discover you've gambled away his barony to the soldiers come spring. Roland smiled at her. I'll miss you. Carline took his hands in hers. And I you. They stood in tableau for a time,
Then suddenly Carline's facade of bravery cracked and she was in his arms.
"Don't let anything happen. I couldn't bear losing you."
"I know," he said gently. "But you must continue to put on a brave face for others. Fannin will need your help in conducting court, and you'll have the responsibility for the entire household. You are mistress of Criddy, and many people will depend upon your guidance." They watched the banners on the walls snapping in the late afternoon wind. The air was harsh, and he drew his cloak about them. Trembling, she said,
"Come back to me, Roland."
Softly he said, "I'll come back, Carline." He tried to shake a cold, icy feeling that had risen within, but could not. They stood on the dock in the darkness of morning before the sunrise. Aretha and Roland waited by the gangway. Aretha said, "Take care of everything, Swordmaster." Fannin stood with his hand upon his sword, still proud and erect, despite advancing years.
"I will, Highness."
With a slight smile, Aretha said, "And when Garden and Algon return from patrol, instruct them to take care of you." Fannin's eyes blazed as he shot back,
"Insolent pup! I can best any man of the castle save your father. Step down from the gangway and draw your sword, and I'll show you why I still wear the badge of Swordmaster."
Aretha held his hands up in mock supplication. "Fannin, it's good to see such sparks again. Criddy is well protected by her Swordmaster." Fannin stepped forward and placed his hand upon Aretha's shoulder.
"Take care, Aretha. You were always my best student. I should hate to lose you."
Aretha smiled fondly at his old teacher. "My thanks, Fannin." Then his manner turned wry. "I would hate to lose me also. I'll be back, and I'll have Erland's soldiers with me." Aretha and Roland sprang up the gangway while those on the dock waved goodbye. Martin Longbow waited at the rail, watching as the gangway was removed, and the men upon the quay cast off lines. Amos Trask shouted orders, and sails were lowered from the yards. Slowly, the ship moved away from the quayside into the harbour. Aretha watched silently, with Roland and Martin beside, as the docks fell behind. Roland said, "I was glad the princess chose not to come. One more goodbye would be more than I could manage." "I understand," said Aretha. "She cares for you greatly, Squire, though I can't see why." Roland looked to see if the prince was joking and found Aretha smiling faintly. "I've not spoken of it," the prince continued, "but since we may not see each other for some time after you leave us in Chelan, you should know that when the opportunity comes for you to speak to father, you'll have my word on your behalf." "Thank you, Aretha." The town slipped by in darkness, replaced by the causeway to the lighthouse. The false dawn pierced the gloom slightly, casting everything into greys and blacks. Then, after some time, the large upthrust form of the Guardian Rocks appeared off the starboard quarter. Amos ordered the helm put over, and they turned southwestward, more sails set to bring them full before the wind. The ship picked up speed, and Aretha could hear gulls crying overhead. Suddenly he was struck with the knowledge they were now out of Criddy. He felt chilled and gathered his cloak tightly around him. Aretha stood on the quarterdeck, sword held ready. Martin to one side, notching an arrow to his bowstring. Amos Trask and his first mate Vasco also had weapons drawn. 6 angry-looking seamen were assembled upon the deck below, while the rest of the crew watched the confrontation. One sailor shouted from the deck,
"You lied to us, Captain. You've not put back north for Criddy, as you said in Chelan. Unless you mean for us to sail on to Kessie and Alariel, there's nothing south save the streets. Do you mean to pass the streets of darkness?"
Amos roared,
"Damn you, man! Do you question my orders?" "Aye, Captain. Tradition holds there's no valid compact between captain and crew to sail the streets in winter, save by agreement. You lied to us, and we are not obliged to sail with you."
Aretha heard Amos mutter,
"A bloody sea lawyer."
To the sailor he said,
"Very well,"
and handed his cutlass to Vasco. Descending the ladder to the main deck,
He approached the seamen with a friendly smile upon his face.
"Look, lads,"
he began, as he reached the 6 recalcitrant sailors, all holding belaying pins or marlin spikes.
"I'll be honest with you. The prince must reach Crondor, or there'll be hell to pay come spring. The Sirani gather a large force which may come against Criddy."
He placed his hand upon the shoulder of the sailor's spokesman and said,
"So what it comes down to is this. We must sail to Crondor."
With a sudden motion, Amos had his arm around the man's neck. He ran to the side of the ship and heaved the helpless sailor over.
"If you don't wish to come along," he shouted, "you can swim back to Chelan."
Another sailor started to move toward Amos when an arrow struck the deck at his feet. He looked up and saw Martin taking a bead upon him. The huntsmaster said, "I wouldn't." The man dropped his marlin spike and stepped back. Amos turned to face the sailors.
"By the time I reach the quarterdeck, you had better be in the rigging or over the side. It makes no difference to me. Any man not working will be hanged for the mutinous dog he is."
The faint cries for help of the man in the water could be heard as Amos returned to the quarterdeck. To Vasco he said,
"Toss that fool a rope, and if he doesn't relent, pitch him overboard again."
Amos shouted,
"Set all sails! Make for the Straits of Darkness!"
Aratha blinked seawater out of his eyes and held on to the guide rope with all the strength he possessed. Another wave crashed over the side of the ship and he was blinded once more. Strong hands grabbed him from behind, and in the darkness he heard Martin's voice. "Are you all right?" Spitting water, he shouted, "Yes!" and continued to make his way toward the quarterdeck, Martin close behind. The wind of dawn pitched and rolled beneath his feet, and he slipped twice before he reached the ladder. The entire ship had been rigged with safety lines, for in the rough sea it was impossible to keep a footing without something to hang on to. Aratha pulled himself up the ladder to the quarterdeck and stumbled as much as walked to Amos Trask. The captain waited beside the helmsman, lending his weight to the large tiller when needed. He stood as if rooted to the wood of the deck, feet wide apart, weight shifting with each move of the ship, his eyes peering into the gloom above. He watched, listened, each sense tuned to the ship's rhythm. Aratha knew he had not slept for 2 days and a night, and most of this night as well.
"How much longer?" Aratha shouted. 1, 2 days? Who can say?"
A snap from above sounded like cracking spring ice upon the River Criddy.
"Hard a port!"
Amos shouted, leaning heavily into the tiller. When the ship heeled, he shouted to Aratha,
"Another day of these God's-cursed winds buffeting this ship, and we'll be lucky if we can turn and run back to Chelan."
They were 9 days out of Chelan, the last 3 spent in the storm. The ship had been relentlessly pounded by waves and wind, and Amos had been in the hold 3 times inspecting the repairs to the keelson. Amos judged them due west of the straits, but couldn't be sure until the storm passed. Another wave struck the ship and it shuddered.
"Weather break!"
came the shout from above.
"Where away?"
cried Amos.
"Dead starboard!"
"Come about!" ordered Amos, and the helmsman leaned against the tiller. Aratha strained his eyes against the stinging salt spray and saw a faint glow seem to swing about until it stood off the bow. Then it grew larger as they drove for the thinning weather. As if walking out of a dark room, they moved from gloom to light. The heavens seemed to open above them, and they could see grey skies. The waves still ran high, but Aratha sensed the weather had turned at last. He looked over his shoulder and saw the black mass of the storm as it moved away from them. Moment by moment the combers subsided, and after the raging clamour of the storm, the sea seemed suddenly silent. The sky was quickly brightening, and Amos said,
"It's morning. I must have lost track of time. I thought it still night."
Aretha watched the receding storm and could see it clearly outlined, a churning mass of darkness against the lighter grey of the sky above. The grey quickly turned to slate, then blue-grey, as the morning sun broke through the storm. For the better part of an hour, Aretha watched the spectacle, while Amos ordered his men about their tasks, sending the night watch below and the day watch above. The storm raced eastward, leaving a choppy sea behind. Time seemed frozen as Aretha stood in awe of the scene on the horizon. A portion of the storm seemed to have stopped between distant fingers of land. Great spouts of water spun between the boundaries of the narrow passage in the distance. It looked as if a mass of dark, boiling clouds had been trapped within that area by a supernatural force.
"The Straits of Darkness,"
said Amos Trask at his shoulder. "When do we put through them?" Aretha asked quietly.
"Now,"
answered Amos. The captain turned and shouted,
"Day watch aloft! Mid-watch turn to and stand ready! Helmsman, set course due east!"
Men scrambled into the rigging, while others came from below, still haggard and showing little benefit from the few hours' sleep since they last stood watch. Aretha pulled back the hood of his cloak and felt the cold sting of the wind against his wet scalp. Amos gripped him by the arm and said,
"We could wait for weeks and not have the wind favourable again. That storm was a blessing in disguise, for it will give us a bold start through."
Aretha watched in fascination as they headed for the straits. Some freak of weather and current had created the conditions that held the straits in water-shrouded gloom all winter. In fair weather, the straits were a difficult passage, for though they appeared wide at most points, dangerous rocks were hidden just below the water in many critical places. In foul weather, they were considered impossible for most captains to negotiate. Sheets of water or flurries of snow blown down from the southernmost peaks of the grey towers tried to fall, only to be caught by blasts of wind and tossed back upward again to try to fall once more. Water spouts suddenly erupted upward to spin madly for minutes, then dissolve into blinding cascades. Ragged bolts of lightning cracked and were followed by booming thunder as all the fury of colliding weather fronts was unleashed.
"The sea's running high," yelled Amos. "That's good. We'll have more room to clear the rocks, and we'll be through or dashed to pieces in short order. If the wind holds, we'll be through before the day is done."
"What if the winds change?"
"That is not something to dwell on."
They raced forward, attacking the edge of the swirling weather inside the straits. The ship shuddered, as if reluctant once again to face foul weather. Aretha gripped the rail tightly as the ship began to buck and lurch. Amos picked his way along, avoiding the sudden wayward gusts, keeping the ship in the westerly trail of the past storm. All light disappeared. The ship was illuminated only by the dancing light of the storm lanterns, casting flickering yellow darts into murk. The distant booming of waves upon rocks reverberated from all quarters, confusing the senses. Amos shouted to Aretha,
"We'll keep to the centre of the passage. If we slip to one side or the other or get turned, we'll stave in the hull on the rocks."
Aretha nodded as the captain shouted instructions to his crew. Aretha fought his way to the forward rail of the quarter-deck and shouted Martin's name. The huntmaster answered from the main deck below that he was well, though waterlogged. Aretha held tight to the rail as the ship dipped low into a trough and then started to rise as it met a crest. For what seemed minutes, the ship strained upward, climbing and climbing. Then suddenly, water swept over the bow and they were heading downward again. The rail became his only contact with the solid world amid a cold, wet chaos. Aretha's hands ached from the effort of hanging on. Hours passed in cacophonous fury, while Amos commanded his crew to answer every challenge of wind and tide. Occasionally, the darkness was punctuated by a blinding flash of lightning, bringing every detail into sharp focus, leaving dazzling after-images in the darkness.
In a sudden lurch, the ship seemed to slip sideways, and Aratha felt his feet go out from under him as the ship heeled over. He held to the rail with all his strength, his ears deafened by a monstrous grinding. The ship righted itself, and Aratha pulled himself around to see, in the flickering glow of the storm lanterns, the tiller swinging wildly back and forth, and the helmsman slumped down upon the deck, his face darkened by blood flowing from his open mouth. Amos was desperately scrambling upright, reaching for the lashing tiller. Risking broken ribs as he seized it, he fought desperately to hang on and bring the ship back under control. Aratha half stumbled to the tiller and threw his weight against it. A long, low, grinding sound came from the starboard side, and the ship shuddered.
"Turn, you motherless bitch!"
cried Amos as he heaved against the tiller, marshalling what strength he had left. Aratha felt his muscles protesting in pain as he strained against the seemingly immobile tiller. Slowly it moved, first an inch, then another. The grinding rose in volume until Aratha's ears rang from the sound of it. Suddenly the tiller swung free once more. Aratha overbalanced and went flying across the deck. He struck the hard wood and slid along the wet surface until he crashed into the bulwark, gasping as wind exploded from his lungs. A wave drenched him, and he spluttered, spitting out a lungful of sea-water. Groggily, he pulled himself up and staggered back to the tiller. In the faint light, Amos's face was white from exertion, but it was set in a wide-eyed, manic expression as he laughed.
"Thought you'd gone over the side for a moment."
Aratha leaned into the tiller, and together they forced it to move once more. Amos's mad laughter rang out, and Aratha said, "What's so damn funny?"
"Look!"
Panting, Aratha looked where Amos indicated. In the darkness, he saw huge forms rearing up alongside the ship, blacker shapes against the blackness. Amos yelled,
"We're clear in the Great South Rocks. Pull, Prince of Criddy! Pull, if you ever wish to see dry land again!"
Aratha hauled upon the tiller, forcing the bulky ship away from the terrible stone embrace mere yards away. Again they felt the ship shudder as another low, grinding sound came from below. Amos whooped,
"If this barge has a bottom when we're through, I'll be amazed."
Aratha felt a gut-wrenching stab of panic, followed immediately by a strange exultation. He found himself seized by a nameless, almost joyless feeling as he struggled to hold the ship on course. He heard a strange sound amid the cacophony and discovered he was laughing with Amos, laughing at the fury erupting around him. There was nothing left to fear. He would endure or he wouldn't. It didn't matter now. All he could do was give himself over to one task, keeping the ship heading past the jagged rocks. Every fibre of his being laughed in terror, in joy at being reduced to this lower level of existence, this primal state of being. Nothing existed save the need to do this one thing upon which all was wagered. Aratha entered a new state of awareness. Seconds, minutes, hours lost all meaning. He struggled, with Amos, to keep the ship under control, but his senses recorded everything around him in minute detail. He could feel the grain of the wood through the wet leather of his gloves. The fabric of his stockings was gathered between his toes in his water-soaked boots. The wind smelled of salt and pitch, wet wool caps and rain-drenched canvas. Every groan of timber, smack of rope against wood, and shout of men above could be clearly heard. Upon his face he felt the wind and cold touch of melting snow and sea-water, and he laughed. Never had he felt so close to death, and never had he felt more alive. Muscles bunched, and he pitted himself against forces primeval and formidable. On and on they plunged, deeper and deeper into the madness of the straits of darkness. Aratha heard Amos as he shouted orders, orchestrating every man's move by the second. He played his ship
as a master musician played a lute, sensing each vibration and sound, striving for that harmony of motion that kept the wind of dawn moving safely through perilous seas. The crew answered his every demand instantly, risking death in the treacherous rigging, for they knew their safe passage rested solely upon his skill. Then it was over. One moment they were fighting with mad strength to clear the rocks and pass through the fury of the straits. The next they were running before a stiff breeze with the darkness behind. Ahead the sky was overcast, but the storm that had held them for days was a distant gloom upon the eastern horizon. Aretha looked at his hands, as if at things apart, and willed them to release their hold upon the tiller. Sailors caught him as he collapsed and lowered him to the deck. For a time his senses reeled. Then he saw Amos sitting a short way off as Vasco took the tiller. Amos's face was still mirthful as he said,
"We did it, boy. We're in the bitter sea."
Aretha looked about. "Why is it still so dark?" Amos laughed.
"It's nearly sundown. We were on that tiller for hours."
Aretha began to laugh too. Never had he felt such triumph. He laughed until tears of exhaustion ran down his face, until his sides hurt. Amos half crawled to his side.
"You know what it is to laugh at death, Aretha. You'll never be the same man again."
Aretha caught his breath. "I thought you mad there for a time." Amos took a wineskin a sailor handed him and drew a deep drink. He passed it to Aretha and said,
"Aye, as you were. It is something only a few know in their lives. It is a vision of something so clear, so true, it can only be a madness. You see what life is worth, and you know what death means."
Aretha looked up at the sailor standing by them, and saw it was the man Amos had pitched over the rail to head off the mutiny. Vasco threw the man a frown as he watched, but the man didn't move. Amos looked up at him, and the seaman said,
"Captain, I just wanted to say I was wrong. 13 years a sailor, and I'd have wagered my soul to limbs cragman no master could pilot a ship such as this through the straits."
Lowering his eyes, he said,
"I'd willingly stand for flogging for what I done, Captain. But after, I'd sail to the 7 lower hells with you, and so would any man here."
Aretha looked about and saw other sailors gathering upon the quarterdeck or looking down from the rigging. Shouts of,
"Aye, Captain!" and "He has the truth of it!"
could be heard. Amos pulled himself up, gripping the rail of the ship, his legs wobbling a little. He surveyed the men gathered around, then shouted,
"Night watch above, mid-watch and day-watch stand down."
He turned to Vasco.
"Check below for damage to the hull, then open the galley. Set course for Crondor."
Aretha came awake in his cabin. Martin Longbow was sitting by his side. "Here." The huntmaster held out a steaming mug of broth. Aretha levered himself up on his elbow, his bruised and tired body protesting. He sipped at the hot broth. "How long was I asleep?" "You fell asleep on deck last night just after sundown, or passed out if you want the truth. It's 3 hours after sunrise." "The weather? Fair, or at least not storming?" "Amos is back on deck. He thinks it might hold most of the way. The damage below's not too bad. We'll be all right if we don't have to withstand another gale. Even so, Amos says there are a fair few anchorages to be found along the Keshian coast, should the need arise." Aretha pulled himself out of his bunk, put on his cloak, and went up on deck. Martin followed. Amos stood by the tiller, his eyes studying the way the sail held the wind. He lowered his gaze to watch as Aretha and Martin climbed the ladder to the quarterdeck. For a moment he studied the pair, as if struck by some thought or another,
then smiled as Aratha asked, "How do we fare?" Amos said,
"We've a broad reach to the winds. Had it since we cleared the straits. If it holds from the northwest, we should reach Crondor quickly enough. But winds rarely do hold, so we may take a bit longer."
A lookout shouted, "Sail ho!"
"Where away?"
shouted Amos. 2 points abaft port." Amos studied the horizon, and soon 3 tiny white specks appeared. To the lookout he shouted,
"What ships?"
"Galleys, Captain!" Amos mused aloud.
"Quegan. This is a bit south for their usual patrols if they're warships, and I don't think it likely they're merchantmen."
He ordered more canvas on the yards.
"If the wind holds, we'll be past before they can close. They're fat-bottomed tubs under sail, and their rowers can't maintain speed over this distance."
Aratha watched in fascination as the ships grew on the horizon. The closest galley turned to cut them off, and after a while he could make out the hulking outline of the galley, its majestic sails above a high fore and aft deck. Aratha could see the sweep of oars 3 banks per side as the captain attempted a short burst of speed. But Amos was right, and soon the galley was falling away behind. As the distance between the wind of dawn and the galleys slowly increased, Aratha said, "They were flying the Royal Quegan standard. What would Quegan war galleys be doing this far south?"
"The gods only know," said Amos. "Could be they're out looking for pirates, or they could be keeping an eye out for Keshian ships straying north. It's hard to guess. Queg treats the whole of the bitter sea as her pond. I'd as soon avoid finding out what they're up to as not."
The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and Aratha enjoyed a sense of respite after the dangers of the last few days. The night brought a clear display of stars. He spent several hours on deck studying the bright array in the heavens. Martin came on deck and found him looking upward. Aratha heard the arrival of the huntsmaster and said, "Culgan and Tully say the stars are suns, much like our own, made small by vast distances." Martin said, "An incredible thought, but I think they're right. Have you wondered if one of those is where the Sirani homeworld lies?" Martin leaned upon the rail. "Many times, Highness. In the hills you can see the stars like this, after the campfires are out. Undimmed by lights from town or keep, they blaze across the sky. I also have wondered if one of them might be where our enemies live. Charles has told me their sun is brighter than ours, and their world hotter. It seems impossible. To make war across such a void defies all logic." They stood quietly together, watching the glory of the night, ignoring the bite of the crisp wind that carried them to Crondor. Footfalls behind caused them to turn as one, and Amos Trask appeared. He hesitated a moment, studying the 2 faces before him, then joined them at the rail.
"Stargazing, is it?"
The other said nothing, and Trask watched the wake of the ship, then the sky.
"There is no place like the sea, gentlemen. Those who live on land all their lives can never truly understand. The sea is basic, sometimes cruel, sometimes gentle, and never predictable. But it is nights like this that make me thankful the gods allowed me to be a sailor."
Aratha said, "And something of a philosopher as well." Amos chuckled.
"Take any deep-water sailor who has faced death at sea as many times as I have and scratch him lightly. Underneath you'll find a philosopher, Highness. No fancy words, I'll warrant you, but a deep, abiding sense of his place in the world. The oldest known sailor's prayer is to Ishap. Ishap, thy sea is great, and my boat is small. have mercy on me. That sums it up.
Martin spoke quietly, almost to himself. When I was a boy, among the great trees, I knew such feelings. To stand by a bole so ancient it's older than the oldest living memory of man gives such a sense of place in the world. Aretha stretched. It is late. I shall bid you both a good night. As he started to leave, he seemed taken by some thought. I am not given to your philosophies, but I am pleased to have shared this voyage with you both. After he was gone, Martin watched the stars for a time, then became aware Amos was studying him. He faced the seaman and said, "You seem taken by some thought, Amos."
"Aye, Master Longbow."
Leaning against the rail, he said,
"Nearly 7 full years have passed since I came to Criddy. Something has tickled my mind since first meeting you."
"What is that, Amos?"
"You're a man of mysteries, Martin. There are many things in my own life I'd not wish recounted now. But with you, it's something else."
Martin appeared indifferent to the course of conversation, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "There's little about me not well known in Criddy."
"True, but it is that little which troubles me."
"Put your mind at ease, Amos. I am the Duke's huntmaster, nothing more." Quietly, Amos said,
"I think more, Martin. In my travels through the town overseeing the rebuilding, I've met a lot of people, and in 7 years I've heard a lot of gossip about you. Some time back I put the pieces together and came up with an answer. It explains why I see your manner change, only a little, but enough to notice, when you're around Aretha, and especially when you're around the princess."
Martin laughed. "You spin an old and tired bard's tale, Amos. You think I am the poor hunter desperate for love of a young princess. You think me in love with Carline?" Amos said,
"No, though I have no doubt you love her, as much as any brother loves his sister."
Martin had his belt knife half out when Amos's hand caught his wrist. The thickest seaman held the hunter's wrist in a vice-like grip, and Martin could not move his arm.
"Stay your anger, Martin. I'd not like to have to pitch you over the side to cool you off."
Martin ceased his struggling against Amos and released his knife, letting it slide back into its sheath. Amos held the hunter's wrist a moment longer, then let go. After a moment, Martin said, "She has no knowledge, nor do her brothers. Until this time I thought only the Duke and 1 or 2 others might know. How did you learn of it?"
Amos said, "It was not hard. People most often don't see what is right before them."
Amos turned and watched the sails above, absently checking each detail of the ship's crew as he spoke.
"I've seen the Duke's likeness in the great hall. Should you grow a beard like his, the resemblance would shout for the world to see. Everyone in the castle remarks how Aretha grows to resemble his mother less and father more each passing year, and I have been nagged since first we met why no one else noticed he resembles you as well. I expect they don't notice because they choose not to. It explains so much. Why you were granted special favour by the Duke in placing you with the old huntmaster, and why you were chosen huntmaster when a new one was needed. For some time now I have suspected, but tonight I was certain. When I came up from the lower deck and you both turned in the darkness, for a moment I couldn't tell which of you was which."
Martin spoke with no emotion, just a statement of fact. "It's your life, should you breathe a word of it to anyone."
Amos settled himself against the rail.
I'm a bad man to threaten, Martin Longbow.
It is a matter of honour. Amos crossed his arms over his chest.
Lord Boric is not the first noble to father a bastard, nor will he be the last. Many are even given offices and rank. How is the Duke of Criddy's honour endangered?
Martin gripped the rail, standing like a statue in the night. His words seemed to come from a great distance. Not his honour, Captain. Mine. He faced Amos, and in the night his eyes seemed alive with inner light as they reflected the lantern hung behind the seaman. The Duke knows of my birth, and for his own reasons chose to bring me to Criddy when I was still little more than a boy. I am sure Father Tully has been told, for he stands highest in the Duke's trust, and possibly Culgan as well. But none of them suspect I know. They think me ignorant of my heritage. Amos stroked his beard.
A knotty problem, Martin. Secrets within secrets and such. Will you have my word? From friendship, not from threat, I'll not speak to anyone of this, save by your leave. Still, if I judge Arthur right, he would sooner know as not.
That is for me to decide. No one else. Some day, Amos, perhaps I'll tell him, or I may not. Amos pushed himself from the rail.
I've much to do before I turn in, Martin, but I'll say one more thing. You have plotted a lonely course. I do not envy your journey upon it. Good night.
Good night. After Amos had returned to the quarterdeck, Martin watched the familiar stars in the sky. All the companions of his solitary travels through the hills of Criddy looked down upon him. The constellations shone in the night, the beast hunter and the beast hound, the dragon, the kraken and the 5 jewels. He turned his attention to the sea, staring down into the blackness, lost in thoughts he had once imagined buried forever.
"Land ho!" shouted the lookout. "Where away?" answered Amos. "Dead ahead, Captain."
Arthur, Martin and Amos left the quarterdeck and quickly made their way to the bow. As they stood waiting for land to heave into sight, Amos said,
"You feel that trembling each time we breast a trough? It's that keelson. If I know how a ship's made, and I do, we'll need to put in at a shipyard for refitting in Crondor."
Arthur watched as the thin strip of land in the distance grew clearer in the afternoon light. While not bright, the day was relatively fair, only slightly overcast. "We should have time. I want to return to Criddy as soon as Erland's convinced of the risk, but even if he agrees at once, it will take some time to gather the men and ships." Martin said dryly, "And I would not care to pass the Straits of Darkness again until the weather is a bit more agreeable."
Amos said, "Man of faint heart, you have already done it the hard way. Going to the far coast in the dead of winter is only slightly suicidal."
Arthur waited in silence as the distant landfall began to resolve in detail. In less than an hour they could clearly make out the sights of Crondor's towers rising into the air and ships at anchor in the harbour.
"Well," said Amos, "if you wish a state welcome, I'd better have your banner broken out and run up the mast."
Arthur held him back, saying, "Wait, Amos. Do you mark that ship by the harbour's mouth?" As they closed upon the harbour, Amos studied the ship in question.
"She's a beastly bitch. Look at the size of her. The prince is building them a damn sight bigger than when I was last in Crondor. 3-masted and rigged for 30, or better sail from flying jib to spanker. From the lines of her hull, she's a greyhound, no doubt. I'd not want to run up against her with less than 3 Quegan galleys. You'd need the rowers, for those oversized crossbows she mounts fore and aft would quickly make a hash of your rigging. Now we know why those Quegan galleys were so far from home. If the kingdom's bringing warships like this to the bitter sea, Quegs!
"Mark the banner at her masthead, Amos," said Aretha. Entering the harbour, they passed near the ship. On her bow was painted her name, Royal Griffin. Amos said,
A kingdom warship, no doubt. But I've never seen one under any banner but Crondor's.
Atop the ship's highest mast, a black banner emblazoned with a golden eagle snapped in the breeze.
I thought I knew every banner seen on the bitter sea, but that one is new to me.
"The same banner lies above the docks, Aretha," said Martin, pointing toward the distant city. Quietly, Aretha said, "That banner has never been seen on the bitter sea before." His expression turned grim as he said, "Unless I say otherwise, we are Natalie's traders. Nothing more."
"Whose banner is that?"
asked Amos. Gripping the rail, Aretha replied, "It is the banner of the second oldest house in the kingdom. It announces that my distant cousin Guy, the Duke of Bastira, is in Crondor." Chapter 24. Crondor. The inn was crowded. Amos led Aretha and Martin through the common room to an empty table near the fireplace. Snatches of conversation reached Aretha's ears as they took their seats. On close inspection, the mood in the room was more restrained than it had first appeared. Aretha's thoughts raced. His plans for securing Erland's help had been crushed within minutes of reaching the harbour. Everywhere in the city were signs that Guy de Bastira was not simply guesting in Crondor, but was now fully in control. Men of the city watch followed officers wearing the black and gold of Bastira, and Guy's banner flew over every tower in the city. When a dowdy serving wench came, Amos ordered 3 mugs of ale, and the men waited in silence until they were brought. When the serving woman was gone, Amos said,
"We'll have to pick our way carefully now."
Aretha's expression remained fixed. "How long before we can sail?"
"Weeks. At least 3. We've got to get the hull repaired and the keelson replaced correctly. How long will depend on the shipwrights. Winter's a bad time. The fair-weather traders haul out their ships so they'll be fit come spring. I'll begin inquiries first thing tomorrow."
"That may take too long. If needs be, buy another." Amos raised an eyebrow.
"You've funds?"
"In my chest aboard ship." With a grim smile he said, "The Sirani aren't the only ones who play politics with war. To many of the nobles in Crondor and the East, the war is a distant thing, hardly imaginable. It's gone on for nearly 9 years, and all they ever see is dispatches. And our loyal kingdom merchants don't donate supplies and ships out of love for King Roderick. My gold is a hedge against underwriting the cost of bringing Crondorian soldiers to Criddy, both in expenses and bribes."
"Well then," said Amos, "even so it'll be a week or 2. You don't usually stroll into a ship's brokerage and pay gold for the first ship offered, not if you wish to avoid notice. And most of the ships sold are fairly worthless. It will take time."
"And," put in Martin, "there are the straits."
"That's true," agreed Amos, "though we could take a leisurely turn up the coast to Sarth and wait to time our run through the straits."
"No," said Aretha. "Sarth is still in the Principality. If Guy's in control of Crondor, he'll have agents and soldiers there. We won't be safe until we're out of the bitter sea. We'll attract less attention in Crondor than in Sarth. Strangers are not uncommon here." Amos looked long at Aretha, then said,
"Now, I don't claim to know you as well as some men I've met, but I don't think you're as concerned for your own skin as something else."
Aretha glanced about the room. "We better find a less public place to talk." With a sound between a sigh and a groan, Amos heaved himself out of his chair.
"The Sailor's Ease is not where I'd prefer to stay, but for our purposes it'll serve."
He made his way to the long bar and spoke at length to the innkeeper. The heavy-set owner of the inn pointed up the stairs, and Amos nodded. He signed for his companions to accompany him, and led them through the press of the common room, up the stairs, and down a long hall to the last door. Pushing it aside, he motioned for them to enter. Inside, they found a room with little to recommend itself by way of comforts. 4 straw-stuffed pallets rested on the floor. A large box in the corner served as a common closet. A crude lamp, a simple wick floating in a bowl of oil, sat upon a rude table. It burned with a pungent odour when Longbow struck a spark to it. Amos closed the door as Aretha said, "I can see what you meant about choices in rooms."
"I've slept in far worse," answered Amos, settling down on one of the pallets. "If we're to keep our liberty, we'd best establish believable identities. For the time being, we'll call you Arthur. It's close enough to your own to afford a passable explanation should someone call out your real name and cause you to turn or answer. Also, it will be easy to remember."
Aretha and Martin sat down, and Amos continued.
"Arthur, get used to that name. Of navigating cities you know less than a thimbleful, which is twice as much as Martin knows. You'll do well to play the role of some minor noble's son from some out-of-the-way place. Martin, you are a hunter from the hills of Natal."
"I can speak the language passing well." Aretha gave a half-smile. "Get him a grey cloak and he'd make a fair ranger. I don't speak the language of Natal or the Keshian tongue, so I'll be the son of a minor eastern noble visiting for recreation. Few in Crondor could know half the barons of the East."
"Just so long as it's not too close to Bastira. With all those black tabards about, it would be a pretty thing to run into a supposed cousin among Guy's officers."
Aretha's expression turned dark. "You were correct about my concerns, Amos. I'll not leave Crondor until I've discovered exactly what Guy is doing here and what it means for the war."
"Even should I find us a ship tomorrow," said Amos, "which is unlikely, you should have plenty of time to snoop about. Probably find out more than you'll want to know. The city's a lousy place for secrets. The rumour-mongers will be plying their trade in the market, and every commoner in the city will know enough to give you a fair picture of what's taken place. Just remember to keep your mouth shut and ears open. Rumour-mongers'll sell you what you want to know, then turn around and sell news of your asking to the city guard so fast it'd make you spin to watch."
Amos stretched, then said,
"It's still early, but I think we should have a hot meal, then to bed. We've a lot of prowling about to accomplish."
With that, he rose and opened the door, and the 3 men returned to the common room. Aretha munched upon a nearly cold meat pie. Lowering his head, he forced himself to continue consuming the pieman's greasy ware. He refused to consider what was contained within the soggy crust, in addition to the beef and pork the seller claimed. Casting a sidelong glance across the busy square, Aretha studied the gates to Prince Erlin's palace. Finishing the pie, he quickly crossed to an ale-stand and ordered a large mug to wash away the aftertaste. For the last hour he had moved, seemingly without purpose, from seller's cart to seller's cart, purchasing this and that, posing as a minor noble's son. And in that hour he had learned a great deal. Martin and Amos came into sight nearly an hour before the appointed time. Both wore grim expressions and kept glancing nervously about. Without comment, Amos motioned for Aretha to follow as they walked by. They pushed through the midday throng and passed quickly away from the great square district. Reaching a less hospitable-looking, though no less busy area, they continued until Amos indicated they should enter a particular building. Once through the door, Aretha was met by a hot, steamy atmosphere as an attendant came to greet them. "A bathhouse," said Aretha. Without humour, Amos said, "You need to get rid of some road dirt, Arthur." To the attendant he said, "A steam for us all." The man led them to a changing room and handed each a rough towel and a canvas bag for belongings. They undressed, wrapped the towels about them, and carried their clothing and weapons in the bags into the steam room. The large room was completely tiled, though the walls and floors were stained and showed patches of green. The air was close and fetid. A small, half-naked boy squatted in the centre of the room, before the bed of rocks that supplied the steam. He alternately fed wood to the huge brazier below the stones and poured water upon them, generating giant clouds of steam. When they were seated upon a bench in the farthest corner of the room, Aretha said, "Why a bathhouse?" Amos whispered,
"Our inn has very thin walls, and a great deal of business is conducted in places such as these, so 3 men whispering in the corner won't draw undue attention."
He shouted to the boy,
"You lad, run and fetch some chilled wine."
Amos tossed a silver coin at the boy, who caught it in mid-air. When he didn't move, Amos tossed him another, and the boy scampered off. With a sigh, Amos said,
"The price of chilled wine has doubled since I was last here. He'll be gone for a while, but not too long."
"What is this?" asked Aretha, not taking pains to hide his ill humour. The towel itched, and the room stank, and he doubted if he'd be any cleaner for the time spent here than if he'd stayed in the square.
"Martin and I both have troublesome news."
"As do I. I already know Guy is viceroy in Crondor. What else have you learned?" Martin said, "I overheard some conversation that makes me believe Guy has imprisoned Erland and his family in the palace." Aretha's eyes narrowed, and his voice was low and angry.
"Even Guy wouldn't dare harm the Prince of Crondor."
Martin said, "He would should the king give his leave. I know little of this trouble between the king and the prince, but it is clear Guy is now the power in Crondor and acts with the king's permission, if not his blessing. You told me of Caldrick's warning when you were last in Rilannan. Perhaps the king's sickness has grown worse." "Madness, if you mean to speak clearly," snapped Aretha.
"To further cloud things in Crondor," said Amos, "it seems we're at war with Great Kesh."
"What?" said Aretha.
"A rumour, nothing more."
Amos spoke quietly and quickly.
"Before finding Martin, I was nosing around a local joy house not too far from the garrison barracks. I overheard some soldiers at their ease saying they were to leave at first light for a campaign. When the object of one soldier's momentary ardour asked when she should see him again, he said, 'As long as it takes to march to the Vale and back, should luck be with us,' at which point he invoked Ruthia's name, so that the Lady of Luck would not view his discussion of her province disfavourably."
"The Vale?" said Aretha. "That can only mean a campaign down into the Vale of Dreams. Kesh must have hit the garrison at Shamarta with an expeditionary force of dog soldiers. Guy's no fool. He'll know the only answer's a quick, unhesitating strike from Crondor to show great Kesh's empress we can still defend our borders. Once the dog soldiers have been driven south of the Vale, we'll have another round of useless treaty talks over who has the right to it. That means, even should Guy wish to aid Criddy, which I doubt, he could not. There's no time to deal with Kesh, return and reach Criddy by spring or even early summer." Aretha swore. "This is bitter news, Amos."
"There is still more. Earlier today I took the trouble to visit the ship, just to ensure Vasco had everything in hand and that the men weren't chafing too much at being kept aboard. Our ship is being watched."
"Are you sure?"
"Certain. There's a couple of boys who stand around playing at net mending, but they do no real work. They watched closely as I rowed out and back."
"Who do you think they are?"
"I can't begin to guess. They could be Guy's men, or men still loyal to Erland. They could be agents of Great Kesh, smugglers, even mockers."
"Mockers?" asked Martin. "The Guild of Thieves," said Aretha. "Little goes on in Crondor without notice by their leader, the Upright Man." Amos said,
That mysterious personage runs the mockers with tighter control than a captain has over his crew. There are places in the city where even the prince cannot reach, but no place in Krondor is beyond the upright man. If he's taken an interest in us, for whatever reason, we have much to fear.
The conversation was interrupted by the serving boy's return. He set down a chilled pewter pitcher of wine and 3 cups. Amos said,
"Fetch yourself to the nearest incense vendor, boy. This place stinks. Buy something sweet to toss upon the fire."
The boy regarded them a little warily, then shrugged as Amos tossed him another coin. He ran from the room, and Amos said,
"He'll be back soon, and I've run out of reasons to send him away. In any event, this place will soon be thick with merchants taking an afternoon's steam. When the boy comes back, sip some wine, try to relax, and don't leave too soon. Now, in all this bleak mess, there is one small glimmer of light."
"Then I would hear what it is," said Aratha.
"Guy will soon be gone from the city."
Aratha's eyes narrowed. Still, his men will be left in charge. But what you say does have some aspect of comfort. There are few in Krondor likely to mark me by sight, for it's nearly 9 years since I was last here, and most of those have likely disappeared with the prince. Also, there is a plan I've been considering. With Guy out of Krondor, I would have an even better chance of success."
"What plan?"
asked Amos. "I'll tell you when I've had more time to dwell upon it. Where could we safely meet?" Amos considered.
"Brothels, drug houses, and gambling halls are all as bad as inns. Either the mockers control them and note everyone coming and going, or there are others about looking for information to sell. If someone overheard you speaking the wrong phrase, the mockers or the city guards could be down on you in minutes."
He was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled.
"I have the very place. When the town watch rings the hour bell 2 hours after sunset, meet me at the east end of Temple Square."
The boy returned and tossed a small bundle of incense upon the fire, cutting off conversation. Aratha settled back and drank the chilled wine, rapidly warming in the heat of the steam room. He closed his eyes, but was not relaxing as he considered the situation. After a while he began to feel his plan might work if he could reach Julanik. Running out of patience, he was the first to rise, rinse off, dress, and leave. Aratha waited as Martin and Amos approached from different parts of the city crossing Temple Square. On all sides the temples of the greater and lesser gods rose up. Several were busy with pilgrims and worshippers entering and leaving, while others were nearly deserted. Reaching the prince, Amos said,
"How fared you this afternoon?"
Aratha spoke softly. "I occupied my time in a tavern, keeping to myself. I did overhear some conversation about Erlen, but when I tried to get closer, the speakers moved off. Otherwise, I considered the plan I spoke of." Martin glanced about them, then said, "An ill-omened place you picked, Amos. Gathered at this end of the square are all the gods and goddesses of darkness and chaos." Amos shrugged.
"Which means few travellers nearby after nightfall, and a clear view of anyone approaching."
To Aratha he said,
"Now, what is the plan?"
Quietly and quickly, Aratha said, "I noticed 2 things this morning. Erlen's personal guards still patrol the palace grounds, so there must be limits to Guy's control. Second, several of Erlen's courtiers entered and left freely enough, so some large portion of the daily business of governing the Western realm must remain unchanged." Amos stroked his chin, thinking.
"That would seem logical. Guy brought his army with him, not his administrators. They're still back running Bastira."
"Which means Lord Julanik and others not entirely sympathetic to Guy might still be able to aid us. If Julanik will help, I can still succeed with my mission."
"How?"
asked Amos. As Erland's Knight Marshal, Julanic has control of vassal garrisons to Crondor. Upon his signature alone, he could call up the garrisons at Durrani's Vale and Malak's Cross. If he ordered them to march to Sarth, they could join the garrison there and take ship for Criddy. It would be a hard match, but we could still bring them to Criddy by spring.
And no hardship to your father either. I was going to tell you. I have heard Guy has sent soldiers from the Crondorian garrison to your father.
Aretha said, "That seems strange. I can't imagine Guy wishing to aid father."
Amos shook his head. Not so strange. To your father it will seem as if Guy has been sent by the king only to aid Erland, for I suspect the rumours of Erland's being a prisoner in his own palace are not as yet widespread. Also, it's a fine pretext to rid the city of officers and men still loyal to the prince. Still, it is no small boon to your father. From all accounts, nearly 4,000 men have left or are leaving for the north. That might be enough to deal with the Tirani should they come against the Duke.
Martin said, "But should they come against Criddy? For that, we must seek aid. We must get inside the palace and find Julanic."
"How?" Amos asked.
"It was my hope you might have a suggestion."
Amos looked down, then said,
"Is there anyone in the palace you know to be trustworthy?"
"Well, before, I could have named a dozen, but this business makes me doubt everyone. Who stands with the Viceroy and who with the Prince, I can't begin to guess."
"Then we'll have to nose about some more, and we'll have to listen for news of likely ships for transport. Once we've hired a few, we'll slip them out of Crondor 1 or 2 at a time every few days. We'll need at least a score to carry the men of 3 garrisons. Assuming you get Julanic's support, which brings us back to gaining entrance to the palace."
Amos swore softly.
"Are you sure you wouldn't care to chuck this business and become a privateer?"
Aretha's expression clearly showed he was unamused. Amos sighed.
"I thought not."
Aretha said, "You seem to know the underside of the city well, Amos. Use your experience to find us a way into the palace, even if through the sewer. I'll keep my eyes open for any of Erland's men who might wander through the great square. Martin, you'll simply have to keep your ears open."
With a long sigh of resignation, Amos said,
"Getting into the palace is a risky plan, and I don't mind telling you I don't care for the odds."
He hiked his thumb at a nearby temple.
"I may even bounce into Ruthia's temple and ask the Lady of Luck to smile upon us."
Aretha dug a gold coin from his purse and tossed it to Amos. "Say a prayer to the lady for me as well. I'll see you back at the tavern later."
Aretha strode off into the gloom, and Amos inclined his head toward the temple of the Goddess of Luck.
"Care to make a votive offering, Martin?"
The night's silence was ruptured by trumpets calling men to arms. Aretha was the first to the window, thrusting aside the wooden shutters and peering through. With most of the city asleep, there were few lights to mask the glow in the east. Amos reached Aretha's side, Martin a step behind. Martin said, "Campfires. Hundreds of them." The huntmaster glanced heavenward, marking the stars' positions in the clear sky, and said, 2 hours to dawn."
"Guy's readying his army for the march," said Aretha quietly.
Amos leaned far out of the window. By craning his neck, he could catch a glimpse of the harbour. In the distance, men were calling aboard ships.
"Sounds like they're readying ships as well."
Aretha leaned with both hands upon the table by the window.
"Guy will send his foot soldiers by ship down the coast into the Sea of Dreams to Shamata, while his cavalry rides to the south. His foot will reach the city fresh enough to help bolster the defence, and when his horses arrive they aren't sick from travelling by ship, and they'll arrive within days of one another." As if to prove his words, from the east came the sounds of marching men. Then, a few minutes later, the first company of Bastira's foot soldiers came into view. Aretha and his companions watched them march past the open gate of the inn's courtyard. Lanterns gave the soldiers a strange, otherworld appearance as they marched in columns down the street. They stepped in cadence, their golden eagle banners snapping above their heads. Martin said, "They are well-schooled troops." Aretha said, "Guy is many things, most of them unpleasant, but one thing cannot be argued. He is the finest general in the kingdom. Even father is forced to admit that, though he'll say nothing else good about the man. Were I the king, I would send the armies of the east under his command to fight the Sirani. 3 times Guy has marched against Kesh, and 3 times he has thrashed them. If the Keshians do not know he's come west, the very sight of his banner in the field may drive them to the peace table, for they fear and respect him." Aretha's voice became thoughtful in tone. "There is one thing. When Guy first came to be Duke of Bastira, he suffered some sort of personal dishonour. Father never told what that shame was, and took to wearing only black as a badge of sorts, earning him the name Black Guy. That type of thing takes a strange brand of personal courage. Whatever else can be said of Black Guy du Bastira, none will call him craven." While the soldiers continued to pass below, Aretha and his companions watched in silence. Then, with the sun rising in the east, the last soldiers disappeared along the streets to the harbour. The morning after Guy's army had marched, it was announced the city was sealed, the gates closed to all travellers, and the harbour blockaded. Aretha judged it a normal practice to prevent Keshian agents from leaving the city by fast sloop or fast horse to carry word of Guy's march. Amos used a visit to the Wind of Dawn to view the harbour blockade, and discovered it was a light one, for Guy had ordered most of the fleet to stand off the coast at sea ambush, waiting for any Keshian flotillas, should Kesh learn the city was stripped of her garrison. The city was now policed by city guards in Guy's livery, as the last Krondorian soldiers departed for the north. Rumour had it Guy would also send the garrison at Shamata to the front once the fighting with Kesh had been settled, leaving every garrison in the principality manned by soldiers loyal to Bastira. Aretha spent most of his time in taverns, places of business, and the open markets most likely to be frequented by those from the palace. Amos prowled near the docks or in the city's seedier sections, especially the infamous poor quarter, and began making discreet inquiries about the availability of ships. Martin used his guise as a simple woodsman to blunder into any place that looked promising. Nearly a week went by this way, with little new information being unearthed. Then, late the 6th day after Guy had quit the city, Aretha found himself being hailed in the middle of the busy square by Martin. "Arthur!" shouted the hunter as he ran up to Aretha. "Best come quickly." He set off toward the waterfront and the sailors' ease. Back at the inn, they found Amos already in the room, resting upon his pallet before his nightly sojourn into the poor quarter. Once the door was closed, Martin said, "I think they may know Aretha's in Krondor." Amos bolted upright as Aretha said, "What? How?" "I wandered into a tavern near the barracks just before the midday meal. With the army gone from the city, there was little business. One man did enter, just as I was readying to leave. A scribe with the city's quartermaster. He was fit to burst with a rumour and in need of someone to tell it to. So, with the aid of some wine, I obliged him by playing the simple woodsy and by showing respect for so important a personage. 3 things this man told me. Lord Julanic has disappeared from Krondor, gone the night Guy left. There's some business of his having retired to nameless estates to the north, now that Guy's viceroy, but the scribe thought that unlikely. The second thing was news of Lord Barry's death." Aretha's face showed shock. "The Prince's Lord Admiral, dead?" "This man told me Barry had died under mysterious circumstances, though there's no official announcement planned. Some eastern lord, Jessup, has been given command of the Krondorian fleet." "Jessup is Guy's man," said Aretha. He commanded the Bastira squadrons of the king's fleet. And lastly, the man made a display of knowing some secret concerning a search for someone he only called the Viceroy's royal cousin. Amos swore.
I don't know how, but someone's marked you. With Erland and his family virtual captives in the palace, there's hardly a chance another royal cousin's come wandering into Crondor in the last few days, unless you've a few out and about you've not told us of.
Aratha ignored Amos's feeble humour. In the span of time it took for Longbow to tell his tale, all his plans for aiding Criddy were dashed. The city was firmly in control of those either loyal to Guy or indifferent to who ruled in the king's name. There was no one in the city he could turn to for help, and his failure in bringing aid home was a bitter thing. Quietly he said, "Then there's no other course but to return to Criddy as soon as possible."
That may not be so easy, said Amos. There's more strange things occurring. I've been in places where a man can usually make contact with those needed for a dishonest task or two, but everywhere I've made inquiries, discreet, have no doubt, I come up against only hard silence. If I didn't know better, I'd swear the upright man's closed up shop, and all the muckers are now serving in Guy's army. I have never seen such a collection of dumb barmen, ignorant whores, uninformed beggars, and tongueless gamblers. You don't need to be a genius to see the word's gone out. No one is to talk to strangers, no matter how promising a transaction's being offered. So we can look for no aid in getting free of the city, and if Guy's agents know you're in Crondor, there'll be no lifting of the blockade or opening of the gates until you have been found, no matter how loudly the merchants scream.
"We're deep in the snare," said Martin. "But if Guy's men only suspect I'm in Crondor, they may tire of the search."
True, agreed Amos, and after a while the mockers may open up as well. Should they agree to help for a significant price, you can be certain we'll have powerful help in leaving the city.
Aratha balled his fist and struck the pallet upon which he sat.
Damn Bastira! I'd gladly murder him this instant.
Not only does he imperil the West, he risks a greater schism between the two realms by taking the principality under his own banner. Should anything happen to Erland and his family, it's almost certainly civil war. Amos slowly shook his head.
A bollocksed mission, this, and through no fault of yours, Aratha.
He sighed.
Still, we can't be startled into panic. Friend Martin may have misunderstood the scribe's last remark, or the man may have been speaking simply to hear himself talk. We'll have to be cautious, but we can't bolt and run. Should you vanish from sight completely, someone might take notice. Best if you stay close to the inn, but act as you have been for the time being. I'll continue to make attempts at reaching someone who may have ways to get us clear of the city. Smugglers, if not the mockers.
Aratha rose from the pallet and said, "I've no appetite, but we've eaten together in the common room every night. I expect we'd best go down for supper soon." Amos waved him back to his bed.
Stay a while longer. I'm going to run down to the docks and visit the ship. If Martin's scribe was not just breaking wind, they'll certainly search the ships in the harbour. I'd best warn Vasco and the crew to be ready to go over the side if necessary and find some place to store your chest. We aren't due to be hauled out for refitting for another week, so we must act with care. I've run blockades before. I wouldn't want to risk it in a hulk as leaky as the wind of Dorne. But if I can't find another ship...
At the door, he turned back to face Aratha and Martin.
It's a black storm, boys. But we've weathered worse.
Aratha and Martin sat quietly as Amos entered the common room. The seaman pulled out a chair and called for ale and a meal. Once he was served, he said,
"Everything's taken care of. Your chest is safe as long as the ship is left moored."
Where did you hide it?
It's snugly wrapped in oilcloth and tied securely to the anchor.
Aretha looked impressed. Under water?
You can buy new clothes, and gold and gems don't rust.
Martin said,
How are the men?
Grumbling over being in port another week and still aboard ship. But they're good lads.
The door to the inn opened, and 6 men entered. 5 took chairs near the door, while one stood, surveying the room. Amos hissed,
See that rat-faced fellow who just sat down? He's one of the boys who've been watching the docks for the last week. Looks like I've been followed.
The man who remained standing spotted Amos and approached the table. He was a plain-looking man of open countenance. His reddish-blonde hair was flyaway around his head, and he wore a common sailor's clothing. He clutched a wool cap in his hand as he smiled at them. Amos nodded, and the man said,
If you're the master of the Wind of Dawn, I'd have words with you.
Amos raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He indicated the free chair, and the man sat.
Name's Radburn. I'm looking for a berth, Captain.
Amos looked about, seeing Radburn's companions were pretending not to notice what was transpiring at the table.
Why my ship?
I've tried others. They're all full up. Just thought I'd ask you.
Who was your last master? And why did you leave his service?
Radburn laughed, a friendly sound.
Well, I last sailed with a company of barge ferrymen taking cargo from ship to shore in the harbour. Been stuck doing that for a year.
He fell silent as the serving wench approached. Amos ordered another round of ale, and when one was set before Radburn, he said,
Thank you, Captain.
He took a long pull and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Before I came to be beached, I sailed with Captain John Avery aboard the Bantamina. I know the little rooster, and John Avery, though I haven't seen him since I was last in Durban, 5 or 6 years back.
Well, I got a little drunk, and the captain told me he'd have none who drank aboard his ship. I drink no more than the next man, Captain, but you know Master Avery's reputation being an abstemious follower of Sung the White. Amos looked at Martin and Aretha, but said nothing. Radburn said, These your officers, Captain?
No, business partners.
When it was clear Amos was going to say nothing more, Radburn let the topic of identities drop. Amos finally said,
We've been in the city little more than a week, and I've been busy with personal matters. What news?
Radburn shrugged.
The war goes on, good for the merchants, bad for the rest. Now with the business with Kesh. Before the troubles was along the far coast, but now Crondor might not prove such a healthy spot if the Viceroy doesn't chase the dogs of Kesh back home. Otherwise, there's the usual gossip.
He glanced around, as looking for anyone who might overhear.
And some not so usual.
Amos lifted his mug to his lips, saying nothing.
Since the Viceroy's come,
said Radburn quietly,
things haven't been the same in Crondor. An honest man isn't safe on the streets anymore, what with Durbin slavers running about and the press gangs almost as bad. That's why I need a ship, Captain. Press gangs? Amos exploded. There hasn't been a press gang in a kingdom city in 30 years. Once was, but now things have changed again. You get a little drunk and don't find a safe berth for the night, the press gang comes along and slaps you into the dungeon. It just isn't right, no sir. Just because a man's between ships doesn't give anyone the right to ship him out with Lord Jessop's fleet for 7 years. 7 years of chasing pirates and fighting Quegan war galleys.
Amos's eyes narrowed.
How is it that Guy rules in Crondor? We've heard stories, but they seem confused.
Radburn nodded.
Right you are, Captain, for it is confusing. A month ago, Lord Guy rides in with his army behind, flags a-waving, drums beating and the rest. The prince, so they say, welcomes him
and treats him real friendly, even though Du Bastira is carrying the king's writ naming him viceroy. The prince even helps him, they say, until this business of the press gangs and such comes to his ears. Lowering his voice more, he said, I heard that when he complained, Guy locks him up in his rooms. Nice rooms, I expect, but same as a cell if you can't leave, so I hear. Aratha was so outraged by the story, he was on the verge of speaking. Amos gripped his arm quickly, warning silence, then said, Well, Radburn, I can always use a good man who sailed with John Avery. I'll tell you what, I've one more trip to the ship to make tonight, and there's some personal belongings in my room I'll want aboard. You come along and carry them. Amos rose and, giving the man no time to object, gripped him by the arm and propelled him toward the stairs. Aratha shot a glance at the group who entered with Radburn. They seemed unaware for the moment of what was transpiring across the crowded common room as Amos took Radburn up the stairs, Aratha and Martin following behind. Amos hustled Radburn down the hall, and once through the door to their room spun and delivered a staggering blow to Radburn's stomach, doubling him over. A brutal knee to the face, and Radburn lay stunned upon the floor. "What's this all about?" said Aratha. "That man's a liar. John Avery's a marked man in Kesh. He betrayed the Durbin captains to a Quegan raiding fleet 20 years ago. Yet Radburn didn't bat an eye when I said I saw Avery in Durbin 6 years ago. And he's too free in showing disrespect to the Viceroy. His story stinks like a weak dead fish. We go out the door with him, and inside of 2 blocks a dozen men or more will be upon us." "What shall we do?" said Aratha. "We leave. His friends will be up those stairs in a minute." He pointed to the window. Martin stood by the door as Aratha ripped aside a dirty canvas shade and pushed open the wooden shutters. Amos said, "Now you can see why I chose this room." Less than a yard below, the window's ledge was the roof of the stable. Aratha stepped out, Amos and Martin following. They hurried carefully down the steeply sloping roof until they reached the edge. Aratha leaped down, landing quietly, followed a moment later by Martin. Amos landed more heavily, but suffered only a minor bruise to his dignity. They heard a cough and an oath, and looked up to see a bloodied face at the window. Radburn shouted, "They're in the courtyard!" as the 3 fugitives started for the gate. Amos swore, "I should have cut his throat." They ran to the gate, and as they entered the street, Amos grabbed at Aratha. A group of men were running down the street toward them. Aratha and his companions fled the opposite way, ducking into a dark alley. Hurrying along between the blank walls of 2 buildings, they cut across a busy street, overturning several pushcarts, and ducked into another alley, the cart owners' curses following. They continued to run, the sounds of pursuit never far behind, following a twisting maze of back alleys and side streets through darkened Crondor. Turning a corner, they found themselves intersecting a long, narrow street, little more than an alley, flanked on both sides by tall buildings. Amos rounded the corner first and motioned for Aratha and Martin to halt. In low tones, he said, "Martin, hurry down to the corner and take a look around. Aratha, go the other way." He pointed toward a spot where dim light could be seen. "I'll stand watch here. If we become separated, make for the ship. It'll be a desperate chance breaking the blockade, but should you win free, have Vasco make for Durbin. Your gold will buy you enough protection there to get the ship refitted and you back to Criddy. Now go!" Aratha and Martin ran down the street in opposite directions, and Amos stood watch behind. Abruptly, shouts came down the narrow street, and Aratha looked back. At the other end of the street he could see the dim figure of Martin struggling with several men. He started back, but Amos shouted, "Go on! I'll help him! Get away!" Aratha hesitated, then resumed his run toward the distant light. He was panting when he reached the corner and nearly skidded to a halt as he entered a well-travelled, brightly lit avenue. From carts decorated with lanterns, hawkers sold their wares to passing citizens out for a stroll after supper. The weather was mild. There looked to be little chance of snow this winter, and large numbers of people were about. From the conditions of the buildings and the fashions of those in the area, Aretha knew he was in a more prosperous section of the city. Aretha stepped into the street and forced himself to walk at a leisurely pace. He turned and made a display of examining a garment seller's wares as several men appeared from the street he had just fled. He tugged a garish red cloak from among the goods and swirled it about his shoulder, pulling the hood over his head.
"Here now, what do you think you're doing?"
asked a dried-faced old man in a reedy whisper. Affecting a nasal voice, Aretha said,
"My good man, you don't expect me to purchase a garment without seeing if it fits."
Suddenly confronted by a buyer, the man became unctuously friendly.
"Oh, no, certainly, sir."
Looking at Aretha in the ill-tailored cloak, he said,
"It's a perfect fit, sir, and the colour suits you well, if I may say."
Aretha chanced to glance at his pursuers. The man called Radburn stood at the corner, blood dried upon his face and his nose swollen, but still able to direct his men's search. Aretha adjusted the cloak, a great cumbersome thing that hung nearly to the ground. In a display of fussiness he said,
"You think so? I wouldn't care to appear at court looking like a vagabond." "Oh, court, is it, sir? Well, it's just the thing, mark me. It adds a certain elegance to your appearance."
"How much is it?" Aretha saw Radburn's men walking through the busy crowd, some looking into each tavern and storefront as they passed, others hurrying on to other destinations. More followed from the smaller street, and Radburn spoke quietly to them. He set some to watching those in the street, then turned and led the rest back the way they had come.
"It's the finest cloth made in Rand, sir," said the seller. "It was brought at great expense from the shore of the Kingdom Sea. I couldn't let it go for less than 20 golden sovereigns."
Aretha blanched, and for a moment was so struck by the outrageous price he nearly forgot himself. 20? He lowered his voice as a passing member of Radburn's company threw him a quick glance.
"My dear man," he said, returning to character,
"I seek to purchase a cloak, not establish an annuity for your grandchildren." Radburn's man turned away and disappeared into the press of the crowd. "It is rather a plain wrap, after all. I should think 2 sovereigns more than sufficient." The man looked stricken.
"Sir, you seek to beggar me? I couldn't think of parting with it for a sum of less than 18 sovereigns.
They haggled for another 10 minutes, and Aretha finally departed with the cloak for the price of 8 sovereigns and 2 silver royals. It was double the price he should have paid, but the searchers had ignored a man haggling with the street seller, and escaping detection was worth the price 100 times over. Aretha kept alert for signs he was being watched as he made his way along the street. Unfortunately, he knew little of Crondor, and had no idea where he was after the flight. He kept to the busier part of the street, staying close to larger groups, seeking to blend in. Aretha saw a man standing at the corner, seemingly idling the night away, but clearly watching those who passed. Aretha looked around and saw a tavern on the other side of the street, marked by a brightly painted sign of a white dove. He quickly crossed the street, keeping his face turned away from the man at the corner, and approached the doorway of the tavern. As he reached for the door, a hand gripped his cloak, and Aretha spun, his sword halfway out of its scabbard. A boy of about 13 stood there, wearing a simple, oft-patched tunic, and men's trousers cut off at the knees. He had dark hair and eyes, and his smudged face was set in a grin. "Not there, sir," he said, with a merry note in his voice. Aretha slipped his sword back into the scabbard and fell into character. "Begone, boy! I've no time for beggars or panderers, even those of limited stature." The boy's grin broadened. "If you insist, but there are 2 of them in there." Aretha dropped his nasal accent. "Who?" "The men who chased you from the side street." Aretha glanced about. The boy appeared alone. He looked into the boy's eyes and said, "What are you talking about?" "I saw how you acted.
Quick on your feet, sir, but they've blanketed the area, and you'll not be slipping by them yourself. Aratha leaned forward. Who are you, boy? With a toss of his ragged hair, he said, Name's Jimmy. I work hereabouts. I can get you out. For a fee, of course. And what makes you think I wish to get out? Don't play the fool with me, like you did with the merchants, sir. You need to get clear of somebody who's likely to pay me to show him where you are. I've run afoul of Radburn and his men before, so you have more of my sympathy than he's likely to get, as long as you can bid more for your freedom than he will for your capture. You know Radburn? Jimmy grinned. Not so as I care to admit, but yes, we've had dealings before. Aratha was struck by the boy's cool manner, not what he would have expected from the boys he knew back home. Here stood an old hand at negotiating the treacherous byways of the city. How much? Radburn will pay me 25 gold to find you, 50 if he especially wants your skin. Aratha took out his coin pouch and handed it to the boy. Over 100 sovereigns in there, boy. Get me out of here and to the docks, and I'll double it. The boy's eyes flickered wide a moment, but he never lost his grin. You must have offended someone with a lot of influence. Come along. He darted away so quickly Aratha almost lost him in the heavy crowd. The boy moved with the ease of experience through the press, while Aratha had to struggle to keep from jostling people in the street. Jimmy led him into an alley several blocks away. When they were a short way down the alley, Jimmy stopped. Better toss that cloak. Red's not my favourite colour for looking inconspicuous. When Aratha had pitched the cloak into an empty barrel, Jimmy said, You'll be pointed at the docks in a moment. If someone tumbles onto us, you're on your own. But for that other 100 gold, I'll try to see you all the way. They worked their way back to the end of the alley, apparently seldom used from the heavy accumulation of trash and discarded objects, packing crates, broken furniture, and nameless goods against the walls around them. Jimmy pulled aside a crate, revealing a hole. This should put us outside Radburn's net. At least I hope so, said Jimmy. Aratha found he had to crouch to follow the boy through the small passage. From the rank odour in the tunnel, it was clear something had crawled in here to die fairly recently. As if reading his mind, Jimmy said, We toss a dead cat in here every few days. Keeps others from sticking their noses too far in. We? Said Aratha. Jimmy ignored the question and kept moving. Soon they exited into another alley overburdened with trash. At the mouth of the alley, Jimmy motioned for Aratha to stop and wait. He hurried along the dark street, then returned at a run. Radburn's men, they must have known you'd head for the harbour. Can we slip past them? No chance. They're as thick as lice on a beggar. The boy took off in the opposite direction down the street they had entered from the alley. Aratha followed as Jimmy turned up another small byway. Aratha hoped he hadn't bargained wrongly in trusting the street boy. After a few minutes of travelling, Jimmy stopped. I know a place you can hole up a while until I can find some others to help you get onto your ship, but it'll cost you more than 100. Get me to my ship before dawn, and I'll give you whatever you ask. Jimmy grinned. I can ask a lot. He regarded Aratha for a moment longer, then, with a curt nod of his head, led off. Aratha followed, and they wound their way deeper into the city. The sounds of people in the streets fell off, and Aratha judged they were moving into an area less well-travelled at night. The buildings around them showed they were heading into another poor area of the city, though not close to the docks as far as Aratha could tell. Several sharp turns through dark, narrow alleys, and Aratha was completely lost. Abruptly, Jimmy turned and said, We're there. He pulled open a door in an otherwise blank wall and stepped through. Aratha climbed a long flight of stairs after him. Jimmy led him down a hall at the top of the stairs to a door. The boy opened it and indicated Aratha should enter. Aratha took a single step, then halted, as he discovered 3 sword points levelled at his stomach.